Hold on, Maverick. What's up, my people? I've been gone for a minute, huh? I'm not gonna stay too long today because I gotta go. Oh, I got on the Stairmaster. I washed my hair last night, so I have to redo my twist. Oh, Lord, this hair thing is crazy. It's really crazy. Get in here, you guys. Let me give you a minute or so. What's up, people? Oh, you working sunshine? Pearl, why you so? What's up, people? Why am I losing so much hair in the front like this? Like, what is this? Yo, I swear. I need to get back to taking my vitamins, right? This is just crazy. Good morning, y'all. Miss Joan. Ah, that's a lot of hair. No? Oh my gosh. Yeesh. I don't like losing hair, you guys. I do not like losing my hair. I'm against like shedding. Okay, guys, what's up? This little kid. Y'all, give me a second. Oh my gosh. Maverick. Yeah, you're doing too much. Behave. Oh. Y'all see this? Hey, Kevin. So, y'all, I have to do my hair. Then I go to the gym. It's too much to do, you guys. I'm trying to lose weight. But let me make a live while I do my hair real quickly, right? Okay, I'm going to play this video. We're going to watch this video. Like, okay. Oh, what's up, beautiful? No, I'm not. I don't think I'm blunt like that. I just feel like people are just so damn sensitive. Like, what the heck? Brown sugar, what's up? I was watching the video and I was like, oh, that'd be nice to comment. But I'm like, hey, Janet, this video is about this first one we're going to watch, right? It's about Super. He's over there being loud. And her wedding, because she got married recently, right? She got married recently. And I'm like, okay. Because I've always thought about her relationship with that guy. You guys tell me what you think. And also, I do feel like it's fair to talk about her because she is a public figure, so we can talk about it. But I'm like, you guys think about this, right? If you have to go through plastic surgery, multiple rounds, because she's had multiple rounds of plastic surgery, right? Multiple rounds of plastic surgeries. You have to lose weight. You have to make a lot of money, and a man is attracted to you. Are you really his type? Right? Because I don't know. I would feel some kind of way. Every time I look at that guy, I guess not he's her husband, but every time I look at that man, I'm like, girl, you're not his type. Right? I'm like, you're not his type. Because if you have, losing weight is one thing. You can say, like, I'm overweight, I got to lose weight. But yes, she got so many surgeries that she even had seizures. Like, that's how badly she wanted to be skinny. Like, the girl was having seizures. Like, one time in New Orleans, she went missing. They don't know where she was. Because the aftermath of her having the BBL was the seizure. I don't know if like she didn't have enough blood supply, but she struggles with she struggles with seizures. So she was missing. They didn't know what. I mean, it was so scary. At first, I thought it was a stunt because that whole clique, Super, BB Judy, Tokyo, they do stunts to sell their products, right? So I'm like, okay, it's probably a stunt. The girl is safe, right? And plus, mind you, she's an Aquarius. So like I said, we can be deceptive people. So I said, okay, maybe it's just a stunt. No, she was really missing. She was really missing. They didn't know where she was. Yeah, they didn't know where she was. And then when she started dating this guy, they went on this luxury trip, right? And once again, she had seizures. So I'm thinking like, that's just me. And I ain't shit. I ain't never been shit. So I know I'm not shit. But my Aquarius mind is like, is it also a benefit for him to marry you, knowing that you have seizures? Because if you ever were to forget something, he would have power of attorney over you. Me, Marlene, let me tell you, listen, I know I ain't shit, okay? So if she watches this, that's fine. It's no problem. I know I ain't shit. But my thing is, I just feel like, y'all remember I don't want to say the black Martha Stewart, but the black woman that had the career, her name is B Lovely or something, B Love. I forgot her name, right? But there's a very famous black woman that had like, she's almost like Martha Stewart. I don't want to say the black Martha Stewart because it makes it seem like Martha Stewart is the blueprint, okay? And it could also be that Martha Stewart was not her blueprint. Like she's her own blueprint. So I don't want to say that. But the Miss B Love, you know, she built like an empire, like home, like cooking stuff, home decor stuff. I don't know. But then she started having these mental health issues, and I think like some kind of bipolar stuff. But pretty much your brain is degenerating. Right? So husband has power of attorney. The husband moved in his white girlfriend. Yes. Him and the white girlfriend were taking care of her. Like it was so weird. It was so weird. It was just so weird. Right? But guess what? The white girl, she left him and she took money. Yo, this story was just so damn B. Smith. There you go, B. Smith, right? This lady built an empire. Yeah. Oh, there you go. She had dementia. And so when she had dementia, he took advantage because he was her husband. So he had power of attorney. So he's in charge of everything. And then he moved in his white girlfriend in the lady's house. And I'm like, she ain't even dead. So what is wrong with these people? And just because when people have dementia, they have moments of lucidity. Like there are days where they come back to themselves. So I'm sure there were days she's like, who's this white woman in my house? Right? So this video is not to be offensive, but I just want, because I feel like sometimes, especially a lot of black women, like when they have baby daddies and things of the sort, so they used to be broke, used to be fat, they really want to have this fairy tale, oh, everything worked out for me in the end. And I'm like, no, I feel like you paid for this. You paid. For me, I will say this, like when it comes to Super Scent, I feel like she paid to have her fairy tale. Because I'm like, if you were the regular Super Scent, would this man be attracted to you? And I don't even mean fat, because fat isn't really regular, because fat sometimes is you not taking good care of yourself. But if you were just fit, if you were a fit Renelle and you were just no money, just you being a fit lady with your natural hair in New Orleans, would this man have talked to you? Right? Because that's real. Because part of being married to people, especially if you have a health condition, one that affects your brain, is that God forbid something happens. If you look at Wendy Williams, God forbid something happens, this person will have power of attorney. Right? Also, remember the big, handsome black man that did Forrest? Michael something, you guys. Dark skin, like he's Ghanaian, super tall, super big. What's his name, y'all? Michael something. He was dating Omarosa. Okay, you remember him? He was in Forrest Gump. Oh my gosh, what's his name? I feel so bad. No. He wasn't married to Omarosa though. He was just dating her. And she took Michael Clark Duncan. There you go. I knew his name was Michael. Okay. Yeah. So he was, there you go. Y'all remember him? May he rest in peace. Remember him? For some reason, this man decided to go date Omarosa, y'all. He decided to go date Omarosa. This lady is a witch. Yeah, engaged. Even so, you see, just being engaged. Do you see how much power she had? She took all the money. She did not give his mom anything. His family did not have access to anything. I think she's the one who signed him up for a hospice. I said, Jesus. Omarosa, this lady, the day God calls her back, she's going to suffer. Like her death is going to be painful. Like her karma is just, she's just such an evil human being. She's just such an evil person. She's such an evil person. So I really do hope that Renelle has a prenup with this man. But to all the black women watching this and thinking like, oh, everything, you can have multiple baby daddies, you can come from the hood, get a BBL, get tummy tucks or whatever the fuck you do, and then somehow you're going to have this fairy tale of a wedding. I'm like, no, this man is bought. And you'll see there's a part where he talks, like the way his lips are moving, me reading body language, I'm like, nah, this guy is lying. He is lying. But I'm like, some people, you see, and I don't want to say, but she might even kill that pastor. Omarosa has dark energy. She has seriously dark energy. And wherever she goes, she gets kicked out. Wherever she goes, she gets kicked out. Wherever she goes, it doesn't matter where she is. The Apprentice, over here, over there, the White House, it does not matter where she goes. This lady always gets kicked out. It's like people can, I guess, stand her for a while, but then after that, they get utterly disgusted. She's nauseating. They want nothing to do with this lady. She has a dark, dark, diabolical energy about her. But I remember this to me. I was so heartbroken because I'm like, Michael Duncan, he seemed like a nice person. And I'm like, he didn't deserve that. This man worked hard for his money. You were just a girlfriend. Like, y'all were just engaged. And she took advantage to hoard his resources. And the part that was so hurtful is that she didn't even want to give his mom any money. And I'm like, had he been like, if he could have made the choice, I'm sure he would have left some money for his mother. That is his mother. But the mom was completely out of it. Like, y'all, let me tell y'all, listen, you know, I ain't shit. I never been shit, so that's fine, right? But I'm being really serious. Like, we have to be very careful with this obsession with fairy tales. Gotta be very careful. And also, I feel like when you're a content creator, especially Black women, and you got millions of people, you have to be very careful trying to sell fairy tales to people. And that's why I see on social media, too many Black content creators want to sell romance to people, love, the wedding, the dresses. And I'm like, no, you need to be honest, because there's a chance it could go left, which is where I will say I give credit to Candy, because Candy on camera, which was Housewives of Atlanta, right? She had Todd sign the prenup on camera. Like, yeah, I'm in love, but who knows? Am I really in love? Right? So she made Todd sign a prenup because you just never know. Do you know what I'm saying? You just never know. People can walk with you. And the thing is, let me say this too, right? If you're a regular person, regular, right? I don't think you need a prenup like that, even though you might want to get one if you feel like it, right? Because if you feel like you worked hard for what you had. But my issue is, if you're a regular person and he's a regular person, I can see why you would not want a prenup. Because, am I ever going to make money? It might just be it. I can see how some people don't see hey, one day, all it takes is one video and my life is going to change. I can see that. But when you're wealthy, like, I don't say she's wealthy, but when you have money, right? When you have money, when you have businesses, and also when you have children, because Renelle has 2 kids. She has her son, I forgot his name, and she has a daughter, Leah. Okay, baby Leah, right? But you have 2 babies, and then you have the seizures, self-inflicted because you chose to be vain, whatever. But in those cases, I really do feel as though you have to be very careful, because we just never know. When God forbid something happens to you, you don't want somebody abusing your kids. You don't want somebody taking the money and playing your kids out of money, because some people do not care. Some people do not. Some people don't have shame. They do not have shame. Some people have a criminal mind. They really do. They really, really do. So you have to protect yourself. Look at Wendy Williams, right? You have to protect yourself. And you can't say, because I feel like, I'm not trying to be mean. I am really not, right? But I feel like when it comes to her also, I feel like this guy right here, because we saw Lewis, right? Yeah, we saw her first, not the first, but we saw Leah's dad, right? Lewis, he looked a certain way. But I feel like it could be that Razor, that's his name. It could be I feel like it could be that Razor is probably the most handsome man she's ever seen. And I feel like if you're a girl and you're not used to dating handsome guys, the first day a pretty boy looks at you, you don't know how to control yourself. And what I have come to see is that many women today are not using money to get men. They pay for love. Even in New Orleans, sorry, y'all, Maverick is here. Even New Orleans, the mayor, Latoya's out here having an affair. I mean, she's been here having an affair. I told you this. Been here having an affair on her husband with her police detail. That's her security. He's a police officer. He's a Black man, right? Once upon a time, he was also married. That's how we knew. Because when the wifey filed for divorce, she put the initials of the mistress, okay? LLC. So people deducted that the only LC you could have in New Orleans was Latoya Cantrell, right? But he was a married man. Latoya was also married, right? Now, she got indicted, I think like this week. Was it this week? Yeah. Yesterday or something like that. Monday. She got indicted by the feds. So in them investigating her, come to find out, Mayor Cantrell has been giving money to this man. And I'm like, why are you giving money to this man? Right? I'm so confused. Why are you giving money to this man? If he's the man, if he's, I guess your Mr., whatever it is, he should be the one giving you money. But no, what these non-traditional, hyper-masculine females do is that they pay for money. They pay for love. They get these pretty boys that are not naturally attracted to them, and they pay them. Like, he's here for the money. I'm like, y'all, let me just play the video. Y'all tell me what you think, right? Yes, I think that's the thing. Like, cause he's a cutie. He's short. He's very short, but he's cute. And not because like he also has baggage. Like he has kids from other relationships. So I'm like, why did he not marry anybody he got pregnant? Okay. So I'm like, this is a little too good to be true. They have it in Essence magazine. And I'm like, these are, to me personally, these are not the kind of love stories that you want to highlight to Black women, because it's extremely dangerous. Because these relationships, these non-traditional relationships, the woman is always the one with more money. The woman is the one who pays for everything. Like even this wedding, most likely she paid for it. And they also live in her house. Like, I'm like, what does he bring to the table? Nothing but his looks. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, let me play the video. Let me just play the video. Hold on. Maverick.
Okay, so now I can finally wear my bands.
Oh, yeah.
Finally. I took my nails off because I wanted to change my nails. And I couldn't wear my band because
I was married, not only my soulmate, but my best friend. So thank you. I love you. And I really want you to enjoy your day.
I'm a take myself out. I don't think he's better than Lou, sis. Sunshine, I don't think so. I really think that, me personally, if you're going to go on like a personality thing, I think Lou is her person. I really think he's her person. And one thing I will say, I didn't really watch their content like that because it's a little too ratchet for me. But like, oh my gosh, Maverick. But the time where I did watch their content was the fact that Lou, I knew he would always take the phone out of her hands because he felt like she would overshare with the public. Like he was always the one taking the phone from her hands. This one, he lets her do whatever. I don't know that he was messing with minors like that. I do not know. Because when, what's her name? What is her name? What is her name? What's her name? Mob Radio. Milagro, right? When Milagro broke out the story that, oh, Lou is messing out with minors, he drove out there to see the minor. You know, I'm like, from the surface of it, it kind of looked crazy from the surface level. But it's like, I didn't feel like I had enough details to be like, he intentionally went out of his way to mess with a minor. The girl was a minor, but I'm like, did he actually know she was a minor? Because Milagro sometimes, when she doesn't like you, she can be a little bit too much on attack mode. She can be a little too much on attack when it's like, and her and Super had an issue anyways, because she used to call her all kinds of names and stuff like that. So I'm like, I don't know, right? I don't really know. So I'm like, I don't know enough, right? But I see how when you bring stuff out like this with minors and stuff on social media, it's just not a good look. It's very icky. It's very messy. So I will definitely say that in that regards, Lou could have been a bit more careful. But also, hey, Elena, but Lou also, he's not intelligent. Like he's not the sharpest tool in the shed. You know, like there's certain expectations I will have for James I'm not gonna have for Lou. And also, if you ever live in New Orleans, you'll know they don't have the best schools out there, so people ain't too bright. Yeah, because Milagro will do that sometimes. Maybe y'all sorry, Milagro will do that sometimes. If she doesn't like you, she'll just, you know. And I was like, it's a bit too murky for me, like to be, oh yeah, Lou is waking up in the morning and he's looking for children to have sex with. I didn't come up with that kind of feeling, but it's still not a good look, right? Just like with Nicki Minaj and her husband, right? I personally, with the Kenneth Petty and the rape allegation, I can see both sides. I can see the side where he could be a rapist. And I could also see the side where he was 15, the girl was like 16, 17, so she's older. Most likely her parents found out, she got embarrassed, and she also lied on him. And the fact that he was 15, inner city kid, they have the money for lawyers, he just decided to take a plea. I can see both sides. I really can. So I'm like, to me, until I have, because, and the thing with Kenneth, with Petty, I've never took the time to read the transcript from his court case. Right? Hey, Val, you know what I mean? So I can't say, oh, yeah, he a rapist for real. I can't say that because at that time he was 15 years old. He was 15. So did he actually rape this older woman, this older girl? Did he rape her for real? Or, you see, so 50, they're about the same age. So I'm like, he could be a rapist for real. I wasn't there. Or it could be that two young people skipped school. They went and had sex. Her mama asked her, her daddy asked her, she got scared, right? And you know what I'm saying? Maybe she also got pregnant, who knows? So because she got scared, she lied on him. And now they grabbed the 16-year-old black boy, take him down to the precinct. What money he got? What money does his mama have? And so a lot of time with these DA people, they're like, oh, if you cop out to this, we'll give you a plea, which is a lot. It's quicker, it's cheaper, because a basic criminal defense attorney it'll just start off at $50,000. You see? So that's why I feel like sometimes people have a way of saying things on the internet. And if you don't have critical thinking skills and you're not listening, you might go, oh, yeah, he's a rapist, he's a child molester. But I feel like details matter, right? Their ages matter. What had happened mattered. Did he have legal representation? Was his family broke? Was he under pressure to take a deal, right? But I'm like, it's a bit different. Like if I compare Jay-Z to Foxy Brown, for example, Jay-Z was a full-blown adult with some kind of money, with some kind of status, while Foxy Ingrid was really 14 years old. So I'm like, to me, he's not adult enough where I can be like, oh yeah, you ain't shit type of person. 15, 16, want to have sex? Sounds about right. Like young people are crazy. They're hormonal. Their bodies are changing. They see sex on TV. They want to try it out. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, I can see both sides. So I can't say, oh, Kenneth was like, oh, he woke up that day, I'm gonna be a rapist today. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. You know, so if you already have people, oh, he's already run the streets, so he definitely did that shit. Because sometimes that say people use your reputation against you. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know. So with Lou, it's the same thing. It could be that Lou is really out here looking to have sex with children. It could also be, and I will be honest, a lot of young ladies, they lie about their age. But he definitely was trying to cheat on Super, though. He was definitely trying to see other people. That is a fact. Now, did he know for a fact that she was 16, 14, whatever it was, and then he just pulled up there regardless of that? That, to me, Milagro did not make that explicitly clear. Hey, guys. Exactly. Do you see that? So it's like, if I compare Kenneth to Sean, to me, Sean really is the creep. He really is the creep. If I look at Kenneth, I'm like, I'm torn. I can see it both ways. But with Jay-Z, there's no excuse for that behavior. Because I'm like, you're old enough to know better. You're old enough to know better. You're a full-blown adult. You make money. You have a career. Foxy was 14 years old singing "Ain't No Ninja" like the one I got. Okay, all that nasty, sexy, eat me out, all that stuff. The girl was 14 years old. I'm like, you're 14? You look so damn grown. She was Blue Ivy's age when he was having her talk about eat my vajayjay. I mean, what the fuck? This is so weird. So I'm like, to me, Jay-Z's a creep. Okay, he really is a major creep. He's a creep. I'm not, everything they say Diddy is, it might be actually you. But then again, they both named Sean, so who knows? It could be a case of like mistaken identity, right? But anyways, y'all, look at this guy, Razor. When he talks to her, they were too damn sexual, because the day I found out Foxy was 14, I think she went on the Wendy Williams show. And she was like, yeah, I was 14. Because me growing up, consuming the content, I thought she had to be at least over like 21, because she always gave so grown. She has grown energy. I'm like, you were 14? 14? But when she signed to Jay-Z, she was 14 years old. Rihanna was also like 14. The man has a pattern, okay? Okay? But once again, it's based on your image, right? And I think for Jay-Z, what saves his image and what redeems him from being a creep is that he's married to Beyonce, right? And people want to believe that Beyonce is some kind of sanctifying force. Whatever she touches is blessed and anointed. I'm like, no, her husband's a creep. He's a creep. And he's a man that has no integrity. Right? This is a middle-class young lady. This is a middle-class young woman. She grew up in middle class. She grew up in the enclave of the suburbs with a bunch of rich white people around her ass, right? And she married a man from the hood who intentionally sold drugs to his own people. She is married to a street pharmacist. This guy has no ethics whatsoever. He has no moral code. If you can poison your own people, you're not a good person. So you have this light-skinned Creole who marries a self-hating, very West African-looking man, right? Who built up his career by selling drugs to his own people. And then they think Beyonce means them well. But anyways, what do I know, right? What do I know? But imagine if I was married to a drug dealer. Imagine that. Imagine if I married a man who intentionally sold drugs to countless of Black people and maybe Black children. People would not like me, right? But then again, I'm not light-skinned. So make that make sense, right? But I'm like, anyways, let's go back to this man right here. Yeah, because of her. right? And people don't want to admit that there also could be something evil inside of Beyonce. Because why are you attracted to this man? But Beyonce is greedy. Beyonce loves money. Beyonce loves money. And he always helps her to make lots of money at the expense of Black women. But that's for another conversation. Okay? Exactly. But if you can be a street pharmacist, if you can sell drugs to your own people, there's nothing you won't do to be successful. Sometimes I even do wonder if she's safe in that marriage, you know. Sometimes I wonder if she's not, if I leave this man, he might kill me. You know, that's just me. But anyways, you guys, I want you to look at this man and look at his lips. I'm going to make myself smaller, but I want you to look at his lips when he says to her, oh, you're my soulmate. That soulmate bullshit is ridiculous. That soulmate shit, we need to retire this, oh, he's my soulmate shit. We'll find out once we get to heaven. Okay? But girls love to hear that shit. And I think this guy, y'all, for real, this dude is a swindler. This dude is a swindler. And like I said, I hope she has a prenup. But if she doesn't, he achieved this goal. Number one, get close to the queen. If people play chess out here, they should know. Okay, if you play chess, you should know everything's about protecting the queen. Because once you're married to her, her assets becomes your asset. I will see if Louisiana is a common state, like like where you share your debt, you share your money, right? But I'm like, okay. To me, she really is, because she has low self-esteem, right? But he's like, oh, you're my best friend, you're my soulmate, and like the side of his mouth is like tweaking in real time. I'm like, this man is not honest. This dude is not honest. But because, she wants the fairy tale. Like, oh, look, someone like me. I had the BBL. I had the plastic surgery. And now I'm married to a pretty boy. She wants the BBL. I'm like, girl, if this dude wouldn't have looked at you in a regular day in New Orleans, you're not his type. And the type he wants, he's going to go find his type. And you know who this reminds me of too, y'all? Sorry, I'm all over the place. I'll play the video. You know who this reminds me of too? Mendici. Mendici, just like this, like him and Mendici, it's the same prototype. It's like if you could go to a dealership and buy the same model cars, it's the same thing. Mendici, that kind of cute, right? Short dudes, pretty eyes, like pretty chocolate skin like this. Let me see, Mendici, right? Y'all, I was sitting here yesterday and they were telling me about all the affairs Mendici's having. Mendici out here sleeping with all of Atlanta. I'm like, what the heck is going on? You see what I'm talking about? Right? And I'm like, when I see Razor, he reminds me of Mendici's. Yeah, he reminds me of him. I'm like, that's it, right? He reminds me of Mendici. I'm like, yeah, there you go. Same type, same build, same model, same year. Okay, I repeat, same model, same type, same year, same engine, right? Allegedly, since they moved out to Atlanta, Mendici has been smashing all of Atlanta. I'm like, yeah, because once again, same prototype. Same year, same make, same model, the same used mileage. The girl, it's the same thing, girl. I'm like, Razor reminds me of Mendici's. But Mendici's also with Yandy. It's the same thing. Yandy, sometimes you see Yandy and her ratchet ass, gutter ass behavior. You wouldn't even think she was educated. Man, Yandy went to Howard. She went to Howard. Knucklehead. Because she was with Violator, right? She used to work with Violator, with Mona, right? They used to manage like pretty much everybody in hip hop, like Busta Rhymes. Hold on. Yeah. So yeah, Yan used to be part of Violator. So it was her, Mona, right? So she became rich at a really, really young age. You see? Told you. She became rich. Yandy became super rich. Yandy became super rich at a very young age. Like right after Howard. Didn't take too long because all this hip hop shit. Y'all, Violator, they had everybody. Violator, Mona, that's why Mona was able to do Love and Hip Hop, because everybody was on her roster. But we know for sure that Jim Jones was on Yandy's roster. And if you remember, for as much as he wanted to be upset, which, Yandy talk a little too much sometimes, right? But she was giving him money because Jimmy is not good with money, okay? Jimmy's not good with money. And because, let me tell you this, right? Before I upgraded my life, okay, before I upgraded my life, I used to be a little ratchet also. I really used to be into like hip hop, rap, underground bullshit. Like I used to love all that ratchet shit. Like I'm like, yeah, that's the Black culture. Okay, I used to be really into that kind of stuff, right? But anybody who knows like underground New York culture, drug culture, street culture, New York City, yeah, Chrissy was the kind of girl to date them kind of boys. Like, I feel like anybody that was moving major weight in New York City at the time, she probably had a relationship with that person. So she had a certain standard of living, because if you deal with men that move like major keys in New York City, like drug dealers, giving you money is nothing to a drug dealer. Matter of fact, they probably want you to take the money because they don't know how to wash the money. One of the biggest issues with one of the biggest pain points for most drug dealers is how do you clean this money? Drug dealers do not have a problem making money because it's highly addictive, right? You will always have customers because what you sell is poison. It's extremely addictive poison. So you will never lack for customers. So you're always going to make money. But the problem with drug dealers is, where do I put all this money? First of all, where do you store the money? Okay. Then how do you clean the money? Right? So sometimes for a drug dealer, having these goofy ass girlfriends who are really into shopping and consumerism, it actually helps because she can just take some of the money off of you and go spend the money. Okay. So I even think she did it Alpo. Like, if you ever watch like Paid in Full, the guy that Cameron was playing in the movie, right? The traitor, the one who kills Mekhi Phifer's brother, right? Or he killed Mekhi Phifer, right? Because the uncle killed the brother. Yes. But Cameron in Paid in Full, it's a real-time person. His name is Alpo, right? He's still serving time up there somewhere in New York, upstate somewhere in New York somewhere, right? But I think she messed with him. She even messed with Jay-Z. She messed with a lot of guys that used to have crazy money. So I feel like when she got with Jimmy, or when Jimmy got with her, he had to keep up her lifestyle, and he didn't have it. Because he's not a great rapper. Jimmy, when it came to Diplomats, he always gave Offset. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's like Offset. When you look at the Migos, Offset just does the ad libs. Like, he doesn't really add anything meaningful, right? Because Takeoff's gonna do the beat. Hold on, Maverick. Takeoff's gonna do the beat, right? Quavo gonna rap, and then Offset gonna do the ad libs. That's it. So I'm like, when it came to Dipset, the Diplomat, it's like he never added much. It was Cameron being their heaviest rapper. Then it was Wells being the heaviest rapper. Jimmy was like the Takeoff of the group. So I'm like, he didn't have that kind of money, right? But Chrissy requires a lot of money. And you saw for 10 years, he was not paying. No, like for 10 years, Jimmy was not paying the mortgage. I'm like, how do you not pay your mortgage in 10 years? Because he was giving money to Chrissy so she could shop. Right? So there were times where Yandy was giving him money. Now, I understand that Chrissy was being a little too disrespectful, but I feel like if Jimmy's your brother, though, you know what I mean? I don't know if she's rich. She spends too much money. I don't think she is. I really don't think she is. Like, Chrissy, to me, she could have done so much more with her life. She could have done so much more because she's very pretty. Her Cuban ass. She's very pretty. People really like her. People like her sense of fashion. But I'm like, she could have started some like a boot line, something. But I'm like, she spends money at an alarming rate. She spends money at a rate that's extremely concerning. So I felt like Yandy didn't have to tell her that, because she was like, yeah, remember Love and Hip Hop? She was like, yeah, the ring that you have, I paid for that. Because I'm pretty sure she did. Because Yandy's always had a bunch of money. Yandy was a millionaire really early in her career. She made a lot of money early in her career. Maverick. Now, when it comes to Mendices, y'all know Mendices was outside, okay? Mendices was outside, moving weight, doing all kinds of foolishness, right? We saw it on the show. His past came back to catch his ass, right? But I'm like, in that relationship too, Yandy took care of a lot of things. And that's why when they got married on TV, she never sent in. I feel like when he hears me talk, he wants to talk also. Like, what is this, right? But I'm like, this is why she never sent in their marriage certificate. Because she didn't want to be tied to this guy financially, right? But Mendici, financially, Yandy was his backup plan. Because all he has is selling drugs. He didn't go to school. What job does he have? So like, you come out of prison, this girl has a bunch of money. So you hold on tight to Yandy because she's your financial plan. She's a millionaire. As long as you're married to her, you get to be on the show. That puts some kind of money in your pocket, right? But I do feel like something has to be said in the sense that if the woman is the one making a crazy amount of money, I feel like most men, the man that she's with, it's always because she's buying love. She's paying for his love. Because I don't think most men want to be with a woman that makes more money than they do, right? So in their subconscious, because they probably feel inferior, they feel emasculated, it leads to cheating. It leads to cheating. What you making that face for? What? I'm being serious. That's how I feel. Like, James would be like, I'm crazy. I'm like, no, I'm being serious. I don't think most men want to be with a woman that, yeah, she probably did too. Because sometimes that also happens. There's another, what the heck? Why are you standing there looking at me this way? But so you don't think that if a man marries a woman that makes a crazy amount of money, he's more likely to cheat on her?
Well, I'd rather have a hurt ego than hurt pockets. Thank you.
No, but you're saying that now though too though. But I'm just saying off the rip, if a man meets a woman and they're already grown and she has lots of money, he doesn't have anything, you don't think that somehow he's going to hold that against her? I think he will.
You don't have ambition, so.
But that's the thing. Don't you feel like people that don't have ambition
are
most
jealous about it? You don't have ambition. If you're a millionaire and I'm doing the same thing as you and I'm struggling, maybe I feel some kind of way about that if I'm trying to do something, but he's not even trying.
But that's what I'm trying to say. But do you not notice that most people who don't try usually have the biggest appetite? Like, for example, a thief or the people who steal and stuff. They like nice cars, but they don't want to work hard to be able to afford the car. They rather steal from somebody.
You're too busy chasing women.
But that's my point. So while you're working, because he's not ambitious, he's more likely to chase women. Yeah, so we agree.
Not out of jealousy though.
But James, how would you call it if it's not like? How would y'all call this behavior? Right? Yeah, that's my point. He knows what I'm saying. Because if he's, you know how like Carl Jung said that a man needs to have his own purpose, so that way he's more focused in life. So if you meet a man that's purposeless, right? I feel like he's going to be a liability because he's not driven. So while you're busy working, he's looking for ways to have sex because he has nothing to do for himself. And I'm like, no, that's just crazy for me. That is just, oh, James made an appearance. Y'all heard his voice, right? Yeah, resentment, boredom, because he wishes he was that person. That's why we said last time we watched the girls like Sarah and the other girls. I'm like, no, even if the lady makes $300,000, and she doesn't mind the fact that the man makes 70, I'm saying after a while it's going to get to him. Jimmy's only saying that because he makes a certain income, so it's very easy to say. But my thing is though, right? If you always, because like she's going to have her standard of life because she makes 300. Hey, Brittany. Right? She makes 300,000. So she's going to have, that's Gemini. At Gemini, there's two people in there. That's Jimmy for you. Deep down, he agrees with me. That's how it goes. The Gemini. One part of his brain thinks this way. The other part thinks this way. And it's like, this is how he lives on a daily. There are two people in there. Oh, I'll tell him that. There are two people living in their head. Look at Maverick. Another Gemini, like child, right? But it's easy for him to say because he's ambitious. Jimmy's not lazy. He's never been lazy. Yo, even in school, there were days I wouldn't go to class because I didn't have my homework. Because I used to be obsessed with perfection. You know, it's really bad. I'm like, oh, I'm not going because I didn't do my homework. Like, it's not perfect. Jimmy gonna go regardless. He gonna write some kind of gibberish. Jimmy will show up. Like, this man is brave, right? I always admired that because he's not lazy. So it's very easy for him to say that. But I'm like, a man that is lazy, he will hurt you because even if he doesn't mean to, one day it's going to get to him because you go out with your friends. Y'all spend $5,000. Oh, vacations, $15,000. Wumpy wump wump. You buy dresses, $300, $600, $700. It's nothing to you because you make a lot of money, right? But one day he's like, yo, this girl is spending my whole paycheck in one dinner. It is going to get to him. He's a human being. And even if you don't mean to, he's gonna feel emasculated. The only way he's gonna feel empowered is if the lady who makes 300 starts acting like she only makes 50,000, and that's not fair to her because she hasn't made 50 and God knows how long. So that's why it doesn't work because the man needs to be the head of the household, y'all. Tradition will keep everybody safe. Being traditional will keep everybody safe. Look at Halle Berry. She went from being with a traditional man, okay, who paid for everything, made lots of money. She could not compete with him career-wise. She could not compete, right? But he said, cook and clean. She lost her mind. So she decided to leave, or I guess he left or whatever, but she could have fought for him to come back. Nonetheless, though, to go for these non-traditional relationships with men that are non-traditional. 20 relationships in now, she's lost over $50 million, right? And so I say women who are non-traditional will often experience the worst kind of relationships. Women that are non-traditional are more likely to be hurt. They're more likely to be unprotected because they're not traditional. So if you are with a non-traditional man, you'll have to see the red flags because that he's a liability because he is not a man with purpose. He's a princess. He is a princess. Even though I do say men are the prize, but I don't mean it like that, right? But you are really going to have a man who thinks he really is a prize. Like, oh, I'm a princess. Oh, I'm a pretty boy. Oh, you have to pay me to keep me. Wumpty wump wump. And I'm like, we can't live like this. We cannot live like this. That is crazy to me, right? So I'm like, to me, like I said, when I look at him in DC, I look him in DC, and then I look at Razor. Like I said, same prototype, same build, same model, same year, same engine, and it's the same amount of mileage, okay? Same thing. So I do feel like Super because I look at her ex, which is Lou. I look at, let me see if I can put him on the thingy, okay? Let me see. Do I have, what's her name again? I hate that name, Super Sin. It's so stupid. I hate that name, Lewis, right? Okay, let me see if I have some pictures. Okay. Let me see if I can show you a picture real quick, right? All right. So here is Lou, right? This is her ex. So this is the kind of man that she's able to attract naturally, right? This is what she can naturally afford, right? Like if she had never came into money, if the crayon case had never went viral, this is her type. This is the kind of man she can attract. All right, cool. Now let me show you this image, right? How you spell his name again? Okay. Now, this is her with money, right? I'm not trying to be funny. I ain't trying to be mean, but it's a reality. This is her now with money, right? Money, bunch of surgery, bunch of all kinds of surgery, all kinds of makeup, all kinds of stuff, right? So you can see she upgrades in men because she has money. She's paying for love because she didn't pay Lou. Because the day when she got mad at Lou with this whole children, young girl type of shit, she went live, started cussing him out, right? For content. She started cussing him out. And she said that he didn't even have a car seat. So I'm like, well, you're cussing him out because he can't afford a car seat for Leah. But in all honesty, it makes you look bad because how can you be a millionaire? Miss, I made $1 million an hour, right? But your baby daddy don't have a car seat. So what kind of man are you messing with? Like, why are you having sex with dudes that can't afford a car seat? Like, why is somebody getting you pregnant and he can't afford a car seat? And ultimately, whether you like Lou or not, the fact that he has your child, he sees your child, if he cannot afford a car seat, you should buy him one because this is a matter of Leah's safety. Leah has to be safe. Like, I don't have to like Lou. I'm going to buy the damn car seat. Matter of fact, I might even buy him a car because I want my daughter to be comfortable. Now, he might pick up other girls in the car, but who cares? When you come get my daughter, the car needs to be clean. I don't want no smoke smell in there, and her car seat needs to be clean. But I'm like, for you to tell us that you're a millionaire, that your baby daddy, sorry you guys, but your baby daddy don't have a car seat, that's crazy. That is really crazy. So that's how I feel. That's how I feel. Okay? Do not come for me. But I just feel like if a woman has to go through so much plastic surgery, make all kinds of money, wear so much makeup to get a man, then obviously she's not his type. She's not his type because the other girls that he was with, because he, like I said, he has other kids, right? He got other girls pregnant. So he has other children. And I would love to see what those girls actually look like. I would love to see what they look like because these women did not have to do all of that. Did they have to do BBLs? Did they have to be super rich? Did they have to have millions of followers? And he was already naturally attracted to them. So I do feel as though it's a lot better to marry a man that is naturally attracted to your beauty, right? Because what happens? Like, what happens if you lose your money? You know, because even the crayon case, I don't even think she's selling products anymore because I don't see her pushing her stuff. She's more like a content creator still, right? But what if something happens? Is this man really here for love? And like the same way Cam Newton asked the question, can a rich man ever truly experience real love? I guess we'll never know. The answer for me, I would say it's no, right? But if you have to do so much to allegedly get a man to love you, my question is, does he really love you? If he had seen the regular you walking Canal Street or whatever, would he have walked up to you and like, girl, can I get your number? Sorry, y'all. Maverick is being loud, y'all. My bad. You see, this is why making videos can be so challenging. But look at his lips here, y'all. Look at his lips. I'm like, no, I think he's lying. Hold on.
And I put me on my band
I was married, not only my soulmate, but my best friend. So thank you. I love you. And I really want you to enjoy your day. You deserve this day more than anybody I fucking know. I'm so happy you got to walk down the aisle. You got to wear your dress. You got to feel beautiful. I wish we could do this shit 30 more times and have 10,000 more people here. You deserve it.
So, yeah. So you see, this is him catering to the sisterhood because he knows she's a content creator and he loves it. One thing about Lou is not big into putting their shit on the internet like that. Like she loves, I feel like Super, she's kind of like me. Mind you, we're birthday twins. We're both born the same day. So I feel like she's kind of like me. If she could, she would have her camera all up in her house all day, every day. Like she likes to be on the internet. You know, I think she also feels like her followers are her real friends. So she likes to let people in, right? I really do. And this guy too, this new guy, right? He also loves the content. Like he loves to be seen. He loves the compliment. He knows he's very handsome. He knows he's a cutie patootie. I cannot take that away from him. He's short, but he is a cutie patootie, just like Mendici. Mendici is a cutie patootie. I cannot take it away from him, you know? And plus, Mendici has pretty sons. Like they're all pretty. Omir, Mendici Jr., they're all super cute. Very, very handsome little boys, right? But I'm like, she loves making content. He loves to be seen. He's like a little peacock, like a little cat. Like he loves to be seen. So it's like, oh, you my soulmate. And I'm so happy you got to wear your dress. I wish we could have done that. We could do it 30 times over. You can do it. Jackie Chrissy has a wedding every year. So it's not a problem, right? But the way his lips were moving, I'm like, he's not being sincere. He's not being sincere. And it goes to show you when a woman wants what she wants, she will intentionally delude herself to really think, well, this man loves me. I remember one time he even talked about her having yeast infections on the Instagram live. I'm like, why is, because I guess like she wanted him to go down there. And I guess like she had all kinds of yeast infections. And I'm like, why are y'all even talking about your yeast infections on the internet? Like, what the fuck? Like, what the freak is going on here? Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Right? But it goes to show you the same way men love pretty women, women also love pretty men, especially women that have never naturally gotten the attention from pretty men. Like they know they've always been very invisible to very pretty men. So now you have money, you've lost lots of weight, you've done BBLs, you've done everything to your body. I mean, it's not even you anymore, pretty much, right? You are able to get those kinds of guys to look at you, right? Does that make sense? But my thing is, I don't want this to be pushed to women as, oh, this is a fairy tale. It's not a fairy tale. It's a sad dream. It's a sad dream. Because when you're not somebody's type naturally, you're going to have to pay for it. The same way a man who's unattractive, he's going to have to pay for a pretty girl. It's the same way a woman who looks a certain way, if she wants to be with a pretty boy, not only will she have to pay for it, but she's going to have to do certain things to her body in order for her to become his type. Because naturally, you're not his type. She's not his type. She's not his type. I said what I said. Let me do my hair. Yeah.
D-Day got another one.
No, hell no. Hold on. They're playing music. Hold on. Before we get in trouble. Okay. So, y'all, they're playing music. My bad. So this is her. Hold on, you guys. They're about to stop playing the music. Yeah. I'm like, even her butt. You see this? That's not even her natural behind. So she had to go put that in there also. She had to go and I'm like, do you see? I'm like, to me, and I'm like, I don't think Supa's a bad person. I don't know the lady. I mean, I've seen her before. I've talked to her before on the phone, but I don't think she's a bad person. I mean, she's an Aquarius, so it is what it is, right? But I'm like, even her ass is not natural. Like, I'm like, do you see how much she had to do to marry that man? Like, to get a man like that to be attracted to her? And I'm like, for the rest of your life, you're going, every time you see that man somewhere around his type, you're not gonna have peace. You're not gonna have peace, y'all. How can you have peace? Like, you know what I'm saying, huh? Yeah. But that's what I'm saying. Even if she got you don't understand me, Libby. Even if she got the BBL before, right? Even if she got it before, he still saw the BBL and he was attracted to that, right? She's not a stranger, because you haven't lived in New Orleans. She's not a stranger to New Orleans. Like her, BB Judy, they've always been making skits, especially on social media. They're pretty well known, right? Right? Even when her company went viral, why didn't he seek her out then? Right? So ultimately, she had a BBL. Her having the BBL it was part of the ingredient of the sauce that made her attractive to Razor, right? But if she had her natural body, you think he'd be attracted to her? So look at this man. Look at this man. Hold on. I'm like, y'all crazy. Right? Okay. Let me show y'all this. Look at this, for example, right? Okay. All right. Right? Oh, sorry, you guys. My bad. Because I feel like this is so toxic. I think it's really, really toxic. Okay. Okay. So this is the old her, right? This is her before. And I'm saying this lady is not a stranger to the New Orleans scene. She's not a stranger. He's also from New Orleans. They're all from New Orleans, right? So he has heard of her name before. Why didn't he step up to her then? So once she gets the BBL, when he sees her with the BBL, because it's not even just the BBL, it's the BBL, the number of times she gets posted on social media, the number of times she's posted on the Shade Room, her follower count, and also let's not pretend like Supa doesn't like to tell people how much she makes every day. Like the girl is just, I don't know, she's just, I don't know, whatever, right? But she's always telling people, oh, I made $1 million in 1 hour. I made $2 million in 2 minutes. I made 500,000 in 50 seconds. So this girl is always telling people, hey, look how much I made. Look how much I made, right? And also, she used to be fat. She used to be really fat and unattractive. So you already know girls like that. I don't care how loud she is. I do not care. She's an Aquarius. Trust me, we're very manipulative. Deep down inside, she was hurting because she didn't look like the girl she wanted to look like. And that's why as soon as she started making money, she ran for a table. And that's why people say money amplifies who you are. Money is like, it ignites shit. Like it just makes you do shit faster, right? As soon as she had money, she didn't say, oh, let me go find a trainer. No, she laid on the table, which lets us know she has been dreaming about a body like that. She was dreaming about that. Like it's not even, oh, she woke up one day, oh, maybe I'll do a BBL. No, it was in her heart. So as soon as she makes the money, she runs for a table. Not better nutrition, not this, not that, because I'm sure she knew the kind of man she wants is not going to be attracted to the way that she looks naturally. It's okay, right? But if you have to get a BBL, if you have to get liposuction, multiple rounds of liposuction, you have to get your breasts done, your boobs done, you have to make a lot of money. You have to always put your whole life on the internet. You got to have millions of subscribers. You got to have millions of views. You always tell people how much you make. My thing is, can you truly say that any man who comes at you romantically is coming for honest reasons? And especially out here in America, the way people love money in this bitch, right? We have seen the same bullshit with freaking Cynthia and Peter, right? Peter marries Cynthia because she had money. That's what he does. He goes after pretty women who are insecure with lots of money. Because one time they had Regina King on Watch What Happens Live. And I'm like, and she's like, yeah, I know Peter. I've known Peter for years. I'm like, what the heck? So you start to realize that Peter, he only hangs around pretty Black girls. He only hangs around pretty Black girls that are like career obsessed, make a bunch of money, and are really bad at relationships. Then he goes in there and he takes their money. That's like that's fucking Peter. Okay, there are people like that. But I just feel like once somebody knows how much you make, because you're constantly advertising how much money you make, Can you truly say that this person is here because they really love me? And I say the answer is no. The answer is no. And that's why sometimes you'll have even these brothers. I forgot what brother it was. Exactly. There you go. And once again, because Cynthia doesn't want to be traditional. Cynthia was married to a basketball player, y'all. These girls are batshit crazy. They are batshit crazy. At least if I'm going to be with a cheater, I'm going to be with a cheater that has money. Yes, I'm serious. I'm not going to be with a man who cheats on me and then uses my money. But when the light skin, he's the light skin, like he's very handsome. Let me show you. Let me show you quickly. Hold on. Let me show you. Cynthia Bailey, NBA husband. You'll see. Very handsome man. Okay. Hurry up, internet. Where is that? Oh, there you go. Here. Okay, I knew I wasn't crazy. I know I'm not crazy. Okay. So here is Cynthia, but then, she's a Pisces, so, she's a Pisces, right? Okay, there you go. Who's this guy? I forgot his name. Jason Williams. There you go, right? So she was married to Jason Williams. So she left Jason because allegedly Jason cheated. Maybe he did. Most likely he did. I wasn't here. Okay. Let me see. Jason Williams, career earnings. There you go. Let's see how much he made in his career. Okay, there you go. Y'all, because we got to be some grown-ass people, right? That's why I say if you're sensitive, don't watch this live. It's not for you. Okay? So Jason Williams, career earnings, $55 million, right? So my thing is, if you know that you're going to be with a cheater anyways, because Peter cheated a lot. He took her money a lot. He went into her account many times, took money, $300,000, $200,000, $400,000. He signed a prenup, but he was always in her checking account. Okay? He goes sign a lease with her name. Don't tell her. Okay? All kinds of bullshit. But my point is, if you're going to be with a cheater, is it not better to be with a cheater that is wealthy? Because you can say, hey, you know what? You're cheating, but I guess at least you're rich. Ain't got to pay for shit. You'll pay for everything. And if I ever want to leave, I get a big divorce settlement. Right? So to me, it makes more sense to be with a cheater like Jason Williams. Absolutely. Cheat all you want. But to leave this man or divorce this man, to end up with a dark skin, I mean, not that it's bad. Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Maverick. Yo, this kid okay? Okay. Not that it's like Maverick, are you sane? Do you see what he does? Maverick, this is not your show. Maverick. Oh my gosh. Maverick, it's not your show. Oh my Lord. This is not your show, Maverick. This is Mommy's show. You're over here supposed to be a co-host. Why are you so loud? Huh? What kind of co-host is this? Sir, you're loud. You know, huh? What happened? No, sir. No. And also, this conversation is not for babies. So why are you tripping? No. Be quiet. You're too loud. Sir, what is this? Just sit here and be cute. Okay? Sit here and be cute. God bless you, son. What is this? These people are crazy. Imagine that. 14 months old want to chime in on a grown people conversation. Like, what is this? These kids out here today, they disrespectful. But anyways, right? So my point is, like, it's 14 months. What does he know about this? But my thing is like I repeat, right? It is better to be with a cheater who has 55 million. Yes. If you're going to be with a cheater regardless, just stay with Jason. Stay with Jason. And also, to me, Jason is attractive. I mean, he's really tall. Like, freak. Like, he's super tall, right? Same thing I said about Halle. What's her name? Hey, Halle Berry. Also, I'm like, listen, it's better to cook and clean, be in a traditional relationship with a man that's worth 40 million because he's never going to ask you for money. No, you want to go for something non-traditional. And now, y'all know Halle has lost $50 million. So you see, these women, they all go in these non-traditional relationships where they're the highest earners, they're the ones that are most career obsessed, and guess what? They get screwed out of so much money. They end up losing so much money because it never works out. It never works out. There's somebody else, but I don't want to say her name because you know what I mean? I'm like, this guy right here, you're going to leave. Oh, I see it coming. Oh, I see it coming. Because it never fails, right? So that's what I'm saying. So if you look at your past, if you look at your past, my question is, if he would not talk to you like this, and you have to do all of this to become this for him to talk to you, I would always feel away. I would always feel away because I'm like, low-key, high-key, naturally, I am not your type. I am naturally not your type. And I feel like that right there will always get to it's always going to eat you up because you're not blind. He ain't blind. There are girls out here that are naturally his type. So now you know you have to keep up the lifestyle because if you don't keep up the lifestyle, he is going to leave because he's not naturally attracted to you. Not trying to toot my own horn, right? Not trying to do that. But I'm just saying, like, I do believe my husband's attractive. But we met at our regular selves. Like there was no money. There was no whatever. We were just regular people. So you know the attraction is natural because we met in college, right? But I just feel like if you do all the surgeries, right? You do all this stuff. You are always advertising how much money you make. You put your entire life on the internet. Do you not see how you're more likely to be the victim of a love scam? Because and the thing about Vernell, she has so much content, you guys. All it takes is a real criminal to be patient enough to identify her pathologies, her insecurities, and things like that. Because she's always on social media. She's posting everything on social media. If you remember also when it came to Mike Hill, right? I said to you, oh, I don't trust Mike Hill because this is really weird. This is weird. Like this is a man in his 50s, right? Mike Hill, you see, once again, the whole fairy tale bullshit. And you see, it did not last. Not to be offensive, right? But it did not last. Because I'm like, Mike Hill, he was super weird. He truly, truly was super, super weird. So this man is in his 50s. I think he has 2 or 3 daughters, something like that. He's never even proposed to any of his baby moms. Never proposed. This man has never been engaged in his whole life. And he's told Cynthia that the vast majority of his friends are females. I'm like, what? So you've never been married. You've never been in his 50s, y'all. We're not talking a man that's 25. We're not talking about a man who's 35. We are not talking about a man who's 45. We are talking about a 50-plus-year-old man who's never even felt like proposing to one woman. But now you see Cynthia Bailey from the Real Housewives of Atlanta. Y'all, we already know it's one of the biggest franchise ever. It's one of the biggest franchise in the world. So now you have Cynthia Bailey, the Pisces of the group. She's very pretty. Cynthia is very pretty. Cynthia has a very nice body. She's thick in all the right places. She has a lot of money also, but she's a sucker for love. And also we saw her relationship with Peter. It was all over the place. So now all of a sudden, now you're ready for marriage. Come on, you guys. Now out of nowhere, exactly, he cheated in every relationship. But now that he sees Cynthia Bailey, oh yeah, now he's ready for love. Oh yeah, now she's the one. She's the one. No, you guys. And if it's too good to be true, it probably is. So you have 2 black women. I mean, not even black, don't matter. But you have 2 women out here who gave you children. And you were never that in love with those women. Cynthia, hold on, Maverick. Cynthia never gave you children. Like, you know, she might be a nice person, but she's never really sacrificed anything for you, right? And it's like, no, this is the one I'm going to marry. Then we find out that he was working on a book to teach black women about love. Because if you remember, Steve Harvey is the one. Oh my goodness, Maverick. What is going on here, Chad? What's up? Well, baby, what's good? Huh? What's happening? What you need? Big boy, it's giving frustration. Are you frustrated? You go to the gigs? Huh? You feel better? You feel better now? You want to be seen? You want to say hi to people? Okay. I want to say hi to co-host. Because I feel like you want to be seen. So if you're not seen, you're not going to have peace, right? Okay. Come to your aunties and your Uncle Kevin. Since you have so much to say, come say hi to the people. Since you want to be seen, y'all, he's here because he want to be seen. So I feel like he's a 14-month-old who wants to speak on relationships. But anyways, come here, Maverick. This will be good practice for you in the future. What, like 25 years from now? Huh? Good. Anyways, right? So I'm like, okay. So now you met Cynthia Bailey, and all of a sudden, oh yes, I think I can do marriage. Oh yes, I think I can be married now. Oh yes, that's the one. Oh, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. You just want to marry Cynthia Bailey because she, a former supermodel, she's one of the biggest franchises ever. She usually has bad luck with men, right? So it's like she's the perfect prototype. And Mike Hill, let me tell you something. Mike Hill, to me, he is no different than, what's her name? Megan Good, her former husband. Okay? Yo, he said a thing. He said a thing the other day. I saved it for you guys. I saved it for y'all. Right? But I'm like, how is Mike Hill any different than Megan Good's former husband? What's his name again? The fake ass pastor dude. What's his name? Forgot his name. He's so irrelevant. Devon. There you go. Right? He is no different than Devon. Devon took advantage of Megan. Took advantage because she's a pretty black girl, very career obsessed. I do feel like her image is hypersexual. So that also impacts her ability to have stable relationships, right? Brokenhearted. She has a hard time with men. And just, you know, she looks good, but it don't work, right? So he found his perfect victim. You know, and that's why. And she even said, oh, she was going through a breakup. You know, she was tired of dating the same kind of man, right? So he told her to stop smoking, gave her all kinds of Jesus, the Bible, and his penis, right? But ultimately, what happened? He left. Right? And I told y'all, they were married for 10 years. The man wrote 9 books. I'm like, you've been married for 10 years and you wrote 9 books? So pretty much every year he had a new book. So then you ask yourself, did you actually marry her because you loved her? Or was she your experiment? Was like, you know, did you say, oh, the average black woman, especially career-minded black women, is just like Megan Good? So if I marry a Megan Good, I can study the specimen up close, right? I can study the specimen up close, and then I can write better books. Because how can y'all, do you know how much work goes into writing a book? It's not even like, oh, he had one book, the whole miracle. That's 10 years, one book. No, the man almost had like 7 to 9 books in a period of 10 years. How can you write so many books? Right? And so everything he was doing, like when he was standing up for her at church, hold on, Maverick. When he was standing up for her at church, when he was standing up for her alpha choices, he was pandering to the sisterhood. He was pandering to the sisterhood. This dude is dangerous. He is a sociopath. He's a sociopath. And that's why I will always say, especially for girls who put all their business on the internet, be very careful. You know, sometimes we put so much online, we don't even realize we're being studied. We are giving people enough material to study us, to understand our fears, our weaknesses, our deepest desires, and things of the source, right? You know, oh, perfect. The Holy Spirit put that in my mind. What's that little girl from Love is Blind? The one who dated the Puerto Rican, the Dominican guy? Hold on. Hold on. No, Maverick. Right? Forgot her name. But this black girl who went on, what's that show y'all like to watch? Love Island? Oh, Love Island, sorry. Love is Blind, Love Island. It's all so damn confusing. Okay. Jenna and Kenny, there you go. Okay. So allegedly, if my memory serves me right, this boy here, what's his name? Lenny boy over here, right? So Lenny, he was not even part of the main cast. He was not part of the main cast. Allegedly, he was like an alternative, right? So when you're part of Love Island, you sign a contract that you have to wear a mic nonstop. Like you have a mic on you 24/7 nonstop. They listen to everything. So one of the girls came outside and told us that Jenna, when she was hot, she was wearing a mic. She said, oh, she would love to be with a man that is like, I guess, a Dominican that is 6-something, wump. All of a sudden, producers go and get this guy from the second house because he is an alternative, right? And all of a sudden, he shows up because they want to give her and the viewers, right, this feeling of serendipity. Like, oh my gosh, look, I manifested this. I manifested. You didn't manifest shit, okay? Producers are listening to what you want. They looked at the people. They had the leftover people. They're like, oh, who's Dominican here? Who's 6 foot here? And they brought exactly what you asked for because you talk too damn much, right? So this man comes in. He knows what time. He knows what kind of time it is because I'm sure the producers told him, right? Because these young people, when they're doing Love Island, they don't have their phones. They're not keeping up with social media. They don't know anything. Like they're completely being kidnapped, okay? It's kidnapping, right? But the producers, they're always reading everything that is going on social media. So if the fans have a favorite and the favorite doesn't have a love connection, they will find one for her because they want to keep the public happy. Y'all, this shit is weird. It's so sick. Right. And I'm like, what is so dangerous about Love Island is that it can make a woman feel as though you can manifest the love of your life. You can, everything's going to work out, serendipity. It's like, no, when you're watching Love Island, you are watching scripted television where people are intentionally manipulating the outcome of quote unquote love, right? Like producers are reading the comments. They see what people want. And because their goal is to continue to have engagement so they can sell advertisement, right? They will give the audience whatever they want. It's like, imagine if you wrote a script for a movie and you could test the script before you actually went into production. You're like, okay, what kind of ending do y'all want? And if you actually wrote the ending that the people wanted, of course they're going to be happy because this is what they asked for. And that's exactly what happens on Love Island. So this young lady, when Kenny shows up, she's like, oh my gosh, serendipity. I manifested this. No, you are being played. These people are demons. They're playing God, right? And this young man, because he wanted to be famous, because let's be for real, with these many seasons of Love is Blind, Love Island, people know if you make it and you go really, really far, you're going to be really big on social media. You will have millions of followers, at least 20 to 30,000 per post. So we're not going to lie, especially these young kids, they have no damn integrity, right? So he went along with this, but his heart was not in it. Once again, Jenna expressed her deepest desires. And also, the sad thing about it is, I feel like those desires came from a place of insecurity about her dark skin because she does not feel beautiful. Because for you to go out of your way to ask for a Dominican, when I know black, we know Dominicans by far, not all of them, okay, because they're not all the same, but by far though, a lot of Dominicans do not like black people. A lot of Dominicans do not like dark skin. And I don't even think it's because they're bad people. It's just their culture. They get put down also for being dark skinned, right? So hurt people. If you live in a society that never praises dark skin, you also start being mean to dark skinned people because it makes you feel better. Welcome to America, right? That's how it is out here, right? So is he a bad person? I can see both sides. You know, he deep down inside, he could be a good guy. But when you're from a culture that tells you that you have to go for light skin because that's the best of the best, he's also a product of his culture. You know what I mean? And that also is quite interesting, huh? But he's also a product of his culture. So I'm not going to be too hard on the young man because he's very young, right? But a lot of people, even light-skinned people who are Dominican, sometimes even in their family, they're told they're not light-skinned enough. Can you imagine how sick they are? Okay? You're not light-skinned enough. Your hair is not curly enough. So when you go to another community where you're the lightest person, you do unto others what has been done to you, which is you put people down because you've been put down, right? It's a real thing. Okay? So that's what they did. That's what they did. And I'm like, it's to me, like I said, to me, it's very dangerous to force these goofy ass fairy tales as this is the perfect romance to a bunch of single women. Because then when they go out there in the dating market, they're going to be reckless. They're going to be reckless. And it's like, you need to be very careful that you're not putting things on social media that one day you're going on a date and a man will say it, oh my gosh, he must have read my mind. No, sis. He went through your Instagram and he saw your post. He read your captions and he saw your post. And so many girls, I don't think it's intentional, but they're not being mindful of the trail of desperation, desperate to be loved, desperate for romance, how much money they make, right? These women are leaving a trail all over social media. And all it takes is one man to be patient enough to go through your to go through your social media to know exactly what you need. And then when he shows up in your life, it's like a dream. You know, oh my gosh, I've never met a man that's so patient. I've never met, and like some people will put their favorite Bible verse in their bio, right? Then you're like, oh my gosh, you read the Bible? So let's say your favorite is like Philippians 4:13. He's like, yes. You're like, oh my God, what's your favorite verse? He'll be like, Philippians 4:13. That's my favorite verse too. Bitch, it's in your fucking bio, you idiot. You see? This is what I always told you. I don't do Bible study with no man, right? You got to be, y'all, some of y'all who are currently dating, I'm telling y'all, you need to go through your Instagram, go through your social media and see if you haven't overshared. That one day a man can meet you, go on your profile, study your goofy ass and show up as Prince Charming, because all you have to do is go through your profile because you put too much information about yourself on the internet. Okay? You got to be very careful. Women, they talk too damn much. They talk too much. They overshare. They just do too much. They just do too much. Okay? Yeah. I'm like, they do so much. So I'm like, yeah, you can study people because sociopaths, we have a lot of sociopaths out here, right? They will go through your profile, right? No, I'm being serious. They'll be like, oh my gosh, it was meant to be. It was, no, you're about to be scammed. He's going to scam you because you overshare. You know, even me, I'll do it sometimes. Like if I find an influencer and I see like she has crazy views, I will scroll all the way down to her first post. So if I'm doing it just to see, okay, what's your strategy for content? You don't think that somebody who knows that you have money or whatever is going to do the same thing? What do I say? What does she like? What happened? Like even Mike Hill. When Mike Hill showed up on Housewives, he was too perfect. Mike Hill was too perfect. Calling everybody, oh, I want to propose to her. He made sure that Cynthia's mom would like him. He made sure that her sister would like him because, you know, they never liked Peter. You know, and we watched the wedding because at the wedding, remember, Cynthia's mom and her sister wanted to hide the marriage license because they don't want her to get married, right? So Mike Hill comes in, he does everything right. There's nothing wrong. Everything is perfect. I'm like, that's not normal because every person has a flaw. You're too perfect. You are just too perfect. And I'm like, it felt like Cynthia was an assignment and he has studied her through and through. Like, this is crazy. So then what COVID happened, they didn't know it was going to happen. So Cynthia kept trying to push the wedding back. Remember that, right? And then Kenya said to her, but just get married. But no, because she wanted to get married on TV. Why? Because her first marriage to Peter happened on TV, right? So I'm sure Mike Hill wanted to also get married on TV. Let me see. Hold on. Sorry, y'all. I got to handle this baby and then do this live. This is crazy. Maverick, stop. Right? So her and Peter got married on TV, right? So that's always going to be out there. So I feel like, what's his name again? I feel like Mike Hill, he also wanted to be on TV. Like, shoot, I want to be on TV too because he wanted to sell the book, right? So the wedding was going to be great. Like, it was going to be great advertising, great marketing, right? And then after a big wedding, he was going to release his book. He was working on a book, right? But the producers did not want to do that because at that time we had the social distancing and things like that. So Cynthia was upset because Mike Hill wanted the wedding to be on TV. He wanted a national televised wedding. Suspicious, huh? Right? Even the fact that there's COVID and stuff. Why? Because at that time, I mean, I didn't really believe in it, but that's just me. But it's like, let's assume it was like for real. Why would you even want people to risk contamination for your wedding? Because that's how badly he wanted to have the book, right? So then Cynthia gets kicked off the show. She gets kicked off the show within a matter of months. One day he's on Twitter and then he wrote on Twitter, oh, I don't know if this marriage is going to last. Like, what the heck? You've only been married for a year. I'm like, yeah, because he's not a husband. He's not marriage material, right? He's over there on ESPN in LA doing his goofy ass sports stuff, right? How much money is he making, right? But this book, he was counting on this book for major dollars, right? Because remember, Steve Harvey is worth $150 million. But Steve Harvey, the vast majority of that money comes from the book, Think Like a Man. The book, the sell of the book, and the fact that he sold the rights to the book for them to make the movie. So that's how he made most of the money, right? So, you know, if you're able to follow the Steve Harvey blueprint, right, you're probably going to make at least 20 million. So do you see how people have a vested interest to get you to fall in love and to believe this bullshit? Because when they look at you, all they see is a dollar sign. All they see is a dollar sign. Before Think Like a Man, Steve Harvey was out here doing Kings of Comedy. He was out here being Mr. Hightower. He barely had no money. Before Think Like a Man, was he even married to Harvey, to what's her name? Marjorie? What do I know? Okay. But that book, Think Like a Man, selling the book, the licensing the book for the movie, Steve Harvey made over 100 million. Y'all, sorry, this baby's loud. Okay. Made over 100 million. Over 100 million. So like Mike Hill, that's exactly what he was going for. And who better than someone that a lot of Black girls like, because Cynthia's not really problematic, right? But a lot of people love Cynthia. So you're married to Cynthia. You show up as the perfect man after she had a bad breakup with someone like Peter, who did not appreciate her. He was not a good man to her. And you show up like God's answers to her prayers. She's going to eat it up. Her fan base is going to eat it up, right? Who else? The Bishop Jakes is going to eat that stuff up because, oh, yeah, the Black girls love you. Come to Women That Are Loose conference. We're going to start charging an extra $100 to the conference, right? But they make money selling love to Black women. So what they have to do is find a Black woman that most Black women look up to, and then they show up like Prince Charming. Everything is perfect. They always call you, oh, you're my soulmate. You're my this mate. You're my whatever. If you felt like she was your soulmate, why didn't you marry her sooner? If you felt like she was such a soulmate, Maverick, if you felt like she was such a soulmate, why didn't you marry her sooner? Right? Because you only have one soulmate, right? Why did you have to wait years to marry the person? So you didn't mind your soulmate getting away from you? Go somewhere. Hold on, you guys. I'm going to give you a break. Maverick, you're too loud. You're too loud. You're loud. You're loud. Hold on. You know, but I'm like, child, this is crazy. But I do love that she wore her natural hair. That's pretty. That's really pretty. I love that. Very pretty that she wore her natural hair. That's a pretty twist out. Love that. Very pretty. We need to see more people get married with their natural hair. That's super cute. Okay. So you see? You see? I'm telling you, he knows what he's selling. Pretty boy vibes. Pretty boy vibes. Yes, Maverick. Hold on. Okay. Y'all, there's still music, so sorry. Sorry, y'all. I'm trying to give you a break because he's a little too loud. I'm telling him he's loud. You see this? Right? Trying to sell dreams to people. I'm like, y'all got to stop doing this. People really, really have to stop doing this. And I get it. It's part of content creation. Because I feel like that's I feel like also when you're an influencer, because I feel like we got that, people got that from the Kardashians. I feel like when you're an influencer and you have at least like 1 million plus, you know, you feel like you have to share your wedding. You have to share your pregnancy announcement. You have to share this, and that, because it's like you have to keep people interested in your life. So pretty much your privacy becomes a commodity. You have to sell your private life in order to keep people engaged, right? Because as long as they want your life, right, they'll buy your product. That's it. This, like, what Super's doing here, y'all, for real, it is no different than Hailey Bieber. Let's also be so for real, okay? It is no different than Hailey Bieber, because Hailey, when you're married to Justin Bieber, and the mere fact that so many girls, oh my Lord, Maverick, you're gonna end up somewhere you're not gonna like, okay? I can't do this with you. You see, this is why career women don't want to have children, okay? Because y'all know when to be quiet. What's up? Here, grab this. Yeah, I'm giving you this. Find this. Use this. Okay. Right. What I'm saying is, right, what we see here. Let me see. Okay, put this picture up, right? What we see here, right, with Renelle and her person, right? It really is no different. It is no different than when you have Hailey Bieber also. Because if you're married to someone like Justin Bieber, where millions of young ladies are in love with him, if you have a product line, especially a makeup beauty line, the girls are going to buy it because they also like Justin Bieber. They really have a thing for Justin Bieber. Okay. You okay? Y'all, sorry. I have a baby, y'all. So this is my reality, right? They have a thing for Justin Bieber. So if Justin Bieber went for you, they're like, okay, whatever she's doing is what a man like Justin Bieber likes. So if she wears this kind of lipstick, I'm going to buy it. If she wears this kind of outfit, I'm going to buy it because you want to attract a man like Justin Bieber. Does that make sense? Right? So when you look also like at Super, what she's doing here too, right? Let's say you have girls that are like into the razor type, they're into the Mendici type, they're into the pretty boy type. Well, you'll say, hey, if this worked out for Renelle, it's going to work out for me. So I'm going to do it too, which is why I feel like influencers, they have to get these women consumed with their lives. Their job is to make you want their lives. Like, hey, want my life, want this, want that. And also, you want to have a redemption story. Okay, I had a bad breakup. I was overweight, like super overweight, didn't make a lot of money. I was out here struggling with my kids, right? And here came this man after a bad breakup. He looks better than my ex. He loves my children. He supports me. He calls me his soulmate. One thing, right? The girls, and especially not to be offensive, but when you live in a society or community where you have a lot of women that are single moms, right? They want to see that. Right? They want to see that redemption arc. The Prince Charming who comes in and I don't care how many kids you have. I don't care how many men you slept with. I don't care how many baby daddies you have. I don't care that you used to be so big. Okay? I want you now. I love you now. Da, da, da. But what most women also have to be very cerebral about, you cannot be disillusioned. Okay? You have to remember, she has money. Now, does she still have the money? I don't know. But she had money at one point. She had a company that was doing well at one point. She went viral many, many times. She still has lots of views. She has millions of followers, okay? Amidst the plastic surgery stuff, but always advertising how much she makes. The average Black single mom, you don't have that, okay? You don't have that. Most likely not going to have that. So you have to be a bit more realistic. And like I said, a part of this fairy tale ending is because she can afford to buy this. She can afford the life. She can afford the man. She can afford this picture because money plays a big part in what we're seeing. Because if money was not here, I don't think this man would be here. I really do not believe this man will be here. Just like Auntie Monique also, right? Really big woman. I also don't think Uncle Sydney would have married her if she didn't have the moolah. And that's why she made him her manager. So he's working, but she's still giving him money because he could have his own job, right? But he works for her as the manager, right? Taraji P. Henson, there was a season where she was dating this one guy, this dark-skinned dude, I think he was like 35 or something like that. Yeah, most likely she was paying for love too. And then one day he got tired, he left, right? So I'm like, be cerebral. Be very cogent, be very lucid, and understand exactly what you're looking at. This is not real life. I know it looks like real life, but this right here is not real life. Because I will keep saying it. If a man would not like you, he wouldn't love the natural you, you're not his type. You are not his type. This guy raised her, he has a type. And she had to use doctors, money, you name it, in order to become somewhat his type. But he has a type. And his type, she's out there naturally. So we'll see. But hopefully, like I said, hopefully she signed a prenup because I don't trust this man. And I also don't trust her. So let's go. Sorry, y'all. There's still music. What are the odds? Human life. The way human beings are something else, huh? They need to be studied. They're trying so hard. Oh, Lord. Anyways, let's go.
not in Puerto Rico. In an article written by Essence.com titled Bridal Bliss, all the details emerge as they say, you know Ray Nell, Super Scent Stewart, as a successful entrepreneur in the beauty business. Now get to know her as a wife. The Crayon Cake's founder tied the knot with her longtime love, thriving businessman, Ray.
And then also, hold on, Maverick, to not make him feel emasculated. Oh, he's a thriving businessman. What business does he have? What does he do? Right? What does he do? He has a thriving business. Let's be so for real. Okay, this man. Oh, and I remember him as yes. I remember because I looked him up because I don't trust people. He's part of Masterpiece Clique. He used to work with Masterpiece, some kind of management stuff with Masterpiece. So like I said, he's an industry person. But like even in New Orleans, when I lived in New Orleans too, his name was not well known. So I'm like, thriving businessman, what business does he have? Even with Master P, what breakout deals did he bring to Master P? Okay, stop. Exactly. Simon was a businessman. Exactly, right? They love to embellish the careers or activities of these men. No. He used to work with Master P, right? Was he doing anything significant for Master P? I don't know. But when I looked it up, I didn't find anything spectacular that he was doing. But ultimately, she had more money than him, and she probably still does, right? But one thing he has is the looks. Okay? It is the looks. It's the looks. And you know one thing that always gets me also? Hold on, Maverick. Wow. You're something today. You know one thing that also gets me that I don't understand is like, if you have, I think he has multiple. I think he at least has like 2 baby moms. But I'm like, if you have multiple baby mothers, why don't you try to make it work with those women? Right? Why don't you try to make it work with those women? Because they were good enough for you to have kids with, right? But no, you want to fall in love. You want to fall in love with a millionaire, right? You want to help a millionaire raise her children. You want to do X, Y, Z with a millionaire. Why don't you do those things with the people that you had kids with? And I say the money plays a big part in this. The money plays a big part. It really does.
Razor broke over a weekend in a small, stunning ceremony in Puerto Rico. The celebration was unique in that they did not have their circle with them. They didn't have any guests at all, a desire to really be in the moment and shirk expectations and stressors that come along with planning traditional weddings.
You guys, sorry, my loves, because he's just loud. So sorry for this live. So they said they went and got married in Puerto Rico by themselves. No family. I'm like, not even the children. No family, no children, just those two. And I'm like, but why? But why? Right? But why? Now, Maverick. Now, you know what? This also makes me think of, what's that girl's name? Kenya Moore. Because Kenya went out there and she eloped. Yes, y'all. What's that man's name she eloped with? Mark Daly. There you go. Okay, right? So here's Kenya, right? Kenya went out there. Oh my gosh, Maverick. Kenya went out there and eloped. You know, it was so weird. Okay. She went on an elopement, didn't tell anybody. Okay. Y'all give me a second. My apologies. I had to fire my co-host, so I apologize. No. This is too much. It's getting ridiculous. I told him he can't keep doing this, okay? But anyways, so Kenya went and eloped with Mark Daly. I don't know. I mean, she had a few people there, but I don't even know who was there. But you see what that turned into? Did you see what that turned into? So now, divorce. They went through a divorce for a longer period of time that they were actually married. Also, I think part of her divorce settlement is that she has to give him money. Let me see. Can you move her? Hold on. Lord. Let me see if it talks about it. Hold on. But even that too, though. So it's saying here that Mark Daly has to give $2,000. He sure did. He's kind of weird. Okay. But I'm like, even that, you went through this whole holla just to get $2,000 a month, from a man? That's crazy. That is really, really crazy. Okay. But ultimately, my thing is it didn't end well. So I'm like, yeah, you guys, you can do a smaller wedding because, I can kind of see how, is it worth the money to invite all these people? And then you're so stressed out, like, in this economy, probably not. I want to save my money. However, to not even have the children there, like your kids are not there, his kids are not there, your mom and dad are, there's certain people that are precious that I think should be there. But I'm like, to elope, it's a bit weird, It could also be indicative of like financial issues because, it's expensive to do an out of state, like, out of country wedding destination. And like I said, I don't even know if she's making as much money as she used to because I feel like she has neglected the crayon case. I don't feel like her heart is in the crayon case as much as it is being in a relationship and making her whole persona on social media about being in this relationship. So it's kind of weird, but I'm like, at least the children should have been there because it's a marriage. They should be able to see this. And then I think both parents on both sides should be there. To not even have Jessica there, Tokyo there, Brika, none of her besties are there. I don't know. Then like him grabbing her ass like this, you see, yeah. Pandering for the cameras. To me, this is giving acting.
Which often more caters to the guest than the actual couple. Mm-hmm. The private ceremony allowed for the couple to embrace a truly intimate ceremony. In the end, it was just the couple and the wedding officiant.
That is crazy. Nobody was there? Oh, that's extreme. That is really extreme. That's really extreme. Yeah, nobody was there at all? No, that's weird, y'all. I don't know like that. That especially for someone from New Orleans, like nobody was there, like your mom is not there, your dad's not there. Your bloodline is not there, just this man. And I was like, when I saw this part, because I did watch some of it before I got on live, but I was like, yo, I hope this man is not doing what these people do, like when they isolate you from your family, okay? Because like I said, power of attorney. And I don't even know. I don't know. That's just me, but maybe because I ain't shit, but I don't even know if someone that has seizures like that, who can really forget, like that one time they traveled, she forgot everything. I don't know if someone that has seizures like that should even get married. I don't even know if she should. Also, like I said, I pray she has a prenup, and I pray that she has some kind of emergency paperwork where if something was to ever happen to her, if something was to ever happen to her memory, her mom or her dad, or even her oldest son should be her guardian ad litem, okay? They should be the ones that have power of attorney over her. I don't trust people, y'all. I don't trust people. Especially people you meet when you have money. Yeah, the fuck right. They're here because of the money. Okay? Yeah. I really pray because I'm telling y'all, B. Smith, what that man did to B. Smith, it will forever be etched in my memory. Okay? B. Smith husband, he evil. Okay? You see? Like, you see? This is B. Smith's husband. And once she got sick, once she got really sick, or she had dementia, once she got sick, the man moved in the white woman into this lady's property. And that's his type. Okay, that's his real type. Okay, I will never stop saying it. That's his real type because your wife is sick, and the first thing that comes to mind is a white woman. She was always your type. Okay, she was always your type. Oh, yes, they were living there together. Now, the white woman, eventually she left. She sued him for a lot of money, I think like millions of dollars. But ultimately, that's not his money. That's B. Smith's money. Because she had, I don't know if she's still alive, but at that point, she had dementia. Right. And then y'all remember he even came out and he was like, oh, it's not what people think. It's actually better. He said it was more humane, something along the lines of like, it was more humane for him to do that to B. Smith than to put her in a home care or to put her in some kind of hospice. Let me see if I can find the video. I was like, this man is weird. Hold on. I'm like, this man is really weird. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Okay, there you go. Here it is. Watch this for yourself. Hold on. Watch this. You see? Watch this. People are crazy. Me, I fear people, man. Where's the video? Everything is so. Why am I confused?
Back in 2013, model, entrepreneur, and lifestyle guru B. Smith was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's.
Since then, B and her husband Dan have been advocates in the fight against the debilitating disease.
Dan's also been B's primary caregiver, and in December, he received a lot of criticism when he announced he's in a new relationship.
I've known B and Dan for more than 25 years, and yesterday I visited with them exclusively at home, where I had a very candid conversation with Dan, his daughter Dana, and his girlfriend Alex.
Jesus Christ.
This is B. Smith today, living with a disease affecting nearly 6 million Americans.
Whatever you do, just do it with style.
The former fashion model was known for her nationally syndicated TV show, B. Smith with Style, restaurants.
You guys, I'm not trying to, hold on. Listen.
But in 2000,
I want to say something, right? And I'm not trying to be insensitive towards Miss B. Smith. You know, she's an elder. I ain't trying to be insensitive like that. I'm not even doing that, right? But I have to say a thing. It's like, do you not notice that women that are in modeling, beauty, like what they pretty much build their entire careers on how they look, pretty much, right? I think these women are narcissists. I really do. And I don't think it's intentional. But for you to always want to be seen like that, you're a narc, okay? And I feel like those kinds of women, because of what they do, the careers that they have, me, my beauty, I'm so beautiful. People say, oh my gosh, you're so beautiful. You're so beautiful, right? These kinds of women, I feel like they have a tendency, it's not just low self-esteem, but they have a tendency of attracting people who praise them. And so when they come around men who are full, their mouth like, okay, their mouths are full of praise and adulation and compliments. They don't even care to vet these men. Oh, he's always praising me. Oh, he's texting me 15 times a day. No, he knows you're a narcissist. You are a narcissist with lots of money. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, it's like a game of chess, right? I'm going to make a video so you can understand how chess is played. But pretty much the whole goal of chess is to protect the queen or get to the queen. It's a real thing. And I feel like a lot of women, because most women don't know chess, they've never cared to understand the rules of chess. They don't even see how, especially when they're successful and they're very vain and they're always out there, it makes them more likely to be preyed upon. Because women like that are usually insecure. They usually have low self-esteem. They need loads of validation. They love to be praised. They love to be admired. And I'm like, you're going to attract problems. You're going to attract your worst enemy, right? But you see, she was an influencer before it was even a word to be called an influencer. The one we just saw, an influencer. Halle Berry, influencer. Like these people, they're women that live a life, their careers, their life, everything is built around how do I look? How much money I make? What movie am I in? Cynthia Bailey, another one, supermodel, them kind of people. It never fails. And I'm like, girls like that, it's sad because the careers they chose, the things they choose to do is the very reason why they're not going to attract good men. It's the very reason why they're not going to be successful, which is why I also think that sometimes you'll have an influencer. She can be very pretty, fashion, well put together, but it's hard for her to have a great relationship because she overshares, right? A lot of, I guess, good men are turned off by a woman that posts too much on social media. So the only kind of man you can attract when you're constantly oversharing on social media is most of the time a scammer. Because he also wants the limelight. You know what I mean? He also wants the limelight. Because he's just as sick as you are. It's like two crackheads attracting each other. Have you ever seen crackhead love? Have you ever seen two drug addicts in love with each other? It's crazy, huh? The love is, it's some crazy type of attraction. It's so sick. It's so twisted, right? Because these are two very unhealthy people. And that's why I've always said this. If a woman ever says, my ex was a narcissist, I'm like, yeah, because most likely you were also a narcissist. You attract your dark shadow, right? And people don't want to see, people don't want to admit that to themselves, because let's say you're a woman or you're a man, and then you dated someone and the person was awful. How many people want to admit to themselves that maybe I'm also an awful person, right? Most people have a very embellished, sanitized understanding of their person because it's make-believe, right? Most people are not honest with themselves. Most people will say, you know what, I am insecure. Sometimes I can be petty. Sometimes I am vindictive. Sometimes I also ain't shit. No, most people, when they speak of themselves, it's like a resume. Everything is perfect. There's never any flaw. And also, who wants to admit that, no, my ex is so awful, Marlene, you can't tell me that I have something in common with that person. I'm like, yes, you do. It's your dark shadow. You attract your dark shadow. The things that you don't want to be honest about, the things that you hide from yourself, from your friends, from people, you name it. That's who you're attracting. Because a lot of us in this life, we wear a mask, right? We're all somewhat kind of fake. We're all somewhat kind of fake. We want people to see us a certain way. And I guess it gets to a point, once again, it's a sickness. It gets to a point, it's not just people you're trying to convince of your goodness. You are now trying to convince yourself that you're good. And that's why a lot of time when it comes to breakups, most people have a hard time saying, you know what, I'm messed up too. It's like everything is the other person because you don't want to admit that you're flawed, right? Like, no, there's no way I'm above, I'm superior. No, you're not. You attracted your dark shadow. He is you. That's who you are. He just gave it back to you. And it made you feel like, oh, but yes, because that's usually how you make other people feel, right? But I'm like, most people they're not accurate. They're not reasonable. They're just not honest when they assess who they truly are. They only want to focus on the positive. And even when they tell you about the positive, it's overinflated. They overinflate how nice they are. They overinflate how great they are at communication. I'm such a great communicator. And then you'll see her communicate like, no, this is not how proper people, this is not how intelligent people go about communication. You are an emotional person. You rant. That is not communicating. You chastise people. You wag your finger at people. This is not communication, because an effective communicator can also learn to listen to receive. No, let me just hear what he says so I can argue right back with him. That is not communication. That's you being petty. You're immature, right? But a lot of people cannot admit that about themselves. You know, people really struggle with having a proper assessment of self, you know, and that's why a lot of people do not have self-awareness. They just don't have it because they lie to themselves about who they truly are. And this is why many times, even just like Super, they will just walk around and ignore all the red flags. Because Marlene, I mean, I'm sure she's done that too. She's an Aquarius. I hope she did. But I will really take a step back and ask myself, does he really love me? Right? And I think the answer is no. But is he willing to perform with me? The answer is yes. She has found an amazing, you know, supporting actor in whatever crazy movie this is, whatever kind of lie she wants to sell her predominantly single mom audience. This is a movie. It's not real life. Because like me, Marlene, I'm not trying to be funny, but if I had to do a bunch of plastic surgery, bunch of BBLs, bunch of boob jobs, cut my stomach, whatever she had to do to be this kind of skinny to get Jimmy, I would know I'm not his type. You know, I don't even think I could do that because I wonder what that would do to my self-esteem, what that would do to my brain. You know what I mean? To know that, yeah, if I had not done all of these things, if I had not achieved all of these things, this man never would have looked at me. And the fact that you had to lay on the table multiple times for him to slightly see you as potential, that's not okay. To me, that's not okay. People should love you for who you are. You know, because money comes and goes. Fame, it comes and goes. But if you only attract the love of your life after all of this, is he really? I think he's the actor of your life. So I really hope that their movies, I mean, I hope it has a good ending, but I'm like, child, I don't know, but let me keep playing this. But I'm like, these women are narcissists.
13, at the age of 64, she was diagnosed with early onset Alzheimer's. One of the first visible signs happened right here on Today.
So this is what I do. I marinate it in reduced balsamic? No. Just guessing. Wait. I'm throwing myself off here.
He and her husband, Dan Gasby, began to share their story to help others. As her illness progressed, Dan has remained by her side. When I walked up to her, for a moment, I thought she recognized me. She had this, oh, it's so good to see. And I know she doesn't know me, but does she?
And you see how he positions himself as the supporting husband. Oh, you know, and her husband is right by her side. Yeah, because right by her side is where the money resides. Are you crazy? Right by her side is where the money resides. If Miss B. Smith had no money, would he have stayed? Most likely not. And I'm gonna look it up. I would love to know when they got married. Was she already successful when they got married? But obviously, because if he had loved her when she was a regular human being, there's no way. Because when you take your vows are for better or for worse. Right? But to the image, because this man is also a sociopath, to the world, he has to give this image of a man who's not giving up on his wife, and he's fighting for her, and he's fighting for their love. She was already successful? Okay. Right? Because this is what we do. We create personas. We see what people want, we hear what people want, we guess what people want, and then we become a persona. And then our job then is like to sell that to people, and hopefully we hope that they buy the bullshit, but it's just bullshit. Right? Because if you're not like me, because I'm critical of everything. I'm like, oh my gosh, look, he really loves her. No, she has money. And imagine if he took her to divorce court in the state, he would be a pariah. He's not stupid. She's always been in the media. And because he's been by her side, he knows how the media works. Because she showed him how the media works. You understand? Anybody who's an influencer, to some extent, is manipulative. Because how you going to make it? You have to be who people want you to be. You know, listen, let me tell you something, right? If you ever want to be a successful, you see? So he came to her business. There you go. It never fails. Just like Terry, the lady who wrote How to Stella Got Her Groove Back. She showed up to Jamaica as an American with a bunch of money. That little poor Jamaican boy finessed her. Made her feel like he was in love with her. I'm sure he probably ate her vagina all day, every day. Like it was some kind of, Jamaican rarity or something like that, right? She brought him to America. Once he got here and he understood how this thing worked, he was like, okay, I guess I'm gay now. Woohoo, okay, sis. Hey, right? The same thing with Star Jones. It's like it's right there in front of you. You're not his type. Star Jones even knew she was not this man's type. Girl, go sit down somewhere, right? R. Reynolds, I think most people could look at him like, this man has to be gay. But once again, the delusion of Star Jones. I can be this overweight, this, and that, and somehow a younger man is going to be so attracted to me. No, Star Jones paid for everything. She paid for everything, right? And I'm like, and this kind of disease that so many women have, it needs to stop. You know what I mean? Oh, but it's not a problem. It is a problem. That's why you're paying. If it was not a problem, you wouldn't have to use money to get this person. But if you have to use money to get somebody close to you, they don't love you. They love the money. Okay? But my point is, this man is not an idiot. He's been with a woman that's a public image. So he knows. If you say, okay, now that she's sick, I don't think I can do it. I'm going to put her in a hospice and I'm going to ask for a divorce. You're going to be a pariah. The networking, the friends, the industry friends, everything you've built with her throughout the years, no one is going to talk to you. Also, if you go through a divorce, it's going to be a lot harder for you to have control of her finances. If you position yourself as a caring husband who's loving her and you perform on national TV with Al Reynolds, say, oh yeah, he's a good man. I've known him for 20 years. It becomes a lot easier for you to get certain things done. it becomes a lot easier for you to get the judge to side with you. Oh yeah, he's just a mindful husband. Get the fuck right. Get the fuck right. Right? And I don't know. I guess maybe they have one child. I don't know. Maybe she have more kids. I don't know. Right? But this is how people perform. And sometimes what you don't realize, and I will also say the same thing about Renelle Super, right? Is that when you deal with people who have a non-social media platform themselves, like they've never had any relevancy on social media and they spend a lot of time with you, what you don't realize is that you are teaching them how to manipulate an audience. You are teaching them how to talk to people, how to resolve conflict, how to finesse. He is going, like by being with you, he is going through a masterclass in human manipulation, especially Black women manipulation, because he sees you doing it and he's learning it. I said the same thing about Cassie and her husband. I said Alex Fine, same thing. Anybody in the right mind who truly believes that Alex Fine was not bothered, or he was not distressed, or he was not even disgusted by the stuff he heard in court, you are batshit crazy. You are batshit crazy. To feel jealous, to feel disgusted, to feel appalled, to feel whatever, it is perfectly normal because he's a human being. Anybody, even I, Marlene, if I went to court and they told me that Jimmy was out here having sex with all kinds of sex workers, whatever, even I would be confused of what the fuck. Okay? It is a natural human reaction. So for him to sit there stoically because I know that the prosecution, they had about 12 different men who walked up and took the stand talking about how they had sex with Cassie, how they would pee on Cassie, how they were selected because of their penises, how she would keep talking to these men, one thing, one woman. Alex Fine is sitting in that courtroom trying to convince the world that he's a supportive husband. No, the man has a plan. But by being next to Cassie, by being next to Diddy, especially Diddy being an entertainment mogul, by being with Cassie, who has now masterfully rebranded herself as a willful participant in BDSM foolishness, to now, oh my gosh, I'm a victim, right? He's learning. These are master strokes. This is a master class in human manipulation and how you manipulate the media and how you manipulate the audience. And I said to y'all, the very moment she filed her first lawsuit against Diddy, he had his own lawyers. Because when you read Cassie's lawsuit, like towards the end of the lawsuit, she talks about her drug addiction. And she talks about the fact that while she was pregnant, she was still taking drugs. Then she talked about that after she had the baby, she had to go to rehab, right? So I'm like, why would you ever put that in the lawsuit? But the thing is, in order to, let me show how Diddy damaged my life. But you also show that you're an unfit mother. So you were pregnant using drugs. Then when you had the baby, you were using drugs. But you see, you're helping Alex Fine. But right now, he's playing a role. He's supportive. He's not judging her for how many men she slept with, because a lot of ladies, too, are very promiscuous. A lot of ladies have allowed themselves to be deceived by the evil gospel of feminism, which says a woman is liberated through sexual partners. She has to sleep with many people. But then they get to a point, they realize to what avail, right? Because you got to have wisdom in life. Just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do it, right? You can sleep with multiple people, but what's the end goal? What does that do for you? Absolutely nothing. And I would even put it on the table that to sleep with so many people is eventually going to make you feel worthless. Because you'll say to yourself, how come nobody stuck around? Because, okay, right? But my thing is, this man also, when it's time for him to divorce this lady, you're going to see that people are going to be on his side. Because between her and Diddy, he came off like a hero. He saved her from the crazy black brute who was selling her as a sex slave. When I said to y'all, this man has no integrity. Because let's even assume that Cassie was indeed being human trafficked for sex. If you know that a woman has been tricked out like this, right? A decent man would not even want to sleep with her. Because you would say to yourself, this woman has now associated gratitude with giving her body away. Oh, you do a favor for me, you can have my body. You do this for me, you can have my body. So if Alex Fine had any integrity, you can get her out of the situation without sleeping with her. But no, he also slept with her, right? Also, he has a work contract. He's hired by Diddy. So you're hired by Diddy, And you hired by Diddy to train this woman. And while you're there to train her, you're having sex with her, right? But once again, and especially a lot of Black women, they have this obsession with always positioning a white man as a savior. It's not their fault. They grew up with white supremacy, okay? And they grew up watching Disney movies. So in Disney movies, a white man is always a Prince Charming, but he's not. Because once again, did he quit the job? Was he having sex with Cassie and taking Diddy's money? Yes. Okay, so this man has no integrity. He is not a savior. He's not a savior. But when you understand how the media and people react to it, he's going to be seen as a savior anyways, right? But if you move on integrity, this fucker right here has no fucking integrity, just like Kid Cudi. If Kid Cudi truly believed that Cassie was being sex trafficked, being abused by Diddy, where she was forced to have sex with strangers for 12 hours at a time, he also would have said, this girl is so damaged, I can't sleep with her. She is damaged. She does not have a healthy mindset to even know how to approach intimacy from a healthy perspective, because everything is transactional with her body. So if you feel sorry for her, you're not going to have sex with her. You know, it's funny how none of these men, but Diddy, the monster, took this girl to rehab, right? Kid Cudi never offered her to go to rehab because he was happy fucking her, right? Alex Fine never took her to rehab because he was happy having sex with her. They all benefited from this alleged dysfunction or sex trafficking and human trafficking because they also got to play the hero role. And even when you listen to the sex workers, every sex worker, for the most part, felt special. They felt like they were Cassie's preferred sex worker because Cassie has a way of talking to these men, and she's cute, right? She has a way of talking to these men to make them feel like, oh, you're my hero, you're saving me, you're da da da. So everybody thought they were special. And one at a time, they all discovered, no, she keeps going back to Diddy. No, she has different sex workers. No, you're the guy she calls when she's in Miami. You're the guy she calls when she's in LA. You're the guy she calls when she's in NYC. This girl is loyal to no one. She's a sex addict. She's a sex addict. But it doesn't matter because her addiction can be rebranded as her being a victim of a Black demon. And that's perfect for America because America loves a Black man that's a monster who cannot control his penis. But now we know Diddy barely has a penis, but whatever, right? That's how it goes. And I'm like, the older I get, the more I understand that. Is that in this life, it's not who you think you are, it's what people see you as, right? Like you can think, oh, I'm a good person. Yes. But to the media, to the public, they can see you as an evil person because it's all perspective. Right? You can be an shit person, but somehow to the media and to the masses, you'll be seen as a hero. Right? So when he divorces her, it's going to be very easy for him. And there's not going to be any backlash because he's the hero, the white man who saved her from this Black monster. Right? And then he's the husband who sat in court as the world got to know how many people she slept with. She got peed on, pooped on, I mean, you name it. And he was there being a supportive husband. Through her drug addiction, he was a supportive husband. So now if Alex says, you know what, you guys, I really tried and I don't know what to do. And so for my mental health, I think it's best if Cassie and I separate, and I wish her all the best. She's a great mom. She's always been a great mom. Who gonna be mad? Because what the public saw is a supportive husband. What I see is a swindler who had this whole shit planned out. Okay? There's no way, I repeat, in this godforsaken racist America, that Alex Fine went to Diddy's $50 million house in LA, where the fuck he lives, saw a Black man live in that house, and he wasn't triggered. There's no way this white boy was not jealous because American history tells you Black people used to be slaves. Black people used to be beneath us. We used to own Black people. We used to tell them where to sleep, where to sit, what to do. We would call these people the N-word and not be canceled, right? This is how white people are raised, trained, groomed in America, that they are superior to Black people. And so when you go into this house, you come around his life to see a Black guy have this kind of money, there's no way it didn't trigger him. There's no way it didn't trigger him. And even it might be intentional, it might not be intentional. You know, you have different kinds of sins of omission, you have sins of commission. But I do believe subconsciously he wanted things from Diddy. The first thing he was able to take was this girl. Because say what you want. You know, men compete. Weak men cheat. He's a weak ass dude, right? So he wanted something from Diddy. So he takes this person, but not realizing that she loves Diddy probably a little bit more. And not realizing that the real person that meant the most to Diddy was Kim Porter. And so that he was never going to have. The next thing is, it's the money. Because him as a, you know, Skid Row looking, drug infested looking, homeless looking white man, right? He was never going to make this kind of money. He's barely surviving. And that's why when Cassie gave Diddy the keys back of the apartment, the keys to the car, they packed their bags and they went to Connecticut to live in her mother's basement because he's a bottom shelf white man. He's not ambitious. He has no careers. He's not driven. He has no client list. His only famous client was Cassie because Diddy hired him to train Cassie. Otherwise, he doesn't even know how to get clients like that by himself. So we already see what time it is, right? But then again, because he's white, even if he's mediocre, even black people, especially black women, will put this mediocre white boy on a pedestal, right? But to me, he's a loser. He really is a loser. And because he's a loser, he doesn't have any choice but to sit there and eat the cake. You have a choice but to sit there and to listen to all this foolishness, right? The only way, I repeat, the only way a man can be with a woman that's had so many sexual partners, because honestly, he is a broken man. He is a defeated man. He has no ambition. In his male group, he's an outsider. He's not respected. He is not seen. He's invisible. He is a loser. Only a loser can be with a woman that has an extensive list of sexual partners. Because what the fuck he's going to complain about? He ain't got shit. Right? But a man who can do for self, has done for self, has a lot of respect in his peer group, is a high achiever, is very ambitious. A man that who worked hard for his name, his brand, his reputation, and to be taken seriously by other men will never go for the shit. Right? And this is also a reason why Diddy, for as much as he played with Cassie, he was never going to marry her because he knows the kind of nasty stuff he was doing with Cassie. So Kim is the home life. Cassie is the fun girl because this ain't serious. And that's why when she would go have all these affairs with Michael B. Jordan, Kid Cudi, whatever, he was not really checking for that because he knew that's what she does. But I think compared to Jay-Z, because he's not married, right? Jay-Z's married, Sean is not married. But I felt like where Cassie was a lot smarter or more deceitful than Diddy is because she understands public perception. So when you are a forever playboy, it's easy for people to stick crazy shit on you, right? When you're someone like Jay-Z, even if you have an awful past, the fact that you're married to who you're married to and you have children, and even though I don't think it's the perfect marriage, but hey, whatever, people are more likely to see Jay-Z with a redemptive eye because of, oh, he's married, he has a family, and then he goes up there at the Grammys, he makes a speech, oh, my wife deserves her 50th Grammy. They're like, oh yeah, he don't play about his wife, right? So sometimes when I read the comments, I'm like, yeah, these people know how to play the game. They know how to say things that people want to hear. They know how to come off like a supportive husband. It is all performative behavior. It is performative. But later, if they get in trouble, they can bank on that. If they ever have any kind of PR dilemma, PR issue, they can bank on the fact that the public sees me as a supportive husband, right? But Marlene, when I look at Jay-Z, I look at a husband that's exploitative. I feel like he treats Beyonce like a workhorse, not a wife, okay? If I compare Beyonce to Celine Dion, even though Beyonce was Celine, you can say he was a pedophile. You can say Renee was a pedophile. But when I look at Celine Dion, for example, right, I feel like Renee made her classy. Okay. He made her extremely classy. You know, Celine Dion has a very, very classy image. Like it's the gowns, it's the glamour, it's the this, it's the that. Even though some could argue that the man is a pedophile. Okay, where is they? Okay, where are they? Let me close some of these tabs, y'all, because I'm getting lost. Okay, right there. Okay, because you know Renee knew Renee knew Celine when she was like 9 or 5, something crazy. So it definitely does give pedophilia, right? But in the branding of his wife as an artist, she's a lot classier, right? Jay-Z, his branding of his wife is whorish. He has turned the image of Beyonce into a stripper, a whore, some kind of sex worker shit, right? Her image is not glamorous. Beyonce's image is not, is it used to be, but Beyonce's image is no longer glamorous. It's the titties. She's completely naked on a horse. Okay. She talks about drinking and riding surfboards. I mean, it's extremely vulgar, but he's a vulgar man, right? Because let's be so for real, Jay-Z is a YN, okay? Jay-Z's a YN. So if you're a middle-class little girl, you go marry a YN, you're going to have YN culture. But Beyonce has not evolved to become classier and classier and classier. A person that I feel has evolved to go from being chubby, fat, weird fashion to losing weight and being very, very classy is Adele. Okay. Adele to me is very, very classy. Okay. You're not going to see Adele out here looking crazy. Very, very glamorous, right? Which is something that I personally would have loved to see with Beyonce. But Beyonce, she is hustling backwards. Okay. In terms of her image, she is hustling backwards, always naked. Her ass is out. Her daughter's right behind her. She's shaking her ass. Her butt cheeks are out. Her titties are out. Everything is out, right? This is Beyonce's new image. She looks like one of Jay-Z's whores, whatever. You will never say, oh, that's his wife. Because the way he manages her, he doesn't manage this woman like that's his wife. Whereas like when you look at Adele, her image has gotten classier and classier. Growing up, we had Celine Dion, right? Very, very classy. Like it's the gowns, it's the this, it's the that. As they age, they get classier. Beyonce, as she's aging, is becoming more and more ratchet, stripper-ish. You know, it's a little too much. This is not how I would have wanted her to age. But hey, what do I have to say? What say so do I have, right? So it is that. It is not it's not who you are. It's really how people see you. And once people put you in boxes, great husband, bad husband, rapist, well, it wasn't really rape. Molester, not a real molester. Great president, bad president. Racist, not racist, right? Once people put you in these boxes, good luck trying to get out of these boxes. So you can see why there is an earnest interest for people to be performative. So that, and so like consciously, the viewer, the consumer can put you in the right box. I mean, it's not really the right box, but it's the box that you want to be put in, but you need them to do that for you. Oh my gosh, Jay-Z is a great husband. So you grab his ass, you put him in there, right? And once you see him as a great husband, no matter what people say about this man, you will fight. That's the hill you're going to die on because he has convinced you to see him as a good husband. And you want to believe that because it's Beyonce. There's no way she doesn't have the best husband in the world. She's Beyonce. Her life is perfect, right? Makes sense? Now, when it comes to Diddy, oh no, he's a demon. So you grab Diddy and you put him in a demon box. So when bad things happen or people say things about him, you people never try to see, well, you know what? Maybe there's nuance over here, right? Ken and Petty, you grab his ass, you put him in a rapist box, right? Don't try to see, okay, how old was he? When did it happen? What? No, it doesn't matter. You grab his ass and you put his ass in the rapist box. And no matter what people say, oh, no, he's a rapist, he's a rapist, he's a rapist, he's a rapist, right? This is how human beings function. And therefore, I say you cannot be a great influencer if you don't master persona. You cannot be a great influencer if you don't become what people want you to be. Right? People have needs. They want to have this person in their arc. They want to have this other girl over here in her arc. They want to have this right here in her arc, right? So let's say like in Super's case, for a lot of girls who follow, a lot of women who follow her, she is their once upon a time overweight, single mom, right? Who now is like trying to have a glow up, run a successful business. And she finds the love of her life. And he happens to be the most handsome man she's ever seen. Right? That's the arc they have for Super. So like now her job is to give him that. Her job is to give her that delusion, that dream, that fantasy. Because as long as she supplies that, it nurtures the fire in them that one day I too can have that. But it's not going to happen. They're not going to have that. They're not going to have it. It will never happen. And because it will never happen, they'll never stop watching the content. You see how sick that is? right? People create narratives, they create storyline, they create fantasies, and they make you feel as though it's accessible because you say, hey, she's just like me, you know, she the mom, she used to be broke, she used to be on welfare, she's from New Orleans, da, da. So you see certain things and you say, well, that makes her relatable, so one day it can happen for me as well. No, you're forgetting the part where you got to have a certain group of friends. You're forgetting the part where you got to have a business. Your business has to go viral. You have to always announce to the world how much money you're making, this, and that, right? So what we see is just like even with Beyonce, right? I see the same thing with Beyonce and Sacred, right? When it comes to the Sacred line, a lot of times, especially with the marketing or even the way people are receiving Sacred, it's like, oh my gosh, look at Beyonce. She's out here, you know, she's fighting to have a hair care line because growing up, her mom owned a hair salon, and this Black woman is fighting to have a hair care line, and she wants to make great products for Black women. One. Okay, this little boy, y'all see how loud he is? Okay, these are the stories that people make up in their heads, but we all know Beyonce Sacred is a cash grab for Beyonce. Like, let's be so for real. Okay, when you already have $700 million to your name, you've made it. You haven't even just made it. Now you're living a life of excess. But you see, that's not relatable. So they have to give you pictures of Beyonce as a kid in her mom's hair salon. Beyonce has not been that girl for over 30 years. Okay, she lives in a $200 million house. The house alone is $200 million. So now imagine her monthly expenses just for that damn house. Okay, you don't have that. And so they want you to see Beyonce as this struggling Black woman who stayed up all night working on her homemade DIY recipe for the hair. So that way Black women can have beautiful hair. And the girls, they eat that shit up because they really think Beyonce wakes up every day saying, wow, Lord, to show me how to create a product so that Black women can have beautiful hair. They really want to believe that because they want to believe Beyonce cares about us. Beyonce wants what's best for us. Beyonce wants that. Sure, whatever the fuck you tell yourself. All right, right? They need to believe that. And as long as they believe that, whatever she sells or whatever she drops on tax day, right, they're going to buy it. Right? It's about these personas, and these personas have these arcs. So Beyonce, she's this Black woman that's relentlessly fighting for Black women. She's fighting for Black women to have opportunities. She's fighting for Black women to have better hair. She's fighting for Black women to have more Grammys. They make you believe that her vanity is about you. She needs to have 50 Grammys because it's about Black women. It's like, no, the fuck it's not. You will never see these Grammys, by the way. Okay, but this is how they position out of reach people, and people eat that shit up. But I'm like, one thing I have realized that in this life, everybody's going to have some kind of arc, and so you have to know what your arc is. And if you know how to successfully, masterfully deliver that arc, people will eat the shit up. They're going to eat it up, right? Because people want to see the impossible. People truly want to believe that things that are so out there are within their reach. And it's like, no, the fuck it's not. It's not within your reach. But you see, someone like me, especially if I keep doing this shit, I'm never going to be viral because I'm telling people you're just delusional. It's not going to happen. It's definitely going to happen like that. You're going to have to settle for something more realistic. But even that too, it triggers people because people want to dream, because people don't want to be practical. And that's why a woman will wake up one day, she's 20. Oh, I have all the time in the world. I don't have to find my person now. Cool. She wakes up one day, she's no longer 20, she's 30. She's like, oh, well, I don't feel old. 30 is not that old, no problem. And she keeps being delusional because she's dreaming instead of being practical. She'll wake up one day, she's 40. Now she's at a sperm bank because she got to have a baby by tomorrow. 2 decades wasted on a dream, right? Instead of being practical and getting to work. Right? These people, they're all actors. Everybody here is an actor trying to sell you some goofy ass fantasy. And you can buy into it. The sad part is that it's going to waste your time. And time is precious. Because when you fail to put your anchors in the ground, somebody else is. right? When you fail to say, you know what? Oh, listen, I'm in my mid-20s. I got to start being serious. It can't always be about fun. Oh, I'm so pretty. I have all this time. I know how to get man. Okay, you know how to get man. Anybody can get a man. How many women know how to make a man stay? There you go. That's an art. And a lot of women, they don't have a hard time getting a man. They have a hard time making him stay. And even when he stays, what's the quality of the stay? Is he committed staying? Is he diverted staying? Is he causing trouble when he's staying? I don't know. But we realize that certain things, they take a lot of time. It takes you time to master how to be successful in a healthy relationship that not just leads to marriage, but leads to a successful marriage. And instead of getting to the work, a lot of women are still daydreaming. They are still daydreaming because they're consumed with influencers and the performances and the staging of influencer life. You know, wake up. You know, wake up. You have to be practical. And you see, and this is why practical people will usually achieve more than dreamers, because they're practical. They're getting to work. You see the story of the cicada and the ant? The cicada is a dreamer, singing all day, acting as if time is not every day. Time is not flying by. And then one day, guess what? It's wintertime. It's cold. He's like, oh shit, I ain't got no food. Well, duh. Right? Which is what's going to happen to a lot of women. You're going to wake up one day and be like, oh shit, I'm by myself. Oh shit, I'm 40. Oh shit, I'm 45. Oh damn, I don't have no kids. Oh shit, yes. Because you are consumed with the dream instead of getting to work. You know, let me tell you this, right? Then we're going to go back to the super thing. Right? Let me tell you this. It's kind of like, it is like the story of Joseph, right? Joseph as a teenager was a dreamer. All he did was dream. Oh, I had a dream that this happened. I had a dream that this happened. I had a dream. And I can see why his brothers were fed up with his ass, because they were actually working. Because to be dreaming so much, you must be asleep. So when you actually get up and actually work, okay? So you can see why his brother felt, oh, this boy must have a lot of time on his hand, because these are things of leisures, the musings of leisures, okay? So then he's sold into slavery, fucked up situation, whatever. He works for Potiphar, accused of rape, fucked up, goes to prison, fucked up, right? But you see, all these evil things that happened to him, all these, very, very devastating misfortunes that happened to Joseph forced Joseph to be a worker. They forced Joseph to be practical. They forced Joseph to get to work, to see life for what it is. You're not going to dream. You have to see it for what it is. Use your intelligence and get yourself out, right? So now when you fast forward, you get to the part where Joseph meets Pharaoh. He's no longer a dreamer, because Pharaoh explains the dream, and it's the same dream like 3 different times. So Joseph said, the fact that you've had the same dream multiple times is said. God has made up his mind. It's going to happen for you. But here's what you can do. You can do this, and that. So you go from a young man that used to only dream, right, to now a young man that interprets the dream, to now a young man that knows how to put a plan in place, because this shit is coming. And he said to him, 3 times you saw the same thing. A famine is coming. In this Egypt right here, they're not going to have food. But he doesn't just stop there. Unless you appoint a man who knows how to be a steward over your house and this and that he will put things in the storehouse and save the food so that when the famine comes, people will not starve. So then the Pharaoh says to Joseph, well, I guess you should do it then, because listen, you understood a dream that nobody else understood, right? Then you interpreted the dream that nobody, that's what I just said, right? But then you came up with a plan to combat what's in the dream. Because is it that God wants to punish me, or is it that God wants to warn me? But either way, it will come to pass, right? Just like I will say, a lot of women do not want to understand that aging is your portion. It's up to you to be smart. You will age. You have to decide. Will you age by yourself? That is a choice of yours. Will you age in comfort, or will you age in your car, panhandling, crying out for this, that? You have to decide. Every day you wake up, you are closer to your death. You're not getting younger, you're getting older, right? And the sad part is, a lot of women, from what I'm seeing, not only are they getting older, they're not even realizing that they're closer to death every single day. right? The sad part is they don't get wiser. They become more and more and more obsessed with delusion. They want the dream even more and more. Stop pursuing the dream. Start living a practical life. And it might not be as sexy, but I repeat, even in the business world, some of the richest people are people that have the most unsexy business. Chick-fil-A, the Truett family, right? The Truett family, for example, right? Well, how they make the money? They sell chicken. Okay? They ain't do nothing sexy, right? There is nothing sexy about what this family does. They just sell chicken to people. That's their business. They sell chicken, right? And chicken has made them people billionaires, right? It's not, oh, we got to have this sexy business. We got to have this sexy this. No, ain't no sexy nothing, okay? This family sells chicken. They sell chicken, right? Something very basic, something very repetitive. You name it, it's not that sexy. But by doing an unsexy thing with a great attitude, the family got to be billionaires. I think today they're right behind McDonald's. I think McDonald's is the first one in fast food. Chick-fil-A is either second or third to Starbucks, but they're all the way up there, right? McDonald's also, they don't sell anything sexy. It's burgers and French fries over and over and over and over and over. Popeyes, fried chicken. But even Walmart, they sell stuff at a low price over and over and over. Their main thing is, we'll try to get you the cheapest price possible. Costco, they sell everything in bulk over and over and over. It's just that sometimes you might go back and not be able to find something you loved before because it's gone. Some certain things are seasonal, right? But you start to realize that it's the people who do the most unsexy things, people who do the most basic ass businesses who are usually the most successful. They do the most basic shit over and over and over and over for decades, okay, for centuries, whatever, and they end up being wealthier than most people. Warren Buffett, he does the same unsexy thing all the time. He buys a stock, he holds on to it. That's it. Doesn't get scared. Oh, interest rate, new president, let me sell, let me buy. No, he does his research. If he feels convinced to buy it, he buys it. Once he buys it, he just holds on to it. He forgets about it. You see, it's not sexy, huh? Well, you'll have people who give like investment advice. They're like, oh, you have to sell now. Then you got to go buy it back. It's like, it's too much wahala. Like, it's just crazy. Warren Buffett is very unsexy, huh? But it works. And that's why today he's one of the wealthiest men in the world, because you do something very unsexy over and over and over and over and over again. Right? Same thing with marriage. I think a lot of ladies, that's somebody called me yesterday, but I think a lot of ladies also, they want this fairy tale about what marriage is, because I feel like they want marriage to be something so sexy. Every day has to be different. Every day has to be exciting. Every day has to be, I don't know, like something like out of a movie. No, most marriages are boring. That's why they work, because they're predictable. They're predictable. You see people who've been married for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, 50 years. They're quite predictable. That's why it works. You know what to expect. And you realize that's also called a brand. People that have great brands, people have come to know what to expect. If you buy Louis Vuitton, for the most part, you know what to expect. If you buy Hermes, you know what to expect. If you buy Lancôme, you know what to expect, right? Because they're predictable. They're predictable at doing the same thing in a good way, back to back to back. If you buy NARS, you know that most of the time it's really hard for NARS to disappoint you. You will never see a shade scandal with NARS. You will never see lipstick scandal. I don't know, it's very rare for NARS to get in trouble with people because they are very predictable and they do it really well over and 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 over again, right? But I think the sad part is that a lot of women want to be sold this fairy tale that marriage has to be so glamorous. It has to be so romantic. A wedding has to be so big. The flowers have to just overtake the entire space. The dress has to be this. Yo, this is a fucking movie, right? And we have realized many times, I'm not saying so, but we realize many times when people do too much and they spend too much on the wedding, these weddings do not last. These marriages do not last. Okay. Case in point, Portia, right? Sorry, you guys, my bad. Okay. Remember Portia and Simon, right? Crazier Than Life wedding, right? They made sure to put their wedding in a magazine because they wanted everybody to see it, right? I mean, it was so damn crazy, right? Super big, super huge, lots of money wasted. Where is the marriage today? Where is the marriage today? Where they at, right? But you see, people, there you go. Portia had 2 weddings. I'm sure every single wedding was super big. So the weddings are super big. The divorces are just as big, right? The weddings go super viral. The divorces go super viral, right? So I'm like, what are we deducing here? I repeat, people who are successful in business do the same boring shit over and over and over and over again. They do boring shit really well. Even Amazon, their job is to have whatever you want on the internet and make sure you get it back tomorrow. That's it. As long as you get it back tomorrow, you're gonna be happy. Doesn't have to be the most beautiful, no. Amazon, their business is to make sure that you have that instant gratification. You order something online and you get it back tomorrow. Sometimes you might even get it the same day. Okay, that's it. And I say it's the same thing with marriage. People who have successful marriages, they do the same boring thing over and over and over and over, but they do it well. And that's why they're able to be married for 5 years, 10 years, 15, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, even 80 years, because these people are predictable, right? And the sad part is predictable, unfortunately, is not predictably good, not just bad predictable, but predictably good, right? It's not as enticing, it's not as sexy to people, right? Because a lot of people are narcissists. So they think to be in love, to fall in love, to be married, everything and every day has to be a performance, right? But we have to also acknowledge the fact that performative people are not sincere people. I repeat, performative people are not sincere people. And what you should desire most in your life, that you have sincere people who are predictably good to you. Okay? And it's not as vavavoom as the stuff you see on social media, but that's why it's safe. That's why you can bank on it, right? That's why you can trust it, because it's not as sexy, right? But it works. It works really well. It's reliable. It is predictably good, right? And it's sincere. So I'm like, be very, very careful. And I felt like this is another reason why a lot of people, both sides, I'm man and woman, but a lot of people are missing out on great relationships. Because when you meet the person, it doesn't feel like, oh, this is it. This is my soulmate. How would you even know that's your soulmate, right? People want like fireworks and whatever the fuck they see in the movies. That's not real. Sometimes you'll even have relationships sometimes where you'll be like, oh, this person, I wouldn't have thought of this person. Sure. But the thing is, did you even know yourself? Because a lot of people, their minds are polluted with lies. Their minds are polluted with constructs, right? Societal constructs that are completely fake. They're manufactured in some marketing department somewhere by some big corporation somewhere. But it could be, you could meet someone and be like, oh, initially it wouldn't have been that. Yeah, because for you, your initial is what you have seen on TV, right? But then you get to know the person and you say, wow, like you really you're pretty dope. This is actually what I need, because everything is not about sparks. Everything's about critical thinking skills, right? Being able to reason, having logic. What do I need? What kind of person do I actually need? And it should not be to validate your insecurities. It should be to make you a better person, right? Anybody that comes into your life should not make you more vain. They should make you better. Anybody that comes into your life should help you to heal from your insecurities, right? Hey, honey, right? Not find a way to market, commodify, or, finesse your insecurities. No. You understand? I had a young lady, she called me yesterday, and she was like, oh, Marlene, what do you think about me posting my wedding pictures on my social media? And I was like, it depends. What are you doing it for? Right? So I said, you should pray about that. I can't really answer that, right? Because everything comes down to your why. If you're posting your wedding pictures to prove to people, look at me, I got married, I got a man. Well, you're doing it from the wrong position, right? You want to boast. I don't think you should do that. That's not really mature, right? Now, if there's another reason why, if you feel like you have a community, like when you guys have talked about marriage before, I don't know, it was a prayer, I don't know, right? But ultimately, you have to pray and you have to ask yourself, why am I even posting this? Why do I want to post this? What is the goal in me posting this? Am I looking for external validation? Well. Do I want people to affirm my choices? Right? Do I want people to do I want these ladies who follow me to envy my life? I don't know. Only you can answer that. So I said, you should pray about it. And praying does not mean you ask God and then you turn around and do exactly what you want to do. No, you pray and then you wait and let the Holy Spirit minister to you. And then you'll find out, what should you do? Do you post these pictures or do you not post these pictures? Right? But I do feel like if you have a health and fitness page, I mean, that's just me. Why would you post? That's just me. Me, I won't post shit, but you know it's me. I don't post anything, right? Because me personally, I feel like you have to be very protective of your family, your marriage, your children, your husband, and things like that. So I don't think everything should be for public consumption. Sometimes I don't even think it's anybody's business whether you're married or not, because it depends what your page is about, right? But if it matters, yes. If it doesn't really matter, you don't have to post it. Because as long as you love what you have going on, that's all that matters. As long as the right people have seen it, that's all that matters. You don't have to let the internet in on your life. The internet is not entitled to every part of your life, and I get it. If you do a pregnancy announcement, you'll get lots of views or comment and things like that because people love babies. If you get engaged and you post your ring, you'll get the comments. If you post you're married, you know what I'm saying? Like things of the source like that. Like it helps drive the algorithm and things of the source, right? Me, I've never been a fan of that because my social media is for me. Okay. My social media is for me. I never wanted people to say, oh my gosh, because she's married. So therefore, yeah, exactly. I've never wanted folks to be like, oh yeah, like, I like their couple. No, you either like me for me or you don't. If I have to bring a husband in the mix for you to like my content, that's kind of weird, right? That's number one. Number two, I feel like he also has his own life. He has his own goals, aspirations. So, and sometimes many times I say crazy shit. So I would not want him to have to suffer because I said something. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, that's cool. Okay. So that's just me, right? And also, I don't feel like everything's for the internet anyways. Like, it's not their business. It really is not their business because you got to have some degrees of separation between what you do online and how you live your everyday life. Like, I just feel like because you need sanity. Like, it's nice to turn off the computer or like to not be on social media. Like I'm not a whole different, but I have a actual life as Marlene. If my personal life and then my social and everything was online, where the fuck would I go for a break? Okay. So I do enjoy the fact that the way my private life is set up, it allows me to have my personal space. Hopefully you understand me, right? But I get it. If you put your relationship on the internet and you are able to get these women to aspire to have your relationship, to have a man like your man and things like that, you're going to do well. However, I never, ever want anybody to envy me because what's meant for you is for you. What's meant for me is for me. I want you to go and you got to pursue what's right for you. I don't want you to have a model in your head. And now you think, oh, I got to go get that. I got to go get that. No, everything is custom made. Love is custom made, right? The love that is right for you is going to be custom made for you. Okay. But if you consume a lot of other people's fantasies, you're not going to say, if it doesn't look like that, it can't be real. If it doesn't look like that, it can't be good enough. No, and no, because social media is not a real place. You have to live a real life and you got to go for what's custom made for you. And me also, I recommend small weddings to people. I really do. Go small. You don't have to be it doesn't have to be like itty bitty, but I do recommend small. Save most of your money because you'll need your money. You don't need a big wedding. Nobody really needs a big wedding. Hey, Queen. Exactly. So, and I feel like people like Taylor Swift, because she's a mega influencer, it's part of her ecosystem. That's how she draws these girls in. You overshare. Like, you cannot make it to a certain level if your fans do not have access to every single part of your life. You know what I mean? But that also, I feel like that's the place, that's the area where people are gonna start having mental health issues. Because when everything about your life is public like that, me personally, knowing myself, the Aquarius that I am, I need my personal space. I really do. I really, really do. But my thing is, I will say this now, play a video again, is that you need to go for what is made for you. Okay? Because social media is full of manufactured moments of love, manufactured moments of vulnerability, manufactured moments of care and tenderness. People out here performing. Understand? And my prayer for a lot of y'all is that you have real love. Love that doesn't require you to be super rich to get it. Love that doesn't require you to have a bunch of surgeries to get it. Love that doesn't, to pretty much be a whole new person. Okay, now you should level up. Like, if you know that you can lose weight, okay, if you know that you can lose weight, you should definitely do it, right? But within reason, like, you should still be yourself, right? And I understand that sometimes, and I feel like either way, if it's a man or if it's a woman, if we get something pretty, we feel like it validates our suffering, or it validates our bad relationships and things like that, right? Sure. But just because the packaging is cute doesn't make it safe. Doesn't make it safe. You know what I mean? It doesn't make it safe, right? So I want you to be very careful. You understand? Be very, very careful. And when you consume influencer content, understand that a lot of these moments are manufactured moments of joy. Because me, I've always thought about that. So I was like, maybe I'll make a video about that. But I'm like, yeah, you have to. You have to. So that's why I say, to me, I don't want to say it's a red flag, because people call everything a red flag nowadays, right? But it causes concern to me when you have a man who enjoys being part of the content instead of stepping back. I'll tell you this, right? In these YouTube streets, for example, one husband that I've somewhat like, I don't know him enough. I haven't watched her content enough like that. But one husband I will say that I've always liked more than a lot of husbands I've seen in these YouTube streets was Mike. Patricia Bright, her husband. Because Mike got a job, for real. They didn't even have a job. Mike has a career, okay? Mike has a real career. I think he's like medicine or something like that, right? But Mike, he has a real career. So he ain't got time for you people, man, okay? He don't got time. He got a real career. And so he has to work. Okay? He has to work. So you're not going to see him in every single video. And that is something that I really love, because the man got to work. And not just that, I feel like also he has his own passion. Like, listen, maybe her passion is social media, being out here and doing whatever she does. Okay? But I'm like, when it comes to Mike, you will not see him, because Mike actually went to school. Let's start there. The man is educated. Okay? And I think it's really awesome, like, because some of us, myself included, you go to school, you study something, and then you end up somewhat not using it. But I think it's pretty cool to go to school. And that's kind of like Jimmy, like, you go to school, you have a degree in something that you actually care for, you have your career, and you are focused on your career. So you're not going to see Mike in every single video. And I feel like because you don't see him all the time, people have more respect for him because you don't see him all the time. I'm not going to say other people's names because, I don't do that. But there are people you see all the time. And you say, okay, outside of her, what are you doing? What's your purpose in life? What are you doing for yourself? Like, your whole life is running behind this girl and being in every single video, every single TikTok, every single Snapchat, every single YouTube, Instagram. Like, sir, go have your own. Build your own. Right? But I've always admired the fact that you don't see Mike in every single damn video because he's working. He has a career for real. He can take care of himself for real. So, let me try to build my followers up. Let me try to use her to grow my business. Let me try to use her to start selling t-shirts. Let me use her to open a bar, to do this, to promote my nightclub. Let me get with her so I can sell a book. Okay? To me, that's, yeah, exactly. You know, like, to me, like, that's kind of like, So when I see guys who love to be on camera, who love to be in the TikTok, I know they read the comments. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's weird. It is really weird. Why are you here like this? Okay? You know, like Tom and Jerry, you never saw the lady. You only saw her hands. Like, be like that. Like, be like Tom and Jerry. We don't want to see you. Okay? Because why are you here? Why are you here? Go do something on your own. But so when I see a man who enjoys being in the content, who likes being a cat in the content, who always wants to be seen in the content, who says all that simp shit in the content, yeah, the fuck right. Okay, yeah. I feel like Adam and LaToya also. I think Adam and LaToya, had they not been doing this YouTube stuff back to back to back to back to back, maybe their marriage would have lasted. Okay, because it was just too much. It was too much, right? So maybe Adam and LaToya would have probably still been married by now if he was more behind the scenes and she was in front of the scene, because it was too much. Editing content, being together in the content, posting the content, monetizing, because their entire relationship from the time they were dating, got married, had the children, y'all, they gave everything away. I'm like, you're not gonna keep anything to yourself. No, they monetized everything because Adam wanted to be involved in her YouTube channel. If Adam had his own thing going on, like, hey y'all, what's up, y'all? And he was out of here, most likely she would have more respect for him. I'm serious, y'all. Because LaToya, I think it got to a point where LaToya didn't have any respect for Adam. And he also got frustrated, right? So that's that. But I'm like, Adam, you also got to look at yourself, fam. You got to look at yourself, especially for a man who's Muslim, especially for a man who's African, especially for a man who's from Tanzania. Okay? You got too comfortable because you should have let that lady have her own business. Like, girl, do your YouTube stuff. If you need me, I'm outside, right? If you need help reading a contract, you need help with this, I got you, sis. But I got to pursue my own shit. Right? And then that way she'll have more respect for you. Okay? She will have more respect for you. But like when your entire relationship, every moment of your life turns into a commodity, it turns into content, this marriage is going to suffer because creating content took a priority over being married. Right? And I feel like, because I've been married for a minute, but I feel like with marriage too, it's good when people go their separate ways and they come back together at night. Okay, you do your stuff during the day. I do my stuff during the day. I'll see you at nighttime because then you actually miss each other, right? You got to miss each other a little bit. And also, I feel like, okay, yeah, I feel like, yeah, but I can really see why he was miserable. I really can because he put a lot of effort into it, right? Your family's getting separated. You're not going to see your kids as much. You have to split all these assets. You got to pay for divorce attorneys. And then also when you see her choice in men, now what the fuck? Okay, so I feel like it's understandable. It really is. I mean, he's a human being. It's understandable. But I just feel like he definitely should have seen this shit coming. It is not healthy business. Work with your wife. Live with your life. With your wife. Post content with your. Yo, this is crazy. But I feel like their marriage took a back seat to them being content creators. Because what should have happened was, you put the marriage first, you have to ease up on this content. Or it's like, listen, you ease up on the content, you don't post as much, or you gracefully bow out of the content because you have to make a choice. Do you save the marriage or do y'all just want to make money? And I think they chose money. You know what I mean? Because I don't see why it couldn't have worked out. But the problem is, I feel like you get content fatigue. You get performance fatigue. You get tired because you're a person. You can only fake but so many things because some days you might want to be like, fuck you, bitch. I'm like, girl, shut up. But you can't do that on camera because you are still giving people a fantasy. And I'm like, it's not healthy. And it's really not healthy. You know? Yeah, she's very performative. You know, but even me, I'm not going to lie to you, boo-boo. I'm not going to lie. The guy who got her pregnant, to me, he's a downgrade from Adam. I ain't gonna lie. Adam is very handsome. I mean, come on now. Like, Adam is really, really handsome. The guy who got her pregnant, I don't know what, like, I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, what is this? What is this? At least you got to level up from Adam. No, she going backwards. I'm like, oh shit, what the fuck? So if I was Adam too, I would feel some kind of way. Like, especially if I was a pretty boy, I would feel some kind of way. I'm gonna lie. I would feel some kind of way. You gotta be kidding me, right? Okay, at least let your new man, let your new baby daddy be at least on my level or better than me. I'm just saying, right? But Latoya, something in here just don't work right. I make peace with that. Yeah, it's like he doesn't have much going for himself, right? He doesn't. I'm like, that's the guy who got you pregnant? Girl, really? Like, you're crazy. Like, she's really crazy. I mean, she's always called herself crazy anyways. Yeah, you see, it never ends well. Lonnie says it's kind of like when a female artist hires their husband as managers. It never ends well. Kelly Clarkson, Mary J. Blige, Tamar Braxton, Wendy Williams, and I'm sure even B. Smith. I'm sure with B. Smith, her husband was also her manager. It never works out. Do not do it. You have a choice to make. You can't have it all. Ladies, you cannot have it all. You can't have a great marriage and have your husband be your manager. It ain't going to work. I feel like I really do feel as though if you want to destroy your marriage, you got to go work with your husband. And you guys are surely going to get a divorce. It's not going to work. It's like, it is what it is. We just got to make peace with it, huh? Because it takes a special kind of people. Like, yeah, we can make this work. It's not impossible, but the level of maturity, the level of discernment, and the level of humility required, child, okay? But it's a lot better if the man can find his own. Maybe the wife works for him, but he can be working for this lady. It's not going to end well. Kendall stole over $400,000 from Mary J so that he could go give his mistress money. And mind you, the mistress, she was signed to Mary J. Blige. She was one of her artists. Okay, Kendall, there you go. She was one of her artists, right? And he took this girl on a $400,000 shopping spree. Okay, do you hear me? Right? The bills were not getting paid. She didn't know. She said she came home one day. They put a note on the door that she was getting evicted. All right? It don't work. Okay? It doesn't work. B. Smith, the man came to her restaurant. That is really concerning. Okay, so, oh, she got this business? Most likely he's going to start being performative, right? But I'm like, the kind of money this man swindled out of her is crazy, right? Wendy Williams. I mean, the list goes on. It never, Renee, I don't know. But Renee, he died. So I don't know, right? I don't know. But Renee, him, honestly, it gives pedophiles. So it's weird. So, you know, but I'm like, I feel like it's really safe to say a woman who wants to be safe financially and also safe emotionally, she needs to go the traditional route. I will never stop saying it because these non-traditional women who go with these non-traditional men who are okay with working, him and me, who are okay with working for a woman, be subservient to a woman, they have a plan. They have a plan of evil. Because I really do believe this, y'all. I really do believe this. Men have an ego. Men do have an ego. A man wants to have his ego stroked, and he wants the woman to stroke his ego. However, if the woman is the one making the most money, he can't really sell that, right? If he finds a younger woman with no money, he can impress that lady. And that's why he was going for a younger woman with no money, because then he's the big dude with the $400,000 bag, taking her on shopping sprees, right? You look at Kelvin and Serena. He's the big guy with the money, taking her shopping, buying her cars. He can't do that for Wendy because Wendy can just do it for herself. It's her money. It's her money after all, right? Makes sense? So they will be somewhat submissive to these women, but they have evil in their hearts, right? What I saw yesterday, I'll play for you. What I saw yesterday with Yandy and Mendici too. I'm like, yeah, Mendici, low-key, he hates Yandy. He hates her because she makes more money. So she makes the rules. He doesn't like that because he wants to be the big dog. And it's not even just Mendici. It's like most men want to be like, yeah, I make the most money. And those, oh, yes, daddy. Oh, yes, husband. Oh, yes, husband. It strokes their ego. So if there's no room in this relationship for his ego to be struck, he's going to have an affair because he needs that validation. Like he needs to be like, yeah, look at me. I'm the big dude. Like, okay, she's like, oh, can I get this, daddy? Like, yeah, girl, go ahead, girl. Yes, go ahead. Right? He needs that shit. But he cannot get that with a woman that has way more money than he does. And this money thing is real. It is real. Let's finish the B Smith stuff. You know me, I can talk for hours. Let's finish this one, okay? Let me play this.
Is she still not here? She has called me Dan. She has called me Dad. She has called me one of her 3 brothers, Gary or Ron or Dennis. She's even called me, she's called me Bishop, our dog. So there are moments of lucidity.
How difficult was it to accept this diagnosis?
It was like chewing glass. My daughter first recognized that something was wrong in 2008.
My daughter recognized it before you did. Okay, so what were you doing? Don't you work with her? Listen.
But I didn't see it.
What was B's reaction?
She said to me one day, and I feel broken. I feel broken, like there's something not right. And then I started to notice things were becoming more repetitive. I had an inkling, but I wouldn't believe that it could be something as devastating, as catastrophic as Alzheimer's.
Over the years, Dan says he became...
If you notice, you guys, maybe it's just me, but I ain't shit, so maybe it's just me. But if you notice something, he doesn't cry. That is weird to me. I was about to say, this man is shit. Miss B, this man got you, girl. He swindled your ass, okay? He didn't cry. Because think about it. Imagine someone you love. Imagine your wife, your best friend, or your husband, your best friend, whatever. And your husband or your wife has Alzheimer's. They're forgetting things. And they tell you, oh, I'm broken. You're at least going to cry a little bit. Like, because just speaking about it, it's going to bring you back to the day the person said, I'm broken. I don't know what's wrong with me. Or at least like you find out your wife has Alzheimer's and you're telling someone else that you don't even cry a little bit. You don't even shed a tear. You don't give a fuck. You see? And this is the kind of shit when you watch, because I watch a lot of these criminal shit out here. Like when they take people like they take them to the precinct and they have them in these rooms and they have the cameras on these people. Oh, I've learned a whole lot. But I'm like, when you are sincere, you're going to act a certain way. When you're insincere, you're going to act a certain way. Not wishing on anybody, but imagine if, had dementia or Alzheimer's, I would cry. Because I can imagine what it is to see someone you love, don't even remember their name, they can't shower, like they can't do anything without your help. And he's perfectly fine explaining all of this. Bizarre, okay? Okay, very, very bizarre. Not even one tear, though. Not a single tear in sight. Not a single tear in sight at all. Something is weird. This is weird.
Increasingly depressed and lonely as he continued to care for B until he met Alex Lerner.
Taking care of someone.
And then he said he was busy taking care of her. So if you were busy taking care of her, then how do you have time to meet this white woman? Because your wife is in the house. So it's the house, hospital, house, hospital. So if you're so busy taking care of her, when did you have time to meet this white woman? Because meeting a new person, it takes time. Nurturing a relationship with a new person, it takes time. Something is not adding up. So, sir, which one is it? Okay, so say I was taking care of my wife part-time and the rest of the time I was out there running the streets. That's why I say that's why he's not crying. That's why he's not crying. Because it was always a transactional marriage. It was always transactional. And low-key, high-key, he probably resented her because she was wealthy, she was successful, and he wanted that kind of limelight. Because imagine that. You see your wife go through all this, even if you feel like you're overwhelmed. Your mind should not go to dating. Your mind should go, let me go see a therapist, right? So they can help me deal with my grief. They can help me with this, this, and that. That's what you're going to go for. A therapist, a psychologist, a psychiatrist. You're going to go for the mental health people. No, this man is going on dates. So when you say to me that, oh, I'm spending all my time taking care of her. No, I don't believe you. Because first you have to sleep, right? Then you're taking care of her and you still have time to go on dates. You still have time to nurture and provide for the needs of this white woman. No, you're not taking care of her. But you want the world to see you as her caretaker so that when you take her money, it doesn't seem like, oh, he's just here for her money. No, you are there for the money. You ain't shit. You are not a good person. You are really not a good person.
Like being in a room, even having someone who is taking care of her periodically, you still have the burden, the weight of every minute of the day is a blanket on you. And she was funny. She was the most important thing. She was kind. And we became friends.
Mm-hmm.
And that friendship got closer and closer.
Dan has this commitment to be. Did that give you pause before entering into this?
Yes, it did. But after a while, I understood, or it seemed to me, you know, as if I had met a man who has a child, in a sense that B is now very childlike. And his responsibilities are almost those of a single father. Like really being there 24/7, taking care of every...
Okay, so like I repeat, so if he was there taking care of her 24/7, how do you have time to meet your ass? That doesn't make any sense to me. Then they're trying to portray him as this, you know, long-suffering husband who's like a single dad. Ma'am, the lady's a millionaire. Let's be so for real. She's a millionaire. Whatever he needs, extra nurses, this, and that, whatever he needs to take care of her, she made a lot of money. Most average, regular single dads out here, they don't have millions of dollars to run to, okay? So financially, he has the means because she accrued the means of her well-keep. So he's not some long-suffering husband. He can go, and we can still find people to take care of her. But him being there and fulfilling that role, it helps his public image because then people see him as a long-suffering husband who didn't quit on his wife and he's like a single dad and he tends to her 24/7. If he tended to her 24/7, then how the freak did he meet your ass? Okay, where did he meet you? Okay, and how did he have time to take care of you and talk to you? Because he was nurturing your needs. That's why you're here. And you also realized, oh, damn, so you're in charge of her money and it's a lot of money and you are a colonizer. Okay. Yeah. Like go sit down somewhere. Bunch of scammers like this.
And all of her needs.
How would you describe your relationship with B?
We find ways to laugh together and find joy, you know, in taking walks or doing things together. And I would almost say it's like...
You see, like, even these pictures are disgusting because what if she was having an episode of Alzheimer's? So she doesn't know who the fuck you are. So it's very disgusting because you're sleeping with, first of all, you live in her house, okay? You're living off of her money. You're having sex with her husband and you're taking pictures with her. This lady has Alzheimer's. She has like dementia, Alzheimer's. So her mind is not all the way there. So she has no fucking clue who she's taking a picture with. Do y'all see how sick this is? Right? You think she knows who this girl is? She has no fucking idea. She's just smiling, hey. Okay? Because her mind is not there. So when y'all take pictures like that and you put these pictures out, it's giving the impression that Miss B is consenting. She's okay. She understands. She has no problem. No, she can't consent. She can't understand. The lady has Alzheimer's. So it's kind of disgusting to take pictures with her, have her smile on camera when you're trying to exploit these images to make it seem like, oh, we're happy sister wives and she has no issues with me. No, the fuck she does. And if she did not have Alzheimer's, you would not be at her fucking house, you demon. Okay, you would not be there. It's disgusting. And I wish I was her lawyer. Like, what the fuck is this? Delete these damn pictures. She cannot consent to being in a picture with your ass. But you're using these pictures because people are seeing you for the colonizer that you are, and you want to take some heat off of you. She doesn't know who you are. So why are you taking these pictures with her? You weirdo. This is sick. This is really sick. Elder abuse. This is abuse. Like, this is sick.
Doing things together, and I would
say
it's like sisters. It's a very sweet feeling.
2 months ago, Dan posted about his new relationship with Alex on social media, resulting in criticism and conversation about marriage and race.
The 800-pound gorilla in this situation is she's white. Okay, that's the 800-pound gorilla.
That's what you feel that.
Oh, well,
in other words, if Alex were black, you don't think that.
Not at all. I'm not supposed to be conscripted to somebody because of their race.
What do you say to people who say, well, okay, go ahead, have your life, have your relationship, but why do you have to be so public about it?
Because that's what Barbara asked me to do, to talk about it. It spun out of control to, I'm having an affair. This woman.
You see that? Hold on, you guys. Hold on. You see what he said? He said, oh, Barbara asked him, how can a woman who has dementia be lucid enough to even ascertain what is going on, to grasp the severity of these accusations people have against you. But oh yes, go talk about it. You just told us sometimes she calls you the dog's name. Sometimes she calls you daddy. Sometimes she calls you all three of her brother's name. But now you want me to believe that this woman is cogent enough to be like, oh, you know, the backlash is so unwarranted. I really want you to talk about it and tell them I'm okay with that. No, abuse. The lady was taken hostage. This is really, really sick. She told you to go talk about this. She did. Like, even if she had her right fucking mind and she agreed to have you have an affair, she will still tell you, keep it a secret. Don't fuck up my brand. Like, sleep with your white woman if you have to, but it better be hush hush. No woman in her right mind, even if she agrees to let her husband cheat, is going to say, oh yeah, go ahead and address that. Go tell the public how this shit is set up and you can fuck up my brand. But once again, he ain't got shit to lose because he came with this to this marriage with nothing in his pockets, nothing in his mind, nothing but a penis. That's it. Okay? This is so disgusting. She never told this man. She never, ever, ever told this man to go talk about this with the public. No, he did that. And the white woman did that too. And that's why they're over here. They're setting up this woman, taking pictures with her so that they can paint their sick ass narrative. And ultimately, the white lady left and she took money. Yeah, exactly. And she took, she asked for some money when she left. She said, oh, we're like sisters. How can you, sister, you're a white woman, how can you be her sister? Like, go sit down somewhere.
Because of who she is taking B's money. We're abusing B.
Yes.
B wouldn't want this. These people have never even talked to B.
And seeing her.
We don't have to talk to B. We have common sense, okay? We have common sense. Like, I don't have to talk to, oh yeah, she's okay with a white woman in her house now that she has Alzheimer's. No, you guys are taking advantage. You are taking advantage.
You know, she's still, I mean, at 69, even in the advanced stages of this disease, is still this incredibly stylish, warm woman.
It emanates from within, her spirit, her soul. And I get heat because I don't put makeup on her. Like, she needs makeup. So you understand, no matter what you do, when you're in the public eye, there's always...
They get mad that you don't put makeup on her because she has a brand. And her brand was like, she would always come decked out. So the thing is, you don't have to put makeup on because we don't trust you. You're a pig anyways. But Miss B has money. You can hire a makeup artist. So when you know that she's going to be seen, the makeup artist can come. And I'm sure all of her career, she has makeup artists. There are people who know her. All you have to do is say, hey, can you come, at least come once a week? Or, you know, even though she might not know everything, you can still keep certain things in her life that you know she enjoyed. Like, if we know Miss B, she was always about her appearance and things like that. But fact, because she's a millionaire, what the F is it to you to book the makeup artist to come to the house? Okay? What is it to you to have a stylist come to her house and just put her clothes out for the week? She has the money for that. And that goofy ass white girl you married, she can put some lip gloss on her ass, but she can put lip gloss on herself. Make it make sense. So yes, y'all were abusing the lady. And the way she was out here, you made it so people saw her a certain way in her sickness when it never had to be exactly. You treat her like she's cheap. Exactly. When we're not saying you have to put money on her, we're not saying you have to put makeup on her. We're saying since Miss B is a multimillionaire and because she was always beat for the gods, we know she has a roster of makeup artists that she used in rotation. What I'm saying is call the people, book the appointment. Even if she's not going on TV, but you know that's something that she enjoys. She liked to be pretty. So call the people. They can come in and do her makeup unless you guys were hiding stuff in the house. So you didn't want her to have contact with too many people because God forbid the makeup artists start to notice certain things, right? But I'm like, no, I do not trust you. And the fact that you have, like, even now, we're almost like 6 minutes into this appointment. We're 6 minutes into this interview, and this man has yet to cry. He has yet to cry. And he's focusing more about how he's being attacked, how he's this. Sir, if you had self-awareness, you would see where people are coming from, okay? It's not that hard. But like I said, you are a swindler. You are a scammer. And I wish I had been her attorney. I would have dealt with your ass accordingly. You're not a good man. Because God, me, if my husband had Alzheimer's and I had to tell the people, I will start crying. Matter of fact, even my parent had it. I'll start crying. Like, what the heck? But you're sitting there, not even one tear. All you care about is making sure that people don't see you for the piece of shit that you are. Too late, you ain't shit and never been shit. Okay? So he was doing stuff in that house, and he didn't want too many people to have access to her because they would see that things were not adding up, and then they might tell it to the press, and then he's not going to be able to control the narrative. And if he cannot control the narrative, most likely the state, just like Wendy Williams, is going to put her in a conservatorship, so he's not going to have access to the money. He doesn't want people to come in there and do some kind of forensic accounting and see what the freak he's been doing with Miss B's money. I don't trust your broke ass. Like, you're crazy. Like, you are truly crazy. You know what I'm saying? Then that's why I'm saying, like, listen, this is why even sometimes people got to somewhat be close to their families and stuff, or at least be close to your attorney, because you need people who can look out for you. But because my thing is, if you are a successful woman and you make money, you need to have your legal paperwork in order, because we just never know. We just never know. But when you meet people, when you have money, you cannot fully trust these people, because if you didn't have the money, would these people be here? And my answer is no. No, they're here because of the money. I don't trust these people. I do not.
Someone finding fault or criticizing or judging or making statements that have nothing to do with the reality of the situation.
Does it hurt?
It does hurt. I respect her, and I want her to be well and feel good, and have love in her life. And when we are together, I feel there's a lot of love around us.
Dan's daughter Dana also helps take care of Ben.
My dad was really taking on a lot of the work, and I just felt like it was, Barbara raised me, and I had just lost my mom. I just felt that it was really important for me to, be around Barbara.
Your dad discovered.
Okay, I knew it. There you go. So this is not her biological mother. That's why she's okay with this shit. Okay. So to all the ladies who are out here, oh, I want to be a rich auntie. I don't want no kids. I want to be a rich auntie. Kids are not for me. I'm going to say this respectfully. I hope you take Miss B's advice as a cautionary tale. Okay. Because now it's giving she had no one. So even if the man ain't shit, that's his daughter. Most likely she's going to side with her dad. You see? Didn't have kids. Right? You see? Did not have children. So because today they want to glamorize being motherless. Oh, I'm so happy not to have kids. I'm so happy. You have no idea what awaits you in your future. But it seems like Miss B was by herself. So she had no kids. She doesn't have her family around her. So she was pretty much the captive of this man with all this money. You think he's going to let her go? You think he's going to let her go? You think he's going to let her go? Oh, he will suck the life out of her. She's going to be his prisoner because she is the money. She's the money. But imagine if Miss B at least had one child, especially if she had a son. Oh, no, not my mother. Right? But when you don't have your own blood, because I'm even thinking about Miss Jackie too, like Dr. Jackie also, she has no children, right? These women are very career obsessed. Their career, and they look at motherhood like it's a sin, it's a curse, it's a weight, it's a punishment. Well, I will say this. Take Miss B's life as a cautionary tale. That's the thing that's always scared me, right? Oh my gosh, let me tell you this. This weekend I got some great news because I have a friend, right? And so, she's married, but she only had one child, right? And it really weighed on my heart because, I feel like one kid also is like, okay. But I'm like, oh my gosh, because, one day I didn't tell her that, but, that's just me and my brain. I ain't shit. But I was like, imagine being the only child. You're going to have to do funeral arrangements for your parents by yourself. So if your dad dies, you're going to have to help your mom do funeral arrangement. Then when your mother dies, you're going to have to help your mom do funeral arrangement. Like, you're going to be the only person responsible for burying both of your parents. And I'm like, oh shit, that is a lot for one person. I'm like, damn. Like, it's just, the thought just came to my mind. I was like, oh my gosh, right? But you don't want to say to people, oh, you should have one more kid, because some people love their careers and things like that. They don't really see it. But God is good, because the Lord, he heard my prayer And so on Sunday, the person told me she was pregnant. I said, oh, Jesus, you guys. I felt relieved. Like a weight was lifted off my chest. And I said, the prayers of the righteous availeth much, okay? Because God has listened to me, okay? God is listening. She was really excited. I'm like, oh, thank God she's excited. You know, because today the feminists are running rampant, and the feminists have turned motherhood into some kind of prison, the gulag. I don't know. So most women now have a visceral fear of motherhood, something that has been so natural for over 6,000 years, okay? In the past 20 years, motherhood is prison, is torture, is the gulag. What the fuck is this shit? Okay. But thank God, though, the girl is pregnant, y'all. She's far along. Okay. And I was like, oh, Lord, thank you, Jesus. Okay. Because I'm like, you know, I did not want your firstborn to be all alone. Because one day, because it's the truth, though, you know, parents, we don't live forever. One day we have to go bye-bye. Okay. We're all going to die. One day we definitely have to bow out and leave this place. And do you really want to have one child responsible for funeral arrangements for two people? That child might do some self-harm, because at that moment you're like, oh shit, I am truly all alone in this world. Like my mom is gone, my dad is gone. Who knows if that person is going to want to live? But at least if you have a sibling or siblings, right, you can spread the load. And you can like, you know what? It's not that bad. It's sad, but it's not that bad, because there are other people going through the journey of funerals, mourning, saying goodbye to parents, right? You're not doing it all by yourself, right? That's another reason why, too, me personally, I do recommend for people to be traditional. I do recommend for people to really try their best to be married and to stay married, which is why I preach customer service, okay? I really do give great customer service that you can stay married, right? Because in this life, too, you know, for some people, not all the time, but some people will experience some kind of sickness, right? Some kind of cancer, some kind of cancer scare, some kind of brain issue, one thing, you know, it's the human body. You know, it starts to get sick. It starts to frail. It starts to deteriorate. It's going to happen. We pray it doesn't happen, or it, you know, it waits a very, very, very long time. But for Ms. B, it happened when she was in her 60s, which is really, really early. You know, she was quite young. My mom is like 60. My mom is 60. She's like 62, 63 years old, right? Right. So it's like, imagine my mom's age, my mom having Alzheimer's. Oh my God, knock on wood. Okay. That's so freaking early. Right. So you just never know. You know, sometimes I'll see conversations where the ladies are saying, oh, I got to marry a man that makes this amount of money. Now, I do believe he got to make some kind of money. Right. But I think like we should all pray and say to God, you know, based on what my life has in store for me, the good and the bad, the health and the sickness, bring a person that can withstand all of these storms and all of these blessings with me, you know, because you can pray for a man that has lots of money, and then you can have a disease. He'll leave you because he doesn't have the heart for that. You only ask for a man with money. You didn't ask for a man that could endure long suffering. Gotta be careful what you ask for. And many times when I hear these ask in a man, very surface level, very, very shallow, very vain. Because people think it's smooth sailing until the day God calls you back. You have no idea. Some people will get into car accidents. Some people might have to learn to walk again. Some people might experience blindness. Some people might have to experience infertility. Some people will experience miscarriages. Some people might have ovarian cancer, breast cancer, right? It's a lot of shit out here, child. It's a human body, right? And the vast majority of us, I mean, you know, knocking on wood, right? We don't know what's in store for us. But when you ask for people to be in your life, especially someone you want to marry, ask somebody who can endure long suffering and not complain about it and not resent you for it. Because if somebody gets sick, they can't really help that. Like Ms. B, she'll go, oh yeah, I can't wait to get Alzheimer's today, right? And many times some people will resent how sick you are. We saw the same thing with Nene and my Uncle Greg. When he got the cancer, it's like she resented him for having cancer because It's a very demanding disease, like, but she made it all about herself because Nini's very selfish. And she wondered why she has bad karma, right? But it's like you have no idea what's in store for you. And unfortunately, a lot of people's sickness is in store. Now, some sicknesses will be scares, right? Some sicknesses will be real, right? They will be overcome. Other sicknesses will take the life. It's life. Life is not that pretty, okay? It's not that pretty. I had another sister recently, not so recent, but she went through some kind of cancer scare. She was really, really scared. Her husband went in the closet. He was crying. I'm like, what the heck? Why are you people crying like this? Okay. And I told her, you're not going to die. If your fear is death, you will not die. Now, your husband, you need to tell him to get his ass up and stop crying. Okay? Because when he cries, especially her husband's a doctor. So I'm like, so when he cries, he's going to make you believe that this is it because he's a doctor. So what is he reading in your chart that's causing him to cry? Is he crazy? So he needs to stop crying. Okay? He needs to man up. But I told her, you're not going to die. What this is going to do is going to shake your ass up. So yes, it's going to be challenging, but you will not die. Okay? You're not going to die. You'll see your daughter. You'll be at her graduation. You'll see your grandkids. You ain't going to die. Okay? And guess what? She did. Okay? There you go. That's just me. God listens to me, right? Not going to die. But you live life long enough and you realize that scares are real. Okay? Scares are real. Not even a scare. Sometimes you might even have it, but you can overcome. Right? But you need someone who's not going to panic. Right? You need someone that has a lot of faith. Okay? That stuff is real. You can't put a price on that. You can marry someone that has a bunch of money and he's a coward. Right? Even if he could be a good person, but he can still be a punk though, because he's scared. Why are you scared? Stop crying. Okay? Believe. Okay? Profess. Confess. Okay? Believe. This right here is going to turn around for your good. You're not going to die, but some people will die. But when it came to her situation, what I was receiving was like, she's not going to die, but it's going to be rough. Like it's going to rough you up, right? But you will not die. Listen to me. You're not going to die. She thought I was lying. I'm like, no, you're not going to die. Because, and also one of her aunties, because of her dad's bloodline, a lot of her aunties and nieces and stuff like that, they died of cancer. I'm like, well, yeah, it's fucked up, right? But everybody's portion is different because everybody's seed is different. Some people have more seed in the ground. So those seed, they will testify on your behalf. But yes, I can see how if a few ladies in your bloodline died of cancer and you have the same DNA, you're like, oh shit, this is it. But I'm like, in your case, it will not happen for you. But it will rough you up, but you're not going to die. Okay? You will not die. All right? We're going to be here. We're going to have conversations. We're going to be okay. Right? So I think she really got roughed up, but she's here. She's fine. Okay? There you go. But you realize that you need to really ask for people. If something was to ever happen, they're going to stay. They're not going to be resentful. And they're not going to take that as an opportunity to take advantage of you. Okay? But many, many times you need, I won't say Christian people, because there's a lot of fucked up Christians. I won't say religious people, but I would definitely say that you need people of faith. You need people of faith. And usually people of faith are not really flashy people. Okay? But when times are good, people assume life is always going to be good. So people are more attracted to secular, flesh-like, like the vain kind of people because they think every day is going to be a Diddy party, right? But that's not how life is. There are ups and there are downs. But if you only know how to pick people based on your ups and you don't know how to vet people who can enjoy the ups, but be even stronger in the downs, you will have a letdown. You will, okay? There you go. But many people, they pick friends and lovers when everything is super good. But we know nothing stays super good forever. The lows are coming. But if you have people of faith in your life, your lows are not going to be that low, right? Because you are surrounded by people of faith. Unfortunately, people don't tend to appreciate people of faith. People love people of the vanity stuff, the people that are vain. They love that kind of shit. So when real stuff happens, they're lost and they drown because the anchors We're not planted in the right kind of soil. Okay. And which is why I can't say, oh, a man needs to read the Bible to be that kind of man. No, because anybody can read the Bible, right? It's life experience that will show you if you are dealing with a person of faith or you're dealing with a performative person. It takes time to know stuff like that. But as you ask for stuff, I will definitely say, ask for people that have faith. Ask for a person to love a person that is a person of faith, that is a person of conviction, and that is a person of integrity, right? Because such a person will not fail you. Because first and foremost, they're not going to fail themselves. Because having integrity means a lot to them. Having their faith means a lot to them. Having a healthy relationship with God means a lot to that person. So therefore, they're not going to fail themselves. And because they're not going to fail themselves, they're not going to fail you. Okay? Hopefully that makes sense. All right? So I don't even think she saw it coming because she's in her 60s. When you think of Alzheimer's, you're thinking like this late 70s, 80s, 90s. But how many 60-year-olds are walking out here thinking, oh, yeah, I'm going to have Alzheimer's by tomorrow? No, you think, oh, I'm still young and stuff. And she's still skinny. She still looks good. So I'm thinking like, why would you think that you're going to have Alzheimer's? Right? Which is sad. Oh, yeah, I'm really happy for the baby.
Alex,
Mm-hmm.
how'd you feel about that?
I mean, why shouldn't my dad have companionship?
Mhm.
Why shouldn't he have someone to talk to? For the first few years, it was just me and him. And it's hard. I'm not his wife. I'm his daughter. I can't give him the support that a girlfriend, a friend, a companion can give.
You're happy for them.
I am beyond happy for them.
Okay, you see? So what she's talking about is her dad. Even though the lady raised her, the only side she considers is her dad. Oh, but why shouldn't he have a girlfriend? Is that even a priority? I don't know. I'm confused. Okay. What about Miss B? What does she need? Right. And that's why I say you can be a step parent if you want to. But I will say this. It takes a very special child to truly, truly embrace you as the parent and to fight for you as if you were the blood parent. Because you think about your dad. What about Miss B? What about the days where she's back into her right mind? She's like, what the fuck? Who's this woman in my house? Which I'm sure happened before. Right? Oh, I'm not his wife. Nobody asked you to be his wife. He has a wife. She just has Alzheimer's. Oh, he needs companionship. His wife is not dead. Right? But she's focusing more on her dad and what her dad needs and what her dad wants and da-da-da. Which lets you know blood is real. Blood is real. Miss B raised her to some extent, but Miss B is not her blood. If Miss B was her biological mom, I don't think she could stand seeing another woman in her mama's house, eating her mother's food, having sex with her father. She would not be able to stand that, right? So I say be a step parent if you want to, but you have to understand it takes a special kind of child to reward you with gratitude. It takes a special kind of child to say, that is my parent now. So no, right? It takes a special kind of child. For most children, you will always be stepmom. You will always be stepdad. Do not deceive yourself, right? Do not deceive yourself. And I hope you can see it here. But I really do wonder if Miss B was her mother, if she was connected by blood, if she had fed her for 9 months through an umbilical cord, if she would say the same thing. Oh, my dad needs this. My dad needs that. Okay, my dad wouldn't even dare. And y'all know sometimes, many times, my mom gets on my nerves. But it's a matter of respect. Now, you can say a man has needs. You can go do that. We don't have to see it. We don't have to hear about it. But you will never bring another woman in my mother's house. It's going to be a fucking problem. Okay? There you go. That's it. That's that. It's about respect. It's all about respect. It's all about respect. And this shit right here is disrespectful because it's Miss B's house. It is her house. Dementia, no dementia. As long as she's living, you owe her respect. It is her house. Would she be okay if her dad, if her dad was the one that had dementia or Alzheimer's and Miss B brought a man in the house, and there was another man in the house. Miss B was kissing another man in the house. Miss B was having sex and going on date and with another man in the house. Even Miss B will cuss her ass out too. Okay. But my thing is, would she be okay? Oh, you know, I can't be her husband. You know, she's very lonely. I don't think you would feel that way because that's my dad. There's another big ass man with a whole penis and some balls in this house, walking and stumping in the house, and my daddy's in the house. Oh, hell no. This is just disrespectful. Okay. And my thing is, why is it that you can't even wait for the person to die? Like, what's the rush anyways? So you can be inconvenienced for like 2, 3, 4, 5 years, even if it lasts 10 years. One thing, womp, you took a vow to be married to this woman or to this man, and it does say for better or for worse. She is not dead. You are still married. It's like, I'm like, I don't care. I couldn't even, I mean, because I'm a woman, but even I don't even think she would do that shit to me. This is some weird shit. This is really weird. So I'm like, it's crazy ass disrespectful. And the fact that she's white also is like, yeah, disrespectful. And her also showing up like this is giving passive aggressive.
I'm more pissed at the people complaining about them. When I hear other people say, oh, I'm her friend. You've never called. You never came to my house. You don't ask how she's doing. You go on your TV and have a platform to bash my family, but you didn't pick up the phone to call him.
How do you know they didn't call? Because once again, she probably brainwashed by her daddy. How do you know they haven't called? Who told you they haven't called? You have her number. You monitor your dad's phone 24/7. Like, and you mean to tell me Miss B with her dementia and a white woman in her house, they're letting Miss B have access to the telephone? Girl, go sit down somewhere. Your daddy don't brainwash your head. Like, go sit down somewhere. Okay? Like, you don't know who's calling, and you don't know who hasn't called. It's even possible that people send Miss B flowers and he put that shit in the trash to make her feel like she's forgotten now. They don't want to talk to you anymore. They don't want this anymore, right? Why didn't have because Miss B told you to entrust the world. Okay, Miss B, since we're here, we're in the house, you sit down and tell me how you feel. Okay? She told you to come tell us that it's okay, right? So she's right there. Let her talk to us. No, they keep showing, oh, she's walking in the kitchen, or she's sitting at the kitchen counter. Oh, we see pictures. She's in the house, right? So why she can sit down and talk to us? Go sit down somewhere. Go play with somebody else. Go play with someone else. How do we know? We have seen people ostracize sick people. We have seen people ostracize like lonely people, mentally ill. Like we've seen this shit, okay? Even Gaza. We know Gaza is an open air concentration camp. So just because Miss B is living in her house, it's a big house, it's a nice house, doesn't mean that she's even safe in that house. I don't fall for the shit. A house can be big, but does that mean she's safe? Does that mean that this house is actually warm? And she is so okay with that. She can sit right next to y'all. And why can she sit right next to y'all? Since she's so okay with this, right? Why is she not speaking for herself? Go sit down somewhere, okay? Go sit down somewhere. These people are a bunch of liars. And this one right here, she probably ain't got no damn job. Her dad takes care of her. Her dad gives her all kinds of money, probably the whole fuck up, right? So, of course, she'll stand up for her dad because he takes care of her financially. Because this is not a normal reaction, even for a woman. Like, I'm not even related to Miss B, and I feel some kind of way. Like, this is weird. This is weird. It is weird. So for you to gaslight people and make it seem, oh, we're wrong for saying this is weird. It is fucking weird. We've never seen this shit before. A woman is not dead. She has a mental illness, okay? But she's not dead, though. She's fully alive in her house. There's another woman in her house. Right? And I'm not saying every Black woman is perfect, because we know some are crazy, but at least, even if it was like a Black woman, okay, she understands Black culture. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? But you have a whole white woman in this woman's house. What does she even know about Black people? What are her intent for Black people? We see as soon as the lady died, she left and she asked for money. There you go, because we don't have the same culture. And many times when white people come around Black people, it's for exploitation purposes. That's what it is. Right? But it's weird. It is really, really weird. And we are not wrong for side-eyeing you and your daddy and the white woman. This is weird. It is so weird. Disgusting. They're taking advantage. So you don't know who fucking called. So shut up.
To see what he's doing.
Oh, please.
So then it's because it's a hot topic, because it's trending. My life, my family, my stepmom isn't a trending topic.
Yeah, unfortunately, your daddy made it a trending topic, sis. So we're gonna talk about this shit. You are crazy. And imagine being mad because B. Smith actually meant something to people. Because she meant something to people because she's I don't want to say Martha Stewart, but she is the black Martha Stewart, right? But I'm like, she meant something to people. So yeah, the fuck? This shit looks fucking weird. So yes, we're gonna ask you questions. And it bothers y'all because y'all thought y'all was gonna get away with your scheme, right? But there is a God. There is a God. And no matter how much you try to isolate this woman, hide her, keep her phone and things like that, it eventually made its way out and the people found out and we started asking y'all questions because it's weird. She's not even dead. Why is there another woman in her freaking house? This is some weird shit. And also, we know your daddy had no fucking money. So how exactly is your daddy impressing this white woman? Right? Because he came into this marriage with nothing but his appetite, his greed, his evil mind, and his penis. Right? So how the fuck is he affording to court this white woman? We have questions. Right? Because most white girls don't go for black guys unless the black guy has money. You white women, they're like, listen, I ain't gonna say sex workers, but it's kind of given that sometimes. But most white girls who go after black dudes, it's usually for the money. Because they know that these black guys are looking for validation. They want to feel like white man in a white man's world. Listen, this is what it is, okay? Right? It's really rare to find a confident black man pursuing a white woman. No, these are low vibrational pursuits. Not trying to be offensive, but most black men who are proud to be black will marry a black woman. That's it. I even saw a video about them. Like, yeah, I agree. Okay? It's low vibrational. I don't care. Because why aren't you with your people and why isn't she with her peoples? All right? So usually she's only catering to this black man because of his resources. Because he can't give her status. Because most black men in America, especially in this racist ass place, cannot give a white woman status. A white man will give her status. But with a black guy, she can have access to resources that she can get through her community. So that's why she's here, for poaching. So no, it's weird. Okay, we have questions. It's very weird. Hold on. Hold on, give me a second. Hold on. My
stepmom is dying. Plain and simple.
What do you want people to know out of all of this?
I want people to know that we are in a very caring and loving relationship with B. Having met Dan, I knew that there would be no Dan without B. We make sure that, she has the best care possible. It has opened a much larger conversation that we all need to have, that is uncomfortable.
The longer we live, the more things can and will go wrong. And you're going to need somebody to take care of you.
Oh, man.
It's a charged topic, but I think that people need to look at this a little more objectively.
First of all, that was the story, the piece itself, Mr. Roker. Well, I know how hard that was.
Oh, please, dude, don't play with us. Anyways, y'all, let's get back to this video. Oh, Lord.
Razor says it was important to keep it intimate because he could see how much the weight of planning the wedding was overwhelming his fiancée. He goes on to say, we would have loved to celebrate with family and friends, but the outside noise started drowning out what truly mattered. Receiving questions like, who's going to be in the wedding?
But I just feel like, once again, y'all, not trying to be mean, please don't think this is like a Renelle Super Sim bashing session, right? No. I'm just somebody, I just side eye a lot of things. It's nothing personal. But what kind of man wants to get married to his soulmate? I can understand not wanting to have a big wedding, bunch of people, because it's true. Like the planning, the human management, it's a lot. It really is overwhelming. But for a man who has children, a woman who also has children, for you to not even want the kids to be part of that day is suspicious to me. Because I'm going to tell you this, right? That is my vision, but what the fuck do I know? Okay? What do I know? But that's what I think I know. I just feel like part of being a man, part of being a leader, and part of being a father is like you also have to be a patriarch. So I'm like, if you become her husband, her children become officially her children, become your children become her children. So when you guys get married, it's not just about you and her getting married. It's like the kids are now also becoming family. So they all need to be there. I mean, they should all be part of the pictures. But for a man to say, oh yeah, it's just us. Because usually eloping, when people usually elope, it's usually single, like not single people, but it's people with no kids. It's usually like the first marriage. They don't have children. So they eloping because they don't got no damn kids. Right? But a man says, I'm going to marry you, but it's okay if your kids don't show up. And you go along with that shit. Right? Also, she wants to marry you, but she cool if your kids don't show up. The fuck? This is weird. This is really weird. It is weird. And people can be offended if they want to. That is weird. At least the children should be here because today, on this day, we're all officially becoming one family. Right? So, Leah, here are your siblings. I forgot her son's name, right? Here are your siblings and vice versa, right? Because marriage is not about two people. You guys are parents. These are parents, okay? They both have kids separately, right? So, if you're coming together, it's not just the two of y'all getting married. Your children are part of all this. It's a family thing. But to elope, like y'all two single people with no baggage, that is wild to me. That is crazy to me. And I don't know how I would have felt, especially if I was a girl, if my mom went ahead and got married and she didn't include me on her wedding day. I don't know. Y'all tell me. Okay. But I think that's some fucked up shit because the kids should be in there. They should be dressed up. They should have some kind of role and they should be part of the pictures. Absolutely. They should be part of the pictures. What the fuck? I would be so mad. What the fuck is this? What? Y'all crazy. Okay. Yeah, she married. Oh, she was definitely gonna marry him and me. Okay. Yeah, so like, where are the kids? You know what I'm saying? So at least the intimate family should be there. You don't have to invite all of New Orleans now because that is crazy. But people who really do matter, like the kids, and like I said, the parents also should be present because that's family, right? But doing this, is this a stunt? Is it for pictures or whatever? Like, what the fuck is this? Okay, but that is weird to me. So now I'm questioning what's his leadership style. And I repeat, she's a public person, so therefore we're having this discussion. Okay, she want to be a celebrity, so this is what we do to celebrities. We talk about the people, all right? But this is weird. Like, at least as a man, like, no, our kids have to be there. My kids have to be there. Your kids have to be there. And on that day, we all officially become one family. And by God's grace, it works out. And, we all become a great family. But for them to just be there by themselves like that, I don't like that.
I can't get an invite. Before long, it felt like we were planning for everyone else instead of ourselves. So now that everything has been finalized and released and Super Scent is officially Raynell Bro, everything is all out here. She can wear her wedding bands in peace in public now.
Okay, so now y'all, I can finally wear my bands. Finally. I took my nails off because I wanted to change my nails. And I couldn't wear my band because I didn't want people to know that we were officially married. But we are.
Of course, Super Scent is all over the shade room in the neighborhood.
See, does
talk as she should.
It's content. It's content. It's over. And I'm like, even her, you see, this girl, I don't know, she's really weird to me. Even her coming here, oh, yo, I can officially wear my band now because she wants people to see her ring. But I'm like, even if this is real, let's be so for real, if it's also real, because people on social media, who knows, right? Is it even real? But even if it's real, he didn't pay for this. He didn't pay for this. So once again, you see, and y'all, I'm not even trying to be funny. This is not gonna last. I'm not gonna try to be funny, but it's not gonna last, right? And then later on, when it does go crazy, you will see, oh, I paid for my own ring. He didn't have shit anyways. One thing, these women do this every single time, right? They go for a certain kind of man. The man doesn't have it all. So what they do, they start building his brand, or they start creating lies about these men because they want other girls to be impressed. We've seen this before. There's that girl over here. what's her name again? Wizard Liz. That girl right there, Wizard Liz. Oh, I'm rich. I only date rich men. Men only send me $10,000 or more. Okay? We woke up one day. The little white boy she don't met was trying to cheat somewhere. Then it comes out that she's 7 months pregnant. No, she's 4 months pregnant. I guess it's more now, but at that time when it came out, 4 months pregnant, but she's only been with him for 7 months. So I'm like, so y'all was having raw sex really, really fast. Like, 'cause that's crazy, right? It happens every single time. There's even this other girl too, like she's called Cookie of the Sea, Biscuit of Man, if I was to translate it, right? Too. She's Cameroonian, very kind of like Super, but she's really pretty, like very, very flashy, very, very showy, you know what I mean? So allegedly she met this man from Congo. I'm gonna show you a picture. Hold on, because you need to see a picture, okay? Let me show you her picture, I thought. Voilà. You guys, this story was crazy, right? Another girl, kind of like Super, they put all their business on social media, right? Let me show you. Hold on. Put all their business on social media. So she met this man. Hold on. Hold up. I thought. Let me show you a good picture, okay? Met this man on social media, right? He told her he was a billionaire. He told her he was running to be president of the DRC in Congo. Y'all, the man said all kinds of stuff, y'all. Okay? Hold on. Let me see if I can show the video. Okay? Told her all kinds of stuff. There you go. Okay? Sister girl, she ate the shit up because she's the type to only date the rich guys, right? She's from Cameroon. So she's from Cameroon, and then the man, he's from Congo. He's from the DRC. She's like a big influencer for like French-speaking Black people, okay? All right. So he told her that he was, what did he say again he was? He said that he was a billionaire, that he lived in Monaco. Hey, bro, he's a billionaire. He lives in Monaco. He was running to be the president of Congo. Y'all, when I tell you this man was just breathing to lie. He breathes, he lies. He lies, you know he's breathing, okay? So what ended up happening is she ate that shit up. Because y'all would know this, but I guess it's the same here also, but there's a clique of French-speaking Black girls. They have millions of followers, right? And they're all competing. So because these girls are all competing, who have the best man, the most money, who can get the richest man, it causes these ladies to make the worst choices in men. So they're so desperate to believe in fairy tales. If you know how to lie and you lie with conviction, she gonna eat that shit up. So what ended up happening is she paid for her own wedding. Y'all, the wedding was so ridiculous. I mean, everybody was talking. Oh my gosh, have you seen her wedding? Have you seen her wedding? Right? She also got pregnant. He told her he was going to fly her out to Monaco and she was going to have the baby in Monaco because he's a French resident and he lives in Monaco. Remember, he said he's a billionaire. Well, guess what? She ended up having the baby in either Morocco or Tunisia because she never got the visa. Because also, this young lady here, she built her reputation by being a side chick. There's like this little slang word called cheesa. So a cheesa is an African slang word for a side chick. Okay, but she's like an upper echelon cheesa. Like she only messes with like affluent, like, you know, rich ass African dudes. Like they're mostly politicians, right? So the guy she was messing with, he was like some kind of minister in Cameroon. She was messing with the man. She never told the man that, oh, we're going to have to stop this relationship. Kind of like what Ashanti, there you go. What Ashanti did to Irv Gotti, right? Because Ashanti never officially said to Irv, we're over. No, she went to a basketball game with Nelly. I don't think she planned it, but the people put the cameras on her. And you know how they put you in a little boom thingy, right? So her picture was up there with Nelly, and Irv was watching the game. So that's how he found out. And I feel like because he found out this way, so he felt like he was being cuckolded, right? He was really, really bitter because of that. Because she didn't tell him, hey, I met Nelly, I'm a ride with Nelly. She never said anything. He just found out. So the man that she was messing with, she never said to him, it's over, I found someone, I have to move on. No. The day of the wedding, I guess, is when the man found out. So when it came, from what they're saying, when it came time for her to go to the French embassy to apply for the visa, they're saying he called the ambassador and he told the ambassador to not give her the visa. So ultimately, she could not go to Europe. Maybe she would have or not, but ultimately she was stuck in the continent of Africa, and she ended up having her daughter in Morocco. But for the longest, because she was hiding out there because she wanted people to believe that she was in Paris or whatever, in Monaco, having a baby, because it doesn't fit the brand. You know, your husband is allegedly a billionaire. He's going to be the president of Congo. I even think he got arrested in Congo. Like, y'all, it was a hot ass mess, right? But she realized the man was a swindler. He had scammed her. Let me see if this is the full. Let's look at her. Hold on. Okay. Child. Doing the most, child. Right? Because once again, they want people. They want these girls to be envious of them. Okay. They want nothing but jealousy. Right? But I'm like, you guys, she made so much noise. You guys, there was so much noise on social media. They were like, oh my gosh, I forgot her name. What's her real name? But they call her Cookie Biscuit, right? Oh my gosh, Amelia, right? Coco Amelia, there you go. Coco met her billionaire. Oh my gosh, she's gonna be married to a billionaire. Amelia, there you go. She has married a billionaire. Oh my gosh, she's amazing. She wins. She has God's favor. Y'all should have seen the comments. You see, she's pregnant. You see, she was pregnant. So because the man said all of that, not only did she plan the wedding, she got pregnant, and lo and behold, later on, we found out that the man, he's not a billionaire. Man ain't got no money. And if I'm not mistaken, even for the wedding, I think he told her to go ahead and pay for the wedding because his money was stuck somewhere. And then once he would have his money, he was going to reimburse her for the wedding. So she went out and she paid for everything. She paid for the whole wedding. She paid for the wedding bands, you know, even the birth of her daughter. She paid for that. This man had nothing. Yo, it's so sad. They like, even recently, like, they're showing her on TikTok. Y'all, she used to be so cute. They're showing her on TikTok. It is so sad. This girl, y'all, the way. Hold on, I don't. Let's talk about the videos. Hold on. Everybody's concerned for her because I mean she was such a cutie, right? But today she has put on a lot of weight. She's on TikTok.
Mon biscuit.
Hold on.
Faut sauter là-bas, non?
No. She's on. You see, that's her. Y'all, she used to be so thin. You know, this girl was out here traveling. I mean, she was living the life. Let me see if I can find a skinny version of her. Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Y'all, hold on. Let me see if I can find a picture of her when she was a lot younger. Y'all, these girls had the streets talking, right? Super cute, okay? People were just, people with these rich ass dudes, they were just, like the girl was catching flights. Y'all don't understand, right? So this guy shows up because he read her, like he read her ego. He read her narcissism. He knows the kind of man she goes for. He gave her exactly what she wanted to hear. I'm a billionaire. I'm running for president. I live in Monaco. I'm a French citizen. Wump. My money's stuck somewhere, but go ahead and pay for this. And then once the money comes out, I'm going to pay you back. Wump. Bunch of fucking lies. So while she was stuck in Morocco, right, having the baby, he was having a relationship in Senegal. He met some dark-skinned girl in Senegal with a big booty like this, like her booty's so damn ridiculous. Okay, he was on Snapchat with that girl, doing all kinds of dumb shit. So people were cussing him out, like your daughter, because I think when the girl was born, he hadn't seen his daughter for almost like 2 to 3 years. The billionaire, a deadbeat, hadn't seen the baby in like 2-3 years. But on his Snapchat, it was a bunch of Senegalese girls with a bunch of big ass booties, and he's over there eating jollof rice. And they're like, what the heck is wrong with this man? Because he was a fraud, right? And Beth, once again, because I think she really likes this fraud, and because I was talking to another friend, and I said, you know what, though? One thing I have realized about these girls is that if you're a man, even if you don't have shit, if you're good and bad, if you are good, if you're great and bad, whatever, even if she knows you're lying, she gonna say, okay. I'm like, this dude, because she took him back, y'all. She took him back. Oh, yes, ma'am. Okay. She took him back. Here she is, right? She took him back. It's like the more he was neglecting her, the more he was neglecting her daughter, the more he was on Snapchat when them big booty, dark skinned Senegalese girls, it's like the more she wanted him back. Here she is, y'all. Here she is. So I was talking to this one friend, and I'm like, most likely he's really good in bed. Most likely this man is really, really good in bed. And I think this is one thing I am realizing with, I don't want to say like besties, but with these swindlers, right? These swindlers that bring nothing to the table. The reason why, even though these women probably know they're lying, even though these women, it's not for the men they really like. It's not just because she likes him. She has great sex with him. I think if a woman has great sex with a man, she will forgive all kinds of bullshit. And because that's why we sit here like, because Queen was like, oh, Marlene, why is Yandy putting up with this farce? Why is Yandy putting up with this? Why is Yandy? Well, Queen, not to be gross, not to be nasty, but you've never seen Mendici's man part, have you? There you go. Because when the shit don't make sense, you got to look at the pants, okay? When the shit don't make sense, when a woman's behavior stops making sense, okay? Look at this man and look at what, it's kind of gross to say, look at his, his print, because, who wants to, but I'm just saying, it has to be down there somewhere, okay? That's where you're going to solve the mystery. Because, oh, he's probably really good in bed. He's probably the best sex she's ever had. So she doesn't want another woman to have sex with this man. Because otherwise, what else could it be? What else could it be, y'all? What else could it be? Exactly. What else could it be? And I'm like, y'all, I am serious. Yes, exactly. You've never seen Mendici's naked. There you go. Because maybe if you saw him naked, I'm like, well, damn, I guess it makes sense then. Okay? Because me, when I can no longer explain what I'm seeing with logic, I'm like, yeah, he has to be good in bed because he doesn't have money. But I'm like, it makes a lot of sense, because if you're dating a woman who makes a living being a side chick to wealthy men, right? So we understand that most of these wealthy African politicians, they're old, they're not attractive, and they have big bellies, okay? They're not attractive men. So she's not, when she's having sex, and we also said this, like, y'all, I hope y'all grown over here, y'all, right? Okay, but my life's with grown people, so if you're not grown, leave my life, okay? But one thing we said in the conversation was, when you're having sex with a rich man, right? And especially if you're having sex with a rich man who happens to be a man that can be your daddy and who's already married, right? He's having sex for himself. So I don't think, like, not just her, but I don't think any young lady who has sex with an older man in exchange for money is going to find pleasure in the sex, because you're here for his enjoyment. That's why he's paying you. So is he going to go above and beyond to do this, and that to make sure that you're also good? I say, I don't think he is. Because I think most of these men are very selfish when it comes to sex, right? The sex is for them first and foremost. Okay? The sex is for them first and foremost. Like, it's not for you. It's for them. Right? But I feel like when you meet a broke guy, because he's broke, he knows he has to deliver. Right? I don't think he's going, I mean, he might tell you he's broke, but definitely he's lying. He's lying. He is not who he says he is. So I feel like because he knows he's not the kind of man you usually go for, or he does not have the pockets that could get you to respect him because he don't have the wallet, he knows he has to give you a sexual performance that you had never seen before. Now, y'all, it's real. Some real shit. Y'all grown, okay? That's what he has to do. And I feel like that's why most wealthy women who, especially when they date younger men, right? They are addicted to that because he's broke. And most men who are broke are usually really good in bed because it's about survival, because they're usually homosexuals, right? They don't have a steady place. They don't have a steady dwelling, not a steady address. So he knows if he blows your mind, right? Exactly. If he blows your mind, right? If he blows your mind, you're more likely to get addicted, right? If he lies to you and then he breaks your back, you're like, I don't know, maybe he's not really lying, right? No, it's true though. It's true. Because the moment he sees you start adding up his lie, he's gonna start having sex with you. Oh, you know what? Fuck the calculator. Go ahead, right? So every time you want to go back to being logical, you want to go back to being a critical thinker, you want to start adding up the lies to see square root of 2 is giving, right? He's going to have sex with you and he's going to reset your shit. Like, oh, you know what? Never mind, right? So you're never able to have a moment of clarity. But most broke guys are usually great in bed. And that right there, I personally feel will get a woman to ignore the red flags, embarrass herself, go for things that she will never do because, yeah, she's like, oh my gosh, you've never had a man do this to you, because I'm like, I can only imagine if all you do is sleep with a lot of wealthy people, right? Maybe you've never had an orgasm, right? It's a real thing because these people do not care about you, okay? They do not care about you, right? But I'm like, what he has done to this girl, y'all, it is so sad. She's sitting there. She's so big now. People are so confused. They're like, oh my gosh, what's happened to her? Because before she met this guy, she looked a certain way. Let me see. Before she met this dude, she looked a certain way. Now it's like, they don't know if she's lost her mind. They don't know if she's crazy. She has gained so much weight. She's selling her properties. Because, oh, yeah, she's also sick. So she needs, like, something is wrong with her heart valve, her heart. So she has to get some kind of surgery, okay? All kinds of crazy stuff, right? So they don't know. It's like she can't, you see? You guys, when you see the video, I wish y'all spoke French, huh? But it's like there are so many videos. They're like, what does this man do? You see? Oh, she's selling all of her goods. She's selling all her assets, right? People are really concerned. What is going on? What is going on with her money? Is she okay? One thing, one, because the girl they used to know, she looks nothing like her anymore. Okay. She's out here doing weird shit. That's her daughter. Okay. She's out here doing, you see, here he is. You see, after all the cheating, y'all. So my thing is, how would you classify this behavior? So he has to be good in bed. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's a tool of warfare, Lonnie. It is real. It is real. And that's why I feel as though, because I'm not trying to be offensive, you guys. Oh my gosh, I promise. I am not trying to be offensive, okay? We're having girl talk, so I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm not trying to put her down. I am not. I promise you on everything I love, okay? I am not, okay? But my thing is, I feel like this is what happened between Sierra and Future. Not trying to be offensive, you guys. I am not trying to be offensive, okay? Listen to me. Because if you remember back in the day, Sierra had more going on for herself than Future. Future was an up-and-coming rapper, right? Future was an up-and-coming rapper singing Narada and some Keisha. Like, what the fuck is he been talking about? Okay? He's so unintelligent. Like, what is he talking about? He's like the epitome of mumble-jumble rapper, okay? But I feel like one thing about Future, the pipes. I think Future probably lays amazing piping. The ones that will make you leave like a 5-star review on Yelp, Trustpilot, child, okay? I feel like Future is really good in bed. I really do. Because this dude has smashed a lot of people. And I feel like the day, because I feel like he's not a talker, but the day we get to see a good list of the roster, we're going to be shocked. We are going to be, even Portia went there, Larsa Pippen went there, Sierra was there. I mean, like, Lori Harvey was there. Like, consider all the ladies who lined up for the pipe. But one thing about Future, though, he did not have money, but he had good pipes. Okay. All right. So I'm like, what else is going on? She said, I don't know. Okay. It's really sad. She's like, it's really, really sad what he did to her. Okay. Yeah. You see, she was in the videos crawling. And that's why, oh my gosh, you guys. Oh my gosh. Please, if I say this, do not hold this against me. This stays between us. Let me just type it. I ain't gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it. I don't want to say it. Read the comment, okay? Because I ain't saying it. All right. But you know what? Yes. And I think I don't think he does that for her. Because one thing I have noticed, Elena, I feel like when a man knows how to put down the pipe, a woman is more likely to be submissive. Because I feel like this is where real submission takes place. Okay. Yes, I do. I feel like this is where real submission takes place. I think real submission takes place in the bedroom. And I feel like if a man can submit a woman sexually, she'll act right because she's afraid of losing the penis. Right. But when you see a woman with a man and she out here doing the very most, I question his skills. I do. Oh my gosh, please don't hold it against me. You know I ain't shit. It's just my mind. Like my mind just goes to the weirdest places ever. Not trying to be offensive. I am not. It can be offensive, but I'm not trying to be offensive. Okay? I don't think so. Just like you'll be surprised that a lot of yeah, he can be good, but good is not enough because a woman. Oh, you know, the thing is, you know, we saw that with Carl Young. No, you guys, you see, this is why sometimes I don't be coming online because y'all not ready for these conversations. Because I keep telling y'all this. Sometimes I feel as though, like, even though you guys, you've gotten a lot better, you have gotten a lot better with keeping up with me, but I still feel like you guys are still wrestling with the fact that human nature is ugly. I think many men, especially many women, y'all want things to be pretty. They're not pretty because women love sex. We have the stuff we've seen with Cassie, the stuff we're seeing out here, the T app. At this point, we have to realize women love sex. And I've gotten to a point where I'm even questioning if women do not love sex more than men. Like, seriously, we've got to this point now. Because at first, I thought it was just the man being sex obsessed because that's how society is. Women love to shop, men love to have sex, right? But y'all, there are things going on out here that got me feeling like, you know what? You know, has me feeling like girls, these ladies are pretending. They don't want people to know that they love sex. I think they tame it down because society still has an issue with women that are me. I don't like promiscuity, but I don't think that I don't feel like if you have your person, it's wrong to be sexual and sensual. I just don't think you should do it with everybody because that's unsafe and it loses its meaning, right? Cool. But I will say this, right? A woman needs great sex. It's not enough for a man to be good. The man also has to blow her mind sexually because otherwise she won't sit her ass down somewhere. She's not going to sit down somewhere, right? So it's like you'll find out that even a lot of bodybuilders have small penises. Yes, because all that blood goes to their muscle, it barely goes to the penis. And I think sometimes also because it takes so many steroids, it takes the blood away from the penis. So they have these big muscles and they have small penises. Right? You'll be surprised. Right? You'll be surprised. But the fact that she went ahead and named her baby after this man says a lot. But when it comes to the other man, she did not name his first son after him. Something is weird. She's also never had him in a music video. Whereas this one, not only was he in a music video, she was crawling to him. Like she is crawling to get in between his legs. I was like, girl, what's going on? Okay? So, you know, we're not saying he's not good. Okay. I never said he's not good, though. Yeah, exactly. Something is off. That's why she won't sit her ass down somewhere. She's doing too damn much. Right? And also, Mendici, y'all, oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. This live's gonna get me in trouble. Hey, Jesus. You know what the sad part is today in America, speaking truth is so oh my gosh, it's so controversial. The truth is not controversial. People should be able to have honest discussions, right? But I will say that sometimes big things come in small packages. Think Mendici. Okay? I'm not trying to be nasty because that's somebody's husband, but I'm just saying that sometimes big things come in small packages, which could be why sometimes the girls don't mind the short dudes because the short dudes, God gave them an extra leg because they don't have enough height, if you get what I'm saying. Okay, there you go. Listen, I don't know how to lie. That's my problem. Oh my goodness. Okay, I don't know how to lie. But would it be so far-fetched to believe that Mendici, like, you got to get an extra, like, you know, you got to get, like, they got to put extra stickers on, like, handle with care, heavy, long, you know, extra, whatever, you know what I'm saying? You know, I wouldn't be surprised, though. I would not be surprised. Because the way Yandy's out here acting crazy, I wouldn't be surprised. This might be a heavy package. This might be the kind of thing, if you were to check that at baggage claim, they might have to charge you for extra weight. Like, ma'am, because the standard weight for any luggage you want to check in is 35 pounds. This might be given 75 pounds. You're gonna have to pay extra money for this shit. Okay, because ma'am, it weighs too much. Super heavy. Okay, this side up only. You know how they have all these extra stickers on these like packages and shit, right? But it could be. Exactly. Because listen, y'all, there are things out here. These girls do not want to be honest. They don't want to be, but it's okay. You know, listen, me, Marlene, I do not, I can't say I don't fault human nature, but I do love to explore human nature. And one thing I have realized is that it's not pretty. And we have a hard time accepting the fact that human nature is not pretty. Women, sex matters to women. It probably matters to women just as much as it matters to the man. You see, look at Sandra, you see? As soon as I started talking about people's penises and their penis size, Sandra showed up, which means the whole time she was here. You see what sex does to people? You see how talking about sex gets people involved in the conversation? I'm just saying, right? But it's a real thing. So a man can be a good man. He could be a sweetheart. He can be a great provider. But if he's not good in bed, this lady, she gonna act a fool. This woman is going to act stupid, okay? Because he hasn't tamed her black ass. I mean, he hasn't tamed her ass yet, okay? So she gonna act a damn fool. And that's why I feel like Sierra acts a fool. Because, okay? She acts a damn fool. Okay, well, there you go. All right. Like, listen, okay, no, it's a real thing. But I'm like, there's something about Mendici. No, we are grown. We are grown. The way Yandy's acting don't make no damn sense. Even the guy that she was cheating on, he's some big ass Ghanaian dude. Like, he's big, black, big, handsome, tall. But is he packing? Because I guess she was messing with him and she went right back to Mendici. Right? So what the fuck is going on? And I say this might be the kind of baggage when you check this shit into baggage claim at the counter with the people, they might pay you an extra fee because it's too damn heavy. You know what I'm saying? And one thing about a woman, if she finds a man that's good in bed, she has a hard time letting it go. She has a hard time seeing. I think this is it. Two things women struggle with saying, but even if it's toxic, whatever, a woman will struggle to let go of a man if he has a lot of money. Even if there's cheating, there's disrespect, wump, child, the greed. We're really, really greedy. We love money. We love money. We love money. We love status. We love nice things. And we love to compete with other women. It's okay to be honest. It really is okay to be honest by human nature. So if a man has lots of money, it's going to be really hard for her to walk away. It's going to be really hard. Because that money helps her to feed her ego because she's craving bullshit. Okay? That's number one. Number two, another reason why a woman might have a hard time leaving, he's good in bed. Like, she's never had sex like this before. The foreplay, the okay, all of that. Okay? She's never had this shit before. You see, even Cassie kept, no, I'm serious, sunshine. Cassie kept in contact with every single sex worker. Even after the freak offs, she would see those people by herself. They would go to her apartment. Diddy was not there. Like the one who went to prison, the one who came out of prison, the one who's well spoken. Oh, he would go to her apartment all the time. I tell you, she was hooked to the penis, even though the penis is prison penis. It don't matter. Don't matter. Right? So what does that say? You could even be a former prisoner. You could be a dusty. Can you imagine somebody like Cassie? Can you, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay. Let me show you. Hold on. Forgot his name. And you see how the end doesn't want to show that man. They really don't want to show that black man. Look at Google, child. Child, they are. Everything you see is just Diddy. Yo, where is that prisoner? Oh my gosh, this is awful. Clint Howard, there you go. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, this stuff is real. Okay. Where is he? Okay. You see this? Let me show you. Okay. So you see, look at this man. You would never think in a million years that a girl like Cassie would even let a guy like this talk to her. Child, she was having raw sex with this man. Somebody just came out of prison with no STD testing too, because she saw his penis. She tried his penis. She couldn't stop having his penis. So you see when girls are like, oh, I wouldn't date a man that don't make this kind of money. I would not date a man. Oh, girl, you full of shit. Okay. All it takes is you giving one chance to this man to lay the pipes. Bitch, you're going to be calling that man crying. Oh my gosh, when am I going to see you again? 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 Okay, these girls talk a big ass game. The only time you'll see a woman clown a man if he wasn't good in bed. But if that man was spectacular, I don't even give a fuck what he looked like. And maybe, oh Lord, you're gonna hate me today. And maybe this is why Selena Gomez, her man look crazy. Okay? Because I'm like, girl, he looked like he a serial killer. Have y'all seen Selena Gomez's husband? Okay. Betty Franco Blanco. Okay. I'm like, what the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. This dude, to me, he's scary. Okay. I'm like, why would she marry someone that looks like this? Right? This is somebody's husband. Okay. This wealthy ass girl who used to date Justin Bieber. All right. This is her esposo. Ay, Dios mío. Okay. I'm like, girl, what? Girl, what? Girl, what? Girl, what? Okay. Yes, yes, y'all. That is her husband. Oh, y'all need to stop bothering with this weird picture, Sean. Give me the damn picture. Okay. This is her husband. Okay. Now, not trying to be offensive. Okay. And if I am, I sincerely apologize. I am not trying to be offensive. I am not trying to body shame anyone because, shoot, what do I look like? Okay. Right? No, none of that. Okay. I am just trying to understand. Why would a pretty girl like this with all this money, right, would marry such a man, especially when her ex was Justin Bieber? How did this happen, right? And so I say, is it possible that el blanco tiene un gordo, muy gordo penis, okay? That people have a question, okay? We have a serious question. It's not just about, you think she never met a man that's sweet? I don't know, child. But is it possible that el blanco tiene un gordo penis? Oh, okay. Because what in the world? Okay. Child. Lonnie said, child. Yes, y'all. Yes, I am being for real. I cannot sit here and lie. These are the thoughts that go through my mind when y'all not hearing from me. Okay? Es tan posible que un hombre blanco tiene un gordo penis. Oh, okay? Because what the heck? What the heck? What? This was not on my bingo card. Like, I expected Selena to be with someone that's very polished, has a lot of money, very well achieved, right? I mean, someone who can compete with the Bieber. Okay? But no, she pulled out with this. So I'm saying, now, it's also possible that no tiene un gordo penis. Oh, okay? It's also possible. I never seen his penis. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Okay? Now, sometimes also, if you don't have a gordo penis, okay? Some people are good with their tongue. So, is he also a maestro? Con su lengua. Okay. Is he a maestro con su lengua? Okay. We have questions. Okay. Yes. He wrote hits and hits. Okay. Because I'm like, I'm just saying, because sometimes when it doesn't make sense, I'm like, well, he must be good in bed. Because what the hell? Okay. What the hell? But I didn't expect this pairing. Don't come for me. Okay. Listen, I have the right to my thoughts and they don't have to be perfect. Okay. But I was like, what the hell? What is this? But I'm like, hey, maybe he's great in bed. So because he's great in bed, there you have it. Right. But a lot of girls, they talk a whole lot of shit until the man has her in some Kama Sutra shit. She's like, oh shit, I'm landlocked and I like it like a crab. Okay, this the crab, baby. It's the crab. Okay, people like that jigsaw puzzle kind of sex stuff. Okay, so this is why Marlene, I don't take people seriously. Because I'm like, the only reason why you would shit on somebody or you're still shitting on somebody, because most likely he was bad in bed. Okay. Well, and maybe also comer su lady parts, okay? Maybe he likes to eat that too. But I've come to realize that many, many times, if you see a woman in a relationship and it looks crazy, most of the time, because that man is doing something to her sexually that she had never seen before, she's never had before, so it's doing something to her cabeza, okay? She's like, oh shit, all right? And now she don't know how to get this man out of her DNA. Because he's all the way in her blood, like he's all the way in her genetics, like he's all the way in her genetic sequencing, okay? She don't know how to forget about this man. And that's why I say people got to have mercy, because, I can only imagine if you meet someone that you are sexually compatible with and you've never had sex like that before, I can see how that can mess you up. I really can't see, okay? I sure can, so don't come for me, y'all, okay? This is just a little conversation. Take nothing I say seriously. We are just here for entertainment purposes only, okay, at the expense of other people. But hey, listen, they chose to be public citizens, okay? So it is what it is. Okay, hold on. Let me go back, right? But even like I was saying, with this whole ring thingy right there, I'm like, do you even have to advertise this? Like, what does this prove? Because ultimately, Razor is not a millionaire. He is not some great businessman. He is not any of those things. Like, stop lying. So if this ring is actually real, she paid for it. She definitely paid for it. Okay? She paid for it. Maybe he's going to make some kind of payments, right? But me and these rings, I'm like, oh, please. Most of you ladies who are female influencers with these big diamonds and these big sets, you are the ones paying for these rings because these men don't have the money. I even wonder if this man Razor even has any kind of savings accounts for his children when they go to college, okay? Let's start there. So stop lying to people, okay? Let's stop doing these games. But that's what she does. She's very flashy. Look at how much money I make. Look at my wedding. Look at my rings. Look at this. Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. She's a narcissist. Let's keep going.
We are.
Of course, Super Scent is all over the shade room and neighborhood talk, as she should be, as she always is.
Exactly.
And a lot of people are also showing Super Scent a lot of love on her main page as well as her backup page. So what has Super been doing since she has been a newlywed? Super Scent is around her new house, setting things up and getting everything together. I don't know what Super was doing with this tree in the living room, but she took me.
Oh, did she move? Huh? She left that big house? Did she leave the big house? I'll keep up with her, y'all. And if y'all keep up, come on, this house looks small. She left the big house. Child, squandered that money. That's why they couldn't have people come to the wedding. I feel like it probably is a money issue. They're like, oh, we don't want people here. And my thing is, honestly, you guys are from New Orleans. They could have had a beautiful wedding in New Orleans with the umbrellas, that's a regular house. Look how you can see her neighbor. Like, that's her neighbor's house. I'm like, girl, you moved out. Super squandered her money. She squandered her coins doing too damn much. And I'm gonna say this, right? And it's no dicks to her, because I'm sure she's a sweetheart. She's a little silly, but I'm sure she's a sweetheart, right? I mean, she's an Aquarius. She can also be an asshole, but what do I care, right? But one thing I do not like about Black entrepreneurs when they have success, first of all, is always announcing how much you make, because then people will start to feel entitled to your money. And even when you give money, you're like, well, that's it. You just made $1 million, or oh, you make $1 million in an hour, right? So it's problematic. Me, honestly, listen, black people, white people, we don't have the same culture. Over here, we need to hide how much money we make because it attracts problems. White people, they boast about how much money they make more money. When we boast about how much money we make, we attract people who ask us for money. So we don't have the same culture. So that's number one, okay? Number two, right? I think giving everybody, because she bought this person the car, that person this person that. No, give these people jobs. That's it. That's that. They need to wait. Stop trying to buy everybody a car. A car is a depreciating asset. Leave me the fuck alone. Give people a job. We have to, because this survivor remorse thing, a lot of black people who make it, you got to stop feeling bad. Okay? Let's stop. There's nothing to feel bad about. Okay? No, you got to be extra careful with this money because we don't know how long this money is going to last. But I feel like because everybody has struggled, she really wanted to help everyone. She wanted to share the joy. And also, if you're a black woman and you announce how much money you make, and then you don't buy your mom a car, your dad a car, black people will say you're a wicked person. You know what I'm saying? Because black people, to be a good black person, you have to run yourself thin. You gotta empty your whole bank account, pay everybody's bills, because for black people, that makes you a good black person. We have to stop. Most black people are not wealthy, so they can't even tell you what to do. Okay, they need to go fix their own finances. Like, you're not gonna tell me shit. Okay, you don't have to get your mom a new car. You can fix the car she currently has. She gonna be all right. Because I think, yes, as much as you can, wait for your business to be at least 10 years old. Wait for your business to be at least a decade old, very secure financially, with a great reputation, and then you can start giving people shit. But in the meantime, what's wrong with your car? Yes, what the fuck is wrong with your car? If your car is working just fine, keep driving the car. I can take your car to the body shop for a new paint job, but this whole buying new cars for people and shit, Marlene, I ain't got it. Fuck all y'all, okay? I don't give a damn because it's ridiculous. It's money wasted. That money could have gone to the stock market. Like the girl Shelly, the white girl, where she said about, okay, do I really want to take money and go put a down payment? If I leave my money in the stock market over 15 years, I could get X, Y, and Z. Because guess what, y'all? You think buying your family a car is going to stop there? No, they're going to come back tomorrow. Then they're going to come back next week. So these people always going to need money. So instead of taking the $50,000 and just putting that into a car, what I'm saying is open, or maybe have different savings account. One for mom, one for dad, one for this. Because these people going to come, they don't keep asking you for money. Okay. So if you give $50,000 at once, well, you better have more money. Right? But you're going to keep driving your car, sis. Okay? You're going to drive your car. All right? Now, if you need money, it's going to come from that $50,000 I would have used to buy your car. Okay? We don't have to do everything at once. But because the thing about, this is it. Me personally, if I look at Suba, Jessica, BB Judy, whatever, I think even though BB Judy, I've experienced her, she ain't shit. The thing about Jessica compared to Renee, I would definitely say I feel like Super is way more of a genuine person than Jessica. I really do. I think Super is way more genuine. I mean, she was also my birthday twin, so maybe I'm biased, but I'm being serious. I think she's way more sincere than Jessica Dupart. I think Jessica ain't shit. Okay. However, I think messing with Jessica, because BB Judy, everything has to be content. I feel like, and especially, and she likes to show off a lot. Well, I feel like we are birthday twins. I think she's more laid back. I think she doesn't mind being at home all day, saving money. I don't want to say cheap in a bad way, but I don't think she minds having a regular life. She doesn't need all that, whatever. But I think Jessica wanted her to be very performative, right? And so by listening to Jessica, who turns everything into content, right? She felt like she also had to be show-offy, right? Yes. And the thing is, and the money you give these people, you give the money that's the interest from the money. Do not trust these black people. They will keep coming back and asking you for more money. Listen to me. I get it. Oh, Marlene, I want to save my mom, save my dad, baby. One thing we have learned from socialism, giving people money does not fix the problem. It makes it worse. So what I'm saying is give the money in increments, because they're gonna keep coming back for money. because they don't know how to manage money. But now, because you're always here telling people how much you make, they don't feel as though they have to be responsible. I hope you guys understand me, right? If your family, if you are always making content, and sometimes you could be lying, but it's like, yeah, I feel like there are times where Super was lying. I feel like there are times also where Jessica was lying about how much they sold, how much they made. I really do believe that. However, I also understand from a marketing perspective, if people believe that your products are in hot demand, they're going to buy it because FOMO is real. Right. So I'm not okay with being deceptive, but at the same time, I understand the game of marketing. So charge it to the game, not the player. Because if you're like, hey guys, buy my stuff, they might not even buy it. But if you say, oh my gosh, my stuff sold out in 30 minutes. I sold 1 million in 2 seconds, right? The curiosity, what is it? Like, why is it selling so fast? Like, why does this stuff sell like hotcakes? And now people want to know and they're going to buy it. And hopefully when they receive the package, they really like it. But sometimes when you do have a business, you do have to finesse the audience a little bit because they're slow to move. They're really slow. So it's a bit deceptive, but also it's business. Like, it's what it is. Okay? Everybody kind of does it. Like, a lot of people do FOMO, right? They tell you, oh, we only have 5 in stock. Okay? We have limited quantity available. Okay? So I'm not going to be like, oh, whatever. It's business. It's what it is. Okay? Right? That's it. That's that. You have stock. You want to sell it. So you got to, it's part of marketing. It's part of marketing. But I really do feel like Super's very chill. I don't think she needs all this va-va-voom, blah, 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 right? But Jessica, that's more her speed. And I feel like she was taking her cue from Jessica. So she felt like she had to be in that vanity shit, But I'm like, honestly, that house for me, I feel like it was too big of a house. It's too big. Now I get it. Black people make money. And from what I was listening to a thing here, but I don't think it's just here, but it could be that rednecks also made it to Africa. But, this thing about, oh, I'm Black. When I make money, big house, big cars, shopping spree, right? That's how we register. That's how we understand success. You're not successful until you have a big house. Remember that one time I played a video about Igbo people back in Nigeria? Like, if you're Igbo, you haven't made it until you build a mansion in the village. Meanwhile, there are no roads. There are no schools. There's no running water, but you got these crazy ass mansions, right? A lot of Black people throughout the diaspora, we have these really, really unhealthy paradigms as to what it means to be Black and successful, right? And for us, big house, big cars, big chains, a lot of shopping. And then also you got to bail your entire bloodline from poverty. So yeah, within a year, you'll be broke because it's not sustainable. You got to pick one thing, right? But we usually go from 0 to 100. We don't know how to find this like healthy middle. It was like, okay, I'm doing well, but I'm also not excessively showing off, right? We struggle with the balance, right? Cool. Makes sense? Exactly. Makes sense? So I'm like, that's it. But ultimately, I will say I'm glad that, if she really felt like that house was overwhelming and it was just sucking her money, because when you have a big house, which is what people do not realize, exactly, right? The house, you're not just paying your mortgage on, okay? You are paying the mortgage. You're paying property taxes. You are paying water bill, power bill, heating bill. And guess what? The bigger the house, the more money it takes to cool the house. And that's why when I showed you all these houses, these big ass houses in the village by the Igbo people, most houses don't have air conditioning. They have fans. You have this luxury house and them cheap ass fans because it takes a lot of money. And also, West Africa, we built with cement. Cement has a tendency of trapping heat. So it's even more expensive to heat a house made of cement. Houses in America are made with cardboard, sheets, sheetrock, is that what it's called? Okay, cool, right? But think of all the bills you're paying. Then you got to also pay for cleaning supplies. You got to pay for groceries. You have to pay for furniture. The bigger the house is, the more furniture you need, y'all. And furniture is not cheap. Even a basic ass couch can run you $3,000. Basic ass couch, y'all. Even a basic ass bed can run you $2,000. So imagine now, if you have a house that has 5 bedrooms, you got to put a bed in every room. So if you do 5 rooms, $3,000. The bed alone, $15,000. That's just the bed frame. Now, what about the mattress? What about the nightstands? What about TVs in every room? One thing, one pump. So y'all just putting something decent in every room. If you got 5 rooms, can easily cost you 25 to 30,000. You haven't even made it to the living room yet. The living room area, your dining room table, your whatever, your patio. By the time you are done decorating this mansion, you might be out $100,000 to $200,000. This is ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. Like, what the freak? Okay. Yes. It's like you're stressed. And now because you're so rich and you're always advertising everything you have on social media, like Alana said, it's not even just security. You have to increase your homeowner's insurance because God forbid somebody breaks into your house because you love to advertise your expensive shit. This stuff is real. And you start to understand why Jesus said, do not amass riches here on earth where the locusts and whatever can get to it, because it becomes problematic. Right? Exactly. If you got a big ass yard, you got to spend all of the entire grass has to be watered. Wait a minute. Who's paying for this? Okay. Like, these are real expenses. And for someone who just came into money, for someone who is making money selling makeup in a very competitive, it's very competitive. I really felt like it was not prudent, but I understand her. I understood her too, because this is the kind of stuff that your Black audience wants to see. And that's why I say we as Black people, we truly put a really unfair financial burden on Black people we claim to love, right? We really do. Because look at Adam Sandler, right? I've always told y'all, Adam Sandler, he's out here looking broke. Okay, where is he? Okay. Adam Sandler is worth $400 million, right? $400 million. But every time you see him, he's always wearing a Hawaiian shirt. He's always dressed like a hobo. This outfit don't cost more than $30, okay? But you see, white people are still going to respect him. Every time you see him, he looks like a damn hobo. But you see, he doesn't lose his value. He doesn't lose his relevance in this community, right? Because they're not there for his fashion. They are there for his comedy, right? Black people, we do too damn much. We ask people we claim to care about to financially spread themselves thin to impress us. No, please don't. Like, I'm okay with you just be clean. Be clean and be well put together. I don't mind if you mix and match. You buy a little shirt from Amazon, buy something from H&M, buy something expensive. All I'm saying, have taste, but we do too much. And that's why a lot of our Black celebrities end up broke. Because for us, if you don't have the latest car, you don't have the biggest house, oh, he must be broke. Oh, he must be going through this. Oh, he must have lost his business. Oh, he must not be doing well anymore, right? This is what we do. And we force people to overspend. We force people to use credit. We force people to sign for these crazy ass mortgages that they have no business signing up for. This is some bullshit. Okay? You understand? So I will say this, right? Because she's also a human being. I will say this, right? I will say this for Supa's defense, right? Because for somebody who used to be on welfare, like, she's been through hell. She really has, okay? She really has. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. You know, and I used to always feel like Jessica, the way Jessica would make content about Supa, it was very degrading. Oh, one time she went to a church. Supa was in the audience. And this evil bitch, she gonna grab the microphone like, oh, that's my best friend Supa. And when I first met her, she didn't have no power on. Her refrigerator was out because she had no electricity and the food in her fridge was rotten. I was like, what the fuck? And so I went in there and I shopped for her and I cleaned her fridge. Like, she was always showcasing Supa as like, oh, look at my charity case. Look at my charity case. And I'm like, even if you went into her life and her power was cut off and the food in her fridge was rotten, nobody needed to know that. And that's why when God made Supa bigger than Jessica, I was so happy. I mean, she was already bigger, but God made Supa even bigger than BB Judy, because Jessica, her heart is wicked. She is a wicked woman. I met her. I dealt with her. She ain't shit. And I even said that to her. I sent her an email because we had an event together. Like, the lady is foul. She is just fucking foul, right? But the way she would parade Supa around New Orleans, right? It was so degrading. And it was always giving, oh, look at my little charity case. Look at my little charity case. You guys, they went to the church. They went to Pastor Bishop Morton's church. And she was standing up there and she had Renelle she had her go on the pulpit. And she was like, yeah, when I first met her, her power was cut off and she didn't want to tell me. And when I got there, the food in there was rotten and I had to clean it up and I took her shopping, you know. Even when she left her, when Jessica left her hair salon, she made a whole video about giving Super her warehouse. She made Super sit there. She's like, oh, friend, so now that I'm moving on to bigger things, here are the keys to my dingly wringly warehouse for your small ass business. You know, but Super, she better than me though, because she played, oh, hey, thank you, friend. Thank you. She knew how to play the beggar. She did. She really did. That's why I repeat, I am really glad that Super has made it to be bigger than Jessica. Because it was really disgusting. I'm like, every time you do something good for this girl, you have to record it? Every time, it's giving when white people go to Africa and they feed poor children. Take pictures with the plate, take pictures with the book, like, yo, chill, like it's excessive. It really is excessive, you know? So for me, honestly, this is me. I was not a big fan of her making these big purchases because I'm like, when you come from zero, like from welfare projects, whatever, to seeing a lot of money like that, there's a lot of financial literacy that needs to happen. And I felt like she was not well advised because people were trying to leech off of her, be famous off of her name, build an audience off of her name. You know, she was not well advised because it is too drastic of a change to go from projects to a mansion. You got to at least do something in between. So even though I think she did it backwards, but I'm glad that she downsized and she's going to where she should have gone in the first place. Something in between. Everybody needs an adjustment period to make it, to go, like even basketball players, everybody needs an adjustment period from going from zero money to 300 million because this can drive someone crazy. You got to have the middle ground somewhere. So you know how to live middle class, right? And then you slowly go up to living in a mansion. These mansions are not going anywhere. You understand, right? And if you are a Black person and Black people require you to have a mansion for them to support you, they're just not the audience for you. Go cater to white people. Go cater to Asian people. Go cater to people who want to see you blossom as a business owner and who are not looking for you to be a rapper, a basketball. She's not a rapper. She's not a basketball player. She is a young woman. She's a mother who's trying to have a beauty business, right? So it's more prudent for her to have, if her living expenses are a lot smaller, then she can focus more on her business. But if your living expenses are crazy, plus you got the expense of the business, it's like, it's a lot of bills. Even what's her name? Jessica, again, Jessica's a witch. Jessica made Super sign up for this crazy ass warehouse, almost like 100,000 square feet. And I'm like, do you even have the demand for that? Yes, you went viral, but can you sustain this kind of demand? Like, I'm not even trying to be funny or like trying to be mean, right? But I'm like, Juvia's Place does more business than the Crayon Case, right? Even Shishi does not have 100,000 square feet warehouse. So why do you have such a big warehouse? Right? That's crazy. Like, I'm like, this isn't, because I've seen her warehouse. She doesn't even have, it's a big one, but it's not 100,000 square feet, right? So why do you need to have a new business that just started going viral? Do you truly need to have 100,000 square feet of warehouse space? No. But she let Jessica influence her and she made that call. I'm like, that is crazy. This is, y'all are putting, because now it's like, now it's turning into, instead of focusing about the business, it's about turning this into something else that has nothing to do with the business, because Crayon Case made her successful. So everybody should focus on putting as many resources into the Crayon Case that this business can go on to maybe one day be on the same level as a Maybelline, as whatever's at the drugstore, right? Because it takes a lot of capital to go into retail, which is, it can be really awesome because, you know, sometimes you might not want to ship shit, and sometimes people don't want to pay for shipping. So it makes more sense if it's right there at the drugstore, right? Another thing also, this is me personally, instead of focusing on the big warehouses, the big house, the mansion, the showing off, the, you know, my outfit, I think many times also Black people who have businesses need to start prioritizing their key hires. Hiring your mom, your dad, that's cute for content because you want to show Black people that you are putting people on. But I repeat, the vast majority of Black people are not even financially sound to give you any business advice. That's number one. Number two, the vast majority of Black people have never had a business. Okay. Number three, if they even had a business, they've never been successful in business. So they don't know shit. All right. You got to see the way white folks do shit. And many times to take the company to the next level, you got to hire the right people. And it's not your mom. It's not your dad. There's fuck Black people in their stupidity. Okay. You need to make the best key hires possible. And I'm going to say, even early on, if your company starts to go viral and you're hitting millions and millions, it's time for you to go seek the best CEO your money can buy you. Because the right CEO will take you from here all the way to the moon. But these Black people don't understand that. Oh, but why are you going to pay all this money? I can do it. I can do it. No, you cannot do it. You have never competed at this level. You see, like when you look at Elf Cosmetic, they went and hired this Indian man. You know what the fuck he's doing. Okay. Hailey Bieber, because she wanted to go to a certain level, she went and got the man who started the honest thing with Jessica Alba. Okay. And you see, she done sold her business for $1 billion in less than 3 years. Understand? Fuck Black people. Fuck what they expect of you, the clothes they want you to wear, the house. They can go do that for themselves. You're not going to live vicariously through me with your dumb ass and your bad credit. You don't take advice from people with bad credit. Okay? You don't take advice from people who live paycheck to paycheck. You don't take advice from people who barely have $1,000 in savings. Listen to me. We're out here in America, but it's like we want to be children, petulant children, instead of really learning how business works. You might take your business to a certain level, but once you know, if I can make this kind of money by myself, if I hire a real professional, how much are we going to make? Black people, they're gonna be, oh, but how much you gonna pay him? It doesn't matter, because let's say the man wants $400,000. If this man can take your business from 10 million, from 1 million to 10 million a month, he's paid for himself. Okay, he has paid for his own salary, because now, if I make $1 million by myself, if he's making 10 million, he brought an extra 9 million. Now he wants 400,000, which means he pretty much like what 401 million for. So we're at 8 million and 600,000. That's not bad. Why would I not pay this man? It's not how much you pay, it's how much you get in value. Okay, let me show you something. Let me show you this. Okay. Road CEO. Let me see. You don't see him, right? So you see, even Hailey Bieber is not the CEO of her own company. Okay, it's this guy right here. Okay, this is her CEO. All right, this is her CEO. He also worked with what's that thing called? He worked with Honest Beauty and Jessica Alba. He got the company to have $1 billion valuation, right? Yeah, he took them to their IPO, right? Do most Black people even know what an IPO is? Do not listen to these people, okay? Do not listen to these Black people. They will make sure that all your money goes bye-bye. Like, Black people come into your life to make you broke. I will never stop saying this, okay? They give bad business advice because all they think about is, oh, how much that gonna cost? How much that gonna cost? Girl, bye. I'd rather hire him before somebody else hires him. Okay. Right. And now you also have, this is the CEO. Hold on. Let me show you. This is the CEO of, what am I clicking on? I want to show you the CEO of Elf Beauty. Hold on. You know, because that's a real thing. Just because you started a business doesn't mean that you're the best person to run the business. Okay. But that also takes money. To hire these kinds of people, you need a lot of money. So that's why you cannot afford the mansion now. The mansion will come. I'm telling you, these mansions are not going anywhere. Okay. They're not going anywhere. Black people, leave it up to Black people. You would think clothes are running out of stock. Cars are running out of stock. They will never make cars again. Mansions are running. What Black people are they're just weird. Okay. They don't have a healthy relationship with money. Right. But this guy here, so this is, you see, it's a man's world, baby. Okay. So this is her CEO, Nick. This is the CEO of Elf Cosmetics. I don't know who these two people are. Okay. But you see, she went out of her way to hire the right people. And if you have the right CEO, not only he comes in because he knows what to do, but he also has the right context. So who's this man? So that's our CEO, L Beauty, Haley. Okay, so here are her co-founders. Okay, so here are the co-founders. But you see in this picture, you have 3 men to 2 women, and now the company is successful. So maybe men are good at this, right? Men are good at this. So my thing is, instead of taking the money to go get a house, go get a car, go get a mansion, do all that goofy shit, right? It is better. Yeah, exactly. They all wanted to copy Jeffree Star. And they forget that Jeffree has multiple streams of income. And Jeffree, he's a big time YouTuber. So Jeffree never played about his YouTube channel. You see, so many Black girls were so consumed. And plus, I'm not trying to be offensive, y'all. You know what I mean? It's me, right? And trying to be offensive. And you know I love you, right? You know I love you. You know we're cousins. But I think one thing that really plagues a lot of Black American people is this obsession with racism. It's like, oh, somebody's a racist, so I can't deal with him. I don't want to learn nothing from him. I'm going to write him off because he's a racist. There are a lot of racist people that can teach you shit, right? But it's like Jeffree Star, racist or not racist, and most likely he is a racist, but business-wise, there are things that he understands, right? So just like you would love with Machiavelli, yes, he's evil, but you can have some kind of, like, you can hold that, your hatred for him in your heart and learn as much as you can. Once you suck the life out of him, then you can dump his ass, right? But it's like, once people hear, it's a Black American thing, like, once people hear, oh, somebody's a racist, they just turn the person off. It's like, you're crazy. Because in this country is predominantly ran by white people. The vast majority of white people here are racist. So at this rate, you'll never learn. At this rate, you'll never have access to people. You have to learn to be focused on what you want. And it's funny how people who never really went through slavery are more consumed by racism than people who actually went through slavery. Like, people who went through slavery, they dealt with racist people all the time. And they knew how to be fake around racist people because they knew what they wanted. Okay? They knew what they wanted. You got to be patient. You have to be patient. But I'm like, Jeffree, he understood things. And obviously, a lot of these girls wanted to keep up with him because they liked his success. But they did not want to learn how he made it happen for himself. Okay? But it's like, you have to learn. You cannot be so consumed. Oh, he's a racist, Marlene. He's a racist. I can't stand him. Well, guess what? You're going to have to mature. You have to grow up because he knows something we don't. So what I'm saying is, yes, he's a racist. Let's pretend like we're not offended until we get what we need. Once we have what we need, then we can cuss his ass out. But people will cuss people out, and yet the person has what you need. How are we going to make it? That's the way I look at life, because nobody's perfect. And you got to stop expecting perfect. Like, it doesn't exist. Perfection, non-racism. Oh, please. Most of white America is racist. But your job is to successfully navigate these people, get what you need, and then spit them out. That's it. That's exactly what you don't think white liberals don't like Black people? But they pretend, they show their teeth, they wear dashikis, they do all that crazy shit because they need the support of Black people. They pander. So you also have to learn to pander until you get what you want. And once you have what you want, middle fingers up. I'm out of here, right? Okay, exactly. Like, this is the real thing, right? So you got to a point like, okay, I know I can make $1 million by myself. I can make $1 million a day, or I can make $1 million a month. Amazing. Take that money, go get these CEO people. Because these people, if one of them agrees, oh, it's a wrap. It's like these people, Walmart, Target, they're going to make your life so easy, because people like that, they have networks of people. They know people. Their name alone, people click on the email, people return their calls. They can do more than you ever will, even in 10 years. Pay these people their money and let them give you the business. They're going to build a whole business for you. You're like, what the fuck? Because you had never seen this. Like, structure. And I'm like, the older you get, you realize that when it comes to business, Black people do not have structure in business. You guys, let me tell you this, right? This is a long life, but I haven't seen it in a minute. But even though I should be working out, but it's okay. Okay? Let me tell you this, right? I thought about something the other day. Okay. And I was like, yo, because, I've been working on, my body hurts, y'all. I've been working on the B palette stuff, right? Because I want to relaunch the Bean palette. But I also had to be very, very honest with myself and realize that, because, I've been studying the road stuff. Yes, y'all. It's very easy to say, okay? It's very easy to say, oh, because I'm black. Like the Amy Cole stuff, right? Oh, people did not buy her stuff because she black. They're not supporting her because she black. Oh, whatever. Shut up. Okay? Be quiet. This thing is getting old, all right? It is getting very, very, very old. A lot of black women, they start businesses. They start businesses out of like a passion project, right? And I'm like, because I had to come to that realization also, is that when you have a business, right? When you create a business, the business is not for you. Okay? The business is not for you. The business is for the consumer, right? And your job as a business owner is to solve some pain point that the customer is having. So when it came to Amy Cole, to just say like, oh, I make makeup for black women, or I make shades for black women, that is not enough, right? You see, when it comes to Rhode, for example, when you look at Rhode, which I've noticed also, is that Rhode, when you go on their lip stuff, because you can say, oh, it's basic. But like I said, a lot of basic stuff, it works. Glossier, years ago, I thought Glossier was basic. I'm like, this is just Vaseline. Like, what is it? It doesn't matter, okay? But what really matters is that people understand what their customers want. So when you look at a Rhode thing, right? It's $22, it's very tiny, but it's a peptide lip treatment. Amy Cole, she's just selling color cosmetics. Those days are gone. Okay. Today, if you're going to sell makeup, you got to make it so your makeup sounds like skincare. All right. So when you say something like, oh, I put a peptide in my lip product, it is no longer just a lip product. It's now skincare because you put a skincare ingredient in your lip product. Do you get me? Amy Cole, her thing is just selling color. She's just selling color cosmetics. Well, baby, guess what? There are too many people selling color cosmetics, right? You have to solve a real problem for people. Do you get me? Cool. Fast rewind to the Bean palette, right? When I decided to do the Bean palette, right? Urban Decay had came out with their honey palette. I was like, oh, I would love to do my own version. But it low-key, high-key, it was a personal project that I sit my ass down. This is real, y'all, because it's very easy to blame people. Okay. It's very, very easy to blame people. But did I sit my ass down and say, do people even have a need for this? Do they even need this from my ass? Okay. I did not. I was like, oh, I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it very pretty. I'm going to work on the color story, and I'm going to make sure that the eyeshadows are very, very pigmented. Well, what problem am I solving? Okay. So recently, for the past 2 weeks or so, maybe more than that, I've been working with AI, right? And I was like, oh shit, because I've been studying this Rhode shit. And I'm like, you know what? One thing I did not consider, I considered the packaging, the product performance, but I never said to myself, do people even want this? Are they even asking for this? Or even if they're, let's say it's a pet project that I really want to do, but how exactly am I going to be able to tell a story that makes people feel as though they need this? Because this is what happens. I feel like in business, you have two scenarios, right? You have one scenario where there's actually a need for a product. So you create the product and you say, hey, you struggle with this. I made the solution. So buy it now, right? There are other instances where people don't even really need your shit, but the way you tell your story, they're like, oh shit, I didn't think about that. Yeah, I want to buy that too. Where do I buy it? Good example would be the iPod. The AirPod, right? The iPod, right? Most people were fine with their CD players. They were just fine. Like it was normal. Like I carry all these CDs with me, right? Nobody ever thought about the iPod, right? But the thing with Steve Jobs, the way he talked about it, the way they marketed it, the way they showed it to people, you're like, yo, I could really use this. But nobody initially had asked for this, right? So you have instances in business where consumers are asking for a solution. So you go, you think about it, you create the solution, then you use marketing to let people know. Remember that shit you struggle with? Well, here's the solution. Here's how much I charge, right? Cool. there's another thing where nobody's really asking for it, but you're like, no, there's a better way of doing this. So you go and you figure out the better way of doing it. And then you work with some powerful, very intelligent marketing people to now tell the story and explain to people why they need this and how, if they use it, it's going to make their life better. The iPod, okay? Then the iPhone, then the whatever, right? But then we all, people like me, became completely engulfed in the freaking Apple universe. I have pretty much everything Apple, right? But these are not things I thought I needed, but they made me realize I think I need this shit, okay? That's the power of marketing. You understand? These are things I didn't do. And I feel like a lot of times, many Black-owned businesses never say to themselves, which problem am I solving for people? It's, oh, I make stuff for Black women. I make this for Black women. No, it is not enough. And also, when you say you make, let's say you say, oh, I make, like Amy Cole, I make lipsticks for Black women. Okay, which kind of Black women? Okay, because I would even say you should go a bit deeper. And maybe you say, oh, I make lip shade for Black women who struggle with hyperpigmentations in their lips. Does that make sense, you guys? Right? Do you get me? But sometimes it's not because the story is Black. Okay, you see? Clean beauty made to celebrate melanin-rich skin. What the fuck does that even mean? Right? And who told you Black women currently feel as though their makeup is not clean? Like, who told you that? Right? But I'm like, you go to her website, you go to her stuff. Does she even explain what clean beauty is? Now she's saying it's to celebrate melanin-rich skin. Do you see how this could be offensive? Right? It can be offensive. It can feel also like it's exclusionary. Like, so if you're white, you're not invited. If you're Asian, you're not invited. Like, pretty much anybody who's not Black is not invited. It might not be intentional, but that's what you're doing. Clean beauty made to celebrate melanin-rich skin. How about clean beauty meant to celebrate the working woman who struggles with fighting pollution? You know what I'm saying? Like some like you know what I mean? Something, you know? No, they're so obsessed with black, right? But it would be nice to say clean beauty made to celebrate the working woman who daily has to fight pollution. You get me? Right? They're not good at they're not good storytelling. And sometimes the words that you're using, I get it. You want to uplift Black people, you want to uplift Black women, but you can also sound exclusionary, right? Now, when it comes to her lip stuff, let me see her lip stuff, right? Where's her lip stuff? And her page also is full of just nothing but Black people. I don't think that's okay. I think that's a bit excessive. You can have white people, Asian people, you can have all kinds of people, right? Lip treatment oil, okay? What's in there? All right, you see? Here are the ingredients. Baobab, camellia, passion fruit. Okay, what's so special? And one thing I've come to realize is that when you sell products, you guys, even your ingredients, boo-boo, even your ingredients have to tell a story, right? Baobab, why did you pick that one? She's not explaining it. Like if you ever go, let me show you. Even with Sacred does that also. But if you ever go to the Amika website, let me show you, okay? Let me show you. Let me take you to Amika, okay? Oh, is it Love Amika? Let me show you. If you ever go to the Amika website. Okay. Let me take you to the Amika website. Let me show you something. Okay. If you ever go to the Amika website, because you know I love Amika. Let me see a product that I really love. Over here. Okay, let's do this one, the oil, right? Okay. So you see, look. How does this lay out? Y'all see this? Let me show you something, right? Let me show you. If you look at the Amika website. But you see how, like, look, can y'all see this? Because it's really, really small. Beyonce, like Sacred does a better job at this, right? But you see how they explain to you, like, why this key ingredient, like, why do you really want this? Sacred does a better job. Hold on. Let me show you Sacred. Like even the ingredients tell you a story. Let me show you the website. Let me show you the website, okay? Shop Stylers, I guess. Let's go. Okay, let's look at the oil, for example, right? Because they do it. Oh, this is nice. Okay, now Tigrid. Okay. Did they change? Okay, you see this? You see? All right. You see how Sacred does with their ingredients? I'm like, even the ingredients tell a story. Share. Where am I? Okay. Even the ingredients tell a story too, right? So they have sea buckthorn oil, just like Amika does, right? But they'll explain to you like what, like the key ingredients, and they put a really beautiful picture of what these ingredients look like. Bioactive carrot ferment, hyssop extract, African oil blend, sea buckthorn oil, right? And then if you click on this, how it works. But then they have the whole ingredient list, right? If you come back over here, if you come back to Amy Cole, right? There's really, the ingredients don't tell the story. But imagine if she had like beautiful pictures of baobab seed oil, then she had a beautiful picture of camellia oil and like, you know, and passion fruit, and talk about what's actually in there. Like what's the like, I guess the chemical makeup, you know, I don't know, but go more into it, because even your ingredients they have to tell a story to people, right? If you go on the Rhode website, right? Like if you click on key ingredients, right? See full ingredients, right? They have a whole thing to explain to you the peptide that's in there. It's a short chain amino acid. Then they tell you shea butter, babasue, kupakwatsu oil, whatever it is. Okay. But you see, they really explain to you what's really in there. And then they go above and they have a whole page. Where is it? Okay. To break this down. But I'm like, even your ingredients have to tell a story. Okay. It is not enough. Okay. It is not enough to say, oh, I make stuff for Black women. Oh, I make makeup for melanin rich skin. Oh, I do clean makeup for melanin rich skin. No, what problems do they have, right? We make hyperpigmented makeup for melanin skin with hyperpigmentation. You have to be very specific to a problem. But then most Black women ask you for clean beauty. No. So that's why your business is not going to last. Okay. Like when it comes to Haley and Rhode, even though it seems basic, but what she's doing is she's creating a lip product for women who want skincare in their lip product. Ha ha ha. Okay. And so when you go on her website, even her ingredients tell a story about how these ingredients work together and how they're going to give you the results, the outcome that you are looking for. Do I make sense, you guys? Sacred also does a good job of that too, right? But it's like, it really is important. Exactly. It is really, really important for you to tell a story with like, why does the brand actually exist? Why is this product here? So even my behind, right? I had to sit down also. I'm like, you know what? It's true. Did I really be? It's very pretty. It's really cute. But who is it for? What pain point is it addressing? This, and that. So moving forward, because y'all, it's so cute now. But y'all, I love AI. But I'm like, you realize like this stuff is real. So yes, I wasted my money. I wasted almost 100,000, you guys. Seriously, right? Because I was so focused on the packaging, color story, eyeshadows, and then I'm going to send the PR. No, and no, and no. But we thank God for Jesus. Okay. The main thing you have to do is say, what problem am I trying to solve? Okay. So I think the relaunch, I do believe the relaunch of it wouldn't be called the B palette, but the relaunch is really going to focus on lip products. Like, because I was always really good at lips. I made most of my money selling lip products, but now I'm like, we have to take this up to a notch. Like, even if you want to do colorful lip stuff, like more than mattes, like liquid mattes and stuff, or even lipsticks, right? It would be nice for the base to be a lip treatment. And then once we treat the lip, then we can start coming out with color color lip products, right? Because people lick their lips a lot, they talk a lot, they do a lot with their lips. So your base should be an amazing ass lip treatment. And also, you don't have to release a lot of products. No, there's no need for that. But I said earlier in the live, people who do basic stuff over and over again are more likely to win. Just like Chick-fil-A, they've made billions of dollars selling the same old chicken nuggets to people every single day, but Sundays. And now they're super rich, right? So it's like you understand, like, I don't have to do something crazy. It could be something basic, but it works. And you keep selling it over and over and over and over again. That's it. You've made it. It's not that hard. We thank God for Jesus, right? But that's called maturity. So now understand, you got to tell people a story. I'm created this because of this problem. And here's how my product solves this problem by doing this, and that. And here it is, how much it costs. You can go buy it. Okay. And then when people get on your website, they need to read the ingredients, and the ingredients also have to tell a story to people. Even the names of your lip products, whatever you decide to sell, right? Even the names have to tell a story. You can't just name things all kinds of any way you see fit. That's why I said, if people want to keep calling that thing reparations, they're not going to get it, because the name reparation is causing people to have the ick. It needs to be rebranded as something else, right? Exactly. So it's like, you live and you learn. And I'm like, wow, God is really good. God is really faithful. And this is why you can't always sit here and blame other people. Oh, because I'm Black. Oh, because I'm this. No, there's a blueprint to business, right? Even Elf Cosmetics, they're paying, the customer is a customer who wants great makeup at a very, very affordable price. They can't afford to go to Sephora. They can't go to Ulta. They can't, so they want their products really affordable, great quality, and it has to also be accessible. So Elf is a drugstore makeup brand that is crazy cheap. I mean, they're not as cheap as they used to be, but this is what they try to solve for people. Because when Elf Cosmetics first came out, their makeup was $1. Everything was $1, right? And sometimes when I look at these Black businesses, we make stuff for Black women. Even Black women, let's say you really want to cater to Black women, you got to niche down even more. Which Black woman is this for? Is it Gen Z Black women, millennial Black women, more mature skinned Black women, right? It's not enough to say Black women. We're not a monolith. So you have to know, you got to zero in on which Black woman is your customer. And then that's who you market to, right? I was even looking at, what's that girl's name? Anifa. Her also, she struggles with her storytelling. She really does. I'm like, yo, this video is all over the place, but it's okay, right? But I'm like, her, she's not doing as well. I mean, as far as what I see on social media, right? She's not doing as well, because she's still stuck at like 500. It's like, it's not moving. I'm like, girl, why are you not? You see, look at this, right? Why are you not at 1 million? But I understood. Compared to Jacques Mus, d'accord? Compared to Jacques Musa, okay? She's not telling a story. She just makes clothes. And it's like, this is the part that a lot of Black business owners have not understood yet. Even my ass, I didn't understand it, right? But you want, regarde. Look right here, okay? Écoute, regarde. Okay? Regarde. Look, regardez, okay? Do you see how Jacques Mus, they don't even tell you about food? So they don't even tell you about clothes. They show you food. They show you the prairie. Because what they're speaking to is who the customer wants to be. Sometimes you sit here, y'all, listen, let me tell you this, right? This video is a hot mess, but it's okay because it's a live. Lives do not have structure. Lives are just me just ranting for hours, right? Listen to me. I told Esther this, right? Because I'm like, I was really wondering, like, what am I going to do with this channel? Because I feel like this channel has no direction, okay? I don't mind yapping for hours, but I feel like I need to yap within a direction to have the algorithm be on my side. And I was saying, I really feel like this channel, maybe I should focus on branding, but personal branding. Because a lot of people don't even know this, but we all have a brand. But when you're not aware of your brand, I'm actually scared for you, because those who are not mindful of their own personal brand are more likely to have the worst brand known to mankind. Okay? Okay? But I'm like, this storytelling stuff is real. When it comes to Jacques Mus, They don't want you to see them as people who sell clothes. They're selling you a lifestyle. They're selling you a universe. And most importantly, when people buy things because they want people to see them a certain way. So if somebody buys Jacquemus, even though it's crazy expensive, but they always want to make it seem like, oh, it's not about the money. I care about nature. I care about a very slow country life. I care about, the experiences. Okay, that's what they do. And so when you wear Jacquemus, this is what it says about you. Okay, because everything we buy, everything we consume, everything we wear, believe it or not, it says something about us. Okay, it really, really, really does. So they're not trying to say, but you see, they're showing people wearing their clothes in real life. They're showing fashion shows. They're, over here, like, what is it? Is it? Oh, yes. Matthew McConaughey. Okay, right? You see, with the fruits, like, these are people who are living life. And one thing about rich people is that rich people love experiences, right? They want to have experiences. See, the peasants, la vie paysanne, right? The country life, right? French countryside, right? Cool. Now, let's go back to Anifa, right? What is the storytelling? And also notice the thing, because I've noticed that too, that a lot of Black brands are not doing now too, is that a lot of Black brands, they're not using food in their story. A lot of these white people, like a lot of these white-owned brands, food is a big part of their storytelling. If they have this, if they have a bag, they have food right next to it. If they have a lip treatment, they have food right next to it. If they have, it's like, because I feel like it's a sensory thing, it's sensory marketing, where they want you to crave the way you crave the food. They want you to crave their outfit, so they put food right next to the outfit. I'm like, oh, this is crazy. I've been studying, you guys. I've been studying. That's why I've been busy. Okay, but it's like her. Where's the story? It's just clothes. Right. And I'm like, if you do this, it's not going to work. You know what I'm saying? It's not. I'm like, where is the story here? Right. Who is this girl? Like, I'm like, you even coming up with a bunch of clothes to me is a little crazy. Right. She posted this thing about, oh, even this. Look at how this was so damn stupid. Okay. So she came in, she pulled in the rack, and then she's saying, oh, our coveted pieces, limited time, the sample sale. I'm like, girl, what is this? Look at this. I mean, they would like Jacquemus would never do this. Okay. Right. And I'm like, to me, this is ratchet. It's ratchet. If you have a sample sale, there has to be a better way to tell people that there is a sample sale without even talking about samples. I don't know. You got to think about that. That's the whole point of having a creative director and a proper marketing team. But the problem is these Black girls, the moment they start making money, they go buy a G-Wagon, they go buy mansions, they go buy this, they go buy that, they spend so much money. So I feel like when it's time to actually make key hires, they ain't got no damn money. Okay. But I was thinking, I'm like, she needs more food on her page. More food, more things out in nature, more art. Fashion houses have a lot of art. It's not always about the clothes. It's about the universe. Okay. Think about the thing they do in Miami. Art Basel, right? It's like an Art Basel thing. Like, it needs to be the universe of Anifa. And it cannot be only the clothes. No. You got to tell people, if you wear this, it means this. If you wear this dress, you're this kind of woman. If you wear this, you're that. I was even thinking, because it's like a Black-owned brand, I was like, wouldn't it be cool? Because I feel like she would get more views this way. Wouldn't it be kind of cool also if she had a campaign that actually mimicked Pop the Balloon? Okay? Pop the balloon. But then you would have to find a way to do it that is still culturally relevant, but that is still high level for the brand, right? So whether you bring Annette or I don't know, I was thinking, I'm like, something Pop the Balloon-ish. Something Pop the Balloon, because we know it's something that a lot of Black people love to watch. Now, how can you do a luxury marketing spin on Pop the Balloon that would actually fit with the Anifa brand? Because that way, when you make content like that, people are going to comment, they're going to share, they're going to repost. And this is how you let them know that there's a sample sale. So if you've ever wanted to try this, this is it, okay? You got to be creative with how you talk to people. But just pulling up a rack and be like, okay, we're having a sample sale. No. Why do you want me to buy this? And the thing about selling to people, you have to talk to people, you have to court people, and you need to put something in their head that says, if you buy this dress, your life is going to change, okay? If you buy this dress, you'll have the man of your dreams. If you buy this dress, you'll have the life that you want. If you buy this dress, they're going to see you as that girl, okay? Anifa is part of your glow up journey. Right? There you go. I really feel like she needs to go to Art Basel, and her fashions and the art, like the art, it got to come somewhere. But I'm like, because most of these fashion houses, art is a big part of the universe of the brand. That's because I was looking at Loewe, the brand Loewe, and their marketing. I'm like, girl, you need to step this up. Right? I'm like, there's no reason why you're stuck at 500, whatever. But when you don't realize that every post you make has to be storytelling, especially on Instagram. Instagram is very like artsy, like it's very much about the aesthetic. TikTok, you can be a little bit ratchet, okay? But I'm like, all right? Because you can't just say, yeah, like something, but you have to tell a story because you don't want to just sell to people. It's a turn on. Oh, I'm having a sample sale. It sounds lowbrow. It just, you know what I mean? There has to be a way for you to announce the sample sale without making it sound like it's a sale, because you don't want people to feel like the only way you can buy a Anifa is at a discount. Right? Like, girl, or maybe it's like girls whispering, like, and then all the girls show up and they're fighting for the stuff, right? Something like that. But I'm like, you guys, I've been doing a lot of thinking. I see why. It's not just because they're white, but I see why these white brands make way more money, because they understand how to talk to people. They understand what people want. They understand what human beings need: validation, community, right? Storytelling. They want to be the hero. They want to feel special. They understand what people need. You see this? Look at this one. You see that's cute, right? See how they have the milk thingy there? I even saw a campaign where they had like a bunch of butter, right? You see a lot of art, you know, but there's a lot of art. If you're going to have a fashion house, you have to embrace the arts. You see a croissant, a glass of juice, and then their bag, right? But you're not going to see, oh, we're having a sample sale. There's a sale. There's a sale. There's a sale. It is cheap. And oh, this is too much. Okay. It's cheap and it's tacky, right? So that is your job to think of stuff like that. Right. And I'm like, and you real, and that's why I say like, it's really important to, when you make a lot of money, it really, really is important for you to use your money wisely and to realize that, you know what, I don't need a big house. I don't need this. I'm not saying don't ever get it, right? The day will come when you can afford all that stuff. But in the meantime, truly secure the brand. Secure the brand, hire the right people. Candy Burrows, another one. She hires all kinds of BS because she doesn't see value in hiring quality people, right? And your marketing and stuff, you need to go, even your photographers, videographers, you need to go above and beyond and find the best people money can get you. But if you're out here getting the G-Wagons, getting the house, getting the hair, the bags, because you want to impress this Black audience of yours, your business will fizzle out. Your business is going to die, okay? It is going to die. Yes. But I'm like, community also, it really matters. A lot of luxury brands, okay, they give people some kind of community, right? And so I'm like, you also have to, like, when you're part of the Anifa community, what is that? Like, what does that look like? What does that feel like? Who is part of that? People have to feel like they're part of a club, okay? A club of people with taste, people who do this, and that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But I'm like, even this dress, the thing about this dress right here, now that I look at it, the thing about this dress, it looks like it could be a lamp, like a lampshade, right? The dress looks like it could be a lampshade. So I'm like, based on that, I'm like, imagine an ad where you have a bunch of lamps, bunch of beautiful lampshades, right? And then you have the dress, like, do something, right? Or it's out of like a jazz club somewhere and the girl is on stage. Like, when you wear a nifa, all the attention goes to you, right? Something like that. People want to feel exclusive. People want to feel rich. People want to feel like when you wear this, you are one of a kind. Okay. All right. Okay. You're like, oh, yes, I want it because people want status. And I'm like, when I'm on her page, I'm like, she hasn't tapped into the fact that you got to find a way to tell a story about a nifa that feeds the need of like people's need to have status. Like they need status. They're looking for status, you know? So I'm like, you could have a bunch of lamps, bunch of cute little lampshades, something like that, right? But to just do the video, to take the picture in the studio like that, it takes away from the clothes. And I will also say, this is why even me, I had to realize that when you come out with clothes also, like anything, lipsticks, whatever, you should really take, like this dress. Let me see this one, right? You see, even this is not good. The song is boring, right? But I'm just saying, like, when you do a dress like this in different colors, that's it. Don't do anything else. Promote the crap out of this dress. Like, do so much content around this dress until you get tired. Like, there's a girl, some girl on TikTok, some white girl, one dress. Just one dress. I think she made like 6 million from that dress. I'll look for it, right? She made so much money. One dress. She just kept promoting the same dress over and over and over and over and over and over until the girls were okay, give us something new. Because sometimes I'm like, you know what? Sometimes if they're not asking for anything new, why bother? If they want to still buy the same chicken nuggets and French fries, keep giving them people chicken nuggets and French fries. You don't always have to change the menu, right? But I'm like, to release the dress, let me see. To release this dress is like, okay, so far 3 posts about the dress. You see, she moves on too fast. Yeah. You see? I'm like, she's moving on. See, this dress got like 2 posts. She's moving on too fast. You really, really have to keep, why is she here? I don't know. But you really, really have to keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing the dress. Okay? You gotta keep pushing the dress. Let me see this one. No, I'm not impressed. Okay. You got to keep pushing the dress. But to post the dress twice and to move on, people need repetition. People need that repetition. Okay? Very important. All right. So now let's go back to the video because otherwise we'll never finish this video because you know it's me. Hold on, you guys. Sorry. This thing sucks. My StreamYard's always dropping. Oh, so damn stupid. Let me see. Share the screen.
Living room, but she took me out. She wrestled with this clank for about an hour. I don't even know. Everybody wanted to know and kept asking why Super Sim moving, why she buying another house, what she gonna do with her original house. Well, this is her marital home, and this is the home that she will share with her husband, Razor. She's been getting the home together, making it her new humble abode. And of course, you know, she had to get Razor to come in and help and give his expertise because he's the husband. Super Sin is over on Snapchat with her Snapkins being transparent as she's always been, giving them the inside edition of her family life. While working on setting up their new home, the newlyweds are showing love. They have to take breaks just to show love. Meanwhile, Super Sin is also handing Razor the tools because he going in and setting things up as well. While Razor is doing the manly husbandly duties, Super Sin is down there getting everything else together. And while she's doing her part,
okay, so I feel like it's safe to say, but I'm gonna say I think it's safe to say the money has been squandered. The money has been squandered. Money has been wasted. So what? And my thing is, him also, since he's such a businessman, what is he doing to help her with her business? Okay, what is he doing to help her with her business? the money has been squandered. Money has been wasted.
She never fails to get her husband Razor's input on how things are coming along. Some women were in awe with Super Scent's wedding hairstyle, as they said it's gorgeous, but they had questions on how Super maintains the length, the texture, as well as it looking as healthy as it does, so much so that she was confident enough to wear it on her wedding day.
It's very silly. I don't like this. It's very, very silly to ask a black woman, how are you confident to wear your natural hair? It is her hair. Like, if she can wear her own hair, what should she wear? So she should. I hate that shit. Like, it is her hair. Why would she not wear her hair on her natural day? Like, other people who get married, what do they wear on their wedding day? Okay, they wear their hair. So I said earlier, Super, good job on wearing your natural hair. We need to normalize people wearing their own hair. I want my own hair on my wedding day. It is my hair. Wear your hair. Stop wearing other people's hair on your head. It is weird. It's very weird, right? This is so bizarre.
Let's hear what Super says about how she maintains her hair and a little bit more. Too much tea.
So the thing is, I be trying to tell people, hair does not have a gender. Men get their hair done and they leave it alone. If women just leave their hair alone, it will grow beautifully.
It will.
All that trying new stuff, I get that we want to try.
It's too much.
New shampoos, new conditioners, new all that, but you have to have your go-to. And whatever your go-to is, do that and let it be. All this, that, like treatments and all, like just always constantly doing something different with your hair. Like, see how my hair is right now? It's just all over the place. And it's gonna stay like that until I gotta go somewhere. You leave your hair alone, you just let it grow. The less manipulation you do to your hair, the more it will grow. Keep that comb out your head, keep that brush out your head, keep them products, them random products out your hair. See, men don't do that. Men don't sit in the mirror, just always constantly clamp their hair. That's why their hair grows so good.
And she's right. A lot of black men have longer hair than black women. I was gonna do a video about that, but they don't do a lot. They just cornrow, leave it in for a month, then they wash it and go braid it again. They don't do too much. You see, and that's why even I'm trying to do too much with my hair. Leave your hair alone. You don't have a choice.
I feel like women do the same thing. Their hair will grow the same way because hair does not have no what?
No, but you know, she had
okay, so y'all, this is
she had gone to a lady to do some faux locks, right? And then she wanted to take them out. And unfortunately, faux locks are really hard to take out, which is probably why she went back to the lady, because she didn't know what to do, right? Me, I had faux locks. I took them out. I ripped my hair out. I damaged my hair. So that's exactly what happened. The lady cut her hair, or she ripped her hair. So she had a chunk of hair somewhere around here that went missing. Then she went to the other girl, Kai Elijah, who does hair, who has like a 2-year wait list. And so she had to get it cut, because I'm like, faux locks are so dangerous. And people don't tell you that, because when you put them in, it is really hard to take them out, because you can't tell where your natural hair is. I took one, I was pulling, like, my hair just ripped out. You guys, I have damaged. If I had not done all the braids, the weaves, the whatever, my hair would have been so long by now. These protective styles are not protecting anything. They are damaging your hair. Leave your hair alone. So that I do agree with.
Hold on, let me do it. Let me be like you. Baby. Come on, let me be like you.
Okay, go ahead.
What's going on here?
Let's show them my Yuki. So hold on, what's in here? What's inside of it? Well, look, I'm gonna just do it. Like,
okay, go ahead.
You ready?
Yeah.
This is what you do.
Okay.
You recording?
Mm-hmm.
You got the right angle?
Yeah, I do.
You got the right angle? No, you gotta hold it like this.
Okay.
You gotta hold it like this.
Okay.
What are we doing?
Okay, so I'm about to open my package that just came. I'm so happy they shipped it to me. Thank you guys. I really appreciate it. I love that you sent me my package. So let's get to it and see what it is. Oh, I love it. I love it. I like. I like. Okay, so first they got this, and I like how it's black. And it's a sticker, so you can put it on anything. I really like this.
So everything he does is funny to her.
Let's get into it. Let's finish.
Unless you want to.
You still recording?
Yes.
You sure?
Yes.
I don't know what this is, but we're gonna come back to that. So these are some bottles. Yes, I love this. My makeup is gonna fit perfect in this. I really needed this. This is so nice, and as you can see, I got multiple of them, and it really shipped them. And I like the packaging that it came in. It didn't break. It's good. It's sturdy.
Yeah,
everything works. I don't know what this is, but we're gonna figure this out. I really like it. I really like it. I really do. So let's get into it. Let's see what's the rest in here. Oh, it's another box. Oh, it's another. They act like it's my birthday or something. They act like it's my birthday or something. I get it there. So next we're gonna do the next box and see. I can't wait to see what it is. What y'all got, Big Super? What y'all got, Big Super? Y'all so nice to me. I'm so happy y'all shipped it. And it came in time too. So let me explain about the delivery. It came in so fast. So fast. It came in so fast. It came in quick. I didn't have to wait. I didn't have to go check my tracking number, none of that type of stuff. I didn't have to do none of that. It came in so quick. It's more bottles. Oh.
Is this what she does all day? Is this what she does all day with this boy? She is really in love with him. Wow. So everything he does just makes her laugh this hard. Oh, wow. She's really into him, huh? Well.
Listen, y'all talking about a bad motherfucker. That motherfucking Super. That, and she knows she bad. Listen, that is a bad motherfucker. Oh my God, I love that girl. I love her. Ooh, and when she get the whining, ooh, baby, let me tell you something. If they ever fuck around and get a wrong nigga some money, I'm going to lay on that table. And when they ask what look we going for, give me the super special. I'm gonna have about 5 or 6 pictures of this right here. Give me this. Give me that right there. Give me that.
See, you see this? I mean, it's hard to understand her, but she's saying if she gets into some money, she's gonna go get her body done because she thinks 20 minutes. She goes, she would like to think that all it took for Super to have this life or to have this man, okay, is a BBL. And that's what I said. This is toxic. This is extremely toxic content creation. You don't need to have a BBL. And you shouldn't say to yourself, I need to have a BBL to attract the man. Because now he's here for the BBL and he's not here for you. Baby girl, you're really pretty yourself. Lose some weight. Lose some weight. You yourself. And that's the thing about social media sometimes. I get it. Like people want to be supportive. But I feel like sometimes people can turn into such fangirls that they forget that you're also very pretty. You're also pretty. She's just somebody who put herself out there. Put yourself out there too. But I'm like, she's not prettier than you. Oh, she a bad motherfucker. So what are you? You're an ugly motherfucker. Okay? You're pretty too. You got to take care of yourself. And when I look at your starting point compared to Super's starting point, you're not even as big as she was, right? So let's know, fix your nutrition, eat better. Exactly. You don't need to have a BBL. These BBLs, it's a lot of pain. These girls will think, oh, it's so easy. It's a lot of pain. It's unnecessary surgery. You could actually die. There's recovery time. You have to get massages. Like, it's a lot that goes into it. You got to wear a faja for 6 months, whatever, right? But finding a real person does not come down to you having a BBL. If you have to get a BBL to find a man, the man is here for the BBL. And one thing also about these BBLs, the BBLs require maintenance. We have seen girls outgrow their BBL. Remember the girl from Miami, right? We have seen girls outgrow their BBLs. We've also heard that some BBLs, they smell bad. And so the ladies are walking around smelling horribly because allegedly BBLs, they leak. Okay? Allegedly BBLs have really bad smells. Baby girl, you are fine the way that God made you. Okay? So this is me, the other Aquarius, saying do not buy into this bullshit. It is a bullshit made up fairy tale. This is not how life works. Okay? You do not need to get your body done to attract a man. I hate that shit. Right? Now, am I going to say don't take care of yourself? No. I believe in going to the gym though. Yes. Okay? I believe in you. You have to optimize the body that God gave you. Now, you can say, oh, but Marlene, if she's losing weight to get a man, is that not comparable? It's not the same. And here's why it's not the same. A woman who goes to the gym and then becomes more attractive this way, it's her body. It's just that she went back to taking care of her body the way God intended to be, right? Like in America, we are obese because we do bad things. Like the food is poison. We don't walk anywhere. We drive everywhere. You know, we abuse ourselves into obesity. We're not born obese. We make ourselves obese, right? So if you change your nutrition and then you exercise and you lose weight and therefore you become more attractive, yes, because that shows commitment to yourself. So if a man is attracted to the fitter you, the healthier version of you, yes, because you are a woman who has made a commitment to herself. And it takes time to lose weight. It takes time to change your nutrition. So that shows commitment to a goal. It shows that you have discipline. If you say you're going to do something, you get it done. So that's actually beautiful because it reveals a character trait that says she has accountability. She doesn't mind doing the hard work. She will change her nutrition and she values her health. So that's different. When you go and get a BBL, you haven't changed anything because you're going to come out this BBL and eat the same, right? You're still not going to exercise. You're still not going to change your nutrition and also your heart. You can be skinny. The doctor can make you skinny, but you will have the heart of a fat person because you never exercise, right? So if a woman was morbidly obese and then she goes and has a BBL, her heart is still the heart of an obese person. No doctor can perform fitness surgery on your heart. You can't do cardiovascular surgery. You have to earn a healthy heart. You have to earn it, right? Also, a BBL has to be sustained. So it's a lot better to work on your fitness and your nutrition for at least 6 months to a year. If you still want to do it, that's on you. You can go ahead and die. If you don't die and you come out your BBL, at least you would have you're going to have the lifestyle habits to keep up with your BBL. But we have seen ladies out here who have outgrown their BBL and now they're super big. They are super big because they thought, oh, I got a BBL, that's it. Hold on. Remember that one girl we saw one time? I don't know where I can find her, but she got bigger. She lived in Miami. Who had her content? I don't know if it was Riva. Was it Riva? But yeah, I'll show it to you later, right? But they get the BBL, okay, and they don't know how to take care of it. So what happens is they get even bigger sometimes. So I'm like, you don't need to have a BBL to attract a man, to have a fairy tale wedding, to have the love of your life. Do not put that in your head. That is extremely dangerous.
And it here, and I ain't getting up until I got it.
Congratulations to Super and Razor. Now that Super is an official wife. Bravo, Andy, production companies. Whenever y'all finally cave in and do what's best for the network and give the people what they want to see, and y'all do a Real Housewives of New Orleans, go ahead and add Super too. Yeah. Yeah, she be putting everything on Snap anyway, so go ahead and be. Well, now that's different because at least on Snap, you control the narrative. When they join these reality shows, they just signing their whole life away. But again, congrats to them. How long y'all think Super would pop out with a baby? They do make like a really, really cute couple. Like, that'd be a pretty baby.
Yeah. But which let me see. People just got married and you want people to go on reality TV. Like when people go on reality TV, it's a guaranteed divorce. Like stop pushing down people. What's going on here? Okay. Was it what is her name? Shan. Here she is. Let me see. Let me go to her channel.
You know what I don't like? I don't like being almost 25 and
Girl, grow up. Let me see. What video was it, y'all? Hold on. Oh no, not again. Man, get to the chopper. Hold on. That's the one who outgrew her BBL. Because we need to see this video. Hold on. Oh, here she is. Yeah, this one. She outgrew her BBL. There she is. There you go. Thank you, Janet. Yeah,
You spend the money on getting a BBL, but you still got.
Yeah, you see, she got fat. She had their BBL and she got fat. So
annoying that you guys would think that.
Stop the. You see, what a
Your
BBL.
ugliest state. When you're crying, you're in one of the ugliest state you can be. But you're so depressed about being unattractive. You come on TikTok in your ugliest state to highlight just how unattractive you are.
Stop it. Get some help.
Are we supposed to believe this is not for attention? No, when people in her comment section calling her out on the obvious reason why you're doing this video, ma'am, you're obviously doing it for rage bait. You're obviously doing it for attention. She tried to gaslight them. She tried to make it seem like, oh, we are the ones who have common sense are the ones who are incorrect, the ones who are with the problem.
Eyes, like, okay, I don't know why it won't show the full comment. He said this is rage baiting. How is it rage baiting when I was literally crying real tears from my actual eyes? Like, nobody cries over being unattractive unless they really feel that shit. You feel me? So that's just how I was feeling. And that's how I feel a lot of the time. But it wasn't rage bait. And it's really annoying that you guys would think that. Stop the cap. That video got a lot more attention than what I was expecting or hoping for. I was hoping it would be one of my low view videos, but it wasn't.
Really? All right, and when you realize it's not, when you realize it hit 1 million views and then you realize it hit 2 million views, why never take it down? No, it's at 3.3 million views and it's still up there, and she's continuing to make video on top of it. She's continuing to make videos responding to comments so you can get that original video can get more exposure. Again, just highlighting how these women think that they're smarter than everybody else. They think that everybody else won't be able to see through their manipulation, to see through their BS.
And I just want to say thank you to everyone who's being kind, you know, saying that I'm beautiful, I'm attractive, I'm gorgeous, whatever. Thank you so much. Like, thank you. I personally don't see it right now, but maybe I will when I lose like 50 pounds. But yeah, it is. I'm on my way to the gym right now because I do want to like change. I do want to feel beautiful. I do want to like myself more. And like I said, like I have low self-esteem and low self-worth for a variety of reasons. But
She know these women are gonna come and say, oh no, body positivity, everyone is beautiful. Even when you are a 0, you can call yourself a 10.
Ooh, looking like 10 over 10 plus 10 minus nothing. Add everything. That's me.
That is what she's fishing for in these comments. That's why she's making these videos talking about, oh, I have low self-esteem. The addiction to attention is mind-blowing.
Is because I just feel unattractive. And it's not necessarily me comparing myself to the people in Miami, because yeah, like I see like 10 bad bitches right now as I'm walking down the street. I'm talking about how I used to look. Like, I used to be a real bad bitch, like super bad. And I just don't feel like anywhere close to that anymore. And so that's mainly what I compare myself to. I'm not necessarily comparing myself to the women in Miami right now, although, I mean, sometimes I do compare myself to other women, but I compare myself to how I used to look, and I know that that version of myself could definitely like compete with other women that I see in Miami. Hold on, let me catch my breath because the stairs just took me out. And what's crazy is, no, my body's not T, but I do have a BBL. So my body is not as bad as it could be because I did get that work done like 5 years ago. Hold on, I'm still winded. Jesus. But yeah, about to go on the Stairmaster so that I won't get winded trying to talk while I'm going up the stairs. That's crazy. But yeah, 50 pounds from now, I will be a completely different woman. I'm telling you.
Is she talking like somebody who is just so insecure, who has such low self-esteem? And this is why I feel bad for men. Imagine dating in a society where women are so addicted to attention. They come up with these scenarios, they come up with these stories to share on their TikTok. So imagine what they'll do in a relationship when, say, he's busy with work, when he's focused on something else, when he can't really prioritize her. Imagine what all she'll do for his attention. Listen, men.
I love hang around pussies who try me.
Pausing, muting it because of the copyright. But does this look like somebody who is so insecure? Her BBL was really bad. Can you imagine having a BBL but still have a gut? Wait, I am so sorry, y'all. I am so sorry. But imagine you spend the money on getting a BBL, but you still got a big old belly in front of you. Are we serious right now? Are we serious right now? If I'm gonna spend all that money on a BBL, my stomach better be flat for the rest of my life, okay? And my stomach better be flat for the rest of my life. But hey, listen, but does this look like somebody who is like so insecure, like, oh my gosh, who's coming on the internet to ball, talking about how, oh my god, I'm so unattractive. I'm so unattractive, ma'am. Stop the cap. We know you're seeking attention. We know you just want people to gas you up in your comment section. We know you're just looking for these people to say, oh, you are a 10. You are a 10 no matter what. Every woman is a 10. Love the skin you're in. You come on to...
So my point was, y'all, sorry, I have to do my hair. Oh, I have too much to do, right? But my thing is, you see, you can get a BBL and you can get fat. So do not think, right? Do not sit here and think, oh, if I get a BBL, I'm gonna have the man of my dreams. If I get this, I'm gonna no. Okay, that is seriously dangerous. Okay, and what you see on social media, listen, a lot of people are trying to get to the bag, so they understand what time it is, right? Because I'm like, even Super and that man, if they play their cards right, they can start going around like Duvall and Kadeem giving relationship advice, wump advice, and people will eat that stuff up. Okay, people will eat it up. Like if she wants to start being a relationship coach, whatever she wants to do, people will eat that stuff up. Because once you have a husband, listen, doesn't matter how you get the husband, but once you have a husband, you low-key, high-key become social proof. Okay, you become social proof. So if you want to start writing a book, you want to start doing seminars, conventions, right? People will buy it. Okay, because they believe that, oh, I can have that too. I can have that too. So part of me is conflicted. It's like, part of me is like, okay, it's a bit deceitful, but then, yeah, exactly. But part of me is like, listen, it's also business. It's business. And people are looking for Black love. All right. People are looking for relationship content. So here is that. I'm trying to finish my hair so I can go work out. But talking to y'all, I'm always a mess. Let me show you this. Let me show you something else. Hold on. Because Esther sent this to me. Because Jimmy keeps messing with me. Hold on. Okay, Esther sent me this. What is she saying? Let's watch this a little bit. Let's see. Let's watch this video. This is for Esther, because she sent me this. I didn't watch it. She was like, Marlene. I'm like, Lord Jesus.
A lot of us have preconceived notions about what we want. The person does not exist. Some of you have never actually been in real relationships, so you don't know what a real man looks like. They're dangling something on a carrot and saying, yes, women, you can have whatever you want. That is not true. These high, crazy standards is all coming from a place of fear. It's not what you really desire. You're building these preferences so high because you're afraid. You're afraid of actually being loved. Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. Hope you guys are doing well. So in today's video, we are going to be talking about a topic that is actually very juicy, dear. Very, very juicy. And I don't mean ever to be controversial. Sometimes the truth is controversial, and sometimes people don't like to hear the truth because it doesn't fit with their narrative. So a few days ago, I posted a video on this topic, and I'm going to let it play on the screen, and then I'm going to further explain what I meant by what I said, and then we'll get into the video. Hey guys, so I'm going to hold your hand when I say this. You're way too single to have this many preferences. Okay, so now let's put your attention. Listen up. When you are single and your future spouse is only a figment of your imagination, it is so easy to get lost in, I want what I want. I deserve, I deserve. I deserve, I deserve, I deserve, I deserve. It is like preparing to go to a new restaurant and already having in your mind what you're going to eat. It's a new restaurant, you've never been there before. So instead of being spontaneous, you go there with your preconceived notions, knowing what you want to order. You say to yourself, I'm going to get a steak, I'm going to get the sweet potatoes, I'm going to get some greens, and if I'm not too full, I'll get a chocolate fudge cake. But you've never been to this restaurant before and you don't know what's on the menu. So you go there and they don't have the steak, nor do they have the sweet potatoes. But they have the lamb and they have the garlic mashed potatoes. And instead of a fudge cake, they have cheesecake. So do you walk out the restaurant because they are not serving exactly what you asked for? Or do you take the chance on that lamb? So let's say you stay. You stay, you enjoy the lamb, you enjoy the garlic mashed potatoes, which is actually making me very hungry right now. And you actually enjoy it. You actually enjoy it better than what you're used to with the steak and the sweet potatoes. Do you see what I'm getting at with this? Would you say that person's settled, or would you say that person tried something they've never tried before and was pleasantly surprised? That is what I feel about the conversation of preferences and not settling. Like I always say, your deal breakers and your standards are non-negotiable. But what the girlies are saying out here that they won't settle for, but they won't compromise on, isn't your standards and deal breakers. It is your preferences. Someone being taller than you is okay, yeah, but why you gotta be 6'5"? Why does he have to be 6'7" when you're 5'4"? Even if you're 5'9" like I am, why does he have to be taller than the Eiffel Tower? A good standard is he has to have a job. Your preference is that he's got to be a millionaire. He's got to be making way more money than me. Girl, have you seen the economy? Be for real. Why are you okay with your deal breakers of not being cheated on, being compromised, rather than him not being 7'9" or not making six figures? All I'm saying is that we are worried about the wrong thing. When your list...
Okay. Oh, Lord Jesus. It's always the one who are not married who talk the most. Let me say this, right? I think the analogy she gave is kind of erroneous, because I would assume you would check the menu of the restaurant before you showed up at a restaurant. Because if you expect chicken, why are you in a place that only sells lamb? That's kind of weird. So I'm like, okay, that is, hey, Margaret, what's up, love, right? So this right there to me off the bat is the wrong analogy. What I would say is you want to eat lamb. You went to a restaurant that sells lamb. However, when you get there, you realize that they have different ways of cooking the lamb, because traditionally you like your lamb a certain way. However, upon reading the descriptions on the menu, you realize, oh, this one uses this kind of seasoning. This one is cooked in ghee butter. This one is this. Oh, I've never tried this before. I've never tried this before, right? So therefore, do I go for my usual lamb that I like? Or since this is a 5-star restaurant, maybe they know a thing or two about seasoning lamb in a way I've never tried lamb before. But if you want chicken, why are you in a lamb restaurant? If you want to eat lamb, why are you going to a chicken restaurant, right? So off the bat, I get what she's trying to say. I think what she wants to say is be more open-minded. But I think people should be more open-minded within their culture, within their pedigree, and within what they expect a man to be, right? Because listen, even the height thing, I'm going to say this, right? Should you go out there, Lonnie's crazy. Should you go out there and say, oh, you know, a man's height doesn't matter. It somewhat does. It does. Now, is that the main thing? No, because once again, in this life, we should be open to being surprised. But we cannot sit here and act as if genetics do not matter. If the woman is short and the husband is short, the baby might be shorter. And if it's a boy, it's going to be harder for this young baby to have a dating life because he will be a short king. So what we want to try to do sometimes is balance out our genetics. If you're short and he's short, most likely the baby gonna be shorter. Okay, right? Genetics do matter because I think most women should try to make pretty babies. Pretty babies is not just the way the child looks, because most babies are beautiful, but we do not want most of our babies to be vertically challenged. Okay, we want, especially our boys, you want the boys to be slightly taller. Oh, really? Well, I didn't know all that now about child. But I feel like sometimes with Brittany, she's just trying to make a living. So, you know, forgive her. I mean, forgive her, child. Forgive her. Because people were saying that at one point she was struggling really bad. She was working a job. She was struggling. So maybe this is what she had to do to reinvent herself. So if she was saying one thing and doing something different, forgive her, child. Forgive her. Nobody's perfect. Okay? Yeah, but forgive her. You know, she's trying to make it. It's not easy sometimes. Okay? So young people, they have to learn. Integrity is hard. It really is hard to have integrity, especially when you live off the algorithm. Okay? It's really, really hard. And that's why most women out here need to learn not to listen to influencers. And most women also got to stop taking marriage advice from people who are not married. You might get scammed, right? But that's the thing. So I'm like, we're starting off with the wrong analogy, because I'm like, why would somebody who wants to eat chicken is going to even end up at a lay-in restaurant? And she didn't read the menu? Then at this point, she's too dumb to be dating anyways. Like, you gotta know what you want, and you go where you want. Now, when you go where you want, be open to the different ways of cooking the food. Be open to the different ways of seasoning the food. Be open to the different ways that the food is served, okay? Because it's an experience. Be open to an experience. Don't have these like hard ass constraint when you haven't lived life enough to really know what you really want, okay? Because you're still very young and you're very much an idiot, okay? Yeah, so we don't want the babies to be vertically challenged, because if you have a young boy and he's super cute, but he's not going to make it past 5'5" or 5'6", his dating life is going to be hard. We also need to be practical people, okay? All right. Yeah. You want your boys to be, you will pray to God that most of your boys will be at least 6 feet. Okay. Because in the dating market, it does matter. Right. But if you're short and your husband is also short, most likely is I'm not saying that you shouldn't do it. Now, if your husband is short and you're short and you have nothing but girls, you have nothing to worry about, because the girls don't have to be tall. Okay. Girls do not need to be tall. Okay, girls do not need to be tall, but my prayer is that most women will at least try to have a baby with a man that can make a child that's at least 6 feet. You know, I think most boys at least 5'11", 6 feet, you know, so that way if she wears heels, there's not that much, you know, of a, you know what I'm saying, like that, right? So that is that. So I will say that. So let's start there.
Comes down to one or two things: a man that loves you, a man that loves God. You will realize that your choices actually open up, and a man that you say that you want, you actually find him, or he'll find you, and you'll be so happy because you can sleep peacefully at night, but this man is not cheating on you. This man.
Okay, now these little girls and their cheating shit. Huh? No, James is 6'7". Jimmy's tall. Jimmy's 6'7". Okay, but I'm saying, like, you should intentionally try to be with a short king. I feel bad because short king deserve love. It depends. Like, if the woman is tall, my thing is vary out the genetic pool, so at least the kids are not super tiny. That's all I'm saying. Because I don't want to sound like short king don't deserve love also, right? But I'm saying, like, you want your children to, especially your boys, to be at least like 6 feet or 5'10", 6 feet, right? Somewhere there. You also damn crazy, right? That's that. But I'm like, because the height thing is real. Like, genetics is real. Okay. Now, this whole thing about the cheating stuff. A lot of, listen, me, because it might sound like I support cheating or I'm okay with cheating. No, but you live life, right? You live life long enough, you understand that cheating might occur. When it comes to cheating, I will say this. I will go on a case-by-case basis because everybody's cheating. Yes, everybody's cheating is not the same. If you date a cheater and you decide to marry a cheater like Alicia Keys and Swiss Beats, I won't even consider that cheating. That's just him being himself. Okay? Ma. All right? Because everything is not cheating. I go, oh, he cheated. No. If somebody has shown you that he's a cheater and you decide to marry him, you are okay with his culture. Okay? That is his culture. That is not cheating. All right? Because when you met him, you knew he was a cheater. You cheated alongside with this man. Okay? And you went ahead, married the man, and had children with the man. So someone like Swiss Beats, I will never say, oh, he's cheating on Alicia. No, that's his culture. This is his culture. This is what he does. And she went in this marriage knowing exactly the kind of man she was married to. She needs to stay married to that man. Okay? She needs to stay married to that man. All right? Stay married to the man. Okay? Exactly. Because this is not cheating. This is a lifestyle. Yes, y'all. Because to me, cheating is when you are truly shocked. Like, okay? That to me is cheating. If you marry an unfaithful man because you were the mistress, that is not cheating. That's his culture. Okay? That's who he is. That's his culture. That's his lifestyle. And therefore, we are respecting of his culture. Right? Same thing with Adrienne Bailon. I feel like she was the one having sex with Israel when the wife found out. So if one day he cheats on, whatever, I'm not going to be like, oh my God, she cheated. No, that is his culture. That's his culture. Okay? So he's living according to his culture. So there are people like that. Now, you have instances where people can be married for a while and then cheating occurs, right? Yes. Now, I don't know if it happened one time, but it's happening with the same person. All right. Now, that case too, we have to see what happened. How do we get here? Because listen, marriage is complicated. And sometimes it's really hard to talk marriage with people who are not married because they're not going to get it. Right. But most women will scream bloody murder that a husband had sex with another woman. And I get it. Ah! Okay, sure. You're done? Cool. But I feel like sometimes also what a lot of women do not want to acknowledge is that withholding emotionally from your husband, withholding sexually from your husband as well, because we do have marriages where people have gone 6 months without sex. Okay, let's be so for real. We have marriages where people have gone a whole year without sex. We also have marriages where people have even gone 2 years without sex. So at this point, I'm like, I don't know. Did you kind of want this shit to happen? Listen, grown people talk. If you're sensitive, I told you this isn't the life for you. So we could have a situation like that where there was a lot of emotional, there's a lot of emotional neglect and sexual neglect that goes on for a very long time. And like they say, nature hates voice. And now he met somebody at the office, right? Now here we are. So we got to talk about that too. What are we doing? Is he in love with this lady? What is going on? That's why when it comes to cheating, I don't have a hard rule for, oh, he cheated, so you got to leave. I need to know more about what happened, and then I can tell you how to proceed. But because I don't do, oh my gosh, the man cheated, he ain't shit. Well, he ain't shit, but he's a human being. How did we get here, right? So you have those instances. You have instances too where people have been fine. One day, I guess the man woke up, and now he has a midlife crisis. He wants to sleep with everybody. So I guess he got to, it is what it is. It's a lot. So I prefer to know more details. But ultimately, now I am 40 years old. And one thing I have realized is that for most women, infidelity is not a deal breaker. Oh, Marlene. Yes, most women will stay if there's cheating because it depends what they got going on. If they're very rich, she ain't going to go anywhere. If they have a big name as a married couple, Hillary Clinton, she ain't going to go anywhere. If their whole brand is centered around them being married, she going to look the other way. Okay, infidelity is not always a deal breaker. So for me, what I would say to most young women who want to get married, don't go in like, oh my gosh, I'm afraid of a man cheating on me. Why even think about that? There are other things to worry about, right? If it does happen, because it might not even happen, if it does happen, we'll worry about it when we get there. I think it's very silly to worry about things that have yet to happen. How does that help your life? And I feel like sometimes being so obsessed with, oh, a man cheating, that's why he gonna cheat. Because whatever you fear is what the devil is gonna bring into your house. Stop doing that shit, right? Everybody does not cheat. So stop like, oh, my biggest fear is a man cheating on me. You are dumb as hell. Your biggest fear should be having a miscarriage. Your biggest fear is that you have a baby and it's a stillbirth. Your biggest fear should be that your baby's born and your baby dies in the crib. There are bigger problems than a man cheating. Okay? There are bigger problems. Trust me. Like, trust and believe, right? There are women out here who have fertility issues. There are bigger problems. Oh, is a man going to cheat? Why worry about something that might not happen to you? Every woman does not get cheated on. Every man does not get cheated on. But I get it. Negativity brings attention. It drives the algorithm and stuff like that. But I just feel like if you're going to waste your time worrying about stuff, worry about real shit. Worry about real shit. For real. Like in the bigger scheme of things, a man putting his penis in somebody's vagina, wumpty womp womp, it's not the end of the world. It happened before we were born. It's going to happen once we die. Listen, but it might not happen to you. And if it does happen to you, you will figure that shit out once you cross that bridge. Right now, you're not there. So let's talk about something else. Like this cheating stuff, it gets old. Like it bores me. It really does bore me, right? Because I'm like, there are real bad things that can really break your heart. There are mothers out here who give life to babies that are stillbirth, like, and you have to hold the baby, and you have to do a whole death certificate. They got to go bury the baby. Like, yo, it is just overwhelming. It's overwhelming, right? Also, people, oh, I worry about a man cheating. He might be your killer. There are a lot of ladies who married husbands who ended up killing them. He didn't cheat, but he killed her ass. So if you have a hierarchy of things to fear, cheating really should not be your biggest fear. What if you marry your killer? Now, what about that part? Okay. Because there's a lot of wives who get pew-pewed by the husband. Okay. There are wives who get strangled by their husbands. All right. So there's real if you want to be scared, there's real shit to fear. This is small shit. Cheating is small shit. Okay. It really is. Hello. I'm just going to put it out there. Right? So, yeah, some people don't have sex for years. I'm like, that's why I say, like, we really have to know with cheating. Me personally, I go on a case-by-case basis because I'm like, what happened? How we get here? Who is she? How long has this been happening? Has he given her money? One thing, one point. I have lots of questions. Yeah, but if there's a baby, because the thing about the baby, when a baby is here, you can't deny the affair. As long as the side chick is not pregnant, a woman can continue to lie to herself, lie to people, all y'all that's delusional, because there ain't no baby. But when there's a baby, especially if the baby looks like the man, oh, well, then man, you can't deny this shit. That's his baby, y'all. Okay? That is what it is, right? But I'm like, worrying about something that might never happen to you, I think it's a waste of your brain cells. You have better things to worry about. You really do. You know what I'm saying? Exactly. Like Lonnie said, if they were so afraid, they do everything in their power to reverse engineer having a good marriage, but no, they've given themselves anxiety. Exactly. So if you don't want cheating, like Lonnie said, give great customer service. Now, you can give great customer service and you can still have a cheater. But I will say this, it probably had to do with some vetting that went left when y'all first met. But if the vetting went well and then you give great customer service, I don't see how we find ourselves in a position of infidelity. Right? Customer service, ladies, customer service, right? Instead of worrying about the cheating, worry about how to be the best wife possible. That's it. And ultimately, if he does something to betray what you've done, God will handle this person. It never fails. On this earth, you reap what you sow. So you better sow good seeds. That's it. That's that. Don't waste your brain. Don't waste your brain power. Be the best person you can be. No weapon formed against you shall prosper. That's it. Like, that's how I live my life. I'm not going to sit here and give myself anxiety over foolishness. I don't have time for this. I need to sleep. This is ridiculous. Like, this is crazy. Sorry. Hold on. Oh, this thing sucks. Let me shut down a lot of these things. I have too many windows open. Yeah, I have too many windows open. Okay, now it should be better. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. Worry about real shit. And make sure y'all have a retirement plan. Worry about real shit. And be nice to each other. Like, be respectful, be nice to each other, be friendly, you know what I mean? And be forgiving. I don't see why people be cheating. Like, I don't know, it's just weird. This cheating obsession is weird. It's like people want it to happen to them. So, oh, I knew it. Then just say that.
Because you can sleep peacefully at night, but this man is not cheating on you. This man is not abusive because he's making $1 million. What is $1 million with no peace? Come on, girls, let's wake up. Boo, boo. You taught us not to settle. Boo, Breedy, boo. Oh my God, this is
so. Breeding is doing a rebranding. So first she told the girl not to settle, and now she's saying to settle. Okay, so like Mamish said, maybe her guy that her fiance is giving settled. So she has to warm up the audience because maybe he's not on her level. So life humbled her. Okay, there you go. There you go. I think the problem with social media can make you feel as though you are on a certain level that you're really not. You know what I mean? And so these girls think that, and the problem with a lot of these influencer chicks, and I'm not saying this to be offensive, I'm not saying it to be degrading, right? But many of these girls do not have the pedigree. Okay, I will say this: if your own daddy, if your own father that never made 100,000, the odds of you being able to even know how to find people that make 6 figures to cater to people like that is going to be hard. Because I do believe that the first successful man you meet and know should be your dad. Because if your dad is one of these kinds of people that make 6 figures and more, then you already know what a 6-figure man is. So it's a lot easier to tend to these people because your dad is one of these people, right? But if you don't have the pedigree and you think that your YouTube channel, your follower count, your goofy ass comments can make up for your lack of pedigree, you are insane, right? You are truly crazy. Pedigree is a real thing, y'all. It is a real thing. It's a real thing. Now, can you fully change it? No, not really. But you can work on your brand, though, right? You can work on the brand. But I'm like, it truly, truly, truly matters. Because if your dad is a successful person, a high-level person, most of your uncles, the people he associates with, most of these men are just like your dad. So growing up, you saw these people all around you, right? With social media, a girl can be a regular human being, and then she does well on social media. Her videos do well. She makes AdSense money. She makes sponsorship money. So now she can afford certain things. And I think because some girls are able to afford certain things or afford a certain lifestyle, they are confusing that for being of a certain pedigree. And it's like you're not, right? Like, I'll give you a good example. If you look at Mary Kate, right? William's wife, okay? If you look at Mary Kate also, you see, Mary Kate, what's her name? What's the name? Child. I don't know her name. Oh, his name is Kate. Oh, well, so that was Mary Kate. Okay, Milton. Oh, that's her name. Yeah, that's right. I forgot her name. Child. I know you as William's wife. My bad, sis. Okay, right? But you see, look at Catherine, right? Look at her. This girl, they molded her. She was molded, y'all. She was raised. She was molded, like the way you grab clay and stuff or Play-Doh. Okay. This girl was built, molded, raised, groomed to be with William. Because people knew, everybody knows, one day William is going to be King of England. It is a fact. It's acknowledged. That's why that little redheaded demon is out here doing the most. William is going to be King of England. Do you think the royal family is going to let this boy marry just any regular, whatever random ass person? No. You got to have a certain kind of pedigree. You have to go to certain schools. You have to do this. You have to do that. You have to do this. You have to do that. Okay? In order to qualify to be one day the Queen of England. This is very, very serious. It's serious business. Okay? It's the same thing. Your pedigree is pretty much going to somewhat dictate the kind of man that you will most likely marry, right? And it's not so much how much money you make. You can make money, but you are not part of that culture, which is something that a lot of women struggle with. That's why they sit here, talk about how much money they made. I make this amount of money. There you go. Even you boasting about how much money you make lets us know you don't have the pedigree for a certain social class, because there are certain social classes women do not boast about how much money they make. It is weird. It is gauche. It is a no-no, but you will not know because that's not your pedigree. You don't belong to that social class. And you think you can use money and brute force your way in there. They will not accept you. You are not one of theirs. Okay? It don't work like that. It does not work like that. And I feel like ultimately that is somewhat the curse of the female influencer, is that through social media, she has been able to grow her name, make some money, rebrand herself, blah, 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 blah. But the pedigree aspect of it all is lacking, right? Because girls who usually marry these kinds of people, their dads already have money. They don't need YouTube to live. Okay? They don't have to chase the algorithm. They already live like that, right? And most of these people too most likely don't want a person that is always on social media. Good luck with that shit. All right? And that is a real thing. So your YouTube channel can have you believe that you are a woman of a certain rank. You're not. Because when it comes to that social class status shit, right? It's usually men who open the door to that kind of stuff, right? Like, for example, take Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods, he went and he married the lady that was a nanny, right? Right? She was a nanny, right? So he took her from her poverty and then he brought her up to the status. Men give status to a woman. They don't want to accept that. It's a man's world. There are certain places in this life a man has to open the door for you. I repeat, it was Kanye West who pretty much gave upper echelon, high fashion status to Kim Kardashian. Kanye is the one who opened the door to Vogue. Kanye is the one who opened the door to the Met Gala. Kanye opened a lot of doors for even the Skims collection. It was all Kanye. There's always a man, y'all. There's always a man. Men give status, just like men also give demotion. It's a real thing. If you go with a loser man, he will demote your ass. You go with a high achieving man, he gonna give you the status. But a woman by herself cannot give herself status. And that's why you wouldn't realize that most celebrities, most female celebrities who are not married are usually not as successful as female celebrities who have a husband. Female celebrities who have a husband usually have more respect. They have more admiration. They have a more loyal fan base. Wumpty wump wump, wump wump wump. Because say whatever the F you want to say, marriage is aspirational. Marriage is aspirational. If we were to sit here and compare Angela Bassett, okay? Angela Bassett and her husband, right? People are going to have more respect. People are going to have more respect for Angela Bassett, right? Because she's incredibly successful in her career and she also has a beautiful marriage. So people are more likely to have more respect for her, more esteem for her, wumpty wump wump, wumpty wump wump, ba-da-da, ba-da-da, because marriage is aspirational. I don't care what nobody says. That's why people buy these magazines. They watch David Tutera, the platinum weddings, wumpty wump wump. People spend all kinds of money. Yes, okay? Yes, and yes, and yes. But when you see Halle Berry, for example, and her single ass in the bed promoting God knows what, right? No one cares. Okay? Because like, girl, how many men is it going to be now? Okay? No one cares. Her and this man right here are not, I repeat, they are not inspirational. They both look tired. Okay? They both look exhausted. They look drained. They look tired. All right? Now, when it comes to Angela Bassett, okay, there you go. You can just tell. It's a different kind of vibe. Okay? You have a wife over here with her husband, and you have this perpetual vixen who once again has another man. It's draining. It is draining, and it's draining, and it's draining. Also, this man right here has nothing to give to her. He cannot give her status. He cannot open doors for her. He cannot help her to find jobs in Hollywood. You just can't. Exactly. Cardi B, no pedigree. Saweetie, no pedigree. The list goes on. You get my point, right? Right? But a woman by herself with money, she cannot give herself status. We live in a man's world. Accept that. All right. Even Haley Bieber, her husband, Justin Bieber, her CEO, a man. The people who bought Elf Cosmetics, the CEO is a man. You see, 3 men in her life, they all gave her status. Right? Justin Bieber made her the girl that every girl wanted to look like, right? And dress like and do makeup like, right? The CEO, the Nick guy, her CEO of Road Beauty, helped her to get to a point where she could sell her business in 3 years for $1 billion. By herself, she could have done that. Okay. The CEO of Elf, he came in and bought the business at $1 billion. Right? Men are givers of status because it's a man's world. Exactly. Bernard Arnault gave fashion icon crazy ass opportunities to Rihanna. She could not have done that by herself. It never would have happened. This is why men matter. You have to be a real idiot, a real goofball, and a non-ambitious person to say, oh, I don't need a man. I don't care about a man. You're going to be poor. You're going to retire ugly. You're going to retire in starvation, and you might even end up living in your car. This is the reality of life. I don't make the rules. I just observe the rules, and I'm going to teach you how to play the game so you can win. That's it. That's that. Right? That is it. That is that. So YouTube, having a YouTube channel, right? Where are we at again? I don't know where are we? Okay. Having a YouTube channel by itself is not going to automatically open you up to these high status men, because most of these high status men, if they're even watching YouTube, they're not watching your content. Okay. They're watching business content, health content, fitness content. They're not watching this foolishness. So the odds of you showing up on his FYP, weird. Okay. Very, very weird. Now, if he happens to click on your content, the odds of him being interested, whatever. Okay. Because he sees a lot of people every day. It's not that hard. So I feel like they get to a point where at first they believe in the delusion of their channels, and then they take a step back and realize, like, you know what? I'm just a regular person with a YouTube audience. I don't have the pedigree. You do not. Okay. Yeah, they look tired, and that's because it's not healthy. This is not healthy. And this is also not inspirational. She is exhausted. And I will also say this. A lot of pretty women, go listen to me and hear me out. If you're a really beautiful woman, the best way for you to immortalize your beauty is by sleeping with the least amount of men. When you are a pretty girl and you sleep with lots of people, you devalue your beauty. You demystify your mystique. You take away the allure of your beauty because too many men have had your ass. It's crazy. So you either get married or you got to be very mindful of how many men you slept with. But I will say the best way to preserve your beauty is by being married, because then not too many men can say they've slept with you, and the girls can keep drooling over how beautiful you are. And if you really wanted to, you could have all these men, right? That's what you want. You want people to say, if she really wanted to, she can have this, and that. But when you actually are sleeping with this, and that, you become worthless. You become basura. Today, a lot of people are no longer impressed with Halle Berry and how beautiful she was because she's too much out there. She's like Forever 21. Okay. She's not rare enough. So when you're readily available, it demystifies your beauty. And it's just like, you know, and also being a sex vixen, this siren shit forever in your 60s, it gets old. It really, really gets old. It gets super old. Okay. Yeah. But the problem with even when you take your money and you do stuff like that, Lonnie, it's really hard because it's a culture. It takes years to learn a culture, right? Because people who grew up playing tennis, they are very fluent in tennis. So they might even have the time to keep up with your ass because you are at a baby level. You see what I'm trying to say? If you can go play golf, but most people who grew up with that kind of pedigree, they've been playing golf since they were kids. And you're like, oh, what's this? Oh, what's that? Oh, what's this? And you seem like you're only here because you want to be around rich people. So play tennis, but I would say do it because you really love it, right? But understand also that there's going to be a learning curve. And the people who are really experienced or like really good at tennis, they've been doing this for a very, very long time because it's not going to be just play the tennis. You're going to have to get good at it. You're going to have to learn the language, and you're going to have to learn the players. You're going to have to understand, oh, what's it called? Oh my gosh. Roland Garros. Oh, not just Venus and Serena, but all these people who play tennis. You're going to have to know all these people, the history of tennis, the culture of tennis, wumpty wump wump, so that when you get around these people, you're very fluid when it comes to talking about tennis. You know what I'm saying? So it's a real thing, right? But anybody can buy a cute outfit. Anybody can show up on a tennis court. People can show up on a golf court. But you also got to speak the language. And that also is going to require some studying. And there's a learning curve. And the people who are already really good at it, some might want to help you out. Some might not want to help you out. But do it because you really love it. Because you know what I'm saying? You just never know. But I'm like, Hallie, though, people are tired. People are exhausted. So most likely she had to be more realistic. Because even Brini, I don't even know if she went to college. Did she go to college? I don't know. I don't keep up with her. Because I discovered like years ago, because I'm like, oh, this girl looks like Beauty by JJ. And then they became friends. Then they fell apart. Then she made a video. It came off a little shady towards Jenny, whatever, who knows. Okay. But I'm like, did she go to school? Did she go to college? Did she go to uni? Does she have a degree? Like outside of YouTube, what does she know? Okay. It's all like in her personal time, all she does is talk about relationship. Anything else that she does, like, what does she do? I don't know. So that also is like, okay.
It's so funny. Where do I start? Okay, actually, let's talk about the elephant in the room. I'm engaged. I am, in fact, engaged. So I got engaged last week on the 11th of July, just 3 days after my birthday. I know I'm acting so weird, but that's all I'm going to say. It was the most beautiful engagement, 1,800 feet up in the sky in Turkey. And I would love, love, love to share the engagement photos with you. But I have learned that there's some things in life that are just so precious that you want to protect it and you don't want to expose it. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm extremely happy. I'm extremely excited. And not just because I've got a ring, not just because I'm getting married, but because God is so faithful. He is so faithful, and he has a plan. He has a plan. You can trust him, and I'm so happy. I'm so happy. But I didn't want to make like a big announcement like, oh guys, I got engaged. Like, we're moving with discretion from now on. So I'm very happy. Your girl's very happy. Thank you in advance for the congratulations. And I know people think that I thought that I was married before when I first came back to YouTube in April. That was someone else's wedding. Okay, let's clear that up. I've not been married yet. I am now engaged and I'll be married next year. So with that being said, I just feel like I'm in the mood to create relationship content. I just don't know why. I feel drawn to it. I feel passionate about it. I feel excited about it. I feel so sure about what I'm saying about relationships. Before, it was the wisdom of God that was literally giving me all of this insight. But now I've got the wisdom from God and the experience, and I
really, you don't have any wisdom from God. Girl, shut up. Shut up. Wisdom from God? How pompous. You have wisdom from God. Like, you're like King Solomon. Girl, how pompous. Like, that is excessive. That's excessive. That is truly, I have wisdom from God. Girl, if you had wisdom from God, you would go get married. You be married first. Make sure you make it past the 5 years and then come tell us, okay? But imagine you're not even married yet, but you want to make content, but that's God's wisdom. No, God's wisdom is you go kill the bear, you skin the bear, you sell the skin of the bear, you get the money, then you come tell us what happened, right? But you got married a week ago and now you want to make relationship content. Girl, go plan your wedding. Now, if this content, now, because it's social media, y'all, people always want something, okay? Now, if you want to make relationship content because you need money for the wedding, just say that, okay? Girl, if you're looking for a way to finance your wedding, so now you got to make content, just say that, okay? But don't put God in this. Oh, it's excessive. There's nothing wise about this. I got engaged 3 days ago, and now I want to sit here and tell y'all about relationships. Sis, get married first, okay? Get married. Stay married for 5 years, and then come talk to us. Yeah, because I'm like, if this is a way for her to make the content, just letting people know I'm going to be a bit more regular on your timeline, on your FYP, click my videos because I got to pay for this wedding, because I want to do a big ass wedding, because I want to trigger my ex and I want my ex to see it. Just tell us, girl, and we'll watch the video. I'll put the videos on play. And they can just play in the background, okay? I'll help you out, but don't play with me, all right? Because y'all, you influencer people, you always want something. You always, they always want something, okay? I'm like, God didn't tell you anything. Because I would say the wisdom of God would be, let me go get married first. And also, let me say this also, Brittany, because I think you're full of shit. Sorry, but listen, it's me, right? No offense, I do love you, right? But you're full of shit. If you felt like God is in this, go get married tomorrow. What the fuck? I don't understand these people. If this is a marriage that's coming from God, if this marriage is anointed by the Most High God, then get married tomorrow. Go to the courthouse. Why do you have to wait a year to get married? Right? Even when he proposed, like even when he proposed in Turkey, y'all could have came back to England and you could have gone to the courthouse. We're going to the courthouse to get married, okay? Go to the courthouse. That's it. Like in the Bible, did people have to wait a whole year to get married? No, it's like, okay, we get married tomorrow, right? So God's wisdom, get married tomorrow. Get married next month. Why do you have to wait a year? Even Jesus said this, like, why put up to tomorrow what you can do today, okay? So my thing is, sorry, y'all. Why wait until, yeah, go to the courthouse and be done with this. God's wisdom. Go get married, sis. What's the big deal? Or is he not the one? Or you want to show off, like you want a big wedding so you can show off. Yeah, exactly. So God is not in this, okay? Don't play about God, sis, because I love God. And I am very protective of his brand, even if I think God should send more cease and desist because some of y'all play with his name. But my thing is, if this is of God, if God is so good, okay? You know, they have like Nigerians have this one song, God, you are so good. Okay? God, you are one. So if God is so good, get married in September. Okay? You go to the courthouse. You and him, you wear a pretty dress, you do your makeup. Jaden did that. Even I did that to me. I kind of did that also, but I'm just like, it's not that serious. Right? Jalen did that. Let me see if I can find her on Instagram. Let me see if I can find Jalen. Hold on. If I can spell her name right. There you go. Face over matter. There you go. Right? But she did that. Jalen did that. She went to the courthouse and she got married. It's a wrap. Let me show you real quick. Hold on. Every time I see her hair, she makes me go get a bob. Girl, I gotta stop messing with you, girl. I can't. You crazy. You see? They went to the courthouse. Okay, these are all the pictures right there. Okay. Yeah. They went to the courthouse and they got married. Yeah. No, there are other pictures. I'm not crazy. She's posted other pictures. Hold on. God this, God that. If God is in it, go to the damn courthouse. It's not that deep. There you go. Right. Here's some pictures. There you go. Right. They went to the courthouse. Oh, these are engagement pictures. But ultimately, they went to the courthouse and they got married at the courthouse. That's it. If this is real love, just go to the courthouse. She's insane. Okay. Yeah. I'm like, you don't have to start scamming people. Yeah. You know, and I'm like, you can just go to the courthouse. You don't have to wait a year to get married. Get married next month. Let's be done with this. And let's start life. But no, I'm going to wait a whole year, but I want to give you all advice. No, girl, you sound like you're scared. You sound scared.
I want to help you guys. I have no interest in offending anybody, in being controversial, in upsetting people, in being a pick-me. And I'm not going to allow the word pick-me to derail me or to offend me or to make me back down from what I'm saying. I'm not a pick-me. I'm not male identified. I could care less. I care about women and I want women to make the best
about-
choices. I have nothing to profit from telling you guys the truth. I don't have anything to sell to you but the truth.
No.
If you have enough money, you are able to buy the truth. And those of you who are not that crowd that I'm not talking to, that love to hear the truth.
Nobody can buy the truth. No amount of money can buy the truth. So what are we talking about? Brittany, I personally feel as though you need money to plan some lavish ass wedding. You want a lavish ass wedding. So now you're like, okay, I got to hit my numbers. I got to start making certain kind of content, right? So that way you can afford this lavish wedding, because most likely he doesn't have a lot of money himself. So the wedding that you want is probably going to be very ignorant, right? And so we already know that this is not from God. Okay, but if God was really in it, you would do what Jimmy and I did. Okay, Jimmy and I went to the courthouse. I think the marriage license was like $30. Okay, bam, 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 bam. Okay, bam, bam, bam. Got married. I think next year's gonna be 16 years. So we never had like a big wedding, all that weird shit. Plus, I really would have had anxiety anyways, because I hate planning stuff, right? But my thing is, yeah. Oh, you're talking about Jay? Yeah, it was very pretty. Like, keep it easy, because the hardest part is being married. But this obsession with, oh, I gotta have this dream wedding and this and that. God is not in this. That is the world. These are secular thoughts, right? But if you feel like God is so good, this is the man for me, and I'm so happy right now. Okay, when he proposed in Turkey, when y'all came back to the UK, you should have gone to the courthouse to get married. We are tired of these long ass engagements when y'all can just go to the courthouse, right? Just like instead of doing this YouTube video, you could have gone to the courthouse and gotten married. You could be a wife by now. Why are we wasting time? Yeah, that's why she has to make the content. And if she wants to make it seem like, oh, I'm only doing this for y'all. No, you're doing this for your bridal budget. Okay. You need money for your wedding. All right. So please don't do that. It's very disrespectful. Right. Just listen, look, y'all. I'm gonna start making more content now because girl, my pockets is hurting, y'all. I've been gone for a minute. Gotta restore my pockets. That's all you have to say. You're not trying to help anybody. Help yourself, sis. Help yourself. Nobody on YouTube is your burden, okay? Your main burden is yourself. Ah, there you go. So Mamish said, what's his name, bro? I don't even know what he is. I don't know. We haven't seen him yet. Mamish said her bestie got married in Greece. Who is that? The makeup girl? Who is her bestie? To a popular gospel singer so she can have a simple wedding. Well, we're clocking it. Okay. You see? We're going to get to the bottom of this. People think they're so slick. You're not slick. You are vain. Brittany, you are a vain person, my baby. You are very vain. And I say this with love. You are vain. A person who goes to Turkey. First of all, you went there without telling anybody. That was reckless because you could have died. People die in Turkey. A lot of Black women die in Turkey. Okay? Number one. Number two, you went to Turkey and you told the doctor to cut 80% off your stomach. Are you insane? Okay, 80%, not even like 10%, 25%. You asked for 80% of your stomach to be cut out of your body. I wonder if your brain has even recovered from you losing 80% of your stomach. This is insanity. God was not in this. You don't have God's wisdom. You are a very secular, vain young lady who wants to pose as some kind of coach and guru and Christian influencer. Be very careful. You know, Prophet Samuel told a thing to Saul. He said, be very careful, for God is not deceived. For whatsoever a man or woman sows, you're going to reap it. Don't play with God's name. Do not play with God's name because you want to make money. Do not play with God's name because you want to create some legitimacy for yourself. Don't do it, sis. If you want to finesse these girls, scam these girls, leave God's name out of this. Stop doing this. It's giving Zionist. No, Queen. I can play the video. She went to Turkey and she explicitly asked the doctor to cut 80% of her stomach. So she's pretty much without a stomach. Can you imagine? She is pretty much without a stomach. my Lord, that is aggressive for a young woman because she didn't want to go to the gym and lose weight. So for me, it's like, you don't even, like, when it comes to Brittany, and I'm sorry to say this, but I got to say this because, you know, you're full of shit, okay? When it comes to Brittany, she likes to take the easy cut, the easy way out, the easy this, the easy that. God is not in this because God will always make you go the long way, right? When the people came out of Egypt, they could have easily walked into Canaan, but God had those people take the long way so that the foolishness in their hearts from Egypt would be left in the desert, okay? Make it make sense. God is not into cheating. God is not into the shortcuts, the this, and that. She's very, very vain, and she needs to admit that to herself, okay? Admit that to yourself. A real Christian, a person full of wisdom. You would even see, like, where is the wisdom in telling a doctor to cut 80% of your stomach because you've never had children yet. And I don't even know how that's going to affect her pregnancy because if she has no stomach, she thinks she's full. But what if she gets pregnant? How will she know to eat enough to feed the baby? Right? These are things that people don't think about because they're incredibly vain. But that decision could prove problematic when it comes down to pregnancy. Being an idiot, but Brittany, it wasn't more than 30 pounds, or at least 40 pounds that she could have lost naturally. And she chose not to do it naturally. She chose to weaponize the money that she had, go to Turkey, and she went there by herself, y'all. These crazy ass Arabs could have killed her and ditched her body into a ditch, okay? So there's no wisdom of God over here. And then now she back in Turkey again for her proposal. So she go to Turkey for more surgery? Only God knows. What the fuck do I know? Okay? But I'm like, this is not wisdom. Right now, before you want to give people marriage advice, get married first or just shut up. I am sick and tired of people who are not married trying to give people advice. You're going to mislead these young people because how do you know your thoughts are of God, your thoughts are of starvation because you barely have a stomach, or your thoughts are your own? Because I'm like, she must be hungry. So what do I know? You might give hungry thoughts to people and then you might mislead people. But if you can even bring yourself to lose 30 pounds or 40 pounds naturally, we don't want to listen to you because you look for shortcuts. You don't like to suffer. You don't like to toil and suffer and do things with integrity that people don't want to hear from your ass. So my thing is, if you got to start, no, I'm being fucking serious. She could be hungry as she's speaking right now. That's why she kept talking about food and chicken and lamb. I'm like, yeah, because of her stomach is gone. The stomach is gone, but the thoughts of food are still lingering. She must be suffering. Her soul must be in agony. That's some dumb shit to do. That's some dumb shit to do. Like, because I'm like, when you're pregnant, you like, how will you know that you ate enough food? Like, what the fuck? And like, what the fuck? Like, what in the glorious fuck? Because when Esther sent me this shit, I'm like, oh, Esther, you know damn well Brittany's hungry. Okay, when was the last time she actually ate a proper meal and felt full? She probably just nimbles and she thinks she's full. So now she eats like a pigeon. So maybe she thinks like a pigeon. What the fuck do I know? But ultimately, Esther, okay, she's probably hungry. When was the last time she ate? She lost 80% of her stomach. Okay, imagine that. Even Dora the Explorer will be trekking for the stomach. ¿Dónde el stomach? ¿Dónde el estomaco? Aquí, but aquí. It's in Turkey because that's where the fuck she left it. You are crazy. You better go back to Turkey and get your stomach, girl. This is insanity. This is pure insanity. Okay, how can you? Yeah, 75%, 75 to 80% of her stomach is gone. Baby girl, we cannot trust anything you're saying because you're probably starving. Okay, you're probably starving. Like, girl, she's probably starving right now. You need food. Okay, you need food and you need more life experience. Then come back and talk to us. You are really crazy. Imagine me not having 80% of my stomach and thinking that it's God talking to me. It is your gut. Okay, it's your stomach. It's not God. You're probably hungry, right? Eat first. Then go get married, practice life, and then come back and talk to us because these are not sober thoughts. These are thoughts that are stemming from a starved body, okay? You need food. You absolutely need food. Exactly. She wasn't even morbidly obese. Like, at most she had to lose was like 30 to 40 pounds. It is not that serious. In 6 months, you can lose that stuff. It's not that hard. But nope. Brittany wanted the easy way out. Okay? But now she thinks she has thoughts from God. No, you have thoughts of regret because you're hungry. Okay? Go to Turkey and reclaim your stomach. You need your stomach back. Okay? That doctor need to put your stomach back. Because how you going to have babies? This is ridiculous. Like, she has no idea what she's done. When I saw my girl, you haven't even had children yet. No, Esther was like, because you know, Esther, she's so easily impressed. I said, Esther, baby girl, the girl does not have a stomach. You cannot listen to somebody who with a missing stomach. These are thoughts of starvation. I will never take advice from someone who barely eats food. She doesn't have a stomach. Like 80% of her stomach is gone. But her brain still thinks that she has all of her stomach. Can you imagine? This is cruelty. Because it's not like you can send a message to your brain to say, hey, by the way, you don't have to send all these hormones because I cut 80% of my stomach. It is incredibly aggressive. Exactly. It is really bad. She did something awful. So I'm like, because when you're pregnant, you have to eat a certain amount of food for you and the baby. But now she only has 20% of her body, of her stomach. So how will her body endure pregnancy? We don't know. Even when it comes to breastfeeding, how will her body endure feeding? We don't know. Because if she decides to breastfeed, she's going to have to eat a lot of food because how are you going to make the milk? Right? So I'm like, this is some real shit. You know what I'm saying? Like she did, like this is insanity. But I'm like, miss me with the God is talking to me. No, vanity is talking to you. How can such a young lady who was not morbidly obese, Brittany was never morbidly obese. She just had gained some weight. Okay. But she was never, ever morbidly obese. She was always skinny. She probably put on like, I think at most 30 pounds. But there was nothing that required a surgery to be that extreme. And then she came on social media and she told her audience. So yes, in a way, you advertise something so unsafe to your followers. And that also to me is irresponsible. It's one, if somebody's like 600 pounds or 800 pounds, I can kind of see why they would do such a thing, right? But to do something so extreme for 30 pounds, and because you don't want to learn to have food discipline, you want your stomach to be gone so that way you can be skinny forever. You are incredibly vain. You're vain as fuck. And someone needs to tell you that shit. Over here making content about Wizard Liz as if your shit is all together. Girl, you're crazy. You're really crazy. Yes, Kevin, the stomach is gone, Kevin. She went to Turkey. Because if I'm not mistaken, the doctor was only going to take out 25%. She asked him to take like 75 to 80% of her stomach. So when she woke up, there was no tummy. There was no stomach. It's just gone. I'm like, she's so young. It's just too aggressive. It's too aggressive of a surgery. There is no need for this. And for that doctor to agree, it just shows you that this whole like plastic surgery shit in Turkey, it's a damn butcher shop. They just do whatever in there. And then you'll be responsible for that. Exactly. Personal trainer, change your food, and don't eat at night. But I'm like, she's young. She's never had children. So her body, and also she's naturally skinny. So her body would have lost that weight super fast. But for me, that's not even me. I've never had surgery, don't have surgery, never plan on having surgery. And that's why I work out. Because, you know, I don't want to promote that stuff. BBL, wumpty wump wump. I don't want to promote that. These are unnecessary procedures. And God forbid you promote it. Another woman sees you, she goes and does it, and then she dies. That's going to be on my head. Nope. We're going to lift these weights. We're going to do the back squats, the whatever squats. We're going to pay the price. We're going to suffer physically to lose this damn weight because that's what you do as a Christian. You don't look for shortcuts, and I will never want to inspire anybody. That's why I made the super video because I don't want anybody to believe, oh, you got to have a BBL to have a man. No, take care of yourself. Trust God, right? Like the way people want to have marriage without God. Marriage traditionally is a God-ordained covenant. You cannot have marriage without God. You can't bypass God, go to a doctor, and oh, it's going to work out for me. No. If God says no, it's a no. If God says yes, it's a yes. Right? Auntie Pauletta, she never had plastic surgery. She never had any of these things, and God gave her Denzel Washington. Be so for real. Okay? All right? No plastic surgery. right? Michelle Obama also. She never had plastic surgery, and she became the first black lady. So whatever. Your destiny is your destiny. What is meant to be will be. Okay? You see this? She never had surgery in her life. And she married Denzel Washington. So go sit down somewhere. Like, as they say, what is meant for you, it really is for you, huh? What is meant for you is for you. This woman never had surgery, and her husband is a sex icon. So go sit down somewhere. Same thing with LL Cool J and his wife. She never had surgery, and she also married a sex icon. What is meant for you is for you. Take care of the body that God gave you. Stop looking for shortcuts. People are dying behind these goofy ass surgeries. And a lot of these doctors do not care whether you live or die, whether one butt is bigger than the other, your butt's going to be all lopsided and stuff. No, she really could have died. And she went there by herself, Kevin. She went to Turkey by herself. What if these Arabs had killed her? Because she's black. You're black in an Arab country. They don't like black people there. But I'm like, you could have died. You really could have died. She went there by herself. How ridiculous is that? You are insane. Y'all, today might be washed up.
Truth that love to hear a sobering word, not a word that's going to make you feel good, but has no results, but a word that's going to actually confront you, because the truth is confronting. You can either shoot the messenger or receive the letter. With all of that being said, I want to break down the reel that I made and further explain it, because I think it went over a lot of people's heads. I'm the person that says, do not settle, do not settle. I've been preaching that message for a very, very long time. But when I said, do not settle, I did not say, do not settle if this man does not have all of your preferences, if he's not an angel on earth, if he does not look like the Nephilim that are like 8 foot tall, then don't settle. And there's a place, and I'm going to talk about physical attraction and should you get with someone that you're not attracted to. I can answer that question right now and say,
does she even know what a Nephilim is? She's crazy. Nephilims are babies that were had between fallen angels and humans. So why would anybody want to marry a Nephilim in the first place? They're cursed creatures. It's in the book of what's his name? Oh my gosh. Enoch, right? But Nephilims are the babies of fallen angels and human, like wretched humans. So why would any girl want to marry a Nephilim? Like, that sounds crazy. Like, that really sounds insane. Okay. But then again, people like dangerous things. So what do I know? But I'm like, girl, it's very easy to say, child, let me tell y'all, you guys, these shortcuts, even Ozempic, they're suing Ozempic for like $12 billion because people got hurt. These shortcuts, it never ends well. Okay. Oh, she was supposed to wait at least 2 years to fall pregnant. She told me she fell pregnant within a year and gave birth to a premature baby. What she did to her stomach, seriously, I'm not trying to be mean, is going to affect her in pregnancy. And if she was so, God is wise, God's wisdom, she wouldn't have done that. It is excessive. And also, she would have lost the weight naturally. Brittany was not that big. Like, even me, I probably need to lose like 80 pounds. She's not that big. And even I'm not getting gastric. Even Fumi was bigger than her. Fumi was really, really big. Fumi lost all the weight naturally, and she has her full stomach. She learned portion control, right? Okay. Like, you have to force yourself to learn portion control. And to be a Christian and to be weak in front of food, but to want to give people advice on social media is kind of weird. I'm like, you have to master self. If you have not mastered self, do not try to give other people advice. Okay. So Ruva said Ozempic can cause pancreatitis and gastroparesis, whatever that means. That's crazy. Wow. Well, don't do it, y'all. Do it naturally. That's it.
No, but I'm going to explain it. What I constantly talk about not settling on is your deal breakers and how a person treats you. a person's character, because those things don't change. Doesn't matter if you get married to them, they're not going to change. You can't change a cow into a horse. It doesn't work like that. And just because a person has money doesn't mean that person doesn't have bad character. And I use the example of Sierra and Russell Wilson, because Sierra has a track history of liking bad boys. And just because Russell Wilson is rich does not mean that Sierra did not settle on her preferences. So we think that, oh, because Russell Wilson, in our opinion, is attractive, Russell Wilson, in our opinion, is successful and rich and all this other stuff. But so are so many other men within Sierra's universe. Because let's be honest, Sierra is a beautiful, talented, successful, rich woman herself. So Sierra's standards cannot be our standards. Sierra's deal breakers cannot be our deal breakers. It just doesn't work like that. I know the internet makes us all feel like we're the same. We are not the same. You want Russell Wilson, but you are not Sierra. Clock it. So I just had to. It's not for you. It's not for you. It's not for you that's receiving the message. It's for those who have too much pride to receive this message. I have to humble you a little bit. You have to be humbled. You really do have to be humbled. You want all these things. You want, but you are not what you want wants. Hope that's clear. And that's not a bad thing. Cut your cloth according to your size. Be humble. Have a realistic view of yourself and have a realistic view about what you are seeking. Because the truth of the matter is this: we have been sold a lot of lies because of social media, because of the internet, because of media, and because of the world that we live in. And women are being tricked out of a happy future, out of a happy destiny, while they're...
Okay, once again, right, Brittany, what I would have respected you more is if you sat down and said, ladies, pull your chairs, like get a little closer, right? Let me tell you something, right? I preached things on my channel, and at that time, I had a lot of convictions because they made sense to me. Society told me a certain thing. I believed it. They were really appetizing, but now I've changed my mind, okay? And here's why I have changed my mind: because this, and that. It is better to talk about yourself. Don't say, well, I'm trying to give advice. No, talk about yourself. Talk about who you used to be and tell us why now you have changed. And then you say, I invite you to reconsider. If I've ever misled you or if I ever gave you certain kind of teachings, right? First of all, I do want to apologize because my intention was never to harm you. But you can also have intentions not to harm, and you can cause harm because sometimes we can feel so convicted and we fail to realize that we are short in the years of wisdom. You haven't lived long enough to be so strong in your positions. And that's what I see with a lot of young ladies. They're 25. They know it all. They know what a man should be. You're 25. Sit your goofy ass down somewhere. Okay? Or even in their 30s. Okay, I'm 40. I have 10 years on top of your ass. Okay? You are just too young to have these hard ass positions. Okay? Because you still have a lot to learn. You still have a lot to learn about yourself, and you have a lot to learn about men and relationships and this, and that. So yes, the social media, the marketing, they might tell you a certain, they're gonna give you a certain kind of messaging, right? Put it in your pocket, chew on it, but do not hold on to it as if it's gospel, because this life will quickly humble you. So if you've been humbled by life, just say that. Okay, just say that. I used to believe that I was here, I used to have all these standards, womp, but now I have realized that, you know what, maybe I'm not that person, and that's okay. Maybe there was people that I was attracted to, but now I'm realized I'm not what they want. And this is the real issue I'm seeing a lot in this dating scene right now, is that people do not want people who want them. People want to go where they're not wanted. And then they wonder why it's painful, it's heartbreak, it's people are detached, womp, because this is not what they want. You are forcing yourself into a story. You are forcing yourself into a narrative that you never belong in the first place, right? Joy in this life comes from accepting your lane. Accept your lane and thrive in your lane. Stop trying to live another woman's life. Stop trying to live another woman's story, but live your life. And also, most importantly, in life period, not just dating, but in life period, be a decent human being. Treat people well, be respectful, be kind, and have human decency. And hopefully it comes back to you as it should, right? But if you know that for years, you were just like Wizard Liz, y'all were out here making this goofy ass content that was not rooted in any kind of wisdom, any kind of real life experience. It's just you opining, but opining as if you had the facts, You had the blueprint when you ain't had shit, right? Just sit here and apologize. Just apologize. Why is it so wrong for modern women to say, I'm sorry? If I really feel like I can see how I could have been misleading because you preached the thing and now you're about to show us a man that looks nothing like what you told these young ladies to believe in. Well. All right? Apologize. Apologize. Because a lot of you ladies out here on social media, you have been extremely damaging. You have made a lot of these young ladies feel as though, oh, this guy might not be the one. The whole time he actually was the one, but she listened to you, right? A lot of you ladies have caused many young girls to not even give a chance to a man. Who's me? To a man that probably was the one. Because y'all had these goofy ass standards. And now he's probably gone somewhere. He's probably engaged by now. And now these young girls are right here because you told them there's something better coming. There's something better. I see it, mate. I see it, mate. It's your future husband on the horizon. Mate, you didn't see shit. You haven't seen shit for your damn self. Right? And that's always what they do. Whether it's her, whether it's Chanel, they preach that bullshit. Chanel, she was out here pushing all kinds of obesity on people. Morbidly obesity. Oh, yeah, it's okay to be fat. It's okay to be a size 28. It's okay to be a size 34. Oh, look at me. I have a man. I have a man. It doesn't matter what kind of man you have. If you have a man and you weigh more than an elephant and the man is not telling you to lose weight, he ain't shit. He waiting for you to die so he can take your money. Because what man is going to come into your life, love you, and watch you be a young woman with 2 kids and you're almost 600 pounds? He's not a good person. He doesn't care. He's waiting for you to die so he can have your stuff, right? But a real man who comes into your life, y'all going to start walking and running and changing how you eat. Your life is going to change because he's not going to tolerate you eating any kind of way, right? So it's not a matter of, okay, right? It's not a matter of having a man, but you have to have a man that inspires you to want to live and to live a good life, to live a righteous life, to live a healthy life. It triggers me anytime I see a wife and she claims to have a husband, but she's 500 pounds. She's 600 pounds. I'm like, he didn't say anything. When he saw you even get to 250, he never said, wife, we got to check in. Are you okay? No. Oh, he loved me the way I am. No, he didn't love you. He ignored you. Stop trying to rebrand bullshit, okay? He fucking ignored you. What kind of person can sit here and watch his wife get to 250? You have to say something to her. You have to ask her if she's okay because what is going on? Are you depressed? Then you see her get to 300 pounds. You don't say anything. Now she's at 350. You're still not saying anything. Now she's at 400 pounds. You're still not saying anything. Now she's at 450. The girl can't even move no more. So I'm saying, are you letting her get fat because you want to control her? Because if she's fat, she can't go nowhere. If she's fat, she has to fully rely on you. If she's fat, she'll say to herself, well, no other man is going to love me, so I'll just stay here. If she's fat, she'll see you as her savior because he loved me at every size. Yeah, because he ain't shit. He could have loved you at 3 different sizes, but girl, by now, you've already tried 15 different sizes. And this man has yet to say, wife, are you okay? Do you need help? You want to go see somebody? You want to go talk to someone? Do you want to sign up for something? He's not even invested in your health. And you want to sit here and tell me he loves you. Are you fucking crazy? Are you batshit crazy? Nobody should sit here and watch their loved ones get to 300 pounds. Y'all, do you know how hard it is to even lose 40 pounds, let alone 100? Oh, shit, I'm dying. I ain't doing this. Okay? I am not doing this. It's just too much weight. You have to say something. Now, I'm not saying go be an ass, but you have to ask, I've noticed that you put on a lot of weight. Is everything okay? Right? Do you need more help? Like, what? Do you want to walk together? Like, what can we do? Right? But it is your job because your wife or your husband, that is your teammate. If you have a teammate that's 300, 400, 500 pounds, y'all gonna lose in life. And also that if you have children, I will be afraid. What if my wife dies? Who's going to help me raise these kids? Or what if my husband dies? Who's going to help me raise these kids? So it's not even about being skinny or whatever for vanity purposes. But if you are smaller, you will live longer so you can help me to raise these kids. But I would be afraid because people who are morbidly obese, they're not going to live long. They're not going to live long. She's going to die. So how can you sit here and you watch her? Like, it blows my mind. And I'm like, no, he did not love you. He was ignoring you. He was neglectful. He was neglectful of you because someone who loves you is going to bring this up to your attention. I'm not trying to pressure you, but I'm really concerned because your weight is concerning me. Are you okay? Are you depressed? Is something going on at work? Do you feel overwhelmed? Like, talk to me. Do you want to go see a therapist? Maybe we can start there. What is going on? Because it's not normal for a person to just eat and eat and eat and eat. There are underlying issues. We need to resolve these issues. Like, I would never allow Jimmy to get to like 3, whatever. I'm like, oh, hell no. And he knows when he gains weight, I tell him. I do tell him because I'm like, esposo, muy gordo, you're getting a little big. Okay, I sure do. Because, hey, wake up, right? And you know, Jimmy's, and I tell him, I'm like, he's really big. So I'm like, if you were to ever get sick, imagine taking care of a person that big. You're already tall. Now imagine being tall and like super fat. Oh, hell no. I can't do this. So he needs to take care of himself for as long as possible because he's a big human being. But it's a real thing. Like it's real. We have to, if we are married, we are in a relationship, we have to prioritize being healthy. We have to prioritize making our own food. We have to be mindful of what we bring into the house. Whether you're going to Costco, you're going to BJ's, you're going to Walmart, you're going to Latino Market, do not bring bullshit into this house. Do not bring your goofy ass junk food in this house because we are going to eat it. Oh, yes, y'all, we will eat it. So the best way for us not to eat it is to not bring it in this house, right? But I do feel like every woman, and even a man, but since we're women, let's talk about it, right? But every woman should have a number in her head. My number is 220. Once I see 220, I'm running for my life. Okay, like, oh, this is crazy, right? Every woman should have a number in her head. If I get past this number, I need to, oh, hell no, right? That's how you check yourself. Just like, you know how like, there's like a little check thing in your gas thing when you put gas in the car, it can tell that the tank is full. So it goes click, right? You got to have the same thing in your head. There's a number. I will never allow myself to get past that number. If I see that number on the scale, oh, hell no. Or maybe you have your favorite jeans. If you cannot fit, there's a problem. Got to fix it. We got to hold ourselves accountable because technically nobody should have to tell us, but hey, depression can happen. But I'm like, the husband or the wife should still say, wife, are you okay? Husband, are you okay? Because the way you're putting on so much weight, truly and honestly, is concerning me because I don't want something bad to happen to you, you know, because it's not healthy. And if the person gets a medication like high blood pressure medication, cholesterol medication, it's really hard to get off. Diabetes is also another one. It's really hard to get off these meds. So we would love for you to never even take those medications because they're bad. They're really, really bad. And they're extremely toxic. But I'm like, to me, I'm like, no, girl, that is not love. That is neglect. He should have told you something. Because it's a lot easier to lose 50 pounds than to lose to lose 200. Like the girl I'm talking about, y'all, she has so much loose skin. I'm like, your obsession with food that you actually grew extra skin. That is some wild shit. Y'all, she has so much skin. She's getting surgery soon, but I don't even know if they're going to be able to cut all the skin. And I'm like, and he never said anything. Even losing weight, I think she was like 600 pounds. Even losing weight, it was her own initiative. And even when she does like lots of workout videos, you never see him in the workout videos also. And I'm like, how is that love though? Nah, go somewhere with that. Go somewhere with that. Somebody who loves you is not going to let you gain 100 pounds, 200 pounds, 300, 400, 500. That is neglect. That is neglect. That is crazy.
They're selling you dreams, or they're selling you candy, or they're dangling something on a carrot and saying, yes, women, you can have whatever you want. Please listen to me. That is not true. You cannot have whatever you want. And it doesn't matter how beautiful you are, doesn't matter how successful you are, doesn't matter how much money you're making, it doesn't matter. You cannot choose whoever you want. That's why sometimes we look at celebrity women who have actually settled for like less than we would say that they deserve. We look at them and say that this person can have anybody that they want. Why settle with that person? Because the truth is, nobody can have whatever they want. It doesn't work like that. We're not in heaven. This is earth. I was about to say this is hell. literally, it's very close. It's very close to hell. Literally. But it doesn't work like that. Women can't have whatever they want, okay? And even the women that you feel like, oh, that person got whatever they wanted in a spouse, you actually don't know what the woman wanted. All you see is a couple that you think look attractive, that match. You don't know what the woman had to settle on. But I'm saying, do not settle on your deal breakers. The things that you hold in high esteem should not be outside appearance, should not be.
Now, when it comes to her showing Nicki Minaj, I will say this. To me, Nicki did not settle. Nicki is a YN, okay? Nicki married a man that had her culture. Kenneth Petty matches Nicki's culture. Nicki just happens to be rich. But Nicki is a little hood rat. She's from the hood. She's not middle class. She didn't grow up classy, no, okay? No. She came from Trinidad. Her mom settled in the hood. Her mom worked all the time. She was running out here in the streets. At one point, she said she was a lesbian. She was telling people that Remy Ma was her girlfriend. Like, Nicki's a mess. Nicki really is a mess. She doesn't have good pedigree. That's why she's a female rapper, okay? If nobody that comes from good stock is going to be a female rapper. So her being with Kenneth Petty is actually on brand. I think the issue with a lot of women, they think, oh, if a woman has a lot of money, automatically it puts her on a higher echelon. It means that she's classy. No, Nicki is ratchet. Okay? Anybody who sees how she goes crazy, she spazzes out, she's on Queen Radio, ain't nothing classy about this girl. I love a good Kiki though, but she is not classy. Kenneth is on brand for her. She even said when they were younger, she knew him, let it out. So I guess they grew up together. What do I know? Okay. But he is part of her culture. They come from the same village. She married a man from her village. Okay. Like she's comfortable with him because she understands his culture and he understands her culture. Nicki would have never been comfortable with a classier man, a more demure man. It was never, ever going to work. She tried to have a relationship with Nas, and I felt like Nas, he wanted something more traditional. It wasn't going to work, so it didn't work. Okay? She got exactly what she got exactly what she deserved. Right? She is good at her craft, but when it comes to her personal life, this is it. Kenneth Petty is on her level. They're on the same level. Nicki is very petty. She'll be on Twitter fighting people. She's very immature. She's very, very immature. She won't tell a lie, though, but she's very immature. I still love her, but she's immature, right? And she married somebody who's immature. Zaza, whatever the fuck he does. And she likes that shit because that's her culture. That's his culture. So it's perfect. Stop thinking that people will outgrow their culture because now they make lots of money. No, it's really hard to get rid of your culture. All money does is amplify your culture, okay? That's it. That's it. That's that. So Nicki, her and Kenneth Petty, same village. They actually belong with each other. Like even before that, she was with Safari. Like, listen, obviously this lady, okay, because what serious woman is going to date Safari anyways? And she was with Safari for a very, very long time because once again, that is her culture. That is her culture. Okay, so stop. It's weird. It's really weird.
Money should not be if he's famous, should not be all of these worldly characteristics. It should be his character. What kind of man is he? How does he treat his family? How does he treat strangers? How does he treat the waiter? How does he treat people that cannot do anything for him? How does he treat you? How does he love and serve you? How does he call you beautiful? How does he, smile every time he sees you? How does he laugh at your jokes even when they're not funny? How does he, love you? It is so nice that this guy has millions of pounds in his account. But what does that have to do with how he treats you? The two are not synonymous. And I've said time and time again, just because a man is rich does not mean he's generous. You can get with a man that is making less money than you or is making minimum wage, but he is so generous that he will give you the shirt off his back. Why? Because his heart is right. His character is right.
Bunch of foolishness. number one, I don't even know why we're talking about guys who make £1 million, because I don't even think she's met a man that makes £1 million. So let's be so for real. Most girls will never meet a man that makes £1 million. So why are we even having these discussions? Once again, the Lulu people. Okay, most women and most, especially young single ladies, unless you, because you really got to be a sex worker or some crazy shit, right? If your family is rich, then yes, you'll meet people that have money like that. If you are a regular girl from a regular family who went to college, you have a job, the odds of you meeting a young man with £1 million in his bank account, yeah, sure, whatever. It's not gonna happen. So why are we even there? Let's maybe say 300,000 or something like that. Let's stay there. I don't even know what the hell she is, right? Let's stick to that. But £1 million, £1 million, that is just too out there. That is crazy. That is really, really crazy. That is just too out there. Most guys, especially most black guys in London, unless they play soccer, do not have £1 million in their bank accounts. So let's come over here. Now, this whole conversation about generosity. Oh, he can work a minimum wage job and he can be generous. Of course. However, just because you're generous does not make you husband material. Oh, my Lord. I think you're hungry again, huh? A person can be generous. A person can be loving. It doesn't mean that that is a husband for you. First and foremost, it doesn't even mean that he's a husband. He's working a minimum wage job. So he's not ready to be anybody's husband. Okay? Right? A man who wants to be a husband, who is positioning himself to be a husband, will somewhat put himself financially in a financial position where he can take care of a family. With a minimum wage job, he can barely take care of himself. Stop playing with me. You're giving goofy advice to people. Nobody who's planning a marriage should want to marry somebody who makes minimum wage. They're not there yet. They're not at that level. They're at the level of survival. When you marry, you are not surviving. Yeah, life has humbled her. Okay. When people get married, they need to have a solid foundation, a solid financial foundation. But if somebody is working a minimum wage job, they're barely surviving. Especially at a grown age, like a marriage, you are at the age to get married, but as a man and you're working a minimum wage job, you failed at life somewhere. So I appreciate that you're a sweetheart, right? I appreciate that you are a sweetheart. I appreciate that you are a generous soul, like you will give your shirt off your back. But because you barely have enough, do not give the shirt off your back, okay? You can't afford to do that, right? Prioritize yourself for a season until you have multiple shirts and then start giving shirts to people. But if that's your only shirt, how you gonna get to work tomorrow? You need your shirt, huh? So guys, start making sense. But a man like that, you cannot marry him. He himself should not propose to anybody's daughter, because what kind of life is he going to give her? And that would unfortunately make him a wicked man. A man who knows he has no means, no provision, or no plans to even make a lot of money, he has no business proposing to anybody's daughter. You are giving her a life of poverty. You are a wicked man. All right? So that makes no sense to me. So these extremes where we go from, oh, the millionaire will beat your ass. They love to do that shit. Oh, if he's a millionaire, automatically he's evil. He's a cheater. He beats on you. And then the guy who works at the McDonald's on the minimum wage, oh, he's the good guy. He's the courageous guy. He's the generous man. I think these kinds of paradigms are extremely toxic. There are a bunch of people who work minimum wage jobs that ain't shit. There are also people who are wealthy, who are kind. You got to find the right people. But ultimately, a lot of people will never really engage with people who have £1 million in their bank accounts, right? But I don't like it how people try to make it seem like every rich man is a cheater, every rich man is toxic, every rich man is abusive. So the reason why you don't want to go after a rich man, because he'll torture you. There are a bunch of poor people, middle-class people who torture people too, living paycheck to paycheck, right? To me, when it comes down, even though I do believe a man has to have the minimum to get married, I do believe whether you are making crazy amounts of money or your middle class money, right? The most important thing that comes when it comes down to it, when it comes to money, is the mindset around money. You can have rich people who still have a scarcity mindset. We've seen those people. You can have rich people also who have an abundance mindset, right? You can have middle-class people who have a scarcity mindset. So they're always struggling for money. You can also have, and they're always fighting over money. So they end up getting a divorce. But you can also have middle-class people who have an abundance mindset. Instead of fighting over money, they come together and they start thinking about streams of income. How can we have multiple streams of income? They know how to work together. They're not going to fight over money, but they're going to come up with ways of multiplying their money, ways of investing their money. So from rich people to middle class people, it really comes down to the mindset. Some people have a scarcity mindset. Some people have an abundance mindset. I recommend that you align yourself with people who have an abundance mindset, because those kinds of people, they are more focused on how do we multiply instead of counting every single penny, right? Because that can get really exhausting. Okay, that can get truly exhausting. So do not do this. Look for their mindset around money. Okay, because somebody who has an abundance mindset, even if they lose a lot of money, they know they'll make it back, because there's money all around us. People who have a scarcity mindset, it's really hard for them to recover when they go through financial hardship. They become bitter, become angry, because they feel like, oh, this is it. This is it. It's like, it's never it. Okay. So you want to be around people that have an abundance mindset. Okay, cool. Let's go.
And no amount of money can buy good character. It's not possible. So please let go of the fairy tale and all the lies that everybody is selling to you on social media. I want to get back to the point of Ciara. People don't know whether Ciara settled. I don't even know whether she settled. All I am going by is that she had a track record. She dated 50 Cent, she dated Future, and these guys are bad boys. Their character is bad boy, yeah? They have a certain swag that Russell Wilson just doesn't have. And I'm not saying that it's a bad thing, but maybe Ciara likes that like rough kind of tell you like it is. Russell doesn't have it, but maturity. And a lot of women, we need to grow up. It doesn't matter if you're 30, 40, 50, 60, if you're young inside here. Maturity says those type of bad boys, that personality, that swag, it might give you butterflies, but after the butterflies dies down, they will give you a headache. They will make you cry. You'll be miserable. And all you'll have to post is pretty pictures. But you will know the truth that this man ain't nothing. But you married him and now you're trapped. And now all you can do is do it for the gram, do it for the gram. That's all. That's all you have left. And I don't want any of you guys to live that. I want you guys to be happy and happily in a relationship, happily married. So what I was trying to explain in the reel is that when...
Okay. Now, what I will say this, right? Okay, let's talk about the whole bad boy stuff with Ciara, Future. Now, me, honestly, I would never recommend for any woman to go date 50 Cent, go date Little Bow Wow, go date Future. Yeah, basura, right? But I do feel as though a woman has to recognize that she needs something in a man. Like, because the thing about these bad boys too is that they don't speak their mind. So if a man is shy, he might not be the kind for you, because it's not about him being a bad boy, but you probably need a man that's a bit more assertive. It's just that on the spectrum of assertiveness, the Futures, the 50 Cents, and them people, they are extremely toxic, right? But a woman like you need a man that is assertive, because if he does not assert himself, you'll walk all over him, and eventually you will get bored. So, because it's this attraction to the bad boy type, it does say something about who you are. And it does say something about what you need in a man. So I do feel like Ciara, she's probably the kind of woman who needs a man that is assertive. And it could be that Russell is a bit too passive, right? Because it doesn't seem like he's a confrontational type. He doesn't seem like he has, she'll be all right. She'll figure it out. And I feel like somebody like Ciara, she needs a man that once upon a time, to tell her to sit her ass down somewhere. She likes that shit. Okay? She likes it. She really, really does. Right? So she needs to know that. So do not go for a man, oh, he's nice, whatever, because if he is passive, you will resent him for being passive, because you like a man that is assertive, right? So you need to know that. Do not, I would say don't ignore that, because it says something about you, and it says something about what you need in a man. You need someone that is assertive. You need someone that tells you no sometimes. It just turns you on. That's your brain. That's what your brain's made of, right? You gotta be okay with that, right? That's it. Because, some guys are very passive, like, oh, she's okay, whatever she wants to do, da-da-da-da-da. But it's like low-key, high-key, you want him to have a reaction. And I'm sure with someone like Russell, you will never get a reaction. Even Jada, I think Jada Pinkett, she wants a man that's a bit more assertive. Will is very passive. He's like, okay, do your thing. If it makes you happy, sure, whatever. And I feel like sometimes because you're from Baltimore, she wants a man to tell her to go sit her goofy ass down somewhere. She wants that. But Will is not going to give her that. Okay? But she needs that. So, yeah, he's very passive. Russell's very passive. And you know, Russell's not used to black people. Okay? Russell's not used to black people. Russell's used to dating white women. Okay, his first wife, but does she like white? Okay, so he has a certain culture because him and Sierra truly don't have the same culture. But the problem is because people just go off of complexion. Oh, we're all black. Like, no, we're black, but we don't all have the same culture. Like Russell has a certain culture. Sierra, I'll tell you this, these people from College Park, Atlanta, they have a certain culture out there, y'all. If you hear a girl is from College Park, run for your life, okay? But the College Park people, right? The College Park people, Sierra, Monica, Portia, the list goes on. When a woman is from College Park, Atlanta, that's their village. They got a certain culture out there. And Russell, that's not his culture. He has a very refined, elitist black culture. That's why Russell is better suited for a white woman, if we're being honest, right? He's not suited for this Atlanta, College Park, hood rat culture. Because he married a woman who doesn't have his culture. We can all be black. They can both be African Americans, but they do not have the same culture. And they want you to believe that every African American share the same culture with another African American person. It is not true. People don't have to have the same culture because they happen to have the same complexion and the same nationality. No, and no, and no, and no, and no. Russell has one culture. Sierra has a whole different culture. And you can tell that he's not accustomed to dealing with black girls. So he don't know that with black girls sometimes, you need to tell them to sit their asses down. They like that shit. But he's not used to it. And you can also see that Russell does not have a lot of black male friends. So he doesn't have the fellas to be like, tell that girl to sit down. Okay? He doesn't have that. Yeah, his wife, yeah, exactly. So, and that's also, and this is why I'm not going to say it, but this is why I've always had my suspicions about him. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, is this man, I don't want to be disrespectful, but yeah, you should know what I'm talking about, okay? I'm like, the white girl cheated. Sierra won't sit her ass down somewhere. So I've always wondered, like, okay, I've always wondered. You know, because some guys will have lots of money, but you get me, right? Because I want to say it. Okay. So that's the thing. Because why would she cheat so much like that? So was she not satisfied? Like, what is wrong? Like, what is going on? And then this girl, she comes in, she wants to sit her ass down somewhere. You know? And I'm like, well, maybe. And maybe also, yeah. And I was like, you know what? And maybe that's why he wanted to be with Sierra. So that way, by being with Sierra, you know, in a weird way, listen to me, right? In a weird way, what him and Sierra have going on, it's no different than Diddy and Cassie and them freak offs, right? Because, yeah. Because my thing is, let's assume, okay? Let's assume this, right? But do you see how strategically it would make sense for him to be married to Sierra? Because Future definitely gives big dick energy in a way. He has smashed too many broads. If it was that bad, they would have been laughing at his ass, okay? But these heifers be lining up. So when it comes to Future, and sometimes skinny guys too, some skinny guys also, somehow they got all the extra meat just one day, okay? Some short guys also, whatever they like in height, they make it up, okay? Cool. But listen to me, right? Could you see how, if you know that you are, okay? If you know that you're this, right? Do you see how in terms of public perception, going with Sierra would give the impression that you also have because now you're on par with Future. You see what I'm trying to say? Because you're like, remember this, with Diddy was having Cassie Cassie likes it too, but they were picking these people because Diddy has a small penis. right? Diddy has a small penis. So the whole thing about her having sex with men that have larger than life penises, right, is that he wanted to know what that was like, because he told the Clayton, he was like, man, if I had your penis, shit, right? So that's why they were doing cockholding. So he could kind of see or feel like, what is it like to have something so big? Because he barely has a penis. Then he got his mama's clitoris. Okay? So, but the thing is, when you look at his career, it's giving big dick energy. The whole time, Diddy don't have one. He got a clitoris. Right? And sometimes that does happen, that a lot of men that have money don't have big penises. They have lots of money, but the thing is not big. And then you'll have them broke ass, dusty ass motherfucker got them like this. It happens. But imagine how, no, I'm serious, Kevin, because I'm like, people don't, like I said, people don't want to talk about human psychology. But imagine a man like Diddy, you're worth 500 million. You have all of this, people scream your name. Diddy is the D, the I, you know? You give off big D energy, but when you get naked, you realize you have your mother's clitoris. Shit. Damn. So I'm like, how did that make him feel? You know, and I'm sure these girls complained and laughed about it behind his back, because Clayton said that Cassie would often make fun of Diddy and his penis, because she knew it was a sensitive spot for him. That's like, okay, if you were really abused and this man is really crazy, are you going to really crack jokes about his penis? He's going to kill your ass and beat you all over here with a damn skillet, okay? But if she's over here dissing him, talking about his penis, emasculating him, obviously she ain't scared. So I'm like, this shit wasn't adding up. I should have been his lawyer. This shit is not adding up. But Diddy has a small penis. So people who do cockholding, they do it because they feel inferior. They have their mother's clitoris, right? So I'm saying for this guy over here, I can see how, just like cockholding, you want to be side by side with Future. And the proxy for you to be side by side with Future is Sierra. Because Sierra is known for going with bad boys that give big dick energy, right? She had a baby, one of them people. So if now she chose you, people might think, oh shit, he must be packing. And I said, are you sure? Because the way the first wife was, because she had sex with the entire team. I said, bitch, how many orgasms were you chasing, you Klans bitch? Okay. So obviously, right, this horse rider of fuckery, right? Something is wrong in this marriage. And I'm like, yeah, maybe she was not satisfied because, right? But I'm like, something is off. So what he doesn't have, naturally, he makes up for it with money. And some guys are like that. They don't have big penises. And that's why money is a big part, because the only reason why she's staying, because you have money. Otherwise, sexually, she's not fulfilled because there's barely anything there. Even if what Portia said is correct, she said that even Simon had erectile dysfunction. But in her prenup to Simon, Portia had it in there, or they had it in there, that Portia was going to make $40,000 a month for alimony. I'm like, for what? But once again, I feel like men who have small businesses, lots of money, always want to have the prettiest bitches, because then it makes other people feel like you're that man. Like you got that work, like you got the package, like you got the golden, you know what I'm saying? The whole time. It's the mama's click. Exactly. So I feel like that's what I'm seeing, because I'm telling you, a real man with a proper African plantain, like a proper Congo square. I'm like, girl, if you don't delete that goofy shit, right? But she can do, oh, I'm a single lady. Ladies, you're single. Do your thing, girl. You ain't got a man. Like the kind of stuff she does, it's very antagonizing. I'm like, and he puts up with that, or he pretends to support her in the comment section. But you know, he crying deep down. It's like he crying. He is stupid. Because I'm like, you think if you had Future's apparatus, she'd be out here doing all this? No, she would not. But I can see, like, because you know, for the longest, I didn't understand. I'm like, what is he looking for? Because someone like Russell, he should have gone for a young woman that's a real Christian with no children. You don't need none of this drama unless he's insecure about something. And one thing about insecurities, just like women that are goofy ass BBLs, people will put all kinds of money to make up for a serious insecurity. You see what Diddy did? Diddy did so much about his insecurity, about his penis. Me, if I was his lawyer, I would have told him, take the stand and just tell people you have a small penis. This is not abuse. It's just BDSM. I have a small penis. And for the longest, it has made me insecure. So the reason why we do this, or she agreed, we both agreed to do it, because she enjoys having sex with big penises. I cannot satisfy her. And also, I like seeing people with big penises because I wish I had one. We're going home. It's never that deep. It's not that deep. But he don't want to admit that because it means a lot to him. And she knew he wasn't going to say anything. She knew, because she knows his deepest fear is people finding out he has a small penis. Imagine this big ass, loud ass, braggadocious, money flaunting, Rolex flossing ass black dude with no penis. Child, Lord have the mercy. It's better to be gay. It's better to be gay. But they don't have, child, listen, okay? And I feel like also, I don't know if I can say Sierra was his dream girl, but I feel like Sierra gives him that edge because she's from outside, she's from the hood. And then the man she's been with is the kind of man that black people have respect for. Black people love degenerates. Black people love YNs. They love YNs. They love degenerate. Anything that's at the bottom, they grab it from the bottom and they prop it up, right? So I don't know if she's his dream girl, but I know she can give him something that he doesn't have because he's insecure about something. And I think it's his penis. I really do. Because if he had a big ass penis, if he had a big ass dick, like he would not be putting up with this bullshit. I'm telling you, he'd be like, girl, sit your goofy ass down somewhere. And even her, she wouldn't even try his gangster. Because it goes to show this whole marriage, she has never, she probably never even had a real orgasm because she's not fulfilled. And that's why when she gets her ass up, she does the dumb shit that she does. Because I'm telling y'all, when it comes the way a man is going to get a woman into submission is by laying down the pipes. Do you all see how even for a broke man, a woman will go to prison? Right? Do you not see how for a broke man, a woman will go to prison? For a broke man, a woman will steal. For a broke ass dude, a woman will commit murder. Right? Because the way he lays the pipes, it messes with her mind. Exactly. They will never respect. Black people will never really have deep respect for someone like a Russell. So maybe also that's something he also wanted. But obviously there's something Future has that he wants. Right? And so she's the proxy to get that. And I feel like he likes the black attention. He likes to be told he's special. He's a savior. He's Captain Super Dad. Wumpty wump wump. It feeds his ego. And for that, he's willing to pay to have her because Russell's insecure. Russell's very, very insecure. He's seriously insecure. Right? He is. It's like, it's okay. It's really okay. But no confident man. I told you this before. And it's not to be mean. It's not to be rude, disrespectful, none of that. Okay. But what grown man who makes 300, 400 million is a quarterback? You gonna marry Future's baby mama? And not just that, she is the fourth, not the one, not the first, not the second, the fourth. Which means when she got into Future's life, she saw all his bad choices. She's like, yep, I'm lining up. So something with her culture is really, really off. She knew he was a deadbeat father. She took pictures with all the baby moms and she lined up to be number 4. He is married to Future's 4th baby moms. Stop talking about, oh, Sierra is beautiful. We all beautiful. If we all have that kind of money, we're all who gonna be ugly? Okay? Who gonna be ugly? So go sit down somewhere. Sierra is another black girl like everybody else. Okay. And if she even felt like she was truly beautiful, she never would have agreed to be baby mama number 4 to an up and coming rapper from Atlanta that can barely speak English. Okay. And all he does is promote drugs to his audience. So beautiful, my ass. Beautiful, my ass. She also has low self-esteem and a low sense of self-worth, and she got bad culture. That's it. That is that. So for someone like Russell to be worth this much money, and to agree to come after Future, Future cannot compete with Russell. Future will never have Russell's money, but yet he makes Russell feel less than. He makes Russell feel insecure. You understand me, right? That's some real shit. And then in the house, every day, all day, Future, come eat breakfast. Future, come take a shower. Future, do your homework. Future, Future. Do you know how many times they say the word Future in his house? The house that he pays for? Even his firstborn son does not carry his name, and he agreed to that. He is submissive. I'm even gonna be respectful and not call him a little B. Okay, but it's weird. That's how I always felt like this dude must not have a big penis. He must not have a big dick. And also, if he does have a big dick, he don't know how to use it. Because not in my damn house. Y'all gonna have to call this baby his middle name. Point blank, period. Because the one thing I will never do in my life is to come after Future. You are fucking crazy. Imagine my sons, all these three people, okay, telling me they're gonna come after a rapper. You don't lost your mind. You think I invested in you so that you can come after a rapper? A low-hanging fruit, a degenerate? She gave a degenerate something before she gave it to you? You're not my son. You are truly not my son. What the fuck? What in the? Can you imagine? Can you make 400 million, but you gonna come after a rapper who only makes like 2-3 million? Are you dumb? Are you stupid? So something is off, and the man is obviously insecure about something. Like, we ain't got time for this. Okay, like this is insanity. Exactly. Like they pumped the shit out of him. It is emasculating. But just like people who are into cockholding, they love to be emasculated. They love to be embarrassed because they themselves are insecure. And that's why in that BDSM shit, when you study the whole BDSM stuff, they talk about like people who want to be humiliated, and there are people who want to be shamed. It's some kind of weird shit, right? But I'm like, Russell likes that shit. Russell likes to be put down. He needs help. He needs a lot of help because there ain't no fucking way. And even the words of Future, ain't no way, boy. Ain't no fucking way. You like, when you're a quarterback in America, you know how many people scream your name when you're a QB? It is so hard to be a quarterback. Quarterback, no criminal record. You don't have baby mamas nowhere. You're worth like 450 million, and you agree to marry Future's fourth baby mother. He hates himself. Huh. He hates himself, and his mother hates him more because Marlene, it would have been over my dead body. Nobody is going to make my son feel like he will come after a freaking rapper. Did Future even finish the 9th grade? Did Future even make it out of the 7th grade? Are you kidding me? Are you really kidding me? This is insanity. This is insanity. This is insanity. You are crazy. This is insanity. Yeah, she took pictures. They stood up in the like Miss USA bullshit. They stood up in a line and they all took pictures. And I'm like, whoa. So she could never say, oh, she didn't know who Future was. She thought he was going to treat her differently because compared to the other baby moms, she was richer and she was more famous. But eventually, because it's a man's world and he's a rapper and he's a super degenerate, he was always going to be bigger than her. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. It's like imagine a woman who, like, I don't know, went to an Ivy League. She's worth all kinds of money, very successful, and now a man married a stripper. He divorced the stripper, or he married a sex worker. And there's like, oh, I want you to be my second wife. I'm not coming after a sex worker. I am really sorry. I can't do that. What the fuck? Why didn't you look for me first? But your first wife is a sex worker. Your first wife is a porn star. I never want to have proxy to this bullshit. Like, you are insane. Like, it will never be my son. Like, it will never happen to my son. I don't see how it would happen. And even my son will even know, like, oh no, you crazy, right? Because the thing about Sierra too, it would be one thing if Sierra was the first baby mom. Because okay, maybe she didn't know any better because she was young, wumpty wump wump, and who knows? Maybe he showed her one thing, and then when the baby came out, he acted completely different. Sure, I can excuse that. No, she's not the first, and she's not the second. She is the fourth baby moms. So at this point, she's an idiot, right? Because if you're the first one, listen, we can all say, personally, I would not advise you to go with a rapper because that's crazy. That's low-hanging fruit. But hey, young people make silly mistakes. But at least you can say she's the first baby mom. So maybe it was real love because she had nothing to go from, right? If you are the second baby mama, I can also say, well, maybe he told you he was going to change, even though it's kind of scary. No, Sierra is the fourth baby mother. And people keep telling me, oh, she's beautiful, beautiful, weird. Like, go sit down somewhere. Okay? It's kind of nasty to be somebody's fourth baby mom because for him to get all these girls pregnant, he has unprotected sex. So does she really feel beautiful that she will give her? She might be an awful trasher. What do I know? But it's disgusting. How can you give your naked body, your whole vagina, to a man that doesn't use protection? And she really is beautiful, girl. Bye. Please, I'd rather look the way I look because me, I never slept with a rapper, and I'm nobody's four baby mama. Because they keep telling y'all people are pretty, pretty, pretty. And every time you look at their life choices, their sexual partners, their sexual habits, whatever, it's always disgusting. It is always disgusting. If you're that pretty, you should be exclusive. That's all I'm saying. Okay? Like, that's insane. This is so crazy. So this is who he married. He married Future's Ford baby mom. And like she said, she also pumped him because she made him wait for sex. But you know she was slinging that thing which way in the College Park, okay, Decatur for the Future. So no. And that too, he did that. I'm like, Russell, he sounds like a cuckold. He sounds like he likes to be cuckold. He's probably into BDSM. What do I know? Don't know these people. Okay. But it's weird.
Over a lot of people's heads is this thing. A lot of us have preconceived notions about what we want. Before you go to the restaurant, you've already made up in your mind, I want this, and it's so specific. Some of you have never actually been in real relationships, so you don't actually know what's out there. You don't know what's available. You don't know what a real man looks like because you've never experienced it before. Likewise, you've never been to this restaurant before. It's a new experience.
You sound like, it sounds very rich coming. She's like, oh, you've never been in a real relationship. Neither have you. Okay, girl, you just got engaged yesterday, right? Oh, you never met what a real man is. Well, have you met a real man? Because like I said, if you have met a real man, get married next month. Go to the damn courthouse. So if you yourself are waiting a whole year to get married, then obviously you're probably unsure that you've met a real man. Okay, a lover and a fighter. Okay. Right? What a man, what a man, what a man, what a man. So it's very rich. I'm like, you obviously haven't met a real man your damn self. Because if you have met a real man, he gonna tell you we get married about tomorrow. And you're gonna put on a dress, we're gonna go to the courthouse, and it's over. Right? So obviously, I don't think you've met a real man. Okay. So look, baby girl, you might want to sit this one out. Okay, you might want to sit this one out. Don't get yourself hurt now. Yeah, exactly. And Sierra, Lala, they're a bunch of hoes. They're a bunch of hoes. A bunch of hoes. Okay. So once again, you want to marry a girl that is Future's Ford baby mama and all her best friends are a bunch of hoes. Okay. Kim Kardashian, sex worker, has a whole sex tape out there that she had to do 3 or 4 times. I'm like, are you not that good in bed? Like, are you not that good? And you wonder why Kanye got bored. Okay, Lala, a hot mess. She was God knows how old. Carmelo was 19 years old, and she was out here stalking this child so that he could be in a serious relationship instead of him enjoying his years in the NBA. That is crazy. And every time I see Melo, I'm like, you, Melo, for as good as you look and for as much money as you have, you mean to tell me you're going to die having only 2 kids? Oh, he pisses me off. He really pisses me off. Because I'm like, Carmelo is young enough to get remarried and start popping more babies. Okay? That Air Jordan money, you should have a lot of kids. And you're a black man, you should at least have 4 kids. All right? 4 kids. But Melo also, he's very submissive. He's a submissive man. Okay? And that's why 19 years old, he went for an older woman that just told him what to do and controlled his life. Wouldn't have been my son. But like I said, I don't think he's intelligent. Okay? Because imagine my son gonna be 6. How old is Carmelo? How tall is he? Hold on. Let me see something. How old is Melo? Hold on. Oh, he's 6'7". Oh, like Jimmy. Oh, yeah. There you go. Okay. So they're saying he's 6'7". Okay, with his dumb ass. But he's a clown also. All right. So you see a man like this, and what's his net worth? So he is 6'7". How much is he worth? Such an idiot. So he's worth $180 million, and all you're gonna do is have 2 babies. What an idiot! When I tell you, some people out here they have bad matriarchy, it's not a joke. My son, with these kinds of genetics, you're having like 4 kids. 4 kids. You're gonna have 4 kids. Hopefully, you have like maybe 4 boys. You know that'd be nice, but whatever. But you didn't have 4 children. Bastante niños. Gotta have a bunch of kids, okay? Because these genes have to live, okay? They have to persist. They have to thrive. Okay, you can't be a man that makes 100 million. You're worth 180 million, and you marry a woman that doesn't want to have. Oh, I only want to have one kid. Get the fuck out. Afuera. She speaks Spanish, right? Afuera. You're not the one for my son. Okay, like I said, he didn't have a good mom. I feel like his mom, she was not applying pressure. Because me, if I know that there's some kind of old wench that is 10 years older than my son trying to be in his house, I will kick you the fuck out. You demon bitch. He is a child bitch. You predator, get away from here. Get away from here, you demon. Okay, I will embarrass you. You're gonna pack, you get the fuck out of here. And matter of fact, now I'm moving in. I am moving in this house. This is ridiculous. But I thank God I raised my sons a certain way, so I don't have to do that. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. But Carmelo, he is incredibly submissive. It is not possible. Listen to me. Listen to me. Even Iman. Iman better get remarried and have more children. Iman Shumpert needs to remarry and have more kids. You're a black man. Have a bunch of babies. As a matter of fact, you got money. Okay? Get remarried. Hopefully you learn from this first marriage. Have more children. And by God's grace, you have boys. Have more kids. No woman should tell a man, oh, all you're going to have is one child, especially if you are a man with this kind of legacy, a man that's worth 108. You got people out here who don't even have $1 to their name. They got 15 kids. You have people in prison. They got 12 kids. But you're worth 180 million and you're going to stop. You're going to let these women dictate your fertility. These men are castrated. So many black dudes out here are so weak. They're just weak. They're so damn weak. It will never be my son. It will never, ever, ever be. I even told, I told Jimmy that one time. I said, you're a feminist. Because James, the old James, if it was up to him, he would have had one child. I'm like, that's not normal. Black people don't have just one kid. That is weird. Okay? That is not our culture. Black people have lots of kids. Okay? That's what we do. Now, it shouldn't be like ignorant, but you should have kids. Like, you can't just have one kid. That is weird. That is not our culture. Okay? So here we are now. We have 3 kids. Hopefully, maybe we'll have 4. What do I know? Because sometimes I feel bad for Maverick. I'm like, maybe Maverick needs like a friend to play with. What do I know? Okay? But that's that though. But I'm like, Mello, you are young enough that you can get remarried and you can have more children. So get married. This is insanity. Get remarried. Have more children. Okay? Life goes on. But like, child, because he has the babe with the mistress, right? He has the babe with the mistress and he has the cayenne pepper. Okay? But I'm like, sir, that is not enough. You got to have more kids. Iman needs to get remarried. Iman needs to have more children. Okay? Let me see his height. Hold on. What's his height? How tall is Iman? Let me see. 6'5". Well, Iman, you need to have more babies, my baby. You need to have more babies. Okay? And you need to have sons. Listen, the marriage ended, but life is not over. Get remarried. Do what these white men do. You get remarried, you have more children. I think he has a net worth of like 50 million. Let me see. I guess now it's down to 16. What is it again? I can't remember. Okay, hold on. Okay, so he had 30 or whatever, but now he's down to 15. That's still enough to have lots of kids. Yeah. Listen. You are a highly successful black man with some rare genetics. You're super tall. You need to have more kids. And hopefully you have some tall little boys because the girlies love the tall men. Okay? Get remarried, have more kids. You made a mistake. You married a feminist. Now, your second marriage, go for a woman who is traditional and have more children. Okay? Have more children. You have enough money. Live your best life. Have more kids. Okay? And enjoy the process of having your kids. Have more children. This is ridiculous.
And you have to be humble enough to realize that you've never been in a good relationship, because if you had, you wouldn't be single. And that's not a judgment, that's just the truth. And likewise, this is my first real relationship, and you're rigid in your mind. You're rigid that this person has to have this, he has to have that, he has to have this, he has to have this is a job. Even down to, I've heard some people's preferences being the most ridiculous things, that the most minute ridiculous things. And I'll make another video on this, but these high crazy standards is all coming from a place of fear. It's not genuine. It's not what you really desire. You're just making the requirements so hard and so rigid that actually no one can fit it. So you can be like, okay, well, there are no good men out there. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Okay, I think this video is her talking to herself. I think she made this video for herself. I think I think she's having a therapy session with herself, because she's like, oh, you never been with a good man before. I think she's talking to herself. I think she's made this video for herself. So hopefully, you know, it's cathartic and it helps her out. Okay, but I think this video is for herself. I think she's reflecting on who she used to be and who she has become, and now she's realizing, like, you know what, I ain't no shit. Okay, so I will say in that case, good for her. The only thing is she's making it seem like she's giving advice to other people, but I feel like she's talking to herself. She made this video for herself. This is for her. So like I said, I hope it's cathartic. I hope it makes her feel better.
You're building these preferences so high because you're afraid. You're afraid of actually being loved.
Yeah.
You're afraid of someone actually seeing you for you and loving you. But that's a topic for another day. So you go to this restaurant and you sit down and you look for the menu and they actually don't have the steak. They don't have what you've already planned in your mind to eat. Now, people who are immature, that think that it's steak or nothing. It is steak or nothing. They will leave the restaurant. They will. And a lot of people wrote in the comments and if they don't have what I'm looking for, I'm going to leave. Or you're immature. Steak is nice. We're not going to deny that steak is nice. I mean, each to their own. I'm not a huge fan of steak, even though I had it yesterday. I'm not a huge fan. I don't think it's a premium luxury food. But I do feel like Hollywood has sold that to us. Steak. If you have steak, you've got money. It's just a piece of cow. What's the difference? It's still coming from a cow. Like, I don't understand. Anyway, they don't have the steak. And now, because you are so rigid in your mind, you can't think of anything, so you leave. Now, a spontaneous person who didn't come to the restaurant with any idea of what they're looking for, they come to the restaurant to have a good time, hang out with their friends, and they're open to trying different things. That's a good attitude to have. They may be upset and they'd be like, oh, I really wish I had a steak, but you know what? I'm not going to be too fussy. Lamb will do. The person actually tries the lamb and the whole meal together. This analogy has got so much depth to it. It's not.
This analogy is very stupid. If you entered, because what she's trying to say is enter the dating market with nothing in mind. This is crazy. Time is precious, right? It's so damn stupid. Like, I'm like, a lot of y'all, you girls, you're really cute, but you're not cerebral enough. It is insane. Anything you do in this life, you should kind of have a vision of what you're going for. You should not just date to casually date and just hope that you'll be pleasantly surprised. Like, oh, you know what? Maybe I'll just go on this date. Oh, you know what? Maybe no. Time is precious. There needs to be some kind of vetting. I don't agree with this advice. I think it's absolute lunacy, right? When you do a thing, you embark on a thing, you should know why you're doing it. Now, does every single detail have to be planned out? No, but dates need to be intentional. Don't just go on dates just to go on dates. Do you not, like, what do you want? So if you have not figured yourself out, don't just go on dates for the sake of going on dates. You need to know what you need. Now, what you need might not come exactly the way you thought about it because you're not God, but you kind of have to know what you need. You can't just say, oh, I'm going to go on this date and just hope for the best. You're a fucking idiot. Life does not work like that. Life does not work like that. Every woman needs to know a few things that she is looking for. And that's why you have a pre-vetting process before the first date. And then when you go on the date, it should be somewhat close to what you expected. But to say, yo, you should just go to the restaurant and just hope that you'll be pleasantly surprised. This is not how life works. Okay? Exactly. Like, whoa. That's crazy. That is really crazy. Okay? Listen, we got to have something in common. But I'm like, it's very stupid to say, just go to the restaurant and just hope to be pleasantly surprised. No, doesn't work like that. And even if, let's say I go to the restaurant, I'm like, okay, they don't have what I want, but there's other things. I'm still going to talk to the server and say, tell me more about these dishes. I will even say to the server, okay, which one is your favorite? From whatever is left over, because like you need a guide, right? I'm not like, okay, well, I guess I'll just pick that and hope it turns out good. Because guess what? If once they bring that food, I got to pay for it. But what if I don't like it? And they might be nice. Oh, we can make something else for you. But even that's wasting food. Like, that's crazy. So what I will do, I will try to ask the server, okay, which one would you recommend from whatever's left over? Which option would you recommend? Because everybody needs a coach. We all need mentorship. If I can, I'll use my phone and maybe go to social media quickly and see if somebody's ever eaten that food before. What does it look like? So I can kind of make a more informed decision. Because the more informed my decision is, the more likely I'm going to like the outcome. But you should never encourage people to go into dating completely blind and just hope that, oh yeah, it just happens to be a good date. The odds of that are really small. The odds of that are really small. So I'm like, to me, this is very silly advice. Do not listen to her. You should know what you want, right? You should have some idea, like the core stuff, like, do you want children? Do you believe in God? Do you believe in Jesus? Are your family, are your parents married? Do you want marriage? How, you know, like we gotta have something where we align a little bit. Now, everything don't have to be ironed out that night, but we should have certain things in common. But to just say, go to the restaurant, which is like just go on a date and just allow yourself to be pleasantly surprised. I might not be. This could have been a waste of my time. Because you can't just go on dates with random people and just hope they're always going to work. There have to be some kind of parameters to how she engages with dating. It can't just be, oh, you just walk up in there and just hope that whatever's on the menu is going to work out for you. Because that's not how life is. It doesn't work out like that. And also, what if I'm allergic? You know, some meals have certain things in there. What if everything left has peanuts? And now she's allergic to peanuts. She's not going to eat them just to eat it. Right? So that also matters. Yeah, it's a waste of time. I don't like that. You got to have some vision of, I'm going on this date with this kind of person. So hopefully it should go kind of like this. But just a complete blind date, oh yeah, it might work. No. What the hell? This is weird.
Was the lamb. It's the lamb with the garlic mashed potatoes, the sides. It's all of that together that makes the meal amazing. It's not just one thing that a man must have. It's all of them together that makes an amazing man. Now back to what I was saying. A person may be upset that they don't have the steak, but they don't hold on to it. They're open-minded and they say, okay, I'll try the lamb. And they actually like it. This is the point that a lot of people miss. The person actually liked the lamb more than the steak that they were so accustomed to eating. And when we say open up.
No, so let's be so for real. Lamb and steak, they're still meat. So that's still someone who is a carnivore. Like the person likes to eat meat. But let's say you want to eat meat, but all they have is fish. Okay, like I said, some people might be allergic, but most likely if you like steak, you'll like lamb, especially if you like filet mignon, because filet mignon is very soft meat. But she's like, oh, but it doesn't matter. It all comes from a cow, which is what I said earlier. She doesn't have pedigree. That's a really ratchet, unsophisticated response to when it comes to culinary matters, right? It's not about the steak all comes from a cow. It's what part of the cow. It's how it was cut, because every part of the cow is not the same. That's why you have ribeye. That's why you have ribs. That's why you have filet mignon. You have, because they cut the steak differently. Girl, you should know. I mean, I don't know if you should know this, but most people should know this. So it's very pedestrian. Oh my gosh, but it all comes from the cow anyways. Okay, you've never been to where. Okay, you're not really cultured. But every part of the cow does not taste the same. The softer part of the cow are easier to chew. Like it's like pretty much butter that melts in your mouth. Like filet mignon feels like you're chewing on butter, right? So I'm like, most people who like lamb are going to like. If you like meat, especially if you like filet mignon, you're more likely to like lamb because it's very soft meat. Goat is a bit harder. Goat is very gamey, very, very hard meat. But lamb is usually baby. It's a baby. It's baby sheep, right? So they're babies. So their meat is a lot softer, right? And so that's that. But nonetheless, these are still meats. Now, let's say the person wants to eat the steak, but there's no other types of meat. The only thing left is fish. Well, what if she's allergic to fish? Then she definitely can't eat it, which means they have to have some kind of shared values for this stuff to somewhat be a pleasant date. But to just say to people, oh, go on a random date and just hope that it works out because you'll be pleasantly surprised. No. How often does that happen? And that's why you have to vet people before you go on dates with people. You got to make sure you have something in common a little bit, right? That's it. But No, I don't want to be surprised.
Yourself and let your preferences go, you may be pleasantly surprised that what you thought you wanted, you actually didn't want it. The lamb is actually much nicer for you. It actually satisfies and fills you. And I'm using lamb, it could be anything, it could be shrimp, whatever. What I'm not saying, if you don't like pork, if you think pork is haram, if you hate pork, if you can't stand the sight of eating pork and that's all they have at the restaurant, by all means, leave. I'm not saying to stick with something that you hate and you can't stand. And that goes back to the question I asked in the beginning. Should I get with someone that I'm not attracted to? No. But one thing I want us to know about physical attraction is that it's way more than having a handsome face. It is way more than having a good body. It's way more than being tall. Attraction is internal. And you can have chemistry with so many different...
Here she's full of shit also. Attraction is first physical. And she knows this because she went to Turkey to cut off 80% of her stomach. Okay. So if attraction was so whatever, why didn't she keep her size? Most importantly, why didn't she do it at, why didn't she do it naturally? Right. But she wanted quick success. So obviously she was very unhappy with the way that she looked. And she felt like the way that she looked was preventing her from having the things that she wanted to have. And she asked for something so drastic so that she would never again have to worry about gaining weight. So it's kind of bullshit for me to hear you say, oh yeah, I went to Turkey, cut 80% of my stomach. Now I'm engaged because now I'm skinny. But attraction has nothing to do with how you look. You are full of shit. Exactly, Mrs. No Stomach. Okay. So do not say this. Attraction is first and foremost physical. And yes, why wouldn't somebody have a pretty face? You don't wash your face? Like, what is going on with your face? Right? People should know how to take good care of themselves, take care of your skin. You should know, if you're a man, know how to put yourself together. If you are a young woman, know how to put your face together. But why are you not taking care of your face? You should have a pretty face. Most people should, if you're clean, you should have a pretty face. Now, when it comes to the body, once again, if you are in your dating years, you should work hard naturally, right? Nutrition and fitness to have the best body possible. So you are in your dating years, but you're fat. You're not serious. Okay? I don't care about the gender. If you're dating years, you should be at your best. When you have kids, you're more likely to gain the weight. Why are you gaining the weight now? All you have to do is take care of yourself. So why are you fat? I repeat, why are you fat? And if you can't answer this question, then we have a problem. Lose the damn weight. So there's no reason. So, because I cannot have chemistry with someone that does not take care of themselves. Because if you're already this fat and you don't take care of yourself right now, if we were to ever get married and we have kids, oh, you're going to look worse than that. And if I'm not attracted to you anymore, how is that going to work? So right now, there's no kids. There's no kids. There's no stress. There are no bills. Everybody takes care of each other. And this is how you show up in the world. You're not a serious person. Because children, they add more stress. They add more this. They add more that. Y'all get me, y'all? Right? If a man is single and he's already fat, baby girl, he's going to get fatter. And now you're going to be the one you're going to have to chase around the kids. You're going to have to do the grocery shopping because he can't move. If he's this big now, he's only going to get bigger. He's not serious. Let him be. And how do we know that as fat as you are, you don't have some kind of ED problem? Why are you so damn fat? Okay. Why is he not fit? So he's not the one for you. Why would you want to have a fat husband? And matter of fact, why does he want you to be married to a fat man? He has no shame. He should want what's best for you. So lose the damn weight. Why is he fat? I'm so confused. And the same thing for a woman. Why aren't you at your best? Because if you're already this big with no kids, when you have children, you're going to implode. Just one child, you're going to... No, thank you. So, because if you can't take care of yourself by yourself, you're not good for partnership. I ain't got time for this. No, that's fine. She can date black men. That's not a problem, right? But she also, there's nothing wrong with liking black men. I'm married to one. That's a problem. But my thing is, like, you also have, my thing is, I feel like every woman has to be mindful of her brand, and she has to be mindful of her culture, because you attract who you are. So if he's a low vibrational black boy, because you low vibrational too. If you don't have your mind right, you're not going to attract, you will attract someone who doesn't have their mind in order. That's it, right? It's not that hard. So I'm like, to me, it's kind of weird. But she's not going to sit here and, oh no, chemistry is deep within. If that was the case, you would have gone to Turkey and asked for them people to cut 80% of your stomach. So physical attraction matters, especially for young people. You get to like explore your soul, your person, care, like that comes later. But the first time you see a person, you see how they look. And first impressions are everything, right? So somebody who's really serious is going to work on making a great first impression. If they were going to a job interview, how would they show up? And that's just a job, right? That's just a job. So if you can dress to the nines for a job interview, but you bastardize a first date, you a clown. Because now we're talking about somebody for the rest of your life. A job, you might have that for a season. They might fire you or you might quit. But if this could be your person, why would you not want to show up at your best? So I don't have time for this shit. Okay? You should care about how you look. You should care about how you look, especially when you're young and you're single. You only have yourself to take care of. So why aren't you looking at your best? Like, what's your problem? Got to work on that. So I don't have time for this. I do not.
Types of people: short, tall, fat, skinny, dark, light, white, black. Chemistry is not a certain look, because I know I have spoken to some drop dead gorgeous, handsome.
Most people would not have chemistry with fat people unless they both love to eat food. So maybe two fat people will have chemistry with each other, but to see a skinny person be attracted to a fat person, unless it's a fetish, I ain't never seen that. But the one time where you'll see a fat person with some people attracted, the person's also fat. And they're usually bonding over food, right? But a fat person and a fit person do not have the same culture. One prioritizes food and one prioritizes being healthy. They're not equally yoked. It's not going to happen. Stop lying to people. And that's why most fat people get left behind until they lose weight, just like you did, right? Got the surgery because you were fat and you didn't have what you wanted. You went and did something extreme. You're still skinny, right? So, oh my gosh, I got engaged 3 days ago from like an 1,800 feet. Cool. Because most fat people get left behind. No one wakes up in the morning. Nobody grows up to be, one day, I can't wait to marry my fat spouse. No, nobody does. Being fat is not aspirational. Being fat is not inspirational. It is being fat. And usually fat is equated with failure. Fat is equated with depression. Fat is equated with unattractive. Don't come for me. That's the way the world is. When you're skinny, people treat you better. When you're skinny, people see you as successful. When you're fit, that's just the way it is. And successful people are not trying to change the world, but they operate with the world the way that it is. That's it, that's that. Nothing more, nothing less. So if you want to have your best chances out here, you have to take better care of yourself. And the sooner you drop this weight, the better. Do not delude yourself. Don't lie to yourself. Don't, just like you said, I'm going to tell the truth. Then don't start lying now, okay? This is life. It's real. You can have a beautiful inside. But if your inside does not match your outside, most people will not even give you a first chance. Okay? You need to look your best when you're young and you're single. You have to lose the weight. You have to lose it. There's no other way to put this. Even she lost the weight. You have to lose the weight. Okay? That's it. Lose the damn weight.
Some handsome men at first caught my attention, but when I began to speak to them, there was nothing there. And you have to know yourself. Maybe you need someone that's like 100% your type. Good for you. And I'm not bashing you, but I know the type of person that I am. As much as I want to be attracted to someone, they need to have depth. If they have depth and personality and charisma and they're intelligent and they're intellectual and they can make me think and they can make me laugh, boy, it honestly doesn't matter what they look like. And that's why you can look back on all the guys that I've dated, they all look different. They all look different because what I'm attracted to is not just one specific look. It's the vibe. It's our connection. It's the way that we talk and we get on. I value.
Okay, so she's confused. So she dates based on vibes. So we can see why she's been so unsuccessful. If all your exes look completely different, I mean, like, I don't know. I think that's a bit too much because most people have a type, right? But if all your exes, they have nothing in common, So did you know what exactly you were after? Because that's kind of weird. Now I will also say this. To me, I believe in genetics. I really do. So I can't say, oh, it doesn't matter what you look like. I want my kids to be cute. So it does matter. Okay. Like I'll give you a good example. I want my kids to have a long neck. I don't like people that have no necks. I think that's an indication of bad things about to happen. Okay. I don't like eyes that are too close to the nasal bridge. That also gives serial killer. Okay. There's certain head shapes I don't like. Okay. Like the square, boxy head shapes. Yeah. It gives like Frankenstein. Yeah. You might be a killer also. Because, I've often looked at people who killed their wives and stuff like that. And they all look a certain way, They got them big ass heads. They have no necks. They have small eyes, and then their eyes are really close to the nasal bridge. Okay, so I like a well-balanced out face. To me, it really matters to me that my children look a certain way. I think I did kind of do that. I wanted my kids to be attractive. I wanted my kids to be beautiful, and not like, oh, mommy thinks you're beautiful. No, like other people would actually find you beautiful. So that finding love in this world is not going to be that hard. Okay, so that mattered to me. I think you should also care because genetics do matter. So look at your face, look at his face. And if you don't think it's going to create children that are going to have an easy romantic life, don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, you don't want your kids to struggle to find love. All right. Well, you should have some kind of physical type, even if it's not the height thing. Maybe you want a man that's active, a man that is fit, that's healthy, right? You got to be attracted to something. He can't just show up fat, or he walks like this. He doesn't walk with confidence. Like, no, like put your shoulders out, like stand upright. Like, what the fuck? Okay. Like have the right posture, right? But I would definitely say he needs to be fit. You want a man that prioritizes fitness, ladies. You really do. Like it's good for him. He needs to exercise. He needs to run. He needs to lift weights. He needs to care about his physical body. Because guess what? Even outside of like sexual attraction, wumpty wump wump, whatever career he does, if he is fat, he will never be promoted. Okay. Have you ever seen a fat CEO? No, you have not. Have you ever seen a fat leader at a workplace? No, you have not. So even like his career enjoyment, he needs to look a certain way. He needs to look like somebody who can be trusted. He needs to look like somebody who can sit on a plane next to the emergency door and actually open the door in case there's an emergency. He needs to look like he can lift stuff. Okay. And also if he's young, he should not have a gut. Okay. Do not date any young man with a belly. Why does he have a belly? Why does he have a gut? Okay. Like why is he a fat pastor? Why does he have a gut? He's a young man. What does he do? He eats fast food. He's drinking beer, probably constipated and bloated. You don't have time for that. Because whatever life has in store, if he's ambitious, it's going to come with lots of pressure, family, work, career. So he needs to have a healthy outlet where he knows how to take care of himself and regroup. You know what I'm saying? And that to me is exercise. That to me is fitness. So before he comes into your life, he should already have those habits of health and fitness. He needs to have a healthy way of having alone time where he's working on himself. But Libby, you need to have a type. Even if it's not like super tall, but he needs to be fit. He needs to be healthy. He needs to be fit. He needs to be active. He needs to have lots of energy. He cannot be lethargic. Oh, I'll do it later. Oh, I'll do it tomorrow. Oh, I'll do this. No, he needs to have energy. Okay. And also it takes energy to also have sex. If he's lazy, you will have boring sex. You're going to get bored in this marriage because he's fat and he's lazy and he snores. Like, what the fuck am I married to? And the next thing you know, you might want to have an emotional affair. I wouldn't want that for you. Okay. Because it happens. Because a lot of men, they're lazy. So the wives, she ends up having an emotional affair. It is a real thing. Listen to me. Right. So he needs to prioritize his health and fitness. He has to. And also, when you look at life, most fit people are never miserable, okay? Most fit people are not haters. Most fit people, they get lots of compliments because they're really fit. Doesn't matter how tall, short, it doesn't matter. When you're fit, people respect you. Also, ladies, You want to also listen. Yeah, it might sound vain, but listen, it's me. Like, what the fuck? Okay, you cannot marry a man that has skinny legs. He needs to train his calves. He has to train them. Like let me show you. Hold on. Listen, this is some real shit. Them skinny leg people, I don't like that. Okay, let me show you a video. Okay, they have exercises for stuff like this. Okay, he needs to have the legs of a man.
Most people treat calf training like an afterthought, an optional add-on if there's time left at the end of a workout, a few half-hearted calf raises, just enough to check the box. But if you're an athlete or just want to move like one, your calves deserve way more attention than that, because they're not just about aesthetics. Strong, reactive calves help you accelerate faster, cut sharper, and jump higher. They stabilize.
You see her partner, I don't know if that's her husband, Jason. Let me show you Jason's legs, okay? These are the legs of a man, okay? Jason, where you at? Okay, he needs to have the legs of a man. Okay, let me show you. Good job, Jason.
If you want to,
you can never listen to me. I'm about to say exactly. A man that skips leg day, run for. You need to look at his. You have to see him in shorts. So help you God. I hope you meet him in the summertime. You need to see his legs. A man that has legs that look like this. Oh hell no, he can't do nothing for you. He has bad suspension. Imagine a bridge with legs like this, okay? Would you feel safe? Would you want to drive on that? Bad suspension, bad built. It's a badly built bridge. You're going to die, okay? You don't want to drive on that. How can he support you and your weight? No. No, and no. Look at Jason. Like Margaret said, a man that skips leg day is a red flag. No. He needs to train his calves. He has to train them. Like they need to come out. Okay, like this side right here needs to come out. That muscle has to come out. It has to be visible. So you got to see him in shorts. Okay? Then let me know what happened. You cannot date a man with skin. It is not cute. It's just not cute. He needs to train his leg and eat more protein. Are you kidding me? What is this? Look at Jason. You see Jason's leg? You see? He trains them. You see this? The little muscle part right there comes out. There you go. That they have to be filled in. He needs to train his damn legs.
be as big and as strong as possible, you should do deadlifts and squats. That's why it's so important to have optimal control throughout this movement. And again, I could simply let my hands go and perform the movement like this. And again, it really teaches me optimal squatting mechanics. All right, so let me rack this. Now, even though it is a challenge of balance and stability and coordination as I'm coming down, the front squat can be heavily loaded, so it can be easily progressively overloaded. So it's the perfect combination of a compound lift that can be really
you see?
First lunge, but I really like the walking lunge because like the name implies, you're actually moving and locomoting forward. Unlike a split squat or a Bulgarian split squat where you're just straight up and down like this. All right, so there's a lot more eccentric forces at play or decelerating forces at play because you're actually walking and locomoting forward. All right, so this is how I like to coach the walking lunge. You're gonna grab a pair of dumbbells and all you're gonna do is just think about taking a long stride forward to the point where you have nearly 90-degree angles on both legs. All right, so that's a good starting spot. Now from here in this bottom position, you're really thinking about driving through your front leg, coming up and stepping forward, coming down and coming back up.
That's the training.
All right. So I really like this because there's a lot of good balanced lower body development as you're going through this movement. You're getting a lot of leg strength by stepping up onto the.
Yes, he has pretty legs. They're full, and his like Elena said, his thighs, his quads, like the quads have to, like he has to have strong quads. That's your posterior chain. This is how you support your entire body. Okay, that's how he supports his entire body. If the legs are sticks, what am I going to do with these sticks? He can't pick you up. It's like a bridge with horrible legs. Okay, I'm not going to drive on that. It's not safe. Okay, it's just not safe. But he needs to train his legs. But you see, Jason has pretty legs.
Box, but this swinging out nature where you're actually creating rotation while stepping up adds a very functional and unique benefit. And on the way down, maintain this hip extension as you lower down like so. I like a count of 4 seconds or so. And then push down into the floor, keeping your hips high, and curl your legs in. All right, so now you're getting a ton of hamstring engagement. All the while, your glutes are working to maintain that hip extension. A mistake that we often see are people getting into position and then curling out with their hips down and then curling in with their hips down. You might as well at that point just do a leg curl on a leg curl machine, because you're kind of defeating the purpose of this exercise. You need to get your hips all the way up in order to maximize the effectiveness of the slider hamstring curl. All right. Now for this movement, I like 2 to 3 sets of 10 to 15.
Yeah, so this is their channel, you guys. This is their channel. Hold on, let me show you the channel. Jason and Lauren. Okay, that's their channel. They have so many good videos, right? I'm like, no, you need to go train your legs. Okay? You have to train your legs. So no. So Libby, you need to have a type, okay? Like I said, it would be nice if he's at least 6 feet, but if you don't get that, that's fine. He needs to be healthy, needs to be in shape. He has to have some kind of, he needs to, not some. If you see his legs, you'll see how much he cares about the gym, right? But his legs, Libby, do not date a man with skinny legs. He won't give that to your kids. No, he needs to build his legs. He needs to have the legs of a grown-ass man. Like when he stands, he got to be able to like stand. Not, oh, he's standing. Anybody can just push him. It's, oh, okay, I'm sorry. No. And also, if he's big, and he knows his way around the gym, he's going to be more confident. You know, them skinny ass people with them weird legs people or them fat people, they can be really mean because they have low self-esteem. You know what I mean? You need a man that's into fitness. And then you'll see, like, he'll have his own, like, he'll meet people at the gym. He'll train with other men. It's good for him, right? But the skinny leg shit, no. You can't, no. He needs to do back squats, front squats, walking lunges, whatever. There are a bunch of videos on YouTube. Why are his legs this skinny? I don't like that. That is a no-no. And you'll see if he has nice legs, he'll have a nice butt. Because there's no way to build your legs without building your butt. Because it's your butt, your gluteus maximus, minimus, all that crap. It is part of your whole posterior chain. So the more you build your legs, the more you build your butt. So it looks a lot better. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, no, you have a type. The height thing, I mean, I love the height thing, but he needs to prioritize being healthy. He has to. That, and also, let's listen, right? If he's a healthy type of person, it's gonna motivate you also to be healthy. Because, oh wow, he don't play. So you're even gonna feel bad eating like crazy. You're gonna feel bad just doing, oh, you know what? Maybe I need to work out a little bit, right? It's like it's gonna be great motivation for you. But if he's a slump, like if he's a bum, he doesn't care. He's just skinny or fat or skinny fat. You're gonna get used to his low level of effort. And y'all, there's somebody I know, I want to say it, but the man is fat, so she got fatter. It's not good. It's like they're really, really big because he has no motivation. Because I do feel like the man, especially when it comes to health and fitness, I feel like the man does set the tempo of the relationship, right? It's not a woman that should be motivating a man to work out. A man should have a great workout routine, and that motivates the woman to like, yo, maybe I need to work out and keep up with this man. Because damn, go ahead, Zeddy, right? So why wouldn't you give it a go?
Friendship so much in a relationship. Can we hang out? If I wasn't dating you, could we actually be friends? If we couldn't be friends, it's just superficial and it's just shallow and it's not going to work. They might be for you. Like one of my friends, she said that she can't settle on looks, and that's okay. And I'm not saying compromise looks for the other things or character, because you can have someone with good character and good looks, which I've been able to find. But even if he wasn't my type down to a T, which he's not, nobody is down to a T, because my type is a fantasy, of perfection that I myself am not. I can put my makeup on, I can put nice clothes on, I can have good quality camera, but when I look like a bum, I look like a bum. I look a bum, and I can't be sitting there saying I deserve. And some of you guys are sitting there with your cornrows, your lashes falling out, and you're like, I deserve. Be for real. Can we just be for real? Now I've completely forgotten what I was saying. But no one's going to be your type drop dead on paper without them having something that they're deficient in. Nobody is perfect. A guy could be your type to a T, perfect, but he hasn't got any money. He's broke. Type to a T, handsome, buff, tall, no passion, no vision. Your type to a T, perfect beard, no personality. Honestly, it's a gamble. But even though I say all of that, all of it comes down to God. There's a person out there for you, and I do not believe in the one. I don't believe there's only one person out there for you, but there's going to be someone that's going to come into your life that is going to be compatible with you on multiple areas. But when it comes down to our expectation, and what I was saying at the beginning of the reel is that when you are single, it is very easy to fall into I want, I need, I deserve, writing down a list of 500 things that he needs to be. It's because the person's not real to you. The person does not exist. They're a figment of your imagination. I could easily design my dream house. I'm designing. Oh, we have to have this, have to that. Oh, da, 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 da. And I go to the market and I look and I can't find that house. The house does not exist. I made it up. So when that person's a figment of your imagination, it's very...
And once again, she picks the poor analogies. Like, if it's your dream house, most likely you'll have to build it. But that's a bit different because that is a building. It's you can somewhat, I guess, help a man to be better, right? You can't build a man per se. You can raise your sons to be a certain way. But I'm like, that's a bad analogy because if my dream house doesn't exist, if I have the money, I can make it happen. That's not a problem. Even if it's not in the marketplace, if I'm rich enough, I can place a custom order. Like, nobody says no to rich people. If it doesn't exist, don't make it. But that's a building. That's something that we can make as human beings, right? We don't have that much control over a person. I can't make a person, but I can find something close enough to what I'm looking for. But I don't like her comparing it to building a house, because if it's a dream house, obviously I have the money. I'll make it happen. I can find the designer that I want. I can find the builder that I want. I can find the lot of land that I want. I have control over these things. When it comes to another human being, unless they're your kids, even your kids, they can be disobedient, right? It's hard. You can't build a man. And most, maybe your sons, you can mold your sons to be certain type of man, and hopefully they'll at least be like 80 to 90% of what you had in mind, right? But somebody else's son, like, he's already pretty much built. That's why he got to at least have 60 to 70% what we're looking, 60 to 80 of what we're looking for, right? Exactly. But I feel like it's even better. I feel like it's even better if he works out from the jump. So that way she knows, hey, that's his culture. That's his culture. But if he's like, he doesn't work out, oh, he's my friend, we hang out. Yeah, all y'all gonna do is sit here and eat food and have sex, and you're gonna get fat and you might get pregnant. Right? So this whole friendship, yeah, it's cute, but he needs to have some kind of purpose about his life. But I do feel like most young ladies who want to have a great dating life or a great boyfriend and a great fiance, great husband, I do encourage you to look for a man that does prioritize health and fitness. The same way we tell women to lose weight, you need a man that also cares about his fitness. Because I'm telling you, in his career, if he's fat, he's not going to have promotions like that because people are not going to trust him.
Easy. And I've been in that trap before. I want. He must. Let it go. And when I let go of my list, let's be honest, my list I had before, my fiance has most of it, like 99.9% he has. And that's how good God is. But because I let go of the list, I was able to embrace the things that matter the most. Does he love God and does he love me? And that on my checklist is ticked. The more that I got to know him is the more that I got to see all the things that I wrote down on my list, because my list didn't come from selfish things. It didn't come from myself. It came one day as I was sitting down with God and I began.
Hey, shut up. You and this God bullshit. Okay, ladies, let me tell you this. This is me, Marlene, right? Does he love God? What the fuck does that even mean? And you need to know what loving God means, because me, I hate this. Even one time I was talking to Lacey. I was like, Lacey, you're doing too much. Like, you're being too spiritual. We were talking about Uncle Shay Shay, because she was like, because when you're Christian, it makes perfect sense. Lacey was like, he needs a deliverance. I'm like, Lacey, if you tell a heathen, a pagan, they need a deliverance, what does that even mean? They're not going to get it. Okay, these are secular people. So when you speak like religious talk to people, they're going to be confused. Like, and I said to her, what would be the protocol? Like, okay, let's say he says, okay, I want to get a deliverance. What does that even look like? Right? Because sometimes we talk like that and we don't understand that if you grew up in the church talking like that, it makes a lot of sense. Like, you need to be delivered, okay? But to a heathen, what does it even mean to be delivered? What does that look like? Where do I go? How long does it take? And then how do I know I'm actually delivered? It was like a bit funny like that. So It sounds good to say, oh, if you want to marry a man, he needs to love God. There are a lot of people who love God and kill people. There are a lot of people who profess to love God and they're racist. Look at Charlie Kirk. There are a lot of people who profess to love God and they will file for divorce. There are a lot of people who profess to love God and they will fall short. You need to know, loving God, what does that mean? And how does that show up? Like, how does that show up in his life? Right? But to me, this whole, because Uncle Shay Shay, I say he does BDSM because the young girl from OnlyFans, first of all, the age difference is kind of sick. Number two, the girl he was having sex with, he pays her money so she can call him the N-word while they're having sex. So it seems like they're doing plantation role play where he's the N-word and she's like the daughter of the plantation owner. And then so she calls him the N-word and then he threatens to choke her. It's some weird shit, but it's BDSM. So she was like, yeah, he needs to be delivered because, I mean, it definitely is a lustful spirit. But I said, if you speak to a man like Uncle Shay Shay, like, because he's a heathen, he's a pagan, and you say to him, oh yeah, you need a deliverance, it's not going to make sense to him because what does that even mean? Right? And so I'm saying, if you say to a young woman or even a young man, oh, she has to love God, what does that even mean? Like, what the fuck does that even mean? Right? Oh, he needs to love me. He can love you and still hurt you. Right? Do y'all think that there are a lot of people in prison who love God, but they still did bad things? So loving God is not enough. It is not enough. I know people think this magical word of love. People treat love like it's the fix all potion, like it's like some weird elixir or some like shimmy shimmy thing, like, oh, love and everything is okay. No. What does loving God mean? And you need to know what that means. Right? You need to really know, because I'm like, people saying these hashtags, he needs to love God. What does that mean? As long as he loves God, exactly. What does that even mean? But there are a bunch of people in prison who love God. There are a bunch of people too who are laying in the cemetery earlier than we're supposed to. They love God, but they made bad choices. Now they're dead. There are a lot of people who love God and they hurt their families. Nobody's dead, but they've hurt the family, right? But loving God, what does that mean? And you need to know what that means. It is not reading the Bible. It's not grabbing a big ass Bible. It's not putting a bunch of Bible verses and stickers all over the place. It's not going to church every Sunday. You need to know what love is. And I think for me, I would be a bit more specific and I will go back to the passage in the Bible where it says, women, submit unto your husband, and husband, love your wives as God has loved the church. Which means Jesus loved the church so much that he died for the church, right? Jesus was really big on forgiveness, right? But it's right there. But to say, oh, he has to love God. Yes, I mean, technically, right? But the Bible is a bit clearer because the Bible says that a husband has to love his wife the way that Christ loved the church. So what does that mean to him? What does loving the church look like? Or what does loving a wife look like? Right? You need to know what that should be for you, and he needs to be able to tell you what that means to him, right? But to say, well, he has to love God. There are plenty of people who love God and do bad things to people every single fucking day. And me, honestly, I don't want to say you should kind of leave God out of your dating life. Exactly, because he needs to know how to lead, okay? And he needs to know how to provide. Because a man who loves God has certain attributes. He's not lazy. He's honest with his business dealings. He's great with his finances. He has integrity. Loving God, it means something. Like, it means a lot of things, actually. Because if I love God, I will conduct myself this way. You have to be wise. King Solomon said that the beginning of wisdom is the fear of God. Abstain from evil. It's a lot of things. Right? Present your body as a living sacrifice unto the Lord. So if he loves God, he can't be fat. Why is he fat? Right? His finances can be a hot ass mess because God calls us to be great steward. Because if your money's not right, how will you take care of a family? So we need to stop having these, like, I don't know, these hashtags, right? It's like you grab a brush and oh, as long as he loves God, like Lisa Frank. It's like, no, this is bullshit. Okay? This is bullshit to me. And when we're giving dating advice with this Christian babble bullshit in there, you got to be very precise that you talk to young people, because she needs to know he can love God, but he can hurt her. He can love God and he can fail her, because does she even know what loving God is? Or she thinks performance means he loves God. Oh, he goes to church. He's on the deacon board. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Obedience, yes. Elena, provision also. A man of God cannot be lazy. Being mindful of leaving an inheritance, not to his children, but his children's children, right? The Bible says that also. Maybe one day we can do a video on that. But it's a lot. So he needs to know, oh, I love God. What does that even mean? So I'm saying the woman has to know, what does loving God mean to a man that loves God? How does he show up? But I say, even like the money thing is real also, huh? Because a man who loves God too, I feel like he has to be a multiplier of money and not a sinking ship. Exactly. Let me say, because the first thing God gave Adam was a job. There you go. So is he even faithful with his career? Is he faithful with small things, right? Because that to me is to love, like, because I agree with Libby. Like, to me, a man who loves God, it's like the beginning, like when Adam was not corrupted. So he tended to what he was really mindful and careful of all the things that God gave him. I think a man who also loves God is a multiplier. He multiplies. He makes sure that his family doesn't have unnecessary stress. I think he's also mindful of his reputation. You know, he's really careful about his reputation. He doesn't want his name involved in foolishness. You know what I mean? He pays his debt on time. He doesn't get embarrassed and stuff like that, you know? Like, so I feel like a woman needs to know, and the man should also know. And then they should see if they have the same definition for what it means for a man to love God. Right? Sacrifice also is part of loving God. You can't say you love God, but you're not willing to sacrifice. Because having a family is probably the biggest sacrifice that you'll ever make. And you can't be bitter about it. Oh, why do I have to work so hard and she stays home? Or why do I have to work so hard and it feels like I spent all my money on my family? Because God is a giver, man. God is a giver. God is a provider. God keeps us safe. God forgives us, you know. God gives us like plenty of opportunities to, I guess, mess up, right? But God is really good to us. So I feel like the woman should be very, very specific on what does it mean to love God? Because people say a whole lot of things out here, but they don't even know what the substance of it is. Like, what does it even mean? So me, I don't like that. They turn everything into some hyper religious talk, whatever. We need to be practical. What does it mean to love God? What does it mean to love God? And how does that show up? Like, how does that manifest itself in someone's life? I'd be like, okay, this person right here, if I see at least like, let's say we come up with a list of like 10 different things you would do if you love God. And then we see someone that does at least like a good 6 or 7, maybe 5, 6, 7. Okay, this man loves God or this woman loves God. Because for me, loving God is doing these 10 different things. But right now at their age, they're doing like 5 or 6. Cool. Maybe the next like 5 or 10 years old, like do like 7 or 8, you know, like that. But it has to be a bit more specific than, oh, he has to love God. A lot of people love God and they do bad things. There are so many people who are so convinced that everything they're doing is because they love God. I'm doing this because I love God. And the whole time they're hurting people. Right? Because they're a bunch of Pharisees. I'm sure the Pharisees thought they loved God, but they were hurting people. Yeah, it's a lot of things, right? So I'm like, you should think about that, right? But I'm like, you can, oh, I love God and everything I'm doing for God. It's like, no, you're doing for self and you're really harmful because God is not in this, okay? God is not in this. So,
to write, and it was these inner qualities. This person was so specific, and now I know it's because God was bringing this person into my life. And when that person came into my life, everything aligned and it was absolutely perfect. But I had to let go of my superficiality, my list, my demands, my wants, and really be open to all. And because I was open to all, when he came in, he was attracted to me because I had an open, fun, warm, joyful energy. I wasn't judging people on, not you, not you. Look at you and look at me, which is what I said in the past. Look at you and look at me. Yeah, I don't get offended when someone that I'm not attracted to comes up to me. I don't get offended anymore. They see my light. They want it. It's not even my looks. It's my light. And when I
Okay, so she said she had. I think it would have been better if she had told us what the list was, so we could be able to compare and contrast. Because I'm like, the list. I would have loved to know what's on the list, Miss Coach. Okay, we need to know what's on the list because maybe stuff that's on the list, you know, I don't know. Some of it might be bad. It might not be bad. But either way, I feel like if you're going to be a coach, you should be 100% vulnerable. Like you should show the list. I had this on my list. I had that on my list. So that way, if the ladies also have something similar, they can know what to drop. But it's, oh, my list. I had that on. What did you have on your list? So how you going to coach people if you're not willing to share your mistakes? It's kind of weird to me, right? Yeah, I never had a list. So like, I'm not saying I never had a list, child. I just knew that I needed to be married. I wanted to be married by 25, and I wanted to be married to someone who had a culture of marriage. Like when I first started talking to Jimmy, I asked him, "Are your parents married?" He said, "Yes." It's okay on both sides. Were their parents married? He said, "Yes." So what about their grandparents? Were they married? Right? I mean, of course, like being in the same department. So okay, he's intelligent if he's here, right? But really having someone that had a culture of marriage, that really mattered to me, you know, because I feel like marriage is not easy. So if you grew up seeing it and is for generations in your bloodline, that's your culture. Because I feel like it can be hard with someone that doesn't have a culture of marriage to stay married because it's not always enjoyable. Like it's all, the heck, where's the door? Okay. So having a culture of marriage to me was really important, right? But I'm like, it would have been really easy. Exactly. Or the lady also like vice, it could be a lot. Because the first 5 years, even for some people, it's even the first 7 years. Okay. But anywhere between the first 5 to the first 7 years, there's an adjustment period. So if you have married people, they can ease you through your fears. Like, child, we've been through it too, child. Listen, look at us now. Okay. I think we turned out okay. Right. So that's definitely helpful. But yeah, work ethic also matters. Jimmy used to work at a gym. He used to work in the morning. So he was really big into fitness like that. You know, but yeah, I wasn't though, but he was. Right. But I feel like it would have been nice for us to have seen the list and then for her to like say, okay, this was so unnecessary. This was unnecessary. I kept this one. I got rid of this one. So that way the ladies, if they have a list currently, they can also grab their notebook and like, okay, let me see what I think I can give up on. But to just talk about the list, but to not tell us what was on the list and what did you get rid of the list, it's not really helpful to us. Hopefully that makes sense, you guys, right? If I said, oh, I wanted I wanted a man that made $300,000. Okay. Y'all, I kind of had to get rid of that because I'm like, oh, okay. But 150 though, right? There you go. So I got rid of that, but I replaced that with 150. I wanted a man that was like super tall. Okay. I settled for like 6 feet down to 5'10". How about that? Okay. But she's not willing to be transparent. But yes, she wants to be somebody's coach. Like, girl, bye. You know, I don't agree with that. Yeah. Or the parents are divorced and the divorce was horrible because they didn't know how to do it like sophisticated people. So it just went left and they behaved like utter savages and they turned their divorce into a war zone. And now everybody has scars. So I'm like, did y'all want to stay married? Because this is a little too much. Okay. Makes sense? But for me, I feel like it would be more helpful, especially if you want to be a dating coach, a relationship coach. If you yourself cannot show your flaws, you can't show your mistakes, you can't show your erroneous way of thinking, how are you going to be helpful to these young ladies? You have to say, here is my original list. Own your shit. If you were like stupid and vain as fuck, own that shit. Here was my original list. This is what I wanted. Now, fast forward about 6 months to 9 months ago, I went and I looked at my list and I said, I really want to go through my list and see, do I really want to hold on to this? What do I keep? What do I get rid of? Like kind of like some spring cleaning stuff, right? Be transparent about it, right? It's not a big deal, right? But then you realize that having that list was limiting your options to maybe some shallow people. And then those shallow people, they're not attracted to you because maybe those guys want white girls. What the fuck do I know? Okay. What do I know? Right. But if you can't be transparent about your own foolishness, I don't see how you can really be a great dating coach because you have to be vulnerable. Right. You have to. Like everybody wants to be an influencer, but nobody wants to truly like, so like, hey, listen, before I got to this place, my crazy ass was thinking like this. I thought, oh, the first date had to be so damn expensive. And now I'm like, you know what? I wouldn't mind a cup of coffee. Like I wouldn't mind something small to begin with. So that way there's not pressure. And also nobody's being performative. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't mind doing something during the day so I can make sure you actually have a job. Because I'm going to see how you show up at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. Okay. Is it giving career or is it giving hustle? I don't do hustles. Okay. I don't do that. You're crazy.
I met my fiance. I was so full of life, so full of the love of God, so secure in my identity. I didn't feel like I had to put on and be a different person. I was just being myself because I was finally okay with who I am, away from the noise of social media, away from my brand, away from my success, away from my looks. Who are you? Everybody wants to be loved, right? And everyone deserves to be loved, right? And so by God's grace, I'm going to be doing more talks like this, but also more interviews with women. I just want to share some stories of wives. That's going to be my mission. It's going to inspire me. It's going to inspire you guys. I want to be a healthy voice online. I don't want us to give up on love, but I want us to be honest. You have to be honest. I had to be honest. And if I didn't take that time off social media, if I didn't take 20 months off social media to get still with God and for him to purge me, I would not have met my man. I would have been running, chasing what I don't even know what I'm chasing. I feel so good, so alive, so healthy, so whole, so happy.
Even that too also, it's very vague and it's full of bullshit. God purged me. He purged you of what? Like how, y'all, I'm not trying to be mean, right? And I do like Brittany. That's little sis. When I didn't see her, I was indeed worried about her, right? She's never done anything to me. I don't dislike her. She's just a little ditzy. That's it. And I even said I would love. You're a little ditzy. But if your content is to be a dating coach, right? If I just like, I think sometimes, I think I kind of do it here, right? Because I'm not going to, let me tell you something, right? Even sometimes I go through, like even recently I was having this conversation because I was like, I don't know where I want to take this channel, right? Because listen, Marlene, I'm just crazy. But redoing the B palette, like, cause when I told you, I said, relationship is like business. Successful relationships is like customer service. The better the customer service, even if a person leaves, they're going to have good things to say about you. Like, you know what? She was probably one of the best person I've ever met because seriously, she's top notch. Maybe I was the problem, right? You always want to leave a lasting positive experience on people. I have realized that's like now I'm going back to learn more about branding, storytelling, marketing, positioning your brand. You name it. And so as I was doing this, I'm like, you see, this is what the little girls out here are missing when it comes to dating, right? When it comes to my channel, you see this channel right here, it is not, when I started like over a decade ago, I was like, oh, I want to have 1 million subs. There's what you want and there's what's going to happen. Maybe it could have happened, I don't know. But right now, the way it is, it doesn't bother me, okay? And I feel like on this channel, right, there are people on this show that are really dear to my heart. And I said to myself, God, just like I was worried about the pregnancy stuff for my other person because I didn't like the fact that she only had one child. It really had me. I was scared. I didn't like that. I'm like, she got to have at least 2 kids. Now I told her, hopefully we can do 3. So you have this one, you rest a little bit. We're going to put another one in there. So at least you can have 3. She's like, Marlene. I was like, okay, no problem. Okay. But it's going to happen. She's going to have 3 kids, y'all. She will have 3. But baby steps, right? She's going to have 3. I hope she's not listening right now, but she will have 3 kids. It's me. I always win. Okay. But so that made me happy. And then I was thinking, because I had a list of people's names, right? And if I don't say your name, do not be offended. Okay. It's just that there are some people who comment a whole lot. So because they comment a whole lot, they're very dear to my heart. But there are people that I really, oh my gosh, I don't want to cry. But there are young ladies on here that I want them to get married. I do not want them to be alone, right? Val is one of them. Lonnie's one of them. Esther is one of them. And I was thinking about somebody else too. And then because I had these names, right? I was like, Val got to get married, Brittany has to get married, Lonnie has to get married. Like, I have a list of people, right? So I was like, if all this channel is about is to get these 4, 5, 6 girls to get married, well, I'm good to go. Then I would have done my purpose. Then I can just go live my fit by lane in life and go about my business. Like, what the heck? Okay. And then God brought me another name. And I was like, oh, that's right. I was like, because I had forgotten about her. And then I was walking with Maverick, and then she texted me. She's like, oh, Marlene, you said it was okay to DM you. I was like, yeah, sure. And I said, just call me because texting is too long. So we talked yesterday, and she was like, oh, Marlene, that she got married. I was like, that's so crazy, because earlier I was thinking about, oh yeah, of course, I'm a big sis. Like, there are certain people that I have so much love for. I do not want them, even Kevin, I don't want them to not get married. That's it. If those people get married, I've done my part. Like, like, that's my ministry. I just got to get my little sisters married. I'm out of here. Like, then I've done my part. Like, okay, that's it. That's that. And so the problem is, like, because this is it, because I'm not trying to change everybody. Because that's how you get in trouble, right? There's a certain culture out here, for real. There is a certain culture out here that is messing people up. Okay. Janet also, but Janet's about to give. So it's like, it's not her. Janet's already there. Like, you know what I'm saying? But like, people that don't have people, Val, Lonnie, Esther, crap. Okay. You know what I'm saying? Yes, it will happen. Because even Esther, I was washing dishes, I was cleaning the dishes, and God told me a thing. I said, Esther, there are things that you said, because it came to me. The Holy Spirit told me that stuff. I said, you got to take it back. Talking down on marriage or saying things about men, you think it's cute because you see that bad behavior, that bad culture on social media, and you want to replicate that bullshit. You don't know that you're speaking curses. Like, you got to be very careful what you see. No, I really feel like you really do love him. Right. So, like I said, I want you to go do the premarital counseling. Right. So that way certain things can be ironed out. So there's certain blind spots I don't want you to have. But I'm talking to you, it seems like you really love him. Right. Now, I do believe I have powerful angels. So whatever is crooked, the angels can make straight. Because listen, let me tell you this, right? This is how my mindset works. Okay. I have little sis that have to get married. They got to get married. I have some that are like Janet. Janet, she already has the person. There are a few things we have to iron out. But like Esther, Lonnie, Val, Brittany, they don't have a person yet. They got to find the person. Janet, she found the person. It's just certain things, they crooked, but the Bible, I think the word of God, the power of God can make it straight, right? Then I have other sisters, like they're already married. Now for them, the prayer is becoming better wives, right? So that's Elena, that's Lacey, like, the ones that are already wives, give them courage and give them conviction, motivation that you did the right thing. You're not missing out on anything. You're not forsaking your career. You're not a slave. Motherhood is a beautiful ministry. Do not listen to these weirdos. They're a bunch of weirdos. Like, they're a bunch of freaking weirdos. But the problem is, it's a very, very toxic culture, y'all. It's like, you got to fight the fear of marriage because they have traumatized. Oh, you're going to get cheated on. Oh, you can be married and still be a single mom. Oh, he's going to cheat. I'm like, oh, the fuck. Like, these people are so batshit crazy. So a lot of young people are so afraid of marriage because when they hear people, it's always doom. Doom and doom and doom. No matter what you do, he's gonna leave. No matter how much you give, he's gonna run. He's like, oh my gosh, these people are batshit crazy, right? So you have this culture. You also have another culture that says men are just bad. It's like there's no good men out there. Every man is the devil, especially if he's black, he's Satan. So that you got to fight that mindset too. Then there's the other thing about, a child, he's going to destroy your life. If you have a baby, your life is over. Your dreams, you're done. What the fuck? Okay. This is a fucking lie. Motherhood can be very fulfilling. There are some sweet babies out here. Like, they're so freaking adorable. Like, babies are beautiful. And even let's say you have to quit your job to be at home to raise your kid for 5 years. I promise you it flies by. And also, we were meant for this. There is nothing more I don't know, there's nothing more fulfilling than to be in the lane you were meant to occupy. Motherhood is your lane. It's something that God gave you. How can it come and destroy you? Even if, let's say, you want a quiet baby, you want a baby that sleep at night. Did it ever occur to you that as a woman of God, you can grab your hands, put your hands on your belly and say, baby boy or baby girl, mommy has to work. So when you come out, be a good baby, okay? Be nice to mommy, go to bed, don't be sick. You can speak to your baby. Matter of fact, you can speak to anything. Jesus said it. If you have faith, you'll speak to the mountain. You'll say, get up, jump in the water. It's going to get up and going to jump in the water. Okay? You have to speak. Speak life. That's why I said this whole cheating. I'll show you. It's in the book of Job. The Bible said that whatever Job feared, it came to pass. He was so afraid of losing this money. He was afraid of losing his status. He was afraid of losing his business. He was afraid of losing his children. He was afraid of losing his house. It came to be. Because whatever you fear, the devil is going to bring that to your house. That's why I say there's no business in talking about cheating all day. You talk about cheating so much, it's going to happen. Because whatever you bring, whatever you talk about, you're giving life to it. So if you don't want cheating in the marriage, don't even allow your mind to go there. There are so many other things to think about. Why is your mind there when it might not even be your situation? Now, God forbid it happens to be your situation. You have to also say everything works out for my good, right? I'm going to be okay. But it's like today we live in a culture. It's like, oh my gosh, if this happens, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't know. And I'm like, this is how pagans talk. If you are a child of God, when it happens, whatever it is that happens, it will rock your world. Look, what the fuck? What the fuck just happened? Like I always tell you, drink your water, go to sleep. When you wake up, you will say, everything works for my good. And one day I'll be able to look back at all this shit and I'll say to myself, kind of all joy, because it all worked out for my good. Everything works out for my good. Whenever you have bad news or you have whatever, speak something positive. Okay, that's what I always do. Okay, do not allow your heart to get worried. Even in Philippians, the Bible says, if there are things that are good, things that are noble, things that are worthy, right? You have to meditate on those things, right? Think about good things. Like you want to speak life. But today we have a culture where people speak death, people speak evil, people speak all kinds of weird shit. It's like this is just so damn toxic. So my goal for the people that God has assigned to me, right? I can get you to see like this worldly culture is not a culture. These unbeliever people, they don't believe. Everything is bad, horrible, demon. Everything is bad because they're not believers, right? A child of God knows even if something is crooked, God can make it straight. Okay, we're going to be okay. Even if it doesn't show up the way I want it to, because I have favor over my life, it's going to work out for me, right? Even if it's not the best ideal situation, I can turn this into something great because greater is in me that's in the world, right? You need to speak like that. You got to speak life. You always, and it's a muscle, like you have to force yourself until you get to a point where the devil himself, he's going to get tired of messing with you. Like this girl, you just can't get to her. No, because everything I feel, everything I do, everything I believe is what God told me. So why am I not going to believe God? Why would I believe men? You don't know who my baby is. You might have a baby that cries a lot, but did it ever occur to you that you have anxiety so the baby can actually feel your anxiety? Calm down. And then maybe the baby's gonna start calming down. Just chill. You do too damn much. So it's a lot of bad culture out here. There's a culture against marriage. There is a culture against husbands. There is a culture against patriarchy. People are just, they need help. They need a lot of help, but you can't save everybody, okay? So my main goal is, some of y'all, I gotta get you to find the person, okay? Some of y'all, I gotta like, because it's like, it's a progression, right? Those who are married, encourage y'all to be stronger in your commitment to your marriage, right? Don't let anybody make you feel like, oh, you are a slave, you're whatever, you're being abused. No, everything's going to pray for yourself, pray for your husband, right? And like I said, have great customer service, because who doesn't love to go to an awesome place? Who doesn't love to go to the Four Seasons? Who doesn't love to go to the Ritz-Carlton? Who does not love to go on a luxury vacation? Who doesn't like nice things? Who does not like beautiful experiences? right? So I'm saying when a wife thinks about her marriage, she got to think about customer service. How do I give the best customer service possible? My children, my husband, my family, myself, great customer service. And then the more you think like that, the less likely you are to get upset, the less likely you are to argue with people, because people don't argue in luxury places. You know what I'm saying? Oh, okay, well, thank you for your suggestion. Okay. They don't argue. These are luxury places. They don't argue. Oh, okay. Thank you. Do you want to fill a survey? Okay. Because that's what luxury places do. When you're not mindful, your marriage might be a Motel 6 type of situation, because over here, nobody cares about customer service. You pay a really cheap price, and then you sleep how you sleep, and then you wake up the next day and you're just gone. Okay, they barely wash the sheets because they're not mindful of customer service. It is a real thing. This is why these people, like wealthy people, like these big companies, hotels, designers, restaurants, you name it, people who cater to the wealthy, this is why they can charge a premium, because they give an experience that nobody else can. So these rich people don't mind paying the money because it's worth it to them, right? Like if you ever see, like, let me show you something. Let me show you a place, right? Because that's a big ass hotel. Hold on. All right, let me see if I can see pictures of this one, right? Let me show you, right? This is the Plaza Hotel, like in New York City, right? But do you know there are people who actually live there? Okay, there are people who live there full time. Like they have apartments and stuff. Like they have hotels. Like they have hotel rooms and stuff. But they also have, like, I guess, luxury apartments. Like there are people who stay there for like 6 months. There are people who stay there for a year. But I'm like, you see these kinds of places, like their whole business model is to cater to really, really wealthy people. And when you go there, you even though it's like ultra luxurious, but it still feels like a home. And they spend so much money on the shit. They spend so much money. But you have hotel rooms at like $50,000 a night, $40,000. But what the freak? You can buy a house with that. It's not about buying the house. It's the location, it's the people, it's the service, it's the food, it's the this, it's the that, it's the this, it's all of that somebody would say, here's my American Express, swipe the card. I'm staying here for a whole week. I'm staying here for 6 months. I'm staying here for 3 months. There are people who live in luxury hotels because the kind of service they get, yeah, chef's kiss. Like, I love it here. I'm not going anywhere. Okay? This is how these companies, they cater to, you guys, you've seen, like, a lot of people have done videos on first class with Emirates. The stuff is insane. It is insane. And you see, everybody's like, oh my gosh. You see the comments, the views, because people are blown away. How can this be a hotel though? How is that even possible? Look at the first class.
Where you get to wait for your flight, and it is the absolute.
Oh, he has music on this, right? But look at the shit. This is just the lounge. This is a preview of what you're about to get on the plane. Like, what the freak? Like, even when you see this stuff, you guys, I swear, even when you see this, it motivates you to try to be successful. Right? And so that's what I'm saying. Like, when it comes to me, if I was to give advice, I guess I'm doing it right now, but if I was to give advice to a young lady that is trying to date or trying to get married, I'm like, think about your brand. Like, think about your brand. Like, what are you offering? That's why nobody should be offended. Like, no one. Oh, Val, there are people who live there. They live there full time because they have apartments at the top. But they're expensive. The Waldorf, Plaza, all these luxury hotels, you always have people who stay there for months at a time. Maybe their house is getting refurbished. They're doing some kind of upgrade to the house. They'll just go live there. It's nothing to these people. Like, it's nothing to these, and they live tips every single day, $1,000. They don't care. They got so much money. They have so much money. But the thing is, we have to ask ourselves, what makes a person say, okay, here's my Amex, just swipe it. Right? That's what I'm saying. So when it comes to from the dating phase to engagement phase to the marriage phase, a woman has to think about, what is my brand? And every brand has promises like, we deliver this, we will give you this, we will give you that. They're like, okay, because we also have to be honest. There are a bunch of ladies out here. There are a bunch of pretty ladies out here. There are a bunch of big booty ladies out here. There's all kinds of women. There are a bunch of beautiful girls out here. The thing is, right, the thing that gives you an advantage is that a lot of ladies are not mindful of their brand. They're going on dates just to go on dates. They rely on their bodies, wumpty wump wump, but they're not mindful of what is my brand. Let's say you meet a young man, then we can say over the course of his life, this guy might be a millionaire, right? So how do we cater to someone like that? What kind of wife does he need? What kind of helpmate? Because this is it. Y'all, this is life. In life, in business, in life in general, people love people who fix problems. The more you solve problems, the more you make life easy for people, the more you connect people to big people. Oh, they gonna love your ass because you are a resource to people, right? You are a resource to people. And I'm like, if you ever see girls that are married to rich, like very successful people, right? Most of the time she'll know his calendar. Most of the time, you know, she like the lady makes his life easy. Not in some maid type of shit, right? Even when I told you, look at Jeff Bezos and the new lady, like she'll put her hand, like her whole hand on his chest. They know how to cater. She knows how to cater to wealthy men. It's not random. And I'm like, I need you to be fluent in the language of customer service as it pertains to a relationship. Do not listen to these goofy ass feminists. They're going to end up broke, old in their cars with no savings. Listen to me. Okay? Listen to me. Right? Listen to me. You need to think like that. What makes this restaurant charge all this kind of money and people show up? There are restaurants you cannot get in there unless you spend $1,500 per person, and they're always full. Reservation list is packed for the whole year. How can you be booked for an entire year? The experience. Because there are people like the who's who, they went there, they liked it, they told their friend. Now the friends want to get on that list also. Then those friends tell other friends. And before you know, the restaurant is completely booked. For example, right? Maybe one day we'll do it. But I'm telling you, like, why did Nobu become Nobu? Right? Think about that. How did Nobu build their brand, and that today everybody wants to go eat Nobu? Let me see. Right? Because Nobu wasn't always Nobu. Hopefully we can watch this video. It's not gonna be a problem. Let's see.
Robert, would you mind just giving
You see? So here you have the Japanese chef of Nobu. You think when he came to America, he was known? So my thing is, how does this man end up opening a sushi restaurant in LA? And next thing you know, the who's who of Hollywood want to go eat in Nobu. So now the rappers want to go there. The celebrities, everybody wants to go eat in Nobu. And they have one location in Malibu. It's always full. How did this happen? So that's what I'm saying. If you are a young lady and you're trying to date and you want to attract the best, I don't say customer, but you want to attract the best, let's say stakeholder, because yes, y'all, I have been studying the shit. You want to attract the best stakeholder because you will have, I will say this, you should have about like, when it comes out, okay, when it comes to, what I was gonna say, my head. Yeah, you want to have different stakeholders, right? So let's say when it comes to the kind of man you want, I think you should have 3 different avatars. So you should have 3 different stakeholders, right? Let's say a lady says, I want to be married to a man that maybe makes $200,000. There are different ways it could happen. One could be an engineer, one could be somebody in finance, and one could be a doctor. So you have 3 different avatars, okay? 3 different stakeholders. The doctor, the engineer, the lawyer. They have different needs. They're all going to, let's say 200,000, 200,000, 200,000, right? All 3 make 200,000, but they have different professions. So they have different needs. A doctor, especially depending on his hours, that matters. What kind of doctor is he? Because his hours will matter also. So what does he need? Because that's one stakeholder, right? Another one, the one that's the engineer, he might work a 9 to 5. So his hours are a bit more like regular people stuff. What does he need? Then you have the finance guy, right? His hours might be crazy. What does he need? Right? So you have 3 different kinds. Like they're all 3 of them are good. It's just like we have more option. Hopefully you get me right. Okay, cool. Now, in your head, you need to have a business plan for the finance guy. You got to have a business plan for the engineer guy. And then you have to have a business plan for the doctor guy, right? So that when you meet these people, because you will meet, because if that's your brand, you will attract these people. The thing is, when you meet those people, you got to be fluent and talk in the way that these people are like, oh, yes, this is something that I need. Okay, I told you, businesses arise not because we have pet projects, but we create a business because there is a pain point I'm trying to solve for someone. Make yourself useful. That's what the Bible says. A woman is a helpmate. But because these demonic ass, no wisdom having ass feminists have completely perverted what God meant. He's actually really smart. God is really smart. The people who help people be more successful are actually more important than the person who becomes successful. Think about it. It'll make a lot of sense, right? If you have the president and then the president has advisors, who do you think is more powerful? Is the president more powerful or are the advisors more powerful? Think about it. It'll make a lot of sense. That's why I say it's not the people that you vote for that you have to fear. It's the people that you don't vote for that you have to fear. Because people we don't vote for tend to have more influence than we actually realize. Okay? Being a helpmate, being second in command is not a bad thing. Sometimes it's actually way more powerful. Think about it. It's going to make a lot of sense. You don't have a lot. You don't have little to offer. You just don't know what you offer. It's very different. And we don't have a lot to offer. But when you don't know what it is, because you don't know who your stakeholders are, it becomes hard for you to say, okay, this is my brand and this is what my brand promises y'all. Think about this. If you think of even Jesus is a brand. If I said to you, okay, Jesus, what's the logo of Jesus, right? Think about this. It makes so much sense. Like once you get it, you'll get it. If I said to you, what's the logo of Jesus Christ? You should know it's very easy, right? It's very, very easy. What's the logo? Super easy. Like type fast. Yeah, you know what I mean? But maybe one day you'll go and you'll be invited to go to Nobu, right? But nobody, I'm like, how did he start this damn? I'm waiting for the response, you guys. What is the logo for Jesus Christ of Nazareth? It's easy. Type the answer. Okay. Yeah, I'm telling you it exactly. So the logo is the cross. When you see a cross, the first thing that comes to mind is Jesus. You got to think about what's your logo. Okay. Is it peace? Is it turmoil? You decide, right? Now, when it comes to Jesus Christ of Nazareth, if the cross is the logo, what is the brand? Like, what's the promise of the brand? It starts with an S. It's very, very easy, right? So you have Jesus. His logo is the cross. And then his brand promise is what? It starts with an S. It's super easy, okay? Right? But I'm like, everybody has a brand. And because Jesus has such a powerful story, he has such a compelling message. And also the thing about Jesus too, his message is not self-serving, right? It's like, oh, if you come to me, if you give me your life, I'll give you eternal life. Oh, yeah, that sounds like a pretty good deal. Okay, salvation. There you go. That's the brand promise. If you accept me as your Lord and Savior, you get salvation. So what I'm saying is when you are in the dating market, you need to know what is my logo? What is my brand promise, right? If you date me, you'll get this. If you propose to me, you'll get this. If you are married to me, you'll get this. If people are, oh, damn, that's a good deal. Oh, yeah, where do I sign up? Okay. But if the logo is strife, all kinds of foolishness, the brand promise is arguments, insults, racial slur, money, buy me, selfishness. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, that sounds like problems. Most people are not trying to add problems to their lives. They're trying to make their lives a lot easier, right? So I'm saying when you're dating with a young lady who wants to date too, she got to look at it as a business. Like Nike has a brand, right? Adidas has a brand. Apple has a brand. The Four Seasons has a brand. The Marriott has a brand. Plaza Hotel, they have a brand. Noble has a brand. What is your brand? What is your brand? Now, I will also say make an honest assessment of your brand, because what if you don't like the brand, we can always change it, but don't lie about what the brand currently is, because the current brand is attracting either what you see or it attracts nothing at all. So be honest about it, and then we can actually work on it so you can have a better brand. But I'm like, this right here is just business. Like, I don't want to say love is business, but the messaging, like people's brain, the human brain functions a certain way. And I feel like that's why big brands are so successful, because the way they do their marketing, they know how to talk to the human brain. So people get it. They're like, okay, I don't mind paying for a shoe that costs $300 because it's Nike. You know it's going to be quality. You know it's going to give you status. You know it's going to have great design. You know it's going to have a beautiful colorway. Wumpty wump wump, wump 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 up, ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da. It's Nike. And when you wear it, you feel like it says something about yourself, and other people are going to see you a certain way. Think. You got to think. It's a brand. It's not that hard. It's a brand, right? So this man from the Japanese man, when he came to America, I'm like, how did he do that?
1, 2, 3. Great. You've done this before. I was in Matsuhisa Nobu's restaurant in L.A. Roland Jaffe, the English director, took me there one night. And after being there like a half an hour of that, I told him, if he ever wants to open a restaurant in New York, let me know. And that's how it all started, really.
Then he gave to me the chance, and also involved the mayor, and like we have the good teams. And first my New York restaurant, huge success.
Okay, so Nobu's actually the chef's name. Okay, nice to know. So you see, his name is, because people think, oh, Chef Nobu. So now people who are really into sushi, he probably is a god for these people, right? So when they hear Nobu, that's Chef Nobu's restaurant, because he has a brand, and most likely his sushi is really, really good. Like, yeah, if Chef Nobu's there, I'm going. But do you see the power of a brand? You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, and I feel like a lot of young ladies have to work on that. Okay, you don't, like, you have a brand. You know, oh, Marlene, I'm not aware, but you do have one, and it's probably really bad, which is why you don't get the results that you want. Okay, because you're not mindful about this. Okay, you have to work on your brand. You have to. Let me see.
I'm a chef. I think about how makes guests happy. So it means best product, good food, good service. I like to.
You see how to make my guests happy. Okay, it's not like, well, just give me your money. Which is how a lot of girls sound, a lot of black girls. Well, you got to make this amount of money. It's crass. You don't say that. There are things that you know you want. You don't have to say it. Because if you have good service, you're going to get that anyways. But a woman who says, oh, if you don't make this kind of money, if you don't make this kind of money, if you don't make 300,000, if you don't make 100,000, it is very gauche. Because do you see people talk about money? Even sometimes you're going to on a really, really expensive site. There's no price. You'll go on a Chanel website sometimes. If you ever look at Chanel's jewelry, they have pieces. There are no price. Like, oh, just call. They'd be like, call the store. For an inquiry, call the store. Because they're not putting that price on the website. They don't talk money. But my thing is, if the customer service is great anyways, it can only attract the best of the best. So the money it's an afterthought. The main thing is, like he said, best product, good food, good service. You see his reputation today? That's the brand. Good food, best products. So like probably the best fish. I don't know where they get their fish, but it's probably like really, really rare and expensive, right? And good service. And what does that look like? What does good service looks like? What does that look like in a dating situationship? What does that look like in a relationship, right? But I'm like, you have to be mindful of your brand. Like, think about all the brands you don't like. It's okay, what is it I don't like about those brands? Now, translate that to the world of dating. You're like, okay, I don't like it when people do this. I don't like when people do that. Okay, cool. Now have empathy, and now ask yourself, if a man was making 200,000, he was a doctor, what would be a bad brand for him? Okay, loudness, obesity, self-neglect. oh, being extra needy. He's a doctor. He ain't got time for all this stuff. This is too much. Okay? Right? Right? You have you but that's also your brand, right? That's why I say everybody has a brand. But if you're not mindful of your brand, your brand is probably really bad. Because you've done some things you shouldn't have done, Cher. Okay? Because the more mindful you are about your brand, this is going to sort itself out. Right? Because it's business. Like you everybody has a brand. The thing is you got to make the brand better. Okay? Got to make it better. Okay.
Good service. I like the people working with my restaurant. I want to be happy to everyone. Happy makes more bigger.
When Nobu said, I'm ready now to do New York, Bob asked me if I would like to invest. And I said, sure. Nobu's first restaurant was called Matsuhisa, which is his last name, in Los Angeles. And I said, why don't we call the restaurant in New York also Matsuhisa? Because it's already has a name. It has, and Bob said, we just call it Nobu. It's much easier.
Nobuyaki is his full name. I said, let's call Nobu. It's simple. You know.
Years later, we opened another store, opened up as an addition to the restaurant, and we didn't know how to call it. And we said, how are we going to call this restaurant next door? And Bob said, why don't we call it Nobu Next Door? Then we thought about doing another one around the corner, and we were going to call it Nobu Around the Corner.
My basic menus all over the restaurant are the same. We use local product as much possible, and especially here in London, we have Scottish salmon, scallops, lobsters, even the Dover sole. Very unique product. We cannot get in.
Hopefully you realize too that rich people love to eat. Okay, so you should know how to cook. That should be part of your brand. Okay, and hopefully you're using local ingredients. Okay, but this stuff is real.
In the United States, even Japan, Australia, each restaurant, the chefs create new dishes. Then I come, work together. Then finally, to make on the menu for the, especially Nobu London's special dishes, Nobu Australia special dishes, Nobu Tokyo special dishes.
You see what I said about like you have different stakeholders? So he has a clientele in London, they have a certain palate. He has a clientele in Australia, they have a certain palate. He has a clientele in America. And you can even say New York people might like it a certain way. LA people might like their stuff a certain way. So all these people is what you call it in business. They will call these people stakeholders, right? And your job is to make your stakeholders happy. So you can't say, well, I have one Nobu menu and all y'all gonna eat it. No, it's luxury. So because it's luxury, you have to cater to every of your stakeholders' palate because they have to eat something that they find interesting and that they're going to find, it has to be pleasurable to eat. Okay? Make sense? Okay, cool. Hopefully you get it.
That's why I traveled in the 10 months here so see the chefs.
2020, when the pandemic was in
full swing.
Thank you. And there was no cure, there was no vaccines, and most of the restaurants and the hotels were closed. We survived, and we actually kept most of our employees working, and then when we reopened, we did so well. Customers just came back.
We have a very good customer support to this between the pandemic. Some people order tours almost every day. So now business better than before pandemic now.
With inflation, we have to pay more to buy the materials, the food. We have to raise prices. People have started to think about it's too expensive to go out. So I'm concerned, but so far we haven't felt it in our business.
They have great customer service. People love it there. And also imagine people you get to see there also, like you're probably going to see all kinds of celebrities, all kind of rich business people. So it's worth going to Nobu. If you're a business person, you're going to go to Nobu. Okay. Now let's get back to Emirates, right? You see, even Emirates, you guys, they had to think about all of this. They planned all this out. I'm telling you, they spend so much money. They tried the mattresses. They tried the blankets. They tried the this. They tried the that, because it's like, There are people like y'all, they have labs like full of people, and all they do is obsess over stuff like that. Like every small detail that you would get in a first class suite on Emirates, it's probably maybe 10, 20 people who thought about that. But that's why they charge like 30, 25, 30,000 per person, and people pay that shit. Okay, so what does that tell you? You have to be meticulous, and you have to craft what your brand is. Like dating me, it looks like what, right? Being married to me, it looks like what? You have to really think about that. It really is. But like, oh, I'm cute. I have a cute outfit, like the goofy shit that Ashley does. Ashley's very non-serious, but she also doesn't have experience. It's a grip for her. She found a quick way to make a little bit of money on social media so she can go buy herself some Van Cleef bracelets, right? She's not a businesswoman. She's not a business person, right? You will have to think about every single thing like this, blah, blah. Even you will even have to say to yourself, if I was ever married, what would my house look like? What would my kitchen look like? What kind of dishes would I make? Be very, very intentional. Just like people who design, like all these Mercedes, every single class of Mercedes, they have teams of people who spend years designing this stuff, like the steering wheel, your flashlights, your this, your that, your this. These people are obsessed with the shit. They think about even the designers, like for example, like Air France. They're a designer, like I think they change it every year or so, but they always go for a house. Like, oh my gosh, I can't think of the name. But they're like the uniforms are always made by a French designer, and they rotate between all these designers and stuff. And your pajamas also, like your chefs, they'll hire like a big chef. He's responsible for making all the menus and stuff. They have one menu for flights going to DC. They'll have a menu going to flights going to Europe, certain countries in Europe. They'll have menus for people going to the Middle East. They have menus for going to Asia. They think about all this shit, y'all. This stuff is real. Everything is so intentional because these are really high paying ticket customers. Like they got money, and you want these people to come back. Because them coach people, y'all make that much money with those people, they broke. Okay? First class, business class is where you make the majority of your money. So because they pay such a premium to fly first class, to fly business class, they have to have a certain experience. British Airways also, right? Remember one time my dad put me first class at British Airways. It was crazy because mom was like, oh, you're going into business class. I'm like, what kind of business class is this? Because the bed laid, like the seat laid out full flat. It was breakfast nonstop. I'm like, what the heck? British Airways also, they're not to be slept on, okay? But I'm like, these people are so intentional. I told you one time, my uncle took me to a palace in Paris, like in the heart of Paris. I was like, what the fuck? But you see the way people go above and beyond for him. It was ridiculous. I'm like, damn, it must feel nice to have money, okay? So my thing is, if you know that you're going for, even if you're going, let's say even someone who makes 60, 80 or 80, it doesn't matter, right? Everybody should have great customer service because it could also be, even though I do believe that personally, he will have personal ambitions to go from 70 to 100,000, right? But if the customer service is great, he's more likely to do it sooner, right? Because that is the thing about great customer service. The thing about great experience is like, damn, I really like this. Like, damn, I want more of this. Oh shit, this is nice. What? And I feel like also a woman having great customer service is peace. There's no yelling, screaming, cursing. There's no need for that. It's very ratchet. Like effective communication is not loud. It's not degrading. It's not demeaning. Like people don't like these luxury places. You're not gonna hear racial slurs. My nigga, you're not gonna hear that out there. Like nobody talks like that. You're not gonna hear you dumb bitch. Like you're not gonna hear that kind of language out there. They don't talk like that. Like, excuse me, beg your pardon. You're like, oh, never mind. Okay, like speech also matters. It really does matter. Let me see his video.
Where are you flying today?
Flying to South Africa today in first class.
Bye.
All right. This is a real.
You see this? They thought about all of this. Like everything is so intentional, you guys. Everything is super. And you know, also like for first class flights, also, you see how she's like, you see? And this is just a stewardess, right? This lady right there is just the stewardess. But you see, she's even getting on her knees to feed the man. You know, they practice all that. And you know, most airlines, especially like I don't know if you ever noticed that, but usually the crew for first class and the crew usually first, because they usually do first and business class, right? And then you have a whole different crew that does coach. But if you ever notice, first class and business class, their crew is usually very pretty people. Like they'll pick prettier girls. Like the girls will be prettier. They might be skinnier. Malaysia Airlines also, they're known for having like some of the prettiest stewardess, like they're really, really pretty. But it's like they usually have very attractive people. Okay? They're very attractive. They always wear makeup. They always wear bright red lipstick, right? But I'm like, she is bending down to serve this man. Y'all, these people want your money. But they're not going to say, bitch, I want your money. No. They know how to upsell you to get your coins. Okay? You don't have to ask for money. Give a great experience. You will have these people's money without even asking for their money. They will pay it. Okay? But I'm like, this is crazy. Let's see what she says.
So it's beetroot mousse with comfort duck leg and orange segments. We also have the whipped ricotta and goat cheese with pickled tomatoes and balsamic grapes. Would you like to try it?
She's not like, oh, just go ahead and eat this. Would you like to try it? Mm-hmm. Of course I would. Okay.
Armchair, and captain just came on. He said to everybody's crew to be seated. So they have to remove.
You see? And what do you notice, you guys? What do you notice? All the hostesses are all smiling. Nobody has a mean face, stand face. Because there's money around, boo. There's money all over. There's a bunch of rich people all over. What's not to smile? You have to smile. Okay? They smile a whole lot because there's money. Hold on. It's a lot of money on display.
The bottles from the bar and get seated quickly. So now I'm taking turbulence really seriously after seeing the last couple months. There's a high profile.
Okay. I'll make your bed. You see this on a plane, y'all. This is crazy. Oh, hopefully you get it right. Customer service. Now, what's this one?
Are we taking off now?
Yes, it's a very short taxi, so yeah.
Ready.
Yep.
Taking off.
Let me see.
Cameras. It's like the camera
So if we go over
depiction of
here, it'll look like. Oh man.
Yo, this is nothing but luxury, man. This is nothing but luxury. You see? Nothing but luxury. And I'm like, this is what people want. Let's see this one, y'all. Let's see this one. This is. Look. Jeez Louise. Oh, no. There's too much money. I think, you know, even with these stewardess and stuff like that, you never know. You might marry somebody. Because these are rich people, and sometimes they can see your points. Like they can see how often you fly. Because sometimes they'll even tell the pilot, like we have so and so on the flight, and you know he is our whatever diamond platinum league member. You know, because usually whoever I forgot the name, like whoever's in charge of the crew, they'll usually know the VIPs on the plane, right? So it's like they can see all the stuff. So you gonna have a tight face and miss out on your blessing? Are you crazy? What a girl. This is crazy. have red lipstick on. They're like, you have to put makeup on. You have to. You have to. You put makeup on. You put perfume on. You wear a nice little watch. You see them, and they don't do too much, right? They have the dress code down, you guys. It's real. Simplistic, a nice little watch. You don't do too much. I want you to believe that cooking doesn't matter. It does matter. All this design, they have people for all of this. This is crazy. This is beautiful. Okay, y'all can see these videos though, but they have so many videos though. But my point was to say, right, customer service, you guys. And I invite you to watch more of these videos so you can get a better idea, right? But I'm like, customer service, and you really, really, really have to think about your brand. Because if you have a luxury, I don't mean like your clothes, designer this, designer that. It don't even have to be designer. It just has to be well put together. Because clothes don't have to be, the people who have expensive clothes, they look tacky. People who wear affordable clothes, but it's very, very well put together. It's very classy. It shows a vision, right? You need to start working on your brand. Get a journal or your app. If you have an iPad, get an iPad and start thinking about your brand. What do you want your brand to be? That's why I say, you, like Brittany said, you can't just go into a restaurant and be like, oh, I think it's going to work out. That's not the brand. Because if you just go to a restaurant, you just go on a date and hoping that it works out, then obviously you are not sure of your brand. Like Chanel, they know who they're going after. You think Chanel's out here worrying about people who only have $500 for a purse? No. That's Coach. That's who Coach wants. So Coach, they're going to talk to that person. Chanel is like, I need you to have 10,000 or more. That's the brand. That's the brand. So when the people at Chanel, when they sit there and they think about who are my stakeholders, who are my customers, right? 10,000 or more. If you have a few thousand, you go to Louis Vuitton. That's your brand. This is not a joke, you guys. And I'm like, that's why I said, I think like moving forward now, even though I do like my racial commentary and cussing out white people, but that's my personal desire. Like that's my thing. But it's not, overall, is it really helpful to y'all? Because that's my goal is y'all need to get married, okay? So I'm like, okay, I'll stop cussing them out. But they trigger me sometimes, you know? But it's cool, right? Y'all look at the bigger vision. But what I'm saying is you need to really think about your brand. And like, just like I would say, think about the brands that you like also, right? What do you like about those brands, right? And then you should want the same thing for yourself. I got to have a brand. And what does my brand say about me? Okay. Yeah, I be cussing them out. But it's not really my end goal, though. I got bigger goals than cussing out white people. They got my nerves, right? But it's like the acing the brand stuff. It means a lot to me. Because I feel like if you understand what your brand is, now you can like it or you might want to change it, right? But once you master your brand and you understand how it's not all, you mean I have to serve a man? You mean I have to cater to a man? Yeah, you kind of do. But guess what? Rich people cater to other rich people. Duh. How do you think they make money? We all have to cater to someone. We all do. Welcome to business. Okay, y'all think some of these clients are annoying, but you're like, okay, I'm sorry, we'll give you a coupon. Yeah, because it's your reputation. If you don't, they'll go run to Trustpilot or they'll go run somewhere and give you a bad review. The stuff is real, y'all. The stuff is really real. You get me? So I'm like, this is how you need to look at dating. Don't just date to date. Like even now, if you're currently dating or like, oh, I'm on a dating app, delete all that shit. Okay? I don't want you no damn goofy ass dating app. All right? What I need you to do first and foremost, we have to work on the brand. Okay? Hello. Who's that? Who's this person? Who's that? I don't know these people. Who's that? Who's her husband? What happened? She said his breath smells bad. Oh, what does he have? Halitosis? What is it called? Oh. Did she mean to embarrass the man or? But see, that's her brand though. You see, that's her brand. You go on social media and you embarrass people. Yeah. So I feel like, and so that's like, that should be your, if that's like, oh, I want to have the brand of a homemaker. Pretty food, pretty plates. My children don't do processed food. Don't worry, y'all. We'll work on that. Because I'm going to help you because I'm like, it's the same thing with, I call it the beef palette, but it has a whole different name now. Because I'm like, oh, so now I get it. Okay. He told the wife that he tells his wife the truth about things. He doesn't sugarcoat things. He told the world that he told her that her breath stinks. Oh, he did that. Well, that's his brand. Bad business. But I'm telling you, I've like, you guys, I don't know. Because, you know, I thought about this whole dating stuff, like marriage stuff and stuff. And I was like, you know what? The problem is we give people very generic advice. Oh, he has to love God. Oh, he has to be a godly man. Oh, he has to be like Jesus. No, we have to give people formulas. Okay. Bam, then this, then this, then this. And so for me, I felt like the whole business, like looking at it from a business perspective, like building a brand, any young, even a man too, huh? It's not just for the ladies, right? Even he also needs to know what his brand is because he doesn't want to be mismatched. Because if you have a man and you don't marry the right woman, she'll mess up your career. So, hey, but anybody in the dating game should have a brand, right? I think the man's brand should be provider. The wife's brand should be service. It works great. It works great. And also service does not mean that she doesn't work. No, it's not that. It's the customer service experience that is the wife. Because the man gives the house, the woman makes the home. Okay? She does. I'm like catering, nurturing, like really and honestly, what is the brand? As a girlfriend, what's the brand? Right? And it's also nice to think about it this way so you know what not to give. It's no different than like tiered membership, right? If you only pay $9 a month, you only get this, right? If you upgrade and you pay $29 a month, you get this, right? If you upgrade and you pay $50 a month, you get this, and that. Oh, really? Maybe I'll do that tomorrow. I'm getting a little tired, but tomorrow I'll do it. Okay? Does that make sense? So like, think about it this way, tiered. Because if somebody's paying $9 a month, but you're giving like $50 worth of membership, why would they ever upgrade their membership? Right? So a girlfriend, she has a brand and the brand stops somewhere. Like it doesn't have crazy ass promises because it's just a girlfriend brand, right? Fiance brand also, it stops at a certain level because we want people to upgrade, right? That's why there are certain things. Yeah. That's why there are certain things that even with ChatGPT, like if you don't pay, you can only do like 4 pictures a day, right? Every 24 hours. If you pay a monthly membership of $20, you get this. If you pay something else, you get way more. I'm like, okay, I don't think I need all that, right? But it's like the concept of like tiered membership, it also really matters. Whereas like a lot of women, they haven't properly thought about their tiered membership. So their girlfriend, but they're giving access to the membership of like if I was a wife, this is what you would get. So I'm like, well, if you're giving all of this for $9.99, why would somebody ever upgrade to $49.99? It doesn't make sense, right? Because you have to know your tiers and you have to know what you will give at this tier and what you're not going to give. Hello? Make sense, you guys, right? Think about it like this. So I'm going to stop the live here because I need some food. Okay, I'm getting tired. All right. But if this conversation has your mind sparkling with creative juices, get a journal, get your iPad, write it down. Okay, so that next time you can ask me questions. But we have to work on the brain. Okay. And I think we're going to look at a lot of luxury like businesses that cater to the wealthy because they do it the best. I don't want to look at like, regular people because I'm like, they don't make enough money. Okay. But when you look at like high performers, luxury brands, right? They get it. They get the marketing. They understand how to build community. They know how to give status to people. Boom, 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 boom. And so people are willing to pay a high price for these experiences because it's a lot that comes with it. Okay. So that's it, you guys. Love you very much. I wasn't meant to sit here for 10 hours. I didn't get to work out today, but it's okay. There's always tomorrow. Okay. So love y'all. I need to go get some food. Okay. So enjoy the replay. Yes. Now you have to change that. So from bossy Virgo to what? Guiding Virgo. I'm a guide. I'm not bossy. Okay. She said, we won't see you until, oh, Pearl, you be missing me. Pearl also, you're on my list. So Pearl, you gotta get married also. Pearl also gotta get married. I used to also, I have a list. Like, I have a list. I have a list. Y'all need to just get married and I can just, thank you, Jesus. I'm out of here. I go live my best life. Okay. Hey, Rachel. Okay. Right. Kevin said, no, Kevin, I need food today. I need some food. I need some food. Okay. I need some food. But Kevin, also, I need to get married also, Kevin. Okay. You gotta think about your brand. Y'all, this brand stuff is so real. And I even told Jimmy, I'm like, I see why these huge celebrities spend so much on PR. They spend so much money, right? Because remember Lupita, when Lupita had her season and she had that white girl dressing her, ooh, that white girl didn't miss. But that image, like every time people see you on that red carpet, every look slays. I'm like, I see, like, now I'm like, because sometimes you're like, oh, but that's too much money. Nah, it's not too much money. It's just enough money. Because if people see you a certain way, they're going to pay you a certain amount of money. We'll say that too. Like, remember that season when 12 Years of Slave, when Lupita came out? Like, it was her moment. Like, she was in her girl boss era. I mean, every single red carpet outfit was immaculate. It was perfection. I'm like, whatever you paying this white girl, she deserves that money. Because your image is also part of your brand. So like I said, if your stakeholders is an engineer, a lawyer, a finance man, there are certain outfits you're wearing out here, you got to put them in the trash. Oh, those days are gone. There are certain things you can no longer wear. Bye-bye. Oh, no, I'll be back to if I go early, my goal is like, this is my goal. My goal was to like my goal was do the Stairmaster at 4:30, be done with that, walk with Maverick, and then go to my fitness class, my strength training class. And then I should be done with my day, like my fitness stuff by 2 p.m. Then I can just sit there and just yap. But it's like, I'm starting to practice this stuff, right? Well, maybe you shouldn't start dating until you think about your brain. There's no rush. Don't just date just to date. What is your brain, Libby? You need to know this. You gotta know, like, and it pretty much like, what is your brand is just another fancy way of saying, what are you bringing to the table? It's your brand. That's why nobody should be offended. If you're offended, if somebody says, what are you bringing to the table? Because you haven't thought about your brand. It's no different. Like if you go apply for a company, right? They're going to say, why do you want to work here? You can't just say, well, I saw the job posting and you guys are paying $200,000. That makes no sense. They're not going to hire you. Oh, you're just here for the money? Oh, I want to work here because I love the mission statement of the company. And I love how you guys are currently working in AI in order to do this, and that. And I think you have a great vision over the next 10 years. And I can see your company being one of the leaders in AI, something like that. We all know the job pays $200,000, but you're not going to go, oh yeah, well, I only applied because it pays $200,000 and I can work from home. Huh? You are crazy, right? You can't do this. Right? And a lot of ladies also, they don't understand. Just like a man also should understand, but anybody that's dating, but me, I'm a woman, so I cater to women, right? a date or these dates y'all be going on, these are job interviews. Present yourself right. So like I said, if you don't know what your brand is, stay your ass inside. Don't be messing shit up. Because I'd rather you don't have I'd rather you have no first impression than to go make a bad impression on an amazing stakeholder. Stay home. Don't apply somewhere to go fuck it up because they will put something in your file. Okay? You weirdo. Yeah. Oh, you will. It's the fact that you want it is going to happen, right? He's probably still has a little bit of scars that are lingering, but you will. But like I said, everything is about customer service. I feel like even in the brand, maybe it's a brand of restoration, right? How do I make it? How do I make you believe that I've really changed? It won't happen again. The yelling, the screaming, I'm really sorry about that, right? So it's a brand of like your brand, Margaret, like a brand of healing, a brand of forgiveness, accountability, and also creating new memories that are beautiful, like things like that, because you can always fix your brand. There are companies out here that have like bad reputation, and they took 5 years, even 10 years, they fixed it because people are forgiving for real. Like people can really be forgiving, especially when they see consistent effort to do better, right? But I'm saying like, that's why it's very good to think about like, what is my brand? I don't want to say I want to help Black women, no, come cuss my ass out. But I feel like a lot of Black women too, nobody's ever said that Black women are not beautiful, but it's the brand. Sometimes it's like, it can be too aggressive, too combative. It's like you want to compete with a man. Well, I make this much money. You don't do that. Even the owners of the Plaza Hotel, they have money too. But they're never going to say, well, do you know how much I make? Well, I don't care about your 30,000. They don't talk like that. Okay. The owners, Emirates belong to the state, but I'm like, all these Saudi people, like all the Emirate people, they have money, but they're not going to come like, oh, do you know who I am? No, they're still going to treat a high paying customer like, oh yeah, you're my boss. Okay. It's not a problem. But they're wealthy too. Like they made a shitload of money. Okay, you think the Hilton man is going to come down to Hilton and say to a customer, I don't give a fuck how much you make. I'm a fucking billionaire too, bitch. What? From one billionaire to another because that's his business, that's his establishment. Oh, I'm sorry. Do you want Cristal maybe? Or like an 1800 Sauvignon Blanc? Well, okay, sure. But he's wealthy too. He can say, oh, fuck you, bitch. Get the fuck out of my hotel, bitch. I'm a billionaire. Oh my gosh. This is not how you resolve conflict. So if you're a billionaire person and you have an establishment, if another billionaire comes, at the end of the day, he is your customer. You cannot be out here saying, you know how many bees I got, bitch? Like, this is insanity. It is insanity. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. Okay? So even if you have money, you cannot say, well, I make money. No, that is not the brand. Okay? We don't do this over here. Okay? Plus, you're a woman. It's not really feminine for a woman to go toe to toe with a man. That should not be the brand. This is not going to last. Right? We don't act like that. Like, it's just, all right. So I'm saying 1800 Sauvignon Blanc. Okay. Well, okay. Who doesn't love a gift? Even the Bible says, you give people gifts, they be nice to you. It's on the Bible. The Bible even says that a sweet tongue appeases the soul. It's all in the Bible. Okay? It's in the Bible. So that's also the brand. Sauvignon Blanc, mademoiselle. Okay? Monsieur, Sauvignon. Okay, sure, whatever. Okay? And the beef is over. We have to learn how to quell quarrels and crazy stuff. We don't have to have stuff escalate. Like, there's no need for that. Like, I'm telling you, it is, oh my gosh, it is not refined behavior. It is not classy behavior. Classy people don't even scream. If you ever go to these rich, like bougie places, y'all, they're so quiet. People are quiet. They whisper because money doesn't like noise. But when you go around people that don't have money, they're so loud. They play their music like they're trying to destroy people's eardrums. Like, what the fuck is this? Poor people behavior. They're so damn batshit crazy. They have no fucking class, right? But in a classy brand, how you have to think about, like, okay, when classy people, rich people, successful people, how do they go about having a disagreement? And I promise you, there's no insult. Don't insult people. They'll be like, well, Considering what has transpired yesterday, I took great offense to what you said. Boom. You see this? That's how you talk. Okay, that's how you have to talk. All right? What the fuck you mean? Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh my gosh, what is this? Okay, I saw a video, and they were like, "This is why rich black people used to move out of the neighborhood when poor black people used to come around." Now, let me see. It has nothing to do with skin color. It's about the culture, right? Classy people have a certain culture. Non-classy people have a certain culture, right? And all of that is part of your brand. And I hope that part of your brand will be to be a very classy woman, right? And a classy woman doesn't scream, yell. It's a lot. You know, even yesterday, Jimmy said something to me yesterday. I said, okay, I heard you, but let me tell you this. Considering this, and that, I think you failed to appreciate how I did this, and that. Okay? Like, it's like, listen, we can talk without it going. You know what I'm saying? And plus, life is short, y'all. Life is short. You never know what can happen. So God forbid you say something hurtful and then the person dies tomorrow. How you gonna feel? You know what I'm saying? So I feel like think of the brand and think of a good brand. A really, really, a brand that you will say like, yeah, even if I was me, I would marry myself. Because if you would marry yourself, we have a problem. You know what I'm saying? If you would not enjoy time with yourself, if you would not marry yourself, if you would not be like, oh yeah, like, I would introduce myself to newer things and new experiences and stuff like that. Then why would somebody else do it? Now, how would you feel if you saw a CEO or a brand owner and they themselves were not wearing their own product? They were not happy about their products. They didn't boast about their product. Okay, is this thing actually good? Yeah. But the problem is you can say the thing in those circumstances, because sometimes we have to teach people, because culturally there is a default for all of this rah-rah-rah behavior. So I feel like if you decided to no longer be rah-rah-rah, well, okay, I can see that you're very upset right now. So I'm going to go because I can't deal with you in this state. But maybe when you feel better, just let me know. Okay. But once again, I am sorry that you're offended. But I just don't think that right now is a good time because you seem to want to yell and I just can't do that right now. So I will see you later. You have the right to leave. But once again, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't mean to offend you. Seriously, I didn't mean to offend you, right? But I hope that when we talk again, you can be in a better spirit and you can actually be able to hear me because it seems like you're still hurting, okay? So, and everybody deserves the time to feel better. You need time to yourself, and I get that. So maybe tomorrow, you call me whenever you feel like it, okay? And then I'm only a phone call away, all right? But now I got to go, okay? And you walk away. And when they start seeing like, oh, she's not engaging, they're going to understand like, oh, she no longer engages with that vibration. Because it's ratchet. I don't like it. Because at first they don't think you're trying to be funny. Like, no, I'm serious. But you're really upset. You're still upset. And I get that. It happens, right? You don't have, it would have been nice, right? But you can have a classy family. You're not cursed. No, you're not cursed. You're not cursed. That's why I say you got to be mindful of your brand. Yeah, it's perfectly fine. Let's say, not to be offensive, right? But let's say right now you feel like your family is not, it doesn't matter, Val. Because if you really think about it, if you can create your own classy brand, you have the best of both worlds because you know what not classy is. And now it makes you want classy more. So now you have more appreciation for that, right? But your family doesn't need to be classy. It'll be easier, yes, because then you would have learned things a long time ago. But God is good. God is faithful. But what I'm saying is, because you know what not being classy is, that's actually really good. Think about it this way. It's actually good. Because once you know what bad is, you have more appreciation for what is good. Okay, I don't want to bring this, and that into my marriage because this is not classy behavior. But imagine there are people who don't even have the self-awareness to understand that my family is low vibrational. They think, oh, it's fine, it's fine. So I think you also have to commend yourself on having enough self-awareness to be like, okay, this is toxic. That is self-awareness. Good job. So now we say, okay, so what does classy look like? That has to become the brain. Right? That has to become the brand. But what will happen is, because you will get what you want, there might be some jealousy there. So when it does happen, also, part of having a classy brand is giving people enough mercy to sort their feelings out. Like, I'm not going to have survivor's remorse, but I get it. Whenever you're ready, I would love to help you work on your brand. Okay? Because Val, you're very tall. You're very pretty. You're very tall. So with a classy brand, it's going to be amazing. I'm telling you, it's a real thing. Yeah, because you were by yourself, but you're here now, so it's cool. Don't worry about the past. Let's look ahead, right? Because the most important thing for you is to know your brand. The girlfriend brand, fiance brand, the wife brand. You cannot worry about your family anymore. Because you're grown now. They can take care of themselves. They're going to be fine. Okay? You got to build your own family. But just because you have a non-classy family doesn't mean that the family that you build is not going to be classy. You're not cursed. Because these are personal choices. It's not a curse. These are personal choices. This person made a choice. That person made a choice. And now you're making a different choice. So you'll have a different outcome. But you can have a very classy marriage, right? You can marry a very classy man. You can also have very classy children. Because this is the life that you are designing for yourself. It's not like, oh, because my mom had it, so I'm cursed to having this. It's not Section 8. Yeah, I was very pretty. I was very tall. Right? But it's the brand, y'all. It is the brand. And then I'm going to teach you how to find your stakeholders. And then AI is going to, I'm going to show you with AI, how AI can help you define your stakeholders better. I'll probably do it maybe tomorrow. I'm going to try my hardest to do all my workouts and show up tomorrow, even if it's like late at night. Right? But you have to understand your stakeholders. If one is a doctor, how do we take care of that person? If one is a financier, how do you take care of this person? If one is a lawyer, or if one is an engineer, if one is a politician, it doesn't matter, whatever, right? But you should know how to cater to your stakeholders. It is real. Like when you look at business stuff, they're like, oh, our stakeholder is this person. Our stakeholder is that person. And this is how we satisfy our stakeholder. You got to talk like that. Right? Because that's how business is. I help you with this. I make your life easier in this regard. And in return, you do this for me. No, you got to drop the whole project stuff because you won't be in the project. There's no project in your future. It's not your identity. Like you could have grown up there, but it's not your identity. Look at Eve. Look at Eve. Eve lives in a castle. Hey. Right? So there's no project anything. It could be suburbs, could be mansions. Okay. It could be a castle. That's why I said we have to take care of the brand. Okay. Gotta take care of the brand. Is this their like house stuff? Okay. You gotta take care of the brand. But if the brand is right, you're naturally going to attract the right stakeholder. People will find you. Like it's a natural thing. But when the vision is not correct, the attraction is horrible. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Like operation. Okay. Thought you meant the project. What the heck? Okay. Yes. Classy. You are. I'm like, Val is the classy. What you said earlier? Classy and motivational. What is it? Okay. Yes. But that's the brand. It's like, oh, wow. Like, this is really nice. I like this. And that's why I'm going to tell you, ladies, you have to learn how to cook. Now, I might start making some cooking videos to show you a certain recipe so that you can try it until you get it right. Right. But you're going to have to learn how to cook and you're going to have to learn how to plate. You need to learn how to plate. You know, you won't have to plate all the time, but you should know how to do encouraging, right? Yeah. Okay. Right. Don't have to do all the time, but knowing how to plate sometimes should be good because let's assume you marry someone that has great career aspirations, right? You might have to host dinners. You might have to do certain things. So you should have the savoir-faire. You should have the know-how. Okay. You should know how to do these things. Right. But you should have a few breakfast recipes, a few lunch recipes, and then you should have a few dinner recipes, right? Maybe 5 or 10. Yeah. But I'm like, and get in the habit of making the food pretty. Yes. Because you see, all these fancy places, they involve some kind of food. Because people like that. It's part of the experience also. I think the more you do something, you're not going to feel like an imposter. That's why you have to master your brand. And you will see, you will embody your brand. Yo, it's a real thing. You will embody your brand. So you're not going to feel like, oh, it's fake. It's not fake. It's you. That's who you are. Right? Because these people who come up with these brand stuff, they work on that for a long time. You have even brands that take 2 years to launch. Because that's how much they want to perfect, like our mission statement, stakeholders, like our problems, how do we solve the problem? So, and then they come up with the product and they have to work the whole marketing around the product. But sometimes it can even take 2 years, sometimes 3 years to just launch one product. Right? And I'm like, yes. Because honestly, I will say this, for as much as it sounds like a lot of work, I will say if you have found your person, and it really is, that's a beautiful gift, because what else can you have in this life? Okay. Everything comes and goes. But if you found your person and you build a beautiful life with your person, you're going to be so happy that you put in the work. It's no different than applying to get into the college of your dreams, right? Like, it's worth the work. It's worth it, you know, because beautiful families are really worth it, right? That's it. But there's a lot of homework we have to do. Okay. But it's doable. It really is doable. It's not too late, but it's a brand stuff. Because if you have a man that's looking for Y, but you speak Z, whatever, he's like, what the heck? I don't get this. But most brands who are really successful, they speak the language of their customer, and they speak that language with ease. Like, they're very fluent. So they're easy, like they're easily understood. Like, oh, okay, I get it. Here's my card. Makes a lot of sense. Okay. So that's it, my people. So now I bow out because I gotta go. My brain is hurting. Okay. Love y'all. And by God's grace, I will try my best, Pearl, to be outside tomorrow. Love you guys. Bisous. God bless y'all. And pray for me. Okay. Bye-bye. Oh, I need some food. I need food real bad. I need some